With just a careless wave of his hand, a terrifying bolt of lightning struck. When he reawakened, the world turned upside down. As thunder rumbled across the sky, Xu Jingming realized he had transmigrated, but unfortunately, he had ended up in the body of a weakling. Seeing this, he desperately shouted for his system in vain. Finally, not letting Xu Jingming down, the system appeared and granted him the ability to upgrade his innate talent, allowing him to madly increase his power in a world filled with ferocious beasts and monsters. In the 12th grade at Jiangcheng, No. 2 High School, a tense atmosphere hung in the air as the major exam approached. On the blackboard, the words "one day until the general exam" served as a stern reminder. Below were complex mathematical formulas, along with words of encouragement. The exam was approaching. 20 years of hard study had all led to this day. The homeroom teacher, Chen Fan, with a stern expression, rested his hands on the desk and said clearly, "For those taking the liberal arts exam, go home tonight and check that you have all your study tools ready." He scanned the class and continued with a more emphatic tone. "And those taking the martial arts exam must ensure their combat gear and weapons are well prepared." Chen Fan looked seriously at the entire class, his voice heavy with weight, emphasizing every word. He stressed one final point. The martial arts exam carried a risk of death. Those with awakened abilities lower than D rank should not choose the martial arts exam. His warning made the atmosphere in the classroom seem to freeze. Amidst that silence, a male student with black hair and blue eyes smirked inwardly, thinking to himself, "Is he referring to me? Was he truly the transmigrated Xu Jingming?" Xu Jingming recalled that this world was called Blue Star, its level of science and technology quite similar to his previous world. But Blue Star hid a terrifying threat. Bloodthirsty, fearsome beasts. Images of a city engulfed in flames and chaos flashed through his mind. Monsters with hideous forms, blood-red eyes, and sharp teeth spread terror everywhere. To fight them, humanity had also produced those who possessed extraordinary power. They were the awakened, capable of combating the fierce beasts. They were the hope of this entire world. The miracle was that everyone could awaken an ability at the age of 16, and the types of abilities were incredibly diverse. However, the power of these abilities varied significantly. The quality of the abilities was also distinguished by the Blue Star ranking system, divided into 9 levels. Yet, the vast majority of people could only awaken abilities from F to D rank. Recalling the day he awakened, a weak spark of lightning flickered and then died out. Xu Jingming's ability was E rank, weak electricity. A tiny, feeble current crackled on his fingertips, its power equivalent to nothing more than a stun gun. Just then, a mocking voice rang out from behind. "Xu Jingming, Chen Fan has already said all that. You don't actually still plan on choosing the martial arts exam, do you?" A blond boy with a haughty expression and a sturdy build leaned down, whispering harshly into Xu Jingming's ear. "With your E-rank trash ability, taking the exam will only embarrass the school. Why not just obediently choose the liberal arts exam? Go work as a lowly office clerk at your family's company and live out your days, isn't that better?" Immediately, a girl with short purple hair and an alluring figure stood up, pointed at the blond boy, and shouted, "Huang Tian, worry about yourself." Huang Tian gave a cold huff and turned away, but not before throwing the girl a provocative look. Lin Qingwan. I'll show you who's the best in this exam." As he walked away, he looked back with malicious eyes at Xu Jingming, and said to Lin Qingwan, "As for this weakling Xu Jingming, he'll only end up dying in the exam hall." After Huang Tian left, Lin Qingwan turned to comfort Xu Jingming with a gentle tone. "Xu Jingming, don't pay attention to what he says. Everyone has their own value. Changing your preference to liberal arts and living a peaceful life in the city is also a good path, isn't it?" Xu Jingming remained silent, his gaze falling on the application form. In the Great Xia Kingdom where he resided, higher education was divided into 2 tracks, liberal arts and martial arts. The form clearly stated his information. Name: Xu Jingming. Gender: male. Age: 18. Ability rank: E rank. Elemental type: with a low ability rank and no confidence in combat, most people would choose the safe liberal arts track to become ordinary citizens. But those who chose the martial arts exam had to go to designated locations during the test and fight beasts to the death. It was a path paved with blood and tears. Only those whose results met the standard could enter universities for the awakened. After years of training by the academy and master instructors, they could truly break their limits and become possessors of great power. Xu Jingming pondered. He knew that both his teacher and Lin Qingwan were worried about his safety. But in a world filled with such danger, he told himself that even if he avoided the high mortality martial arts exam, He could not escape the sudden invasions of the beasts. A painful memory suddenly flooded back. The image of his parents falling in a pool of blood during a beast tide. The pain was carved deep into his young soul. His parents in this world had died in a beast tide. Xu Jingming's eyes became firm and sharp. He clenched his fists, a flame of determination burning in his heart. I don't want to be unable to fight back when facing similar things in the future. He raised his head, his gaze no longer holding any hesitation. Picking up his pen, he decisively filled out the application, his voice firm. I will still choose the martial arts exam. The school scenery gradually faded into a beautiful sunset, but in the practice room, the sound of wind whistled powerfully. Ha! Hya! A figure was diligently practicing with a spear. He gripped the spear tightly, feeling the power surging into every muscle. Ha! Xu Jingming shouted, unleashing a powerful attack. The weak electric sparks from his E-rank ability flickered around the spear shaft. After a grueling session of practice, he panted heavily, soaked in sweat. So tired. Finally, he collapsed in exhaustion onto the floor, unable to practice any longer. Lying sprawled on the ground, Xu Jingming panted heavily, recalling the path he had traveled. Ever since his ability awakened, he had chosen the spear as his weapon, practicing diligently for 2.5 years. But his proficiency still remained at the elementary level. He thought bitterly that it was fortunate he had spent 300,000 to buy the lightning-fast, wind-breaking spear technique, which could somewhat compensate, helping him be a little stronger than the average E-rank awakened. But then the cruel reality rushed back. He desperately reached his hand into the air, a grim truth echoing in his mind. The mortality rate for students below D rank in the martial arts exam was rising every year. Even so, the flame of determination within him did not extinguish. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with iron-willed determination. I want to pass the entrance exam for the superhuman university. I absolutely must risk it all. The moment he made up his mind, a strange blue light suddenly emanated from the back of his hand. A virtual interface unexpectedly appeared before the stunned Xu Jingming. On it, words indicated the system was initializing. His eyes widened in shock, leaving him speechless. Ding! System activation successful. Xu Jingming bolted upright, and a new notification popped up. System activation successful. Do you wish to claim the newcomer starter pack? He was dumbfounded, a wild thought flashing through his mind. Could this be the golden finger system for transmigrators? The shock was quickly replaced by extreme joy. He wore an expectant smile and asked loudly, "What's inside the pack?" Immediately, the system screen displayed the answer. S-rank superpower starter pack. 200 superpower points. S-rank superpower? Xu Jingming was struck dumb. He knew exactly how precious it was. An S-rank superpower. Even in a large nation like Great Xia, it took 3 to 4 years for just one person to awaken such power. Once it appeared, the individual would be instantly fought over by top superhuman universities, receiving countless resources and even training to become a top-tier powerhouse. A glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes. He clenched his fists, feeling the chance to change his fate right in front of him. As an E-rank loser, he finally had a chance to defy his destiny. He decisively reached out toward the virtual screen. With a confident smile on his face, he commanded, "Claim." Ding, ding, ding. Notifications appeared in succession. Starter pack claimed successfully. 200 superpower points have been added to your account. S-rank superpower. Purple Heaven's Divine Thunder is beginning transmission. A massive wave of purple energy immediately slammed straight into his heart. Ah! A sky-tearing pain surged through him. Xu Jingming braced himself to endure it. His body was enveloped by violent purple lightning. His shirt was shredded, revealing toned abs. 10%, boom! The energy exploded, shattering the windows and shaking the whole room. 20%, 30%. The entire training room was left in ruins. Outside, a little girl being held by her mother pointed in shock at the shattered window of Xu Jingming's house, asking innocently, "Mommy, what happened to that big brother's house?" The neighbors around them were also panicked. A man hurriedly pulled out his phone, his face pale. "It's the kid's house. The Xu family. Something's gone wrong. Hurry, call the fire department." In agonizing pain, Xu Jingming gritted his teeth and held on. It hurts so much the transformation process is still ongoing. 50%, 60%, 70%. Suddenly, the sky outside turned abnormally dark, startling the pedestrians. Why did it get so dark all of a sudden? Dark clouds rolled in, and a massive lightning dragon appeared in the middle of the sky, roaring with a thunderous sound. Rum rum rum! In a luxurious office, a powerful man looked out the window with a grave expression. What a terrifying surge of lightning energy. I can feel such heavy pressure. Could it be that a powerful lightning-type beast is about to invade? The commander turned back and clearly ordered his subordinates, the 3rd Legion of Jiangcheng City, enter combat status. The soldier immediately raised his hand in a crisp military salute and replied, "Understood." In mid-air, lightning converged, forming the shape of a ferocious dragon head, its earth-shaking power pressing directly down onto Jingming. Ah! Xu Jingming let out a roar as the metamorphosis reached its peak. 80%, 90%, 99%, 100%. The superpower transformation was complete. The energy gradually retracted, condensing into a ball of lightning right in the middle of the devastated room. Xu Jingming slowly stood up, feeling the new strength surging through his veins. He held out his hand, and a sparkling purple ball of lightning appeared in his palm. He curled his lips in satisfaction. This is an S-rank superpower. The purple heaven's divine thunder is completely incomparable to that mere electric shock from before. One strike is enough to crush a person into dust. He wiped his forehead, looked around at the ruined room, and sighed. But the commotion was a bit too big. Luckily, I controlled it a little just now. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be this training room that got destroyed. He suddenly remembered, oh right, the starter pack also gave me 200 superpower points. What are these used for? The system screen popped up with an explanation. Superpower points can be obtained by eliminating beasts. Consuming superpower points can increase levels and skills. You can view your superpower points and upgrade options in the system panel. Xu Jingming grinned, hands on his hips, full of confidence. Ha! I love this kind of simple and overpowered golden finger. Opening the system panel, whoosh! A detailed information table appeared before him. Name, Xu Jingming. Level, awakened, not yet enrolled. Superpower, S-rank purple heavens, divine thunder. Physique, 121 vitality. Spirit, 140 points. Skills, spear technique, elementary. Lightning flash strike, elementary. Superpower points, 200. Feeling the new strength surging, Xu Jingming clenched his fists, purple lightning dancing on his hands. His eyes flashed with determination. Tomorrow is the joint entrance exam. I have to use these 200 points on the most important things and do my best to boost my combat power. He loudly ordered, "System, add points for me." He touched the system panel and began distributing points strategically. The essence of superpowers comes from a person's physique and spirit. Then, let's strengthen these 2 basic attributes first. Immediately, the numbers on the system panel danced wildly, continuously increasing amidst the system's ding-ding sounds. A wave of pure and powerful energy surged out from Xu Jingming's body, enveloping him. He could clearly feel every cell cheering and every nerve becoming more sensitive. Is this what it feels like to have enhanced vitality and cognition? He clenched his fists, feeling physical strength brimming in his muscles. He took a stance, and purple-blue electrical currents automatically circled his body, not because he was actively controlling them, but because the energy was too abundant and leaked out on its own. Xu Jingming wore a confident smile. After his basic attributes were increased, whether using combat techniques or controlling his superpower, everything would be enhanced accordingly. He looked at the updated system panel. Both basic attributes increased by 20 points, meaning 1 superpower point equals 0.2 vitality or 0.2 points of spirit. Now, my stats are 141 vitality and 160 spirit. With his newfound power, Xu Jingming's confidence soared. He smirked, his eyes flashing with ambition. With my current strength, passing the superhuman university entrance exam is a breeze. He mused, I just wonder, among the more than 700,000 candidates in Jiangnan province, what rank I can achieve. How will I compare to those geniuses who have been trained by masters since they were young? He hoisted his spear onto his shoulder, his smile growing even brighter. I'll go to the dojo to test my specific stats, and I'll know soon enough. Crash! Suddenly, a foot kicked his door open. 3 firefighters in full gear were standing right in front of him. The firefighter, sweat dripping from his face, looked stunned as he said sternly, "We received an emergency call, reporting a fire here." Xu Jingming looked back at the rubble in the room, scratched his head, and explained, "I think my ability training caused a shockwave. Everything's fine now." Hearing that, the firefighter let out a sigh of relief and turned to give orders to his team. So that was it. The emergency had been resolved. Clear out. As he left, he couldn't help but glance back at Xu Jingming with a look of astonishment and admiration, thinking to himself that causing such a commotion, while just a student practicing his abilities, this truly is a case of the younger generation surpassing the elder. The fire truck drove off with its sirens wailing, leaving behind a crowd of neighbors still whispering and gossiping. As Xu Jingming stepped out of the building with a spear on his shoulder, a familiar neighbor hurried over and asked, "Xu Jingming, are you all right after the fire?" He replied, "I'm fine, Uncle Yang. It's already under control." Another neighbor looked at his gear and said, "Good to hear you're okay. Looking at how you're dressed, are you headed to the dojo?" Xu Jingming nodded. "Yes, I'm going to the dojo to get some training in." His words drew sighs of praise from the surrounding crowd. What a hardworking kid. The college entrance exam is tomorrow, and he's still training. Not like that slacker kid of mine. In this world, awakened who want to level up into ability users must train their physique and spirit to increase the power of their abilities. However, not every family has a private training room. Thus, dojos offering training grounds and teaching services were born. Xu Jingming headed straight for one of the two most famous dojo chains in the Great Xia Kingdom, Thunder and Violent Bear. As he stepped inside, the intense atmosphere of training washed over him. Among them, the Violent Bear Dojo, with an annual fee of 100,000, was suited for students from wealthy families. Only the Thunder Dojo was open for free to high school students. While walking down the hallway, he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from a group of students nearby. It was Tangqi, Xu Jingming's cousin, a stunningly beautiful girl with long black hair and amber eyes who turned to look. She wore a neat uniform that accentuated her tall, slender figure and long legs. Xu Jingming walked over, surprised. "Tangqi, why are you at the Thunder Dojo too?" Tangqi glanced at him and replied calmly, "Just tagging along with some friends." He nodded. "I see. Well, you two enjoy yourselves. I'm heading to the training room." With that, he immediately walked toward the training area. Watching his back fade into the distance, Tangqi frowned slightly, thinking to herself, "How strange. This guy doesn't seem like he used to be." The girl with her nudged her shoulder and asked curiously, "Who's that?" "He's actually quite handsome," Tangqi replied. "Xu Jingming, my cousin. He's like us, a 12th grade student taking the martial arts exam tomorrow." A guy in the group teased, "Why so specific?" "Xiaoya, do you have a crush on him?" Xiaoya retorted playfully without hesitation. "That's right, with looks like that, as long as his skill isn't too bad, wouldn't it be a huge ego boost to take him out as a boyfriend later?" Tangqi sighed and poured cold water on her friend. "I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. He only awakened an E-grade ability." Xiaoya's face immediately fell, looking very regretful. "Only an E-grade ability? What a pity." The guy folded his arms and smirked. To dare to take the martial arts exam with an E-grade ability, well, his courage is commendable. But Tangqi felt worried. What good is courage if the risks are too high? I'd rather he didn't take the martial arts exam at all. Seeing the mood dampen, she quickly changed the subject. "All right, let's stop talking about this. Weren't we here to visit the Thunder Dojo?" Xiaoya quickly perked up, saying, "Fair point. I've been at the Violent Bear Dojo for all 3 years of high school. This is my first time at Thunder." The guy agreed. "Relaxing before the exam is good for your health, both physically and mentally. Let's go." The group happily moved along. In a private training room, Xu Jingming stood before a massive punching dummy. He lifted his spear, and a strange sensation washed over him. He was startled. The spear feels lighter. Then he quickly realized, or rather, it was because his physique had grown stronger. He stroked the shaft of the spear with a hint of regret, but tomorrow was the general exam. There was no time to find a more suitable weapon. He took a stance, his gaze sharpening. "Let's try this first without using my ability to boost my peak strength." He took a deep breath and let it out. Whoosh! He launched a straight thrust, the spearhead piercing the air with terrifying speed. Clang! A sharp sound of metal clashing rang out as the spearhead embedded itself deep into the center of the dummy. A number appeared on the force gauge, 321. The dummy was dented significantly. The entire training room was made of primary memory metal. Within its tolerance range, it would automatically return to its original shape. Xu Jingming pulled the spear back, clenched his fist, and felt his newfound strength, unable to hide his astonishment. His raw physical strength had actually doubled compared to before. The maximum physical strength of an ordinary awakened person was only 100 units. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flickered in his eyes. "Next, let's try it with the purple lightning." He focused his spirit, and arcs of purple electricity instantly enveloped his body, his black hair standing on end as a domineering aura exploded outward. Boom! He launched a lightning-powered attack, a terrifying force erupting forth. This time, the number on the force gauge skyrocketed crazily, 301 units. Xu Jingming gasped for air, but the smile on his lips was full of excitement. It's truly worthy of being an S-grade ability. The attack intensity of a first-stage ability user is only 1,000, and I haven't even reached the first stage yet. but I can already unleash an attack intensity comparable to a middle-level first-stage ability user. He tilted his head, lightning still dancing around him, his gaze sharp. This still isn't my limit. He gripped the spear tighter, and more purple electricity gathered. Muscular strength, ability reinforcement, plus battle techniques, that was his trump card. He stepped back, gaining momentum. His entire body was submerged in a sea of violet-white lightning, preparing to unleash his lightning gale break technique with unprecedented power. All energy converged onto the spearhead, forming a dazzling ball of lightning that smashed aggressively into the dummy. The light of the explosion consumed everything. "Break!" Xu Jingming roared with immense power. Boom, boom. A terrifying shockwave spread throughout the entire dojo. In the main hall, everyone stumbled. A man in workout gear panicked. An earthquake? On the same floor, Tang Chi's group was also knocked off balance by the shockwave. The guy with them had a horrified expression, gasping. What an incredibly powerful energy wave. It has absolutely reached the level of a true ability user. The group gathered, faces filled with shock. Xiaoya wondered, I remember this is the floor specifically for high school students. Could it be that one of the monsters has reached? The guy from the martial arts gym who's a higher level Esper, and he's hanging around at the Baoxiong gym, right? The friend asked hurriedly. Let's go take a look. Tang Chi also cast a curious gaze toward the source of the shockwave. The group followed the energy ripples, quickly arriving at a deserted hallway. The energy must have radiated from nearby. Just then, Xu Jingming walked out of the training room, his spear slung over his shoulder. Tang Chi called out in surprise. Xu Jingming, are you heading home already? He replied calmly. Yeah, I wanted to head back early to do some more preparation. Got it. Good luck with the martial arts exam tomorrow, but stay safe, the friend standing next to him added with a serious look. Forget about him. The energy wave came from here. The group approached the training room door that Xu Jingming had just stepped out of. Is it really here? When the door opened, they were all stunned. The interior was a wreck. The memory metal punching dummy had been smashed into pieces. The floor was cracked, and the surrounding equipment was severely damaged. Tang Chi and Xiaoya were too horrified to speak. Xiaoya covered her mouth with her hand, stammering, My God, even the memory metal is destroyed. How powerful must this attack have been? Does our Jiangcheng city really have high school students that strong? The friend who seemed the most knowledgeable in the group entered to inspect the scene, then shook his head decisively. I don't think it's a high school student. I can still feel an insanely violent energy lingering in the wreckage. Whoever did this might even be a Tier 2 Esper who wandered into this level and used the training room to test their strength. Another person nodded in agreement. I told you, an attack of this intensity couldn't possibly come from a high school student. Exactly. Even the prodigies from the capital couldn't do this. Let alone someone in our city of Jiangcheng. Xiaoya suddenly had a thought. She mischievously rested her chin on her hand. Hey, Xu Jingming was the only one who just came out of here. Do you guys think he could have caused this? What if he's actually a super genius who's been hiding his strength, just waiting for the martial arts exam tomorrow to blow everyone away? The other two guys burst into laughter. One said, You've been reading too many novels about playing the pig to eat the tiger, haven't you? That's completely ridiculous. Hiding your strength requires a baseline. He's just an E-rank Esper. Hitting 100 power is already not bad for him. The lead friend pointed to both sides of the hallway and analyzed. Both sides of this hallway lead outside. That powerful Esper must have left from the other side. That's why we didn't run into them. He turned to look at Tang Chi, who was still silent with an unreadable expression. Tang Chi, don't you agree? Tang Chi didn't answer immediately. Her eyes remained fixed on the cracks in the wall, where the depth of the destruction was etched. She replied vaguely, Maybe. She gently traced her finger along a deep, round, and clean indentation where the metal had been pierced. A guess formed in her mind. These marks really looked like they were made by a spear. The image of her cousin leaving with his spear resurfaced in her mind. A flicker of deep doubt crossed Tang Chi's eyes as she wondered, So, is Xu Jingming really just overestimating himself by joining the martial arts exam? All speculation was set aside for now. The big day had finally arrived. On the day of the exam, hundreds of buses lined up to take the candidates to a vast, desolate, and ruined area. This was their exam ground. Each candidate brought their own weapon, stepping off the buses one by one, creating a noisy and bustling scene. Amidst the crowd, Xu Jingming stepped down, gripping his spear firmly, his expression calm and confident, completely different from the anxiety of those around him. He took a deep breath, feeling the tension of the martial exam. So, this is our exam site? Suddenly, a scream of terror erupted from the crowd, peering over the fence. Damn it, I think I saw a one-horned rhinoceros. This exclamation immediately caused a stir. Every other year, it's just common beasts like shadow cats or iron-bristled boars. Is this year's exam really that hard? Amidst the panic, an arrogant voice cut through. A one-horned rhinoceros. So what? He shot a disdainful glance at the terrified crowd. If you can't even handle a beast of this level, even if you're lucky enough to pass the Esper University entrance, you'll just be dead weight in the end. A candidate recognized the speaker and asked his friend in surprise, "Who is that guy? He's got some nerve." The friend whispered in his ear, "Who else could it be? That's Swift-Wind Sword Chu Mingyang from the Jiangcheng #1 high school." He continued introducing him with admiration. "They say he has a B-rank Esper ability, Lingering Gale, and has already broken past the 0 stage to become a Tier 1 Esper." Xu Jingming also looked toward Chu Mingyang, the man known as a genius, a top contender for the title of martial arts valedictorian this year. A spark of fighting spirit ignited in his heart. "Between him and me, who is stronger?" Just then, a dignified voice boomed over the loudspeakers, drowning out all the noise. "Attention, candidates." A middle-aged man with a scarred face, dressed in a solemn military uniform, stepped onto the high platform. He spoke clearly. "I am the commander-in-chief of this Jiangcheng City Martial Exam, Wang Haiyang. Before we begin, I want to reiterate a few points." He pointed toward the ruined area behind him. "The martial exam starts promptly at 9 a.m. and ends at 9 p.m., for a total of 12 hours. The exam site is the abandoned town behind me." A large map was projected. Like previous exams, the site is divided into the outer rim, the middle zone, the inner circle, and the core area. Eliminating various beasts grants corresponding points. The stronger the beast, the higher the score. Wang Haiyang's expression became extremely stern. The core area is equivalent to the super hard questions on a regular exam. It is meant for the most exceptional candidates to conquer. Know your limits, don't lose your life just for points. Xu Jingming stared at the map, having already made up his mind. If it were yesterday, he would have only dared to linger in the outer areas, but now, he had to push into the inner circle. Maybe even the core area. Wang Haiyang continued, "We will now begin distributing exam supplies. Please line up at your respective homeroom teachers' stations." Xu Jingming walked up to Chen Fan, who handed him a bag. It contained 3 items in total. A smartwatch to track the number and type of beasts killed, while accumulating points in real time. A tactical backpack containing 3 energy bars, an energy drink, and a disposable medical kit, ensuring the candidate can function for the full 12 hours. And finally, the safety orb. Once activated, it generates a high-voltage electric field, which common beasts can't break through. "Mr." Chen Fan patted Xu Jingming's shoulder, giving him instructions with a worried look. "Even though using the safety orb means the exam ends early for you, remember this, your life is more important than anything else." Xu Jingming nodded gratefully and thanked him. "I understand, sir." Just as he turned away, a familiar voice called out, "Xu Jingming." It was Lin Qingwan. She was running toward him with a bright smile. "You don't have a team yet, right? Do you want to join us?" She boasted proudly. "I just awakened my C-rank ability recently." Beside her, Lu Wei added loudly and encouragingly, "Xu Jingming, once we're inside the exam area, I'll watch your back." But a teammate of hers immediately protested. "Class leader, it's fine if you want to be kind, but this is the martial arts exam. A team can only have 5 people maximum. If we add him, how are we supposed to get a high score?" Liu Wei snapped back. "We already agreed on this. Are you two backing out at the last minute?" The other guy pointed straight at Xu Jingming. Who knew he would actually dare to participate? "Regardless, I don't want to carry dead weight." Seeing the situation getting tense, Xu Jingming calmly spoke up, cutting the argument short. "Liu Wei, class leader, I appreciate your kindness." He smiled gently, looking straight at them as he said, "I plan to enter the exam area alone. You guys go ahead and form your team." Lin Qingwan and Lu Wei were both stunned. She asked worriedly, "Are you serious?" Seeing Xu Jingming nod firmly, she sighed. "All right then, you must stay safe." The guy next to her muttered, "Forget about him. Let's go. We should go find Huang Tian to form a team instead." The group quickly left, leaving Xu Jingming alone to face the coming challenge. Watching the backs of his old friends fade away, Xu Jingming just smirked. "Yeah." He turned around, his eyes flashing with absolute confidence. "Even without you guys, I can still get a high score." Just then, the loudspeakers above blasted an official announcement. A series of drones were activated, hovering in the sky. The 2037th Jiangthan City High School Martial Arts Exam has officially begun. Activating cameras at all checkpoints, drones are tracking to begin the live broadcast of the exam. The heavy iron gates swung open, and thousands of candidates swarmed into the ruins like a disturbed beehive. A candidate shouted as he rushed forward, "My goal is the Jiangnan Ability University. This time, I'm going to shock everyone." The rushing crowd surged forward, signaling the start of a life-or-death battle. Candidates entered the school, but the cruelty of the martial arts exam struck faster than imagined. Just moments in, a candidate had already fallen. Xu Jingming walked past, hearing a faint call for help from the victim's watch, summoning logistics staff. He kept walking calmly, thinking to himself, just like they say, opportunity always comes with risk. Not everyone gets a chance to change their fate. Suddenly, Xu Jingming's gaze sharpened. A footprint with sharp claws was imprinted on the ground. From the shadows, a cat-like beast with jet-black fur and glowing eyes lunged out. Xu Jingming understood immediately. Intentionally leaving a survivor to lure others in, huh? This is a trap. The shadow cat roared, rushing straight at Xu Jingming. He didn't flinch, standing his ground, facing the lunging beast head-on. The beast pounced with terrifying speed, but Xu Jingming was faster. He dodged gracefully, avoiding the attack in an instant. As the shadow cat landed, it was a creature with incredible agility and sharp claws, possessing a bite force of thousands of kilograms. It was a terrifying rookie killer in the exam. It turned its head, growling aggressively. Xu Jingming gripped his spear, analyzing calmly. Beasts are called fierce because they possess a unique ferocious aura, which can suppress prey. It's said that most people who awaken for the first time, when they meet a beast, get rattled by this aura, losing their composure and unable to use even 30% of their strength, or sometimes just standing there waiting to die. That's why wealthy families hire professional ability user bodyguards, to take their children into the wild to get used to fighting beasts early. I obviously don't have that luxury, and this is still my first time truly facing a beast. The shadow cat didn't give him time to think. It leaped and darted forward. It opened its mouth full of fangs, aiming straight for Xu Jingming's throat. Slash. Fresh blood splattered. Xu Jingming didn't dodge. He unleashed a lightning-fast thrust. His spear was wrapped in purple electric sparks, piercing straight through the beast's head. He pulled the spear out, his expression completely unfazed. It seems this aura has absolutely no effect on me. Ding. A notification appeared on his watch. Eliminated one ungraded shadow cat. Ability points increased by 3. Below that was a small note. Beasts are classified from the 1st to the 9th rank. Beasts below the 1st rank are called ungraded beasts, corresponding to human awakened ones. Xu Jingming looked at the virtual screen on his wrist. Eliminating beasts grants ability points, which can enhance my strength. Though, ungraded beasts give very few points, don't they? He looked toward the center of the ruined town. If I'm not affected by the ferocious aura, then staying in the outer area doesn't make much sense. Better to reach the central area quickly. Thinking and acting, Xu Jingming began sweeping the outer area. His spear danced in his hands, drawing lethal lines and easily taking down one beast after another. Ability points kept adding up, +3, +5, +6. While running, he calculated, I'm gaining quite a few ability points, but what I lack now is practical combat experience. Using the Purple Sky Divine Thunder can one-shot ungraded beasts, but that doesn't effectively raise my combat prowess. Furthermore, the higher the ability level, the greater the energy consumption. If I go all out with the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, I can't even last an hour. Previously, my E-rank weak electricity could last over 3 hours, but the martial arts exam lasts 12 hours. I can't waste ability energy before entering the core area. For the rest of this route, I'll stick to this strategy, relying only on my spear technique to kill beasts and gain combat experience. Up ahead, a giant, one-horned rhinoceros appeared, blocking his path. It roared, stomping its 4 legs on the ground, charging straight at Xu Jingming like a tank. Xu Jingming wasn't afraid. He rushed straight toward it as well. He leaped lightly into the air, avoiding the rhino's direct charge. He landed on the beast's back, plunging his spear deep into its thick hide. A clean, decisive, finishing blow. Xu Jingming stood over the rhinoceros carcass and let out a breath. His speed in taking down beasts was much faster than before. So, that's all a one-horned rhino amounts to, he thought. Did my spear technique break through without me even realizing it? He opened his system interface to check, and sure enough, his guess was right. Skill. Spear technique, intermediate plus. His heart leaped. His spear technique had truly broken through to the intermediate level. It seemed that relying on real combat to improve his skills was the most effective way to boost his strength. Now that he had reached the intermediate level, he felt like he could fight with true fluidity. What would happen if I kept leveling up my technique? Without hesitation, He spent the ability points he had just earned to upgrade the skill. Countless images, experiences, and spear techniques flooded his mind like a torrential waterfall. Xu Jingming trembled slightly, struggling to absorb the massive influx of information as a newfound sense of enlightenment washed over his entire body. Xu Jingming let out a sigh of relief, feeling the distinct changes within himself. It was incredible. A vast array of advanced spear techniques now appeared in his mind. He stood tall, gripping his spear tightly, his eyes blazing with a competitive spirit. He was dying to find a rank 1 beast to test his strength. At the same time, on a different path in the outer zone, Lin Qingwan's team was moving cautiously when she suddenly froze. She rubbed her eyes and looked into the distance with a puzzled expression. I think I just saw Xu Jingming. One of her teammates snapped. Class monitor, are your eyes playing tricks on you? There's no way it could be him. With his current strength, coming here would be no different than seeking death. Lin Qingwan remained skeptical, filled with unease. Did I really misjudge the situation? But that back profile looked exactly like Xu Jingming's. I wonder how he's doing now. Suddenly, a team member shouted and pointed forward. Look there, that one-horned rhino doesn't look like it died long ago. The group rushed over. The blood on the wounds hadn't even dried yet. It must have died just a few minutes ago. The fatal wound was on its head. Judging by the shape of the injury, it had to be from a long-handled weapon. One person analyzed the wound and gasped, concluding it was a spear. Lin Qingwan stood stunned, a bold assumption forming in her mind. Could the person we just saw really have been Xu Jingming? One of her teammates immediately dismissed it. You don't mean to tell me you think this one-horned rhino was killed by Xu Jingming, do you? This is a beast that only Grade C Awakened can handle solo. How could Xu Jingming possibly do it? Lu Wei came up with an idea. Is it him or not? We'll know for sure once we check his ranking on the leaderboard. Lin Qingwan immediately pulled up her smartwatch to check the rankings, and she went completely silent. Rank 46, Xu Jingming, 256 points. Jiang Cheng, no. 2 high school. She couldn't help but gasp. It really is him. The whole team erupted in chaos, unable to believe their own eyes. No way. Has Xu Jingming really broken into the top 50? Could it be a namesake? Are Grade E Awakened really this strong this year? I don't believe it. Meanwhile, at the spectator stands outside the examination grounds, large screens were live streaming the combat footage of the top candidates. A spectator commented, "First high school is as strong as ever. They've basically monopolized the top 10. Another added, especially Chu Mingyang, currently ranked first with 412 points. It looks like he's locked in his spot as the city's top scorer. Our Jiangcheng city hasn't had anyone break into the provincial top 100 in years. I wonder if he'll make it." A chubby, middle-aged man holding a folding fan spoke confidently. In my opinion, he will definitely make it into the top 100 for Jiangnan province. Chu Mingyang is the ace of our Jiangcheng city. Even in the province-wide martial arts exam, his strength is nothing to scoff at. He was Zhang Wenshan, the director of the Jiangcheng Education Bureau. He turned to the principals and said, "Lu Wei, I've always been very satisfied with the education standards at your first high school." He added that third high school wasn't bad either, finally having someone break into the top 10. Both principals hurriedly flattered him. It's all thanks to the director's guided methods. We will continue to rely on your help in the future. Zhang Wenshan then turned to the principal of second high school, Zhang Chaoyue, his tone slightly reproachful. However, second high school needs to try harder. Your top performing student is only ranked 18th. The principal lowered his head and muttered, Yes, yes. The principal of second high school, Zhao Yao, was burning with anger inside. Out of the top 50, only 8 students were from his school. Li Ming, Yang Jian, Tang Ju, Xu Jingming. You kids better step it up for me. Suddenly, he paused. Wait, who is this Xu Jingming? Why haven't I heard this name before? Is he from the rocket class or the elite class? He hurriedly asked those around him. And then homeroom teacher Chen Fan, with an expression of absolute astonishment, pointed at the leaderboard with a trembling hand. Xu Jingming, he actually made it into the top 50. Chen Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead, still unable to believe it. But isn't this kid a Grade E Awakened? Could he have been hiding his strength all this time? But even if he were hiding it, how could a Grade E ability suddenly turn into a Grade S ability? Only the top 10 had dedicated camera feeds. Right now, there was no footage of Xu Jingming to be found. How on earth did he manage to get such a high score? Chen Fan looked anxiously toward Zhang Chaoyue. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming had already entered the core area alone, a high-danger zone. He walked down a quiet street. The atmosphere here completely different from the chaos in the outer zone. Upon entering the core area, the number of beasts had clearly dwindled. He ate an energy bar while walking. Beasts that had reached a certain grade possessed intelligence, and they had a strong sense of territory, making them much harder to deal with than unranked beasts. Boom! He stomped hard on the ground and lunged forward. A giant tiger, with flaming fur and piercing blue eyes, pounced out from a ruined building. Xu Jingming didn't flinch. He swung his spear, generating a wave of heat. He twirled his spear, setting his stance to engage. The flame tiger unleashed a earth-shattering pounce, its razor-sharp claws creating howling gusts of wind aimed straight at Xu Jingming. The beast landed, its claws tearing through the concrete road. Xu Jingming stood firm and grinned confidently. Is this really all the strength a rank 1 flame tiger has? Perhaps only a tiger king could make me break a sweat. He swung his spear and shouted, "Time for you to go," and charged straight at the tiger. Swish! With a single, clean thrust, Xu Jingming glided past the beast, leaving a deep, gaping wound on its body. The flame tiger let out a cry of pain as blood sprayed everywhere. Xu Jingming turned around, his posture stable, his spear steady in his hands, his eyes cold and hyper-focused. The razor tiger was heavily injured, but its wild instincts flared up. Its eyes glowed with a ferocious light. It let out a earth-shattering roar, its entire body engulfed in intense flames as it lunged toward Xu Jingming, intending to take him down with it. Xu Jingming remained strangely calm. He easily dodged the beast's frenzied swipes. He glided away as light as the wind, avoiding a massive, earth-shattering snap that crushed a nearby lamppost into pieces. He muttered, "As expected of a Tier 1 savage beast, its vitality is truly tenacious. It's still trying to struggle." In the final moments, he took a stance against the beast that was attacking wildly. But no matter how much you struggle, it's all in vain. This time, Xu Jingming didn't dodge. He went on the offensive, blue currents of energy wrapping around his spear. He swung the spear, creating sharp sword chi trails that shredded the pavement around him. The spear tip was cloaked in a blue-violet energy, aimed straight at the beast's head. With a perfect finishing blow, fresh blood splattered everywhere. The razor tiger collapsed, leaving the ground stained with gore. System: Tier 1 razor tiger killed. Ability points increased by 14. Xu Jingming looked at the notification, feeling satisfied. He realized the ability points gained from killing a Tier 1 savage beast were nearly double that of a non-graded beast. He threw the spear over his shoulder, looking at the beast's carcass with a smile. The stronger the beast, the higher the ability point multiplier. To others, this dangerous exam was a nightmare, but to him, it was a precious, rare treasure trove for leveling up. This was a rare opportunity, and he had to seize the time to harvest even more ability points. He darted off like a gust of wind, continuing his hunt. In the spectator stands, the leaderboard changed once again. A teacher, Chen Fan, was shocked. "Wait, Xu Jingming is a student in my class?" Other teachers gathered around, chattering in excitement. With so many regular classes, only his student made it into the top 50. "Chen Fan, you really know how to teach." "Right. Half a year from now, we should invite Chen Fan to host a seminar and share his teaching experience." Chen Fan was both happy and nervous, hurriedly waving his hands. No. It's all because of the student's own hard work. It has nothing to do with me." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Teachers, look!" Xu Jingming's rank just went up again. All eyes turned toward the big screen. Rank 25, Xu Jingming. He had actually jumped 44 points in one go. Zhang Wenshan stroked his chin, analyzing. According to the martial exam scoring, killing a peak non-graded savage beast nets 68 points. Killing a low-level Tier 1 savage beast nets 14 to 16 points. Another expert chimed in, his expression full of astonishment, and the smartwatch's kill registration interval is 4 seconds. In other words, Zhang Wenshan concluded with an unbelievable look on his face. In just 4 short seconds, Xu Jingming killed 5 peak non-graded savage beasts, or 3 low-level Tier 1 savage beasts. "We haven't seen a performance like this in years." He turned to ask Zhao Yao, "Zhao Yao, you have such a talented seed at your school. Why didn't you mention him before?" Zhao Yao was just as confused. "I dare not hide anything from you. I only just found out as well. For the specifics, you'll have to ask his homeroom teacher." Everyone immediately turned to look at Chen Fan, who was frozen in place. Zhao Yao hurriedly pulled Chen Fan over. "Chen Fan, come here and explain the situation regarding Xu Jingming to the leadership, such as how his talent was cornered." Chen Fan stammered, sweating profusely. "Director, principal. While the ability Xu Jingming awakened is a grade E weak electricity." Zhao Yao's eyes widened. "Only a grade E ability? Chen Fan, are you sure you're not mistaken?" Chen Fan replied miserably, "I'm not mistaken. Before the exam, I even specifically warned him not to take the martial exam. Who would have thought Zhang Wenshan? Wenshan pondered, stroking his thermos. To make it this far, relying only on a grade E ability, it seems this student, Xu Jingming, must have extraordinary traits in other areas. This makes one even more curious. He took a sip of tea and said to Zhao Yao, "Just wait and see. With this pace, he should break into the top 10 very soon." The director's gaze became sharp. "When that time comes, we will understand exactly how he did it. If he is relying on cheating," a shrill scream rang out, interrupting the director. Both Chen Fan and Zhao Yao were terrified. The leaderboard had updated again. Rank 9. Xu Jingming. At the exam site, Tang Qi had just taken down a savage beast. Looking at the leaderboard, she muttered, "Rank 12, Tang Qi." She was certain now that the strike at the martial arts gym yesterday was caused by him. Elsewhere, the first-ranked Chu Mingyang was also looking at the leaderboard. With only 6 hours left until the end of the exam, a complete stranger, Xu Jingming, someone he had never heard of, had entered the top 10. At this moment, a drone found Xu Jingming and began broadcasting live on the screen. Xu Jingming was facing a Tier 1 savage beast, easily taking it down with a single strike. System. Tier 1 Shadowcat killed. Ability points increased by 14. He smiled in satisfaction. As expected, the efficiency of killing savage beasts in the central area is much higher. He looked up and saw the drone tracking him. A tracking drone? It seems I've made it into the top 10. He stood on the carcass of the beast, brushing the dust off his clothes. The martial exam was meant to test the strength and potential of the examinees. The better the performance, the more favor one would receive. I never intended to hide my strength anyway. The top 10 is just the beginning. However, I need to increase my strength once more before entering the core area. He opened the system panel. Ability points. 312. Having over 300 ability points, the level column still showed no hint of leveling up. It seems from an awakened to an ability user, the only path is to study the ability cultivation method. In that case, I'll continue to raise my base stats. He decisively distributed the points. A warm flow of energy wrapped around his body. This feeling isn't bad. It was time to enter the core area. He had added 40 points to physique and 22 to spirit. The core area had the highest danger level. A pack of razor tigers was tearing apart a giant savage beast. One tiger in the pack stepped on the head of the dead prey and let out a powerful roar. Xu Jingming hid behind a wall to observe. There were 9 razor tigers, including one that possessed a superior aura and a significantly larger frame. Adding in the incredible length of its claws, it had to be the Razor Tiger King. He smirked with excitement. "Looks like a bumper harvest." Suddenly, his gaze became sharp. "Come on out, I've already found you." From behind a building, a figure stepped out. "You're quite sharp to have detected me." The person smiled. "I didn't expect you to be Xu Jingming, the one who just broke into the top 10. Xu Jingming looked surprised. "Chu Mingyang, you know who I am?" Chu Mingyang explained. "I know everyone with the skills to enter the core zone, except for you. So when I suddenly saw a new face, I guessed you were that rising dark horse." Xu Jingming nodded. "I see." Chu Mingyang pointed at the pack of tigers, his eyes flashing. "I've had my eye on this pack of bladed tigers for a while now." Xu Jingming was immediately on guard. "You want to kill Steel?" Chu Mingyang hurriedly waved his hands. "Don't get me wrong, the Bladed Tiger King is a level 1 mid-tier monster. Plus there are 9 bladed tigers hunting in a pack. No matter how strong someone is, they can't handle them alone. We could team up." Xu Jingming flatly refused. "No need." He turned around, wearing a confident and arrogant smile. "I'm enough on my own." He lunged straight at the tiger pack, leaving a stunned Chu Mingyang behind. The pack immediately spotted the intruder. They all raised their heads at once, letting out an angry roar. Xu Jingming watched calmly. As expected of a pack with a leader, they even have the intelligence to use a simple formation. The Tiger King stood on a high point and roared a command, and the other tigers instantly formed a formation to surround Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming didn't flinch. He lunged straight into the center of the encirclement. Hiding behind a corner, Chu Mingyang thought to himself, let's see if this guy is just looking for death or if he really has extraordinary skills." Standing amidst the tiger pack, Xu Jingming's body erupted with a powerful aura. He spun his spear, creating a solid defensive circle. Swoosh! Swoosh! He swung his spear repeatedly, unleashing sharp, sword-like energy waves that easily took down the tigers charging at him. Ding! 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 Notifications kept popping up. Eliminated level 1 low-tier monster, Bladed Tiger. Ability points increased by 10. Eliminated level 1 mid-tier monster, Bladed Tiger. Ability points increased by 15. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was littered with tiger carcasses. Blood flowed like a river. The bladed Tiger King roared in fury, watching its kind being slaughtered. Xu Jingming stood among the pile of bodies, leaning on his spear, gasping for breath. It's a pity my physical strength is still lacking a bit. I couldn't wipe them all out. The Tiger King didn't give him time to rest. It lunged at him. Its roar carried immense mental pressure that made the ground shake. The glass windows of the surrounding buildings shattered, falling like rain. Chu Mingyang, hiding far away, had to cover his ears, wincing at the deafening roar. Roar! But Xu Jingming wasn't affected at all. Trying to scare me as soon as you show up? That might work on others, but it won't work on me. He lunged forward, facing the charging Tiger King head-on. The tip of his spear flashed with a cold light, ready for a decisive strike. He leaped into the air, his body as agile as a dragon. The tip of his spear traced a perfect curve, slashing straight into the head of the Tiger King, which had its mouth wide open. Ding! Eliminated one level 1 high-tier monster, Bladed Tiger King. Ability points increased by 20. Chu Mingyang stood in the distance, stunned. No way. He took them all out in one go? What kind of monster is he? Xu Jingming stood on the carcass of the Tiger King, thinking, this haul of ability points is a huge harvest. At this rate, I wonder how many ability points I'll have accumulated by the time the exam ends. He jumped to the ground. The more, the better. I should hurry up and find another pack of monsters. Just as he was about to leave, Chu Mingyang hurriedly ran over. Wait, how on earth did you manage to overwhelm an entire pack of bladed tigers with just a single spear? So, are you a reinforcement type ability user? Xu Jingming replied nonchalantly as he walked away. No, I'm a lightning type. He leaped onto a building and disappeared from sight. Chu Mingyang was dumbfounded. Lightning? Lightning type? Are you kidding me? Even if you don't want to tell me your ability type, you don't have to lie to me like that, right? What a guy with a rotten personality. He opened the leaderboard to check, his heart filled with anxiety. He just killed so many monsters. My score won't be overtaken. Will it? He let out a desperate cry. What? Rank 1. Xu Jingming, 1,122 points. Rank 2. Chu Mingyang, 985 points. Chu Mingyang yelled in anger. He already surpassed me. In the spectator area, Zhang Wenshan jumped up, laughing out loud. That advanced spear technique is truly dominant. Xu Jingming is only 18, and his spear technique has reached an advanced level. It's confirmed. He is a true genius. He patted Zhao Yao on the shoulder, smiling as he said, with Xu Jingming here, he can definitely represent Jiangcheng City and make it into the top 100 in the province. After the exam, I will propose that the city award your number 2 high school. Zhao Yao was overjoyed. Thank you so much, Zhang Wenshan. Zhao Yao turned away to wipe away tears of happiness. Xu Jingming, you really are a huge surprise. Our number 2 middle school finally has a day where we can hold our heads high. 3 hours later, in the core zone, Chu Mingyang was wandering around with a bewildered expression. What's going on? Where did all the monsters in the core zone go? Suddenly, he met a group of people. You'll have to ask that number 1 ranker about that. Chu Mingyang was surprised. It's you guys? Why are you all together like this? Lin Qingwan pointed to the leaderboard in someone's hand. Rank 3, Wu Hao. Rank 4, Meng Jiao. Rank 9, Tang Qi. She explained. Xu Jingming has already wiped out the monsters in the core zone. None of us can find any monsters, so we had no choice but to group up to keep from getting bored. Chu Mingyang didn't believe it. That's impossible. There are quite a few monsters in the core zone. Tang Qi said, looks like you haven't checked the leaderboard in a long time. Just look at Xu Jingming's score, and you'll know. Chu Mingyang looked at the screen, so shocked he started stuttering. 3,400 over 3,400 points. Tang Qi looked at the stunned Chu Mingyang and said coldly, now you know why, right? Subtracting the 700 plus points he earned in the central zone, there are still over 2,500 points left. In other words, he killed nearly 200 monsters in the core zone, all by himself. Chu Mingyang held his head, his face bitter. No wonder Xu Jingming was so afraid of people kill-stealing earlier. Turns out he was already prepared to do just that. Wu Hao, the third-ranked student, spoke up. There are only a few hours left in the martial arts exam. We're planning to team up to try our luck at the deepest part of the core zone. He pointed into the distance. The monsters there are at least level 1 high tier, and there are even level 2 beast kings. Going in alone is no different than suicide. Meng Jiao looked at Chu Mingyang, squinting with a challenging smile. So, we need to join forces. Are you in? Chu Mingyang didn't hesitate. Count me in. Night fell. Xu Jingming sat on a pile of monster carcasses, tiredly looking up at the crescent moon. My supplies are completely used up, and the martial arts exam is coming to an end. He took out his last energy bar and took a bite. He stood up and looked toward the deepest part of the testing ground. If I want to get more ability points, I have to keep going deeper. The final core area contains a Tier 2 beast, so I still need to boost my strength a bit more. Open the ability point system interface. 2,413. Where should I spend these? Xu Jingming mused for a moment before a sly smile curled his lips. Maybe I'll put them here. He exhaled, pouring all his energy into his spear. Purple lightning surged around it. This should be enough to handle the toughest challenge in this year's martial arts exam. At the same time, Chu Mingyang's group was entering the final zone. The final sprint had begun. A massive beast with snowy white fur and red crystals growing on its back appeared, blocking their path. Xu Jingming arrived on the scene, spear on his shoulder, eyes full of anticipation. I wonder what kind of Tier 2 beast they've set up for this exam. Chu Mingyang's group screamed in terror. It's another blood-eating brutal bear. The giant bear let out a roar, its power shaking the ground, sending nearby cars flying into the air. Tang Qi and Meng Jiao went pale. We're in trouble. This is a rare beast. Its hide is harder than E-grade alloy. Even ballistic missiles can't pierce it. One swipe from that thing could crush us all. Tang Qi, I think we should just give up. Wu Hao pointed to the pack of high-level Tier 1 beasts surrounding them. Even before the blood-eating brutal bear makes a move, I'm afraid we'll be wiped out by these high-level Tier 1 beasts just by entering this area. One team member panicked. I'm pulling out. What's the point of points if I lose my life? Wu Hao shouted angrily. Which bastard came up with such a perverted exam? Suddenly, Meng Jiao pointed forward. Look, someone's coming. Tang Qi was stunned. It's Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming leaped from above, landing gracefully on the ground. Meng Jiao gasped. Is that really Xu Jingming? He's so handsome. But Wu Hao was worried. What's the point of being handsome? Charging into that beast pack alone, isn't that just suicide? Xu Jingming lunged right into the middle of the herd. Oh no, he's alerted the whole pack. He swung his spear, easily taking down the beasts rushing at him. The blood-eating brutal bear roared, ordering the pack to attack. Xu Jingming stood alone against the frenzied horde. He was like a whirlwind, sweeping away everything in his path. The entire pack was drowned in a sea of spear shadows. Chu Mingyang's group watched from afar, stunned into silence. Is Xu Jingming just going to die like that? Wu Hao said coldly. He's too reckless. If he dies, he brought it on himself. Tang Qi was anxious. No, I have to go help him. Wu Hao hurriedly grabbed Tang Qi, shouting, Have you lost your mind too? Going out there is just a death wish. Meng Jiao chimed in. That's right. Have you forgotten what you just said? Tang Qi pulled away, her face showing clear panic and determination. She shouted, You guys don't know. Jingming is my cousin. I can't just stand by and watch him die. At that moment, a terrifying surge of purple lightning erupted from the center of the pack, blinding light engulfing the entire area. A massive shockwave swept through, forcing Chu Mingyang's group to struggle just to stay standing. The ground beneath them shook violently. Chu Mingyang shielded his eyes from the glare, his face full of shock and disbelief. He stammered, Could this lightning be the S-grade ability Xu Jingming mentioned? At the epicenter, Xu Jingming stood firm, his body wreathed in crackling purple electricity. Around him, the beasts had been blown away in every direction. He gazed at the massive crowd of beasts in front of him, his eyes sharpening. He thought to himself, relying solely on physical strength to handle this many high-level Tier 1 beasts is truly too much. I have no choice but to use my ability. He let out a breath, a confident, slightly arrogant smile on his face. Tiny sparks of lightning danced on his fingertips. Humph, not bad for an S-grade ability. It really is incredibly domineering. In the blink of an eye, the ground around him was clear, leaving only the carcasses of the beasts and lingering wisps of purple energy. Xu Jingming looked up, his gaze cold as he locked eyes with the giant blood-eating brutal bear looming before him. Provoked, the giant bear let out an angry roar, its power making the very air tremble. Xu Jingming calmly analyzed his opponent. The blood-eating brutal bear is bulky and lacks agility. With the help of the 9 heavens divine thunder, I can handle this. He glanced at the Tier 1 beasts, still snarling around him. Fighting while these minions are here will be annoying. His eyes turned firm, and he made a quick decision. If that's the case, I'll clear the battlefield first. His entire body flared with intense electricity. His blue eyes flashed with a lethal light. With that, Xu Jingming dashed out like a lightning bolt, his spear tracing rapid, electrified strikes toward the remaining beasts. A tiger-type beast lunged at him, only to be impaled by his spear, blood splattering in the air. A system notification popped up as Su Jingming surged past. Killed high-level Tier 1 Shadow Cat. Ability points plus 13. Xu Jingming felt the power coursing through his veins. He licked the blood from his lips, thinking, is this the power of an S-grade physical enhancement ability? But the lightning passing through my body is dangerous. I can't stay in this state too long. Nevertheless, he swung his spear, creating an arc of electrical energy that swept across the herd. Dealing with you lot is more than enough for now. Another single-horned rhinoceros beast was caught in the strike, collapsing on the spot. Another notification echoed. Killed high-level Tier 1 one-horned rhino. Ability points plus 15. Seeing his minions wiped out, the blood-eating brutal bear was truly enraged. It let out a heaven-shaking roar. Boom. A terrifying collision occurred, creating a massive crater in the concrete, though underneath was just empty ground. With incredible speed, Xu Jingming had narrowly escaped the attack. He darted away like a lightning bolt. Streaks of purple electricity wrapped around his body, crackling with power. The blood-eating brutal bear charged in a rage. He quickly leaped back, landing lightly on a large slab of concrete to keep a safe distance from the rampaging beast. He circled around to take out the rest. System notifications pinged repeatedly, recording his feats. Killed high-level Tier 1 one-horned rhino. Ability points plus 15. Killed high-level Tier 1. Seeing this, the blood-eating brutal bear went completely berserk. It threw its head back and roared in fury. Xu Jingming smirked, provocatively. Sparks of lightning still dance around him. What's the matter? Angry that I'm taking out your minions one by one? He sprints toward the last trembling rhinoceros beast in the distance, shouting, "Don't rush, you're next as soon as I finish this one." But suddenly, the bloodthirsty bear lunges right in front of him. This unexpected move catches Xu Jingming off guard. He thinks to himself, impressive. You actually anticipated my move. The bear swats its paw, shaking the entire area. The poor rhinoceros is crushed in an instant, and at the same moment, he leaps into the air. He locks eyes with the bear, his gaze sharp, a competitive smirk tugging at his lips. Finally, no more small fry to get in the way. Let me see if that iron-hard hide of yours can withstand my thunderous strike. He lunges forward, transforming into a streak of purple light, his spear carrying the full power of his S-rank ability as he stabs directly at the bloodthirsty bear's head. A massive orb of lightning detonates, and blinding purple light swallows everything. The force of the explosion ripples outward, creating a terrifying shockwave. The energy is so intense that even the surveillance drone hovering overhead vibrates violently. Chu Mingyang's group in the distance quickly raises their hands to shield themselves from the overwhelming pressure. At that moment, in the central monitoring room, all the examiners jump to their feet, staring in shock at the large screen, now engulfed in a blinding purple flash of thunder. The plump examiner, sweat streaming down his forehead, can't contain his horror as he shouts at Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao, you call this an E-rank ability? Are you trying to lie to me? Another examiner in a gray suit continues, his face filled with disbelief. Just the explosion from that ability was enough to wipe out a pack of high-level Tier 1 beasts, and he's even holding his own against a boss. Even an A-rank ability would find that hard to do. The elderly examiner with glasses scratches his head. Could it be a mutated ability? Zhao Yao smiles proudly, spreading his arms as if introducing a superstar. Regardless, after today, the entire Great Xia will surely be shaken by Xu Jingming. Back on the battlefield, the purple smoke gradually clears. The bloodthirsty bear stumbles out, its head scorched from the lightning, but it still hasn't fallen. Seeing this, the bear lets out an angry roar. Xu Jingming is pushed back by the sheer air pressure of the roar, blown away for a short distance. He thinks in surprise, just a superficial wound? Xu Jingming does a backflip in the air and lands gracefully. He stands firm, his gaze turning serious as he analyzes his opponent. As expected of a rare Tier 2 beast, impenetrable skin, and most importantly, it's not conductive. With his current strength, trying to jump 2 tiers to take down a bloodthirsty bear in one strike is indeed asking a bit much. Seeming to sense the challenge, the bloodthirsty bear begins to emit surging dark energy, its red eyes becoming even more ferocious. The dark energy envelops its massive body, causing its power and ferocity to skyrocket. Xu Jingming gasps in surprise as he witnesses this change. What? The giant bear, now shrouded in dark energy, charges like a runaway truck, flattening everything in its path. Its speed is incredibly fast, cracking the ground beneath it. Xu Jingming has to retreat repeatedly to dodge the head-on collisions. He jams his spear into the ground to regain his balance. He watches the crazed beast, a smirk of excitement on his face. Already triggered its berserk skill? Looks like this bloodthirsty bear really hates me. Note: Berserk is a beast combat skill, similar to human combat techniques. The bear stomps its 4 feet, creating a small tremor. It tilts its head back and bellows a maddened roar. It charges, its massive frame like 2 moving mountains, determined to crush Su Jingming into pieces. Xu Jingming remains calm, quickly analyzing the situation. Incredible. After the beast activates its berserk state, its physical strength indeed increases significantly, but in exchange, its already limited intelligence becomes completely chaotic, turning it into a killing machine that acts only on instinct. I must avoid a head-on confrontation. The best way is to rely on my agility to outmaneuver it. No sooner said than done. Xu Jingming immediately ducks, using his fluid movement techniques to dodge the beast's swipes. He grips his spear tightly, purple lightning dancing on his hands again, searching for an opportunity to temporarily disable it. He slides under the bear's belly, sparks from his spear grazing its thick fur. Finding an opening, he channels his lightning power into a single point, forming a small electric orb and slamming it into the beast's hind leg. The giant bear loses its balance and collapses forward with a loud thud. Xu Jingming's eyes glint with lethal intent. He growls, "Nine heavens divine thunder." He raises his hand to the sky, summoning a massive bolt of purple lightning from above. Explode. Boom. A massive pillar of purple lightning descends from the heavens, engulfing the entire body of the fallen bloodthirsty bear. Its destructive power shakes the entire battlefield. The whole area sinks into a sea of lightning, purple electric arcs wildly destroying everything in range. When the light fades, the giant bloodthirsty bear lies motionless, its body charred and smoking. Xu Jingming stands there calmly, looking at his handiwork. He glances at the sparks still lingering on his fingers, a confident smirk on his face. After being bombarded by the divine thunder for over half a minute, no matter how thick your defense is, you can't survive that, right? But suddenly, the giant beast's glowing red eyes flash with one last bit of ferocity. It lets out a desperate roar, using the last of its strength to open its bloody maw and lunge toward Xu Jingming. Roar! The final attack has lost all its power. The beast stalls and goes completely still. A notification appears. Paralyzed, Xu Jingming smiles deviously at his prey, now in the palm of his hand. It's time. He raises his spear, and lightning surges violently once more. He begins to channel his finishing move, Flash Lightning. His entire body is wrapped in a powerful surge of purple electric energy, his eyes glowing brightly. Dash! He leaps into the air, funneling all his energy into the tip of his spear, letting out one final shout. Ah! A ball of lightning energy fires straight into the bloodthirsty bear's head, creating a terrifying explosion. The shockwave of energy clears everything around it, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Boom! After the explosion, the blood-devouring violent bear lay motionless, a deep crater blown into its body. A system notification popped up, officially confirming his victory. Killed a low-level rank 2, blood-devouring violent bear. Psychic points plus 24. Xu Jingming breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up, nursing his injuries. It was finally over. To handle this monster, he had specifically upgraded his Flash Lightning Gale skill from basic to advanced. Its power certainly didn't disappoint. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with a satisfied smile. Though it only lasted 2 short minutes, it was the most exhilarating battle he had ever fought. He stood tall amidst the ruined battlefield, his eyes thoughtful. He wondered just how many points he would rack up after clearing out all the beasts in the core zone. The night sky began to brighten, signaling that the martial arts exam was coming to an end. In the monitoring room, the final leaderboard appeared, leaving everyone speechless. First place, Xu Jingming, 10,835 points, from Jiangcheng Second High School. Second place, Chu Mingyang, 1,103 points, from Jiangcheng First High School. Third place, Wu Hao, 945 points, from Jiangcheng First High School. The auditorium erupted. Over 10,000 points, it was unbelievable. The examiners and the principal couldn't hide their excitement. Someone shouted, 10,000 points. He didn't just break our Jiangcheng city record, he shattered the entire Jiangnan province record. Is he even human? Last year's provincial top scorer only had a little over 8,000 points. An examiner loudly declared that Xu Jingming had effectively locked in his spot as this year's provincial top scorer. Back on the desolate battlefield, Xu Jingming checked his watch with a calculating look. Not much time left. He smiled confidently. He had already wiped out the beasts in the inner and core zones. Next, I'll head back to the central area to scrape up whatever's left. Every little bit counts. With that, he turned and dashed off like a gust of wind, leaving the battlefield behind. Whoosh! Chu Mingyang's group was still in shock. Tang Chi stammered, Jingming, he actually killed a rank 2 Beast King. It was unbelievable. Meanwhile, Chu Mingyang wondered, why is he heading back? His score is already light years ahead of everyone else. Why not just end the exam early? Meng Jiao narrowed her eyes, watching Su Jingming's retreating figure. She realized something. Looking at his trajectory, it seemed he was heading back to the central zone. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through her mind, making her shudder. Wait, don't tell me he's gone bloodthirsty and is going back to clean up the rest of the map? Chu Mingyang's group turned pale at the thought. Chu Mingyang muttered in fear. He's going to wipe everything out. He looked at his teammates, his voice frantic and urgent. With Xu Jingming's speed, I'm afraid he really might do it. If we don't leave right now, during this last hour, we probably won't earn a single extra point. This is the end of our team's run. Hearing the declaration to disband, everyone immediately turned and scattered in a panic. Guys, I'm heading out first. Hurry, hurry, Meng Jiao shouted, glancing back as she ran. Leave some points for me. An hour later, announcements from the surveillance drones echoed throughout the city of ruins. The 2037 Jiangcheng martial arts exam had concluded. Killing beasts will no longer grant points. All examinees, please return immediately. Hearing the announcement, Tang Qi panted, wearily wiping sweat from her forehead. She breathed a sigh of relief. It's over? Elsewhere, other examinees were equally exhausted. Some cried out in regret. Why is it over already? I was only one beast away, just one. Meanwhile, others rejoiced at having survived. So dangerous, but it's over. I made it. In stark contrast, Xu Jingming stood amidst a sea of beast carcasses, his expression showing a hint of regret. It's already over? What a shame. I haven't had my fill yet. At the exit of the exam grounds, the students gathered one by one under the watchful eyes of security forces and drones. Amidst the weary crowd, Meng Jiao scanned the area. Her eyes locked onto a certain spot. She hurriedly grabbed Tang Qi's arm and asked urgently, Tang Qi, is that Xu Jingming really your cousin? Tang Qi looked helpless. Oh my god, you've asked me 3 times already. Yes, it's him. It's really him. Meng Jiao immediately changed her tone, acting coy and shaking her friend. Then, my dear best friend, can you give me his contact info? Please, I'm begging you. Tang Qi crossed her arms, feigning annoyance. Weren't you not interested yesterday? Now you want me to reconsider? Meng Jiao hurriedly pleaded. Times have changed. He's the top scorer today. I'm begging you. Suddenly, a loud shout from the gate caused a commotion. A girl was shoved aside. Look, Xu Jingming is coming out. The students immediately surged forward, pushing and shoving just to get a glimpse of the top scorer. Where? Where? Hey, don't push. Let me see first. In the chaos, Xu Jingming emerged with a calm expression, a confident smirk playing on his lips. As he walked out, the crowd surrounded him, cheering non-stop. Xu Jingming, congratulations. Look this way. Hey, Xu Jingming, can you share 100 points with me? Suddenly, Chu Mingyang and Wu Hao stepped forward to block the crowd and faced Xu Jingming. Chu Mingyang looked at Wu Hao and said regretfully, that top spot was supposed to be yours. Wu Hao smiled calmly. Who told us Second High had such a monster? Given my skill level, I'm satisfied with the points I got. The principal hurriedly led over a burly, middle-aged man. Xu Jingming, congratulations. Let me introduce you. This is Director Zhao from the Department of Education. You don't need to take the bus home. The director offered to drive him personally. Xu Jingming glanced at the frenzied crowd and thought to himself, that works. If I took the bus now, I definitely wouldn't have a peaceful ride home. In the luxury car, Director Zhao smiled and asked, Student Jingming, have you thought about which psychic university you want to attend? Xu Jingming answered honestly. During this time, I've been fully focused on improving my skills and haven't really thought about which university to choose. Director Zhao nodded. With your results, any university in the country would be thrilled to have you. But there are hundreds of colleges in the nation, and half of all high-level psychics graduate from the top 3 universities. I'd like to recommend them to you. First, there's Capital Psychic University, located in the heart of the Great Xia, directly under the government. Upon graduation, you can join the state apparatus directly. The current 9th rank protector of the nation is an alumnus there. Second is the Mado Psychic University, located in a bustling port city. It provides excellent resources and has many elite clubs, making it better suited for individuals chasing the absolute peak. Finally, there's Tansheng University of Ability. With over 200 years of history, it boasts ancient legacies and a formidable faculty. All 3 of these universities possess top-tier, exclusive ability training methods, making them the sacred grounds everyone dreams of. Xu Jingming asked curiously, I know an Awakener must use training methods to transform into an ability user, but what exactly are these top-tier ability training methods? Director Zhao explained thoroughly. Let me put it this way. Ability training methods are also graded. With basic training methods, most Awakeners need 3 to 4 years to advance into ability users. But with top-tier methods, an Awakener can transform into an ability user in just half a year. He patted Xu Jingming's shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't worry. With your results, you'll definitely qualify for a direct admission exception. By then, even the 3 top-tier universities will offer you generous conditions. Just choose based on your own preferences." Xu Jingming nodded, his path now clear. "I understand. Thank you very much, sir." The next day, Xu Jingming stood under the shower, the cold water washing away the exhaustion from the stressful exam. Once done, he opened his system dashboard. His ability points had reached 2,534. He told himself 2,534 points should be enough to last until he enters university. He draped a towel over his shoulder, wondering if there would be any more monster hunting trials after getting into university. If not, he would have to schedule trips to the wilderness himself. At the same time, Tang Qi and a beautiful middle-aged woman arrived at his door. Tang Qi wondered, "Hey, why is the door broken?" Then she had a mischievous idea. "How about we sneak in and give Jingming a big surprise?" The two gently pushed the door open and walked in. The woman called out happily, "Jingming!" Xu Jingming had just stepped out of his room wrapped in a towel. He was startled and terrified when he heard her. "Xu Qingwan, Tang Qi, why are you two here?" Xu Qingwan and Tang Qi were stunned, turning away with blushing faces. Tang Qi stammered, pointing at his state. "Xu Jingming, what on earth are you doing?" He hurried to cover himself, shouting, "Hey, is this my fault?" Xu Qingwan looked at the messy house. "I haven't been here in a few days. Why is the house in such a state?" Xu Jingming looked at his aunt, a warm feeling rising in his heart. Years ago, when his parents passed away, it was his aunt who stayed by his side day and night, caring for him, giving him the warmth of a family, fulfilling her duties as a guardian, and even occasionally making him stir-fried meat. Xu Qingwan looked at him affectionately. "Xu Jingming." Xu Qingwan sat down and asked kindly. She didn't know much about the martial arts exams, but when she first heard he had registered, she had worried for a long time. Seeing that he was okay now, she could finally rest easy. The results didn't matter at all. Even if he didn't pass, it would be fine. Xu Jingming asked in surprise, "Wait, didn't Tang Qi tell you?" Tang Qi winked mischievously, leaning close to his ear. "I thought it would be better if you told my mom yourself," Xu Jingming said to his aunt a bit shyly. "Aunt, I didn't do too badly this time. I got over 11,000 points." Hearing that number, Xu Qingwan, who was drinking water, sprayed it all out in utter shock. Still reeling, she tremblingly asked, How? How much? You're not kidding me, right?" Tang Qi quickly supported her mother, explaining, "Mom, it's true. Tang Qi Jingming scored 11,124 points. Xu Qingwan was completely stunned, her eyes wide, unable to believe what she had just heard. A moment later, she burst into tears of joy, hugging Xu Jingming tightly. "Our Xu family finally has a successor. Your parents in heaven must be so proud of you." Meanwhile, in the conference room of the top universities, a woman was presenting a special candidate, Xu Jingming, 18 years old, naturally awakened ability, E grade, electric type, awakener level. One judge immediately asserted, "If these results are real, we must recruit this student." But the person next to him was skeptical. But based on his talent and the grade on paper, he couldn't possibly achieve these results. In another conference room, the argument was even more heated. Looking at his combat performance, it definitely can't be an E-grade ability. This power is at least A-grade, maybe even S-grade. Another argued back. What kind of backwater is Jiang Cheng? How could they produce a top scorer? He might have cheated in the exam. Hiring a substitute or using performance-enhancing drugs isn't impossible. Just as the argument reached its peak, an authoritative voice rang out. "All right, stop arguing." The lead woman slammed the table, making the final decision, temporarily list Xu Jingming for S-grade special direct admission. As for whether the results are real, I will personally go to Jiangcheng to investigate. A few days later, Xu Jingming received a notification from the Jiangnan Province Education Department. Jiangcheng candidate, Xu Jingming. The Jiangnan Province martial arts ranking has been released. Your rank is number 1 in Jiangnan Province, with a total score of 11,124 points. Looking at his phone screen, Xu Jingming sighed with relief. He sat in the training room, clenched his fists, and shouted in joy, "Rank 1, top scorer in Jiangnan Province. I did it." Immediately after, news of him exploded on social media with sensational headlines. The absolute dark horse, province top scorer from Zhangcheng, an unprecedented awakened top scorer. E-grade ability, is it talent, or is it hard work and sweat? Accompanied by countless skeptical comments, isn't the top scorer usually a high-ranked ability user? Can an awakened user also be a top scorer? E-grade ability as a top scorer? If it's true, I'll eat my keyboard right now. Hey, you up there, wait for me, I'm going to find his exam video right now. Faced with public pressure, reporters pointed their microphones at the principal. Zhao Yao, faced with questions about the students' results on the internet. Do you have anything to say? Many people are questioning the authenticity of the results. Please, Zhao Yao, give us an explanation. Zhao Yao declared firmly into the camera. Our school's official website has posted Xu Jingming's exam video. Everyone can verify the truth immediately. The fairness of the high school martial arts exam cannot be doubted. Immediately, the reporters opened their phones to watch, and they were all stunned. My God, he pierced a one-horned rhino's head with a single spear thrust. This strength is even greater than a first-stage ability user. It looks like a reinforcement type ability. No, wait, he's an electric type. Are you telling me this power is only E rank? Besides, he's just an awakener. Zhao Yao stood on the podium, proudly announcing, the martial arts exam video is proof. Xu's achievements are absolutely real. He is the first student from Jiangcheng to win the provincial top scorer title. His dedication is truly worthy of recognition. He held up a massive award plaque worth 1 million yuan. Congratulations to Xu Jingming for becoming the top scorer in the martial arts exam. We are awarding you 1 million yuan. This is the cash prize and a master-level ability training guide provided by the city education department. The city government will also provide an equivalent cash reward and a luxury villa in the city. While reporters clamored to get the best shots for the front page, in a secluded corner, the female investigator and her associates were observing the ceremony. She commented coldly, although Jiangcheng has released Xu Jingming's exam video, that doesn't mean he didn't use performance-enhancing drugs. The most critical thing is to determine Xu Jingming's true ability rank. On stage, the principal whispered to the person next to him, why hasn't the star of the show arrived yet? The man replied, having just called. He said he was training at the dojo and will be here soon. The principal was startled, then offered a forced smile. Training even after the exam? This new top scorer is truly something else. Ha. The scene shifted to the principal's office, where he was trembling as he served tea to 3 uninvited guests. Respected teachers, please, have some tea. One of the 3, a man in traditional robes, waved his hand in refusal. The principal broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, as expected of high-ranking ability, users who have seen real blood, the aura they're emitting is making my heart race. He looked fearfully at the 3 powerful figures, each with their own intimidating presence, thinking only one thing. They aren't going to start a fight in here, are they? The female investigator spoke up, breaking the silence. She was introduced as Zhang Chaoyue, the head of the admissions office at Magic City Ability University. It's been a long time since we all gathered like this, hasn't it? Who are you all targeting this time? The beautiful woman in a cheongsam, Su Yun, head of the admissions office at Jingdu Ability University, smiled and replied, Ms. Zhang, no need to beat around the bush. As long as Xu Jingming's results are real, Jingdu University is going to sign him, no matter what. Hearing this, the man in traditional robes, Wu Lan, Minister of Admissions for Jincheng Ability University, scoffed. Ha, Su Yun. On what grounds do you think you can just claim him? I say Jincheng University is signing him for sure. Zhang Chaoyue sighed, thinking, as expected, recruiting a provincial top scorer always leads to a fierce battle with recruiters from other schools. Just then, the door swung open. Xu Jingming, tall and fit, with his spear on his back, entered confidently and greeted the teachers. His appearance immediately grabbed the attention of all 3 recruiters. The tense atmosphere suddenly settled. Zhang Chaoyue narrowed her eyes, appraising him, silently praising, not bad, such high spirits. Man and spear as one. It seems he hasn't slacked off after the exam. Furthermore, he shows no hesitation under the pressure of 3 high-ranking ability users. The principal rushed to introduce them. Let me introduce you. This is Miss Zhang Chaoyue, head of admissions at Magic City Ability University. This is Miss Su, head of admissions at Jingdu Ability University. And this is Wu Lan, Minister of Admissions at Jincheng Ability University. Zhang Chaoyue smiled warmly. Let's get to the point. Xu Jingming, we've all watched your exam video. Your combat ability is incredible, and your technique is truly astonishing. She looked him straight in the eyes, probing. However, I have a question. Your ability doesn't seem to be the E-rank lightning, that you originally registered. Could you clarify the situation? Hearing the question, Xu Jingming thought, I knew they'd ask about this. He replied calmly. Before the high school exam, while training at home, I was struck by natural lightning. Afterward, I realized my ability had become much stronger. Hearing this, both Wu Lan and Miss Su came to the same conclusion. It sounds like a mutated ability. Zhang Chaoyue nodded and pulled out a disc-shaped device. Xu Jingming, perhaps you don't even know what your mutated ability is yet? As it happens, I brought an ability tester. Step over here and give it a try. She held the tester out to Xu Jingming and said, just channel your ability into it. Xu Jingming placed his hand on the tester, and instantly, a violent purple bolt of lightning surged from his hand into the device. Su Yun, standing nearby, was startled. What a ferocious bolt of lightning. Even I feel my heart racing. The current swirled around the tester, and the result quickly appeared. Ability test complete. This ability is Purple Heaven Divine Lightning rank, but before the rank could display, the tester suddenly made strange cracking noises. Crack, rank, crack. Bang! The small device, unable to withstand the overwhelming energy, exploded into pieces right in Zhang Chaoyue's hands. The sudden blast sent purple sparks flying everywhere. Xu Jingming and Zhang Chaoyue quickly jumped back. The principal, standing nearby, panicked and shouted, What just happened? Wu Lan and Miss Su stood up, their faces filled with shock but also excitement. Wu Lan said, Now it's confirmed. To overload a high-grade tester like that, his rank must be at least S rank. Zhang Chaoyue looked at Xu Jingming with sparkling eyes, smiling with satisfaction. I was right. I've hit the jackpot this time. Immediately, Wu Lan couldn't keep his cool anymore. Shouting to gain an advantage, Xu Jingming, our Jincheng University will provide a 4 million yuan enrollment bonus and a C-45 grade equipment set. All ability training guides and combat techniques will be free. Hearing the offer, Su Yun shot a contemptuous glance. Is that all you have to offer? She turned to Xu Jingming, offering something much more attractive. Xu Jingming, come to Jingdu, and your enrollment scholarship will be 6 million. For your 4 years of university, any equipment, ability training guides, or combat techniques you choose will be completely free. How about that? This generous offer left Xu Jingming stunned. How incredibly generous. Seeing the other two schools make their bids, Zhang Chaoyue smiled confidently and said, Magic City Ability University doesn't offer scholarships or equipment, but whatever they can provide, we can provide that too. We aren't lacking in anything. Plus, every year, we'll grant you a portion of S-tier cultivation resources. This offer caused a huge stir. Both Wu Lan and Su Yun gasped in horror. S-tier cultivation resources, Xu Jingming asked blankly. What are those? Zhang Chaoyue began to explain. Do you know about the dragonkin beasts? Those beast races that are innately powerful and have physical features similar to dragons are collectively called the dragon species. She continued. These beasts are born at level 4 or 5, far surpassing other beast races. Finally, she played her trump card. The S-tier resources include the vital essence extracted from the head of an 8/10 mature dragonkin beast. After using dragon blood, your physique will be tremendously enhanced, and your raw physical power will be on par with dragon species beasts. Every single S-tier resource package is at that level of dragon blood. Hearing this, even Su Yun couldn't help but exclaim in envy, saying, That's enough to make even me tempted. Zhang Chaoyue, you people in Mado are truly filthy rich. Wu Lan looked completely defeated. S-tier resources are usually reserved for elite seniors, yet she was willing to give them to a freshman. There was no way he could compete with that. Then, all three admissions judges looked at Xu Jingming simultaneously. Su Yun asked, All right, it's time for you to make your decision. We are 3 top-tier universities. Which one do you choose? Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Jingming smiled confidently and announced clearly, I choose Mado University of Ability. He thought to himself, Mado University of Ability not only offers the best terms, but based on my research, their combat training standards are also the highest. Half of the champions in the University League tournaments over the past few years came from Mado. After saying this, he politely bowed to thank the other 2 judges. I also want to thank both of you for your kind consideration. As Wu Lan and Su Yun left in disappointment, Zhang Chaoyue smiled with satisfaction. A crimson invitation letter with dragon and tiger patterns appeared from her hand. She solemnly presented the letter to Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming, Jingming, we look forward to your arrival. The enrollment date for our freshmen is the 1st of the month, but since you are a student admitted through our special bypass program, you can register early. and we will provide you with dormitory housing. Xu Jingming took the invitation, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He asked, "May I read the ability training methods and combat techniques in the school library in advance?" Zhang Chaoyu responded without hesitation. "No problem." She took out a business card and handed it to him. "The library can provide you with a private study room where you won't be disturbed by anyone. This is my contact information. Just reach out to me when you arrive in the city." Xu Jingming held the invitation, his heart bursting with excitement. Motto University of Ability. I can't wait to go register. A few days later, at the train station, the loudspeaker blared. Train G91 to Diado is about to begin ticket checks. Train G91 to Diado is about to begin ticket checks. Standing on the platform, Xu Jingming's uncle, Mr. Tang Daolin, wrapped his arms around his wife and said emotionally, "Oh my, the boy has finally grown up." His aunt had tears in her eyes. Xu Jingming is likely to soar to great heights this time. Tang Daolin turned to his daughter and said, "That's right, Tang Qi, you're starting to apply for schools soon, right? Since your cousin Jingming has gone to Motto University of Ability, you should try to choose a university nearby in Motto as well. That way, you two can take care of each other in the future." Tang Qi listened to her parents, feeling a bit conflicted inside. She lowered her head and replied, "Mom, Dad, I understand." On the high-speed train, Xu Jingming looked out the window, thinking to himself, "It's another 6 hours until we arrive, so I might as well review the ability training method." Among the rewards from the high school exams, the most important one is this heavenly manipulation technique, an ability training method. He recalled what he knew. Just like abilities, ability training methods also have different levels, divided into basic, intermediate, advanced, and peak. The higher the level, the faster the cultivation speed. He picked up the manual and began to focus on the book in his hands. This is an intermediate level ability training method. With my current mental power of 180 points, it will only take me half a day to memorize the entire content. He closed his eyes, sensing the energy in the air. According to the content, a special type of energy exists between heaven and earth. I'll follow its method. On the very first day, I was able to sense this special flow of energy. He continued to ponder as the train sped along. Meanwhile, upgrade notifications appeared on his system interface. But I don't intend to upgrade right now, because according to what is written in the books, when evolving from an awakener into an ability user, the higher the grade of the training method used to break through, the greater the benefits after the breakthrough. Once I enter the university and get access to peak-tier training methods, I naturally won't waste this opportunity on an intermediate method. 6 hours later, upon arriving in Motto, Xu Jingming couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the school. Good heavens! Just the school gate alone is 100 meters wide. I can't imagine how magnificent it must be inside. A red sports car pulled up beside him. Zhang Chaoyue leaned her head out of the window. "Xu Jingming, welcome. Ready to register?" "Hello, Miss Zhang. Let's go. I'll take you to handle your enrollment formalities first." Sitting in the car, she drove while introducing the school. "Well, is our Motto University of Ability impressive?" Zhang Chaoyue. It covers an area of 40,000 mu, totaling 26 square kilometers, with an average space of over 2,600 square meters per person. Those students visiting could walk all day and still not see it all. Xu Jingming looked at the magnificent scenery outside, sighing that seeing is truly believing. After finishing the paperwork, she handed him a card. "Take this. This is your student ID and all-purpose card. Just swipe it to enter the dormitory." Xu Jingming looked at the card, thinking to himself, "University dormitories. I saw plenty of them in my past life while working toward my PhD. There are 4-person rooms, single rooms, and even 3-room suites for PhD candidates." But when he stood in front of a luxurious villa, he couldn't help but be stunned. "I've never seen anyone use a whole luxury villa as a dormitory before." Zhang Chaoyue smiled and explained. "In our Motto University of Ability, every student lives in a villa. The number of rooms and the level of luxury vary. People like you, who are provincial top scorers, get the most luxurious type, with a total area of over 800 square meters. But you don't need to worry about being lonely. The villa is designed for 2 people, with 2 floors. You and your roommate will each have a floor." Xu Jingming pulled his suitcase up the steps. "A shared dorm isn't bad at all. It's certainly better than being alone. Both before and after my transmigration, I've been an orphan, so I prefer the cozy, communal feel of living with 4 people." Stepping inside, he sat on the sofa. Zhang Chaoyue said, "Your enrollment procedures are complete. Now, I will tell you about a few things that require special attention. Please, go ahead." She held up 2 fingers, noting there were 2 main points. the credit system, and the personal mentor system. She began explaining the first point, the credit system. At Motto University of Abilities, credits are everything. Whether it's for meals, purchasing gear, or various rare treasures, you need credits. The purchasing power of a single credit is roughly equivalent to 10,000 Daxia dollars. She continued, explaining that there are many ways to earn credits, one of which is a fixed allotment based on your ranking each semester. For example, you were ranked S-class upon entry, so this year you can receive 100 credits. With that, she called out, "Ava, come out and receive this." A metallic orb flew out, and a mechanical voice spoke, "Shu Jingming, current credit balance, 100. She introduced it. "This is the AI assigned to every dorm, Eva. The true Eva is a high-level artificial intelligence of the university. This is just a copy inside the dormitory. Though it's just a copy, it has already reached the standard of a level 4 AI, which is more than enough to assist with daily life." Shu Jingming couldn't help but be amazed. Just a copy reaching level 4 AI status. The development of AI technology on this blue planet must be far more advanced than in his past life. Zhang Chaoyue moved on to the second point. The second thing to note is our university's personal mentor system. Every student can choose a teacher they admire to seek as their master, requesting them to become their personal mentor. Of course, the teacher must agree first. Xu Jingming asked, "A personal mentor? Can a freshman like me really receive one-on-one guidance from a teacher?" She nodded. "That's right. The teachers at our school are all powerful ability users. Almost everyone has exclusive combat techniques and specialized ability training methods that aren't shared publicly, and you can only learn them after becoming their student." She looked at Xu Jingming and offered a recommendation. "At Mado, we have 4 Thunder Element mentors, among whom the Dean of the Weaponry Academy, Yang Zhentian, is the top candidate I recommend for you to apprentice under." No sooner had she finished speaking than Xu Jingming ordered the AI, Eva, to search for information on Yang Zhentian. Immediately, a blue light screen projected from the metallic orb showing the details. Yang Zhentian, 52 years old, Dean of the Weaponry Academy at Motto University of Abilities, a level 7 ability user, possesses an A-class Thunder element ability called Wind, Fire, and Thunder. He is proficient in spear techniques, broadswords, longswords, and various other weapons, with the spear being his strongest. His nickname is Thunder Spear. He once fought a level 8 monster in the wilderness for 3 days and 3 nights, eventually completing the hunt all on his own. At the same time, Miss Zhang displayed the information of the other 3 teachers on another screen and told him, "The information for the other 3 is listed here as well. 2 of them belong to the Elemental Academy. The other one is also in the Weaponry Academy, but mainly uses a longsword. The final choice is up to you." Xu Jingming smiled confidently, his eyes never leaving Yang Zhentian's profile. He thought to himself, "Thunder element, and specializes in the spear. This Yang Zhentian is indeed the best choice for a master." The next morning, following the instructions, Xu Jingming found the staff housing area. Just as he was about to knock, a voice from behind said, "Are you here to seek a master? Wait, you're only an Awakened?" A student admitted via special direct entry. Xu Jingming calmly nodded and replied, "Yeah." The surprise on the young man's face grew more evident. Every other year, students admitted via special entry were at least upper or middle tier level 1, so he didn't expect to see an Awakened admitted this year. The young man stepped down and introduced himself in a friendly manner. "I'm from the Weaponry Academy, well, I'm a 3rd year now. Student, class of 53, Tan Ming Yang." Xu Jingming responded politely. "Xu Jingming, a 1st-year student. I just enrolled today." Hearing this, Tan Ming Yang was surprised again. "You just enrolled and already know to come seeking a master? You're quite sharp, kid. Usually, freshmen wait until after the freshman assembly to start looking for masters." Seeing Xu Jingming look confused, he asked, "The freshman assembly?" Tan Ming Yang held up a finger and patiently explained, "The freshman assembly is a university tradition, usually held 3 or 4 days after official registration. By then, all the teachers in the school will come to watch. The freshmen who perform well will be fought over by the academies, and might even be taken as direct disciples by mentors." He looked at Xu Jingming with a bit of sympathy. "Of course, for a special admit like you, it's not impossible to try seeking a master early. However, for a special admit to arrive on the first day and try to take the dean as their master, the difficulty is like winning the lottery. I'm afraid it's just a wasted trip." Xu Jingming smiled politely. "Thank you for the explanation, senior. Are you here to seek Yang Zhentian as a mentor as well?" Hearing this, Tan Ming Yang's face fell, and he spread his hands in helplessness. He sighed. "Yeah, I've run here countless times over the last 6 months, but I've been turned away at the door every single time. I'm about to give up, but my heart just won't let me." At that moment, a heavy creaking sound echoed, and the massive rosewood gate slowly opened. Tan Mingyang jumped in surprise, his mouth agape as he stared inside. A middle-aged man in butler attire walked out and greeted them with a smile. "Welcome, both of you. Yang Zhentian has been waiting inside. Please, follow me." Tan Mingyang was completely stunned. He pointed at himself and stammered in thought, "That's strange. The butler has never been this enthusiastic when I've come before, and Yang Zhentian is waiting inside personally. Could it be that I actually have a chance today?" Following the butler inside, Xu Jingming and Tan Mingyang saw a man with salt and pepper hair and a thick beard sitting with his back to them. A calm yet majestic presence radiated from him, making the air seem to grow heavy. When the man slowly turned around, his eyes, sharp as a hawk's, swept across the two of them. Xu Jingming immediately felt an immense pressure and thought to himself in shock, "His presence is so powerful." This was the dean of the Weaponry Academy, the man known as the Thunder Spear, Level 7 ability user Yang Zhentian. Yang Zhentian ignored Tan Mingyang, his gaze fixed solely on Xu Jingming. "You must be Xu Jingming, right? Zhang Chaoyue already spoke to me about you. Follow me. I'll take you to the training room. I've seen the video of your martial arts exam. Your combat ability is truly impressive, and your spear techniques have reached a high level, but I wanted to see your S-rank ability with my own eyes first." Purple Thunder. Xu Jingming nodded firmly. "Yes, sir." He took a deep breath and slowly raised his hands to his chest. Purple electrical currents began to flash and dance around his body, crackling with raw power. With a thunderous boom that shook the room, Xu Jingming unleashed his full energy. Countless purple lightning bolts erupted in every direction, turning the entire training hall into a violent sea of thunder. Standing in the middle of the electric storm, Yang Zhentian remained unshaken. Instead, a look of intrigue spread across his face. His eyes lit up. This was a true S-rank ability. Purple Thunder. He assessed silently, sensing the fundamental difference in power. Even though I also possess a lightning fire element ability, the gap in essence between A rank and S rank is insurmountable. If this kid is polished with dedication, his future achievements might not be inferior to mine. As the lightning faded, Yang Zhentian looked straight at Xu Jingming, his voice commanding. "Xu Jingming, with your potential, becoming my disciple is naturally no problem." But his gaze grew solemn as he raised a finger in warning. "However, I've spent half my life fighting. I have plenty of friends, but just as many enemies. If you become my student, it's inevitable that you'll be affected. Some enemies might even target you. I wonder if you are still willing." Thump. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Jingming immediately knelt on one knee, his movement decisive and sharp. He lifted his head, his eyes burning with determination, and cupped his hands in a traditional bow, clearly declaring, "I am willing. What I crave most is to become a high-level ability user who grows strong through trials by fire. The more enemies you have, Yang Zhentian, the more it proves just how powerful your combat strength truly is." Hearing this response, Yang Zhentian threw his head back and laughed heartily, the sound echoing through the room. "Good, good, good. From today on, you are my 32nd disciple, and my very first S-rank 1. Yang Zhentian waved his hand. "Stand up." He took out 2 manuals, handed them to Xu Jingming, and said, "This is the peak-level energy training method, and the Thunder God's indestructible body, a combat technique I created myself to temper the physique." Xu Jingming took the blue manual, his heart pounding. It was actually a physical tempering technique to strengthen one's constitution. Compared to common techniques like the lightning speed strike, this was far more precious. Yang Zhentian explained that the energy training method needed no introduction, as it was one of only 3 peak-level manuals in the entire academy. The main point is this: Thunder God's indestructible body technique. It is my life's work, and it has been verified by both the Thunder Realm and Fierce Thunder Martial Halls. He looked at Xu Jingming and added the final detail. "It's an S-rank technique." Xu Jingming gasped in amazement. An S-rank technique. In his mind, the grading scale for techniques flashed by from the lowest E rank to the highest SSS rank, and this was S rank. Much like ability rankings, combat techniques were also tiered. The higher the rank, the harder it was to master, but the ultimate power was far greater. He looked at his master in disbelief. Most level 7 ability users were considered genius just for creating an A-rank technique. Yet, Yang Zhentian hadn't only created an S-rank one. It was also one involving the mysteries of the human body, the most complex type. His martial talent was truly terrifying. Yang Zhentian then spoke about the requirements for cultivation. The Thunder God's indestructible body is only suitable for lightning-type users. It has 13 levels, and each time you break through, your body will undergo a corresponding transformation. However, to practice it, you must first be an ability user. He crossed his arms and gave his first order to his disciple. Go. Once you've used the peak training method to level up, come find me. At that point, I will personally help you build the foundation for the Thunder God's indestructible body. Xu Jingming bowed respectfully. Thank you, Yang Zhentian. He thought to himself. It's definitely better to have a master's guidance. Otherwise, if I were on my own, I don't know how many detours I would have taken. As Xu Jingming turned to leave, Yang Zhentian looked at his back with high expectations. I have only practiced the Thunder God's indestructible body up to the 10th level. I haven't been able to advance further. If it happens that I can't reach the peak of a level 9 martial saint in this lifetime, then you are my greatest hope to prove the validity of this technique. Yang Zhentian's gaze turned deep, because I speculate that upon reaching the final level, the body can achieve eternal indestructibility. Xu Jingming left the room with newfound resolve. At the door, he saw Tan Mingyang sitting on the steps with his head in his hands. He walked over and asked, "Senior, are you okay?" Tan Mingyang lifted his bruised face and said dejectedly, "Sigh, don't mention it. Did you see the student in the parlor just now? That is Yang Zhentian's student, Liu Ming. As for the standards to become his apprentice, even if I tried to reach a fraction of his combat strength, I couldn't. I'm afraid I have no hope left in this life." He turned to Xu Jingming, assuming he was in the same boat. "Right, you failed too, didn't you? Yang Zhentian's door isn't easy to get through. Do you want me to give you some advice?" Xu Jingming replied calmly. "No need, senior. I already passed." Tan Mingyang's eyes went wide, and he started stuttering from shock. "What? You actually succeeded? I've never heard of any dean taking in a freshman." Before the freshman orientation assembly, he stood up abruptly, watching Xu Jingming walk away, filled with questions. Could he be the principal's son? But he doesn't look like it. Who on earth is he? The scene shifts to Xu Jingming's dorm, the second-floor training room. He was sitting cross-legged, cultivating. Xu Jingming opened his eyes, feeling the difference. No wonder it's a peak-level training method. The elemental resonance is so much stronger than the intermediate techniques. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. Since he had mastered this training method, there was no need to cultivate step by step. He would just add points to upgrade directly. A system interface appeared before him. He looked at the ability user rank and commanded to add points. Boom! The energy around him suddenly turned chaotic, surging violently. Xu Jingming gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as his body was reconstructed. Ugh! He gripped his shirt tightly, veins popping out on the back of his hands. Boom! A pillar of purple and white light exploded from his body, spreading throughout the training room. As the light faded, Xu Jingming knelt on one knee, panting heavily. The notification appeared. Ability user, level 1, lower tier. He murmured. Finally, I've broken through. He stands up, raising his hand to observe the vibrant, deep, violet-blue electrical currents dancing across his skin, far more powerful than before. Xu Jingming clenches his fist, savoring the new strength. No wonder this is a top-tier ability training method. I can feel my internal energy and power have surged 4 or 5 times over. If I ran into that tier 2 bloodthirsty bear now, I wouldn't even need my spear. I bet my lightning aura alone would be enough to finish it off. He pulls up his status screen and can't help but beam. No wonder ability users crave higher-grade training manuals. If I had broken through using the old heavenly forging technique, my vitality and mental energy would have only increased by 30 or 40 points. But now, it jumped by nearly 100 in one go. The gap is just massive. Standing in the training room, Xu Jingming calculates that the breakthrough cost him only 3 ability points. He needs to save the rest for mastering future combat techniques. He eyes the blue manual on the table, his gaze filled with anticipation. For instance, this indestructible Thunder Body manual is even more crucial than the forging method. It's a true S-rank combat technique. The power boost is incredible, though the ability point cost is steep. I wonder how long it will take to fully master. The scene shifts to the front of Yang Zhentian's residence. A text box appears. Day 2. Inside, Yang Zhentian stares at Xu Jingming with utter astonishment. So fast? He strokes his beard, still reeling from the shock. I've been teaching in the Magic City for 20 years and have seen countless geniuses. Even the absolute cream of the crop usually takes quite a while to complete their first transformation into an ability user. But you, it hasn't even been 24 hours since I gave you that manual. Xu Jingming scratches his head, humble as ever. I suppose my breakthrough speed might be a bit much, but honestly, mastering the foundation for your indestructible thunder body really gave me a hard time. Hearing this, Yang Zhentian crosses his arms and explains. Oh, the so-called foundation forging uses a lightning attribute beast's essence as a catalyst, utilizing your own lightning ability to temper your muscles and bones. The ultimate potential of the indestructible thunder body is closely tied to the grade of the essence you use at the start. He stands up, his tone becoming serious and responsible. Since you've successfully broken through, I'll help you forge the foundation of the indestructible thunder body today. He reveals his preparations. High-tier lightning attribute beasts are incredibly rare. Originally, I had prepared the essence of a Tier 7 storm bear that I personally killed years ago. However, I heard from Zhang Chaoyue that you receive one S-rank resource allotment every year. So, I took the liberty of combining both that and your allowance to trade with the Dean for an SS rank resource. An image of a ferocious thunder dragon appears alongside a vial of shimmering essence, the essence of a Tier 8 thunder dragon beast. Xu Jingming takes the vial, deeply moved. Yang Zhentian, you and the Dean went to such lengths for me. This debt of gratitude is immense. I will surely repay you tenfold in the future. Yang Zhentian places a hand on his shoulder, his eyes stern. Having that heart is good, but let's not waste time. We begin now. In the second-floor training room, Xu Jingming goes shirtless as Yang Zhentian pours the fiery red essence directly onto him. He grinds his teeth. Ugh. Yang Zhentian warns him. Brace yourself. The Thunder Dragon's essence is lethal poison to low-tier ability users. The intense pain is normal. He gathers glowing red lightning in his hands. Next, I will use my own Windfire True Lightning to forge your indestructible body. How much you can absorb depends entirely on you. Boom. He slams a lightning-infused palm onto the top of Xu Jingming's head. Red, spiderweb-like veins erupt all over his body. Xu Jingming throws his head back and screams in agonizing pain. Outside, Liu Ming sits having tea with the butler. Fuba, this is the 5th day, right? This new Xu Jingming has endurance beyond anything I expected. He takes a sip of tea, sighing. It really makes you feel inferior when you compare yourself to others. Back then, I couldn't even last 2 days before I couldn't take it anymore, and I was only using essence from a low-tier Tier 7 beast. He adds, Xu Jingming's performance is truly worthy of this Tier 8 dragon-type essence. He smiles with anticipation. Combined with his S-rank lightning ability, I'm really looking forward to seeing what his indestructible thunder body looks like. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy blasts down from the floor above. Liu Ming jumps up and sprints upstairs. He's successfully forged the foundation. He carefully peeks through the door. Xu Jingming stands in the middle of the room, his eyes glowing red, his entire body enveloped in violent violet and black lightning. A bloodthirsty aura surges toward him. Liu Ming breaks into a cold sweat, secretly terrified. This pressure, it's like facing a top-tier beast. It's enough to make anyone tremble. In an instant, Xu Jingming lunges forward, throwing a punch filled with killing intent. Yang Zhentian bellows. Jingming, wake up! The fist stops just inches from Liu Ming's face. Xu Jingming clutches his head, sweat pouring down, looking confused. Yang Zhentian, what just happened? Why did I have such an urge to destroy everything? Yang Zhentian steps forward to explain. The Thunder Dragon's essence must have affected your mind. It's known for its ferocity, and since your absorption rate was so perfect, you experienced these side effects. Don't worry though. As long as you keep your emotions in check, you'll be fine. As your strength grows, these side effects will gradually fade away. Xu Jingming lets out a sigh of relief. That's a relief. I don't want to be controlled by my impulses and end up doing something I'll regret. Yang Zhentian laughs heartily and pats his shoulder. Cheer up. This training session was absolutely perfect. Your absorption rate reached 98%. Out of the 20-plus disciples I've trained in this technique, the highest was only 92%. You've just shattered a long-standing record. He gestures to Liu Ming nearby. Congratulate your junior brother. He successfully forged the foundation of the indestructible thunder body. His martial arts path is wide open. This is your senior brother, Liu Ming, a peak Tier 3 ability user. If you have any questions about your training later, feel free to ask him. Xu Jingming bows in greeting. Liu Ming takes out his phone and smiles. Junior brother, I didn't have much time to prepare, so I'm transferring some credits to you as a welcome gift. Xu Jingming checks his phone and gasps. 200 credits? Senior brother, this is too much. He realizes that a simple welcome gift is worth 2 million Daxia dollars. Yang Zhentian explains. Don't worry, 200 credits is nothing to your senior brother. A senior brother is supposed to look after his juniors. It's only right that he prepared a gift. Xu Jingming replies. I understand, Yang Zhentian. Yang Zhentian continues with his instructions. Seniors must take good care of their juniors, and they should also prepare some welcome gifts, Yang Zhentian advised. Xu Jingming replied, I understand, sir. You've successfully built your foundation and haven't eaten or drunk for 5 days. Go get some rest. Come back tomorrow morning and join your senior brother Liu to study martial arts and spear techniques. Xu Jingming bowed his head. Yes, thank you, Yang Zhentian. When Xu Jingming returned to the dormitory, he saw a white-haired guy sitting on the sofa playing a game. He muttered, Huh. The guy turned around, flashed a bright smile, and waved. You must be my new roommate, right? Hey there, I'm Liu Wenhan. Nice to meet you. Xu Jingming raised his hand in greeting. Nice to meet you. I'm Xu Jingming. Upon hearing his name, Liu Wenhan immediately pointed at him, looking completely shocked. Xu Jingming? You're the top scorer from Jiangnan province. Xu Jingming was a little surprised. You know me? Liu Wenhan threw an arm around his shoulder in a friendly manner. Of course. My nickname is the Walking Encyclopedia. I know the profiles of most of the freshmen in this year's batch. I didn't go out of my way to look up your info, though. But you made such a huge scene that I couldn't help but hear about it. The dark horse top scorer from Jiangnan province. I never expected to meet the real deal, let alone have you as my roommate. He leaned in close to Xu Jingming and started firing off questions. Right. Are you really from that impoverished Jiangcheng in Jiangnan province? And also, during the entrance exam, you were actually an awakener. Your ability doesn't look like grade E at all. Watching his enthusiastic new roommate, Xu Jingming thought to himself, having such a chatty and easygoing roommate is actually pretty nice. I've always hated being lonely, anyway. Whether in this life or his past life, his memories drifted back to the past. In my past life, I grew up in an orphanage. With no one to adopt me, I never truly felt like I belonged. School life was better. I had plenty of friends to keep me company. He recalled the best days of his life, remembering that his happiest and most memorable years were during university, where I spent every day with my roommates, hanging out and playing games. Later, after finishing my master's and doctorate, I ended up drinking too much at the graduation party. When I woke up, I was in this world. Returning to reality, Xu Jingming watched Liu Wenhan, who was still energetically introducing himself. I never thought that even after crossing over, I'd still be an orphan. But with a roommate like this, I won't be lonely anymore. Liu Wenhan announced loudly. I'm ranked 11th in Sichuan province. I have a grade A mental ability and am a level 1 intermediate. I've chosen to study tactical strategy. In the future, I want to command a 1,000,000-man division and wipe out all the spirit beasts on Earth. Liu Wenhan stood up and said, Anyway, enough about that. I need to head over to the dojo later. Xu Jingming asked curiously. The dojo? He then added, I'll go too. I've never been to the Madu dojo before. The scene shifted to a modern building with a lightning bolt logo. The Leijing Dojo, Modu University of Awakened branch. As they walked in, Liu Wenhan was blown away. Whoa, it's so lively in here. Inside, students were training hard, showing off their results. Haha, my grade G combat technique, Solar Inferno, is finally mastered. Humph, so what if you mastered it? Can it even break through my metal attribute defense? You're all trash. My Steel Chen transformation is the absolute peak. I'll nail all of you to the wall. An AI orb floated over to introduce the area. This is our public training room in the main hall. It can accommodate 300 people training simultaneously. The entire hall is made of grade C memory alloy, so there's no need to worry about abilities or combat techniques causing damage. The AI orb continued. Of course, you can also request a private training room if needed. Xu Jingming replied, Not for now. This will do. Liu Wenhan clenched his fists, his fighting spirit rising. Awesome. Are these guys competing? They're making quite a racket. Your presence isn't small either, an elemental harmony type. Over there, that looks like a top 10 strength type powerhouse from Sichuan province. Xu Jingming pointed to the large pillars in the hall. AI, what are those pillars for? The AI explained, Those are our punch challenge leaderboards. There are 5 in total, corresponding to awakened users from level 1 to level 5. Would the two of you like to give it a try? Making it into the top 3,000 on the leaderboard earns you a bonus of 5 credits. Xu Jingming was surprised. I can get a reward just by making the top 3,000? Is it that simple? Liu Wenhan said confidently. There are only 4,000 students in all of Modu University anyway. All right, I'll give it a shot. The AI reminded them that they just needed to swipe their student ID cards on the pillar to start the challenge. However, the punch challenge did not allow the use of abilities or combat techniques. Liu Wenhan stepped forward and swiped his student ID card on the machine. A mechanical voice echoed throughout the dojo. "Welcome, student number 203701256, Liu Wenhan, beginning the punch challenge. Please give him a round of applause." People nearby immediately took notice. "Whoa, someone's starting a punch challenge. Haha, judging by his aura, looks like a level 1 intermediate freshman. Huh, this will be fun to watch." Liu Wenhan gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his face. "Damn it, I started a challenge and it made such a huge announcement. With so many people watching, I can't afford to lose face," he roared. "Ha! Bang!" He threw a full-force punch at the pad on the pillar. He exhaled, looked at the result, and smiled confidently. 476 kilograms of force. That went well. I didn't embarrass myself. Making the top 3,000 shouldn't be a problem. But a cold voice chimed in. "Unfortunately, your punch strength ranks outside the top 100,000. Liu Wenhan froze. "What? Outside 100,000? Doesn't the university only have 4,000 students?" The AI explained. "This ranking includes the records of all students over the 100-year history of Madu University, not just the current batch." Liu Wenhan screamed. "Is this a scam? 100,000? Everyone's looking at me. It turns out they were all just waiting to see a joke." Laughter erupted all around them. "Outside 100,000? I'm dying of laughter. Even back when I was a freshman, my score wasn't that low. Ha ha ha, look at that kid. His face is as red as a monkey's butt. Definitely a freshman." Xu Jingming patted his shoulder. "Don't take it to heart. You're a mental type. Physical strength isn't your strong suit." Liu Wenhan turned back with a defiant look. "Humph, thanks for the comfort. Do you want to try it? You'll definitely be stronger than me when you get up there." Faced with his roommate's goading challenge, Xu Jingming just replied calmly, "Sure, I was actually curious to try it out myself." Seeing this, Liu Wenhan immediately raised his fist, placing all his expectations on his friend, saying solemnly, "Go for it. The glory of our dormitory relies on you." Once again, the AI's mechanical voice echoed throughout the dojo. "Welcome, student number 203701204, Xu Jingming, beginning the punch challenge. Please give him a round of applause." The crowd turned their eyes toward the challenge area, and someone blurted out, "Whoa, someone else is starting a challenge." Whispers began to spread, filled with disdain. "Looking at him, his strength seems even weaker. Probably a level 1 beginner." Someone else chimed in. "A level 1 beginner? It'll be a struggle for him to even hit 400 kilograms. But amidst the mockery, someone started frowning and muttering, "Wait a second, this name sounds kind of familiar." Xu Jingming didn't pay attention to his surroundings. He focused on assessing his own strength. A status board appeared in his mind. Promoted to a Tier 1. Awakened, plus 5 days and 5 nights of body tempering with basic techniques. Tier 1. Low rank, plus awakened ability from the Lightning Soul. Power level, 391. Vitality plus mental power, 289. Plus advanced spear techniques, advanced lightning flash break, and Tier 1 of the indestructible lightning body. Awakened points, 2,234. He clenched his fist, his gaze sharpening with burning determination. Just what level had his punching power reached? Let's let this punch reveal the answer. With no wasted movement, Xu Jingming unleashed a punch straight and precise. The air around his fist seemed to compress, creating swirling, glowing white currents. Boom! A heaven-shaking explosion echoed out, his punch creating a powerful shockwave that sent those standing nearby flying. The ground beneath his feet seemed to tremble, yet Xu Jingming's gaze remained cold and focused. He pulled his fist back, everyone around holding their breath, eyes glued to the display on the pillar. An incredible number appeared, 4,589 kilograms of force. The ranking on the pillar shifted instantly. The AI lady's voice rang out, this time filled with clear excitement. Top-tier punch force. Congratulations on breaking the record. On the screen, the name Xu Jingming firmly occupied the number 1 spot with 4,589 kilograms of force, far surpassing the old record of 4,321 kilograms set by Luo Yang. A deathly silence blanketed the martial arts hall before erupting into screams of shock. "Damn it, the punching record has been broken again." A muscular man pointed and stammered. "Over 4,500 kilograms, is this the power a Tier 1 low rank can actually output?" Another person shouted in panic. "That one punch could turn me into mincemeat." And you dared to tell me this guy was just a freshman? Two female students standing together, one holding a phone, whispered to her friend with an incredulous expression. I heard that the top 1,000 on this ranking are all era-defining figures. Her friend replied, her voice filled with awe. Then, just how terrifying will the future achievements of this number one be? This number one pillar has held its record for over 10 years. I have to record this historical moment. Liu Wenhan rushed over like a whirlwind, his eyes glowing as he looked at Xu Jingming, as if looking at an idol, his voice full of excitement. Brother, you really are my own brother. From now on, I'll follow you wherever you go. You tell me where to go, and I'll go. Xu Jingming just chuckled and replied, Don't be so dramatic. He looked at his fist, thinking to himself that the results were better than expected. The lightning tyrant dragon and he were truly a perfect match. The enhancement effect was immediately visible. The AI lady flew over and announced, Congratulations to student Xu Jingming for breaking the record. A reward of 400 credits has been sent to your student account. Xu Jingming turned to ask the AI lady with interest. Not bad. So, if I break the record again next time, will I still get credits? The AI lady replied. For the same grade, only the first time you break a record do you receive credits. You can challenge other groups to receive more credit rewards. Xu Jingming looked up at the remaining pillars, his eyes flashing. The other 4 pillars corresponded to, awakened from Tier 2 to Tier 5, so he'd just have to break them when he got stronger later. Just then, a group of beautiful female students surrounded him. One girl with purple hair smiled and said, It's me. A senior with pink hair stepped closer, her voice sweet. Xu Jingming, is this your first time here? Come here, and this senior will teach you how to use the equipment. Others chimed in as well. Haha, junior, our club is short on members. Why don't you come to our club? Being surrounded by the enthusiastic crowd, Liu Wenhan panicked and pulled Xu Jingming away. Let's go. It's better to go to the private training room. The two hurried away from the crowd. At the same time, in a luxurious office, Liu Ming reported to Yang Zhentian, Sir, Xu Jingming has become a hot topic on the school forum. His test punch broke the record with over 4,500 kilograms. This junior's physical strength is truly too outrageous. Yang Zhentian took a sip of tea and said, Instead of getting a good rest, why did he run to the martial arts hall to break records? Back then, when I was Tier 1 high rank, my first layer of the indestructible lightning body only tested at 3,500 kilograms. This Xu Jingming is more than just a little stronger than I was. The scene shifted to another room, where a young man was looking at his phone. Suddenly, he roared in anger, flames erupting as he spun around and smashed the glass on the table. Damn it, Xu Jingming actually came to the Magic City too. He clenched his fist, rage burning in his eyes, gritting his teeth. You cost me the title of Jiangnan Province Valedictorian and turned me into the laughingstock of Ning'an City. This time, I must take back the glory that belongs to me. Back in the training room, Xu Jingming was sitting alone, feeling the changes in his body. After obtaining the indestructible lightning body, he was still full of energy, even after 5 days and nights without eating or sleeping. He took a small knife and lightly sliced his arm. Clang! The knife couldn't pierce his skin. This skin had a defense level comparable to an E-grade alloy. For an ordinary person, this could be considered invulnerable to blades and spears, right? It truly lived up to the name of an S-grade tempering combat skill. Just then, Liu Wenhan rushed in from outside, shouting loudly, Xu Jingming, Xu Jingming, the news of you breaking the record has exploded on the school forum. There are a lot of people posting that they want to challenge you. Xu Jingming just replied calmly. Oh. He stood up, looked at the view outside through the window, and gave a slight smirk. Wow, the martial arts halls of Magic City are truly thriving. Liu Wenhan ran over, holding up his phone, frustrated. Xu Jingming, let me roast these guys who don't know their own limits. Xu Jingming stopped him. Forget it. Don't waste time. I still have to go to the combat skill library. You should just head back to your room first. The scene shifted again to a massive, modern building with a large sign, Combat Skill Library. As soon as he stepped in, Xu Jingming felt an invisible defensive layer. He reached out his hand, and golden magic circles appeared. He thought to himself, the legendary Combat Skill Library, controlled jointly by the vice principal and the teachers, it seems it's no lie. With a defense like this, even a 9th grade martial saint wouldn't be able to get the treasures inside. Impressive. Arriving at the entrance of the Combat Skill Library, Xu Jingming pulled out his student ID and placed it on the scanner. A soft beep rang out. Immediately, the magic defensive membrane in front of him rippled with golden rings of light and opened a passage. He stepped through leisurely. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by 3 female librarians in neat uniforms. The woman in the middle, wearing intellectual glasses, a librarian smiled professionally and said, S-rank student Xu Jingming, welcome to the Combat Technique Library. How can I help you today? Xu Jingming was a bit surprised. You know me? The librarian explained politely, gesturing toward him. Students with S-rank clearance could view all combat techniques in the library. They held special privileges. We received a notification as soon as you swiped your student ID. She smiled softly, thinking to herself, S-rank clearance meant limitless potential at the very least, a master-level Esper in the future. She had to build a connection with him. After understanding, Xu Jingming got straight to the point. I'm looking for lightning attribute combat techniques. Which floor should I go to? The librarian quickly guided him. Below B rank is on floors 1 and 2. The general reading areas, while more precious types require visiting the 4th floor reading room to select. Just swipe your card to enter. She gracefully gestured for him to follow. Please, this way. Xu Jingming nodded in response. All right, thank you, miss. In the 4th floor reading room, a floating AI orb approached and announced, after you select your combat techniques online, we will bring you the original manuscripts. Since original techniques above B rank are extremely precious, please be very careful while flipping through them. Xu Jingming ordered the orb to display all lightning attribute techniques from B rank and up. The orb responded immediately. Understood. Instantly, a series of blue virtual screens appeared before his eyes, displaying information about the techniques. 2 of them stood out. The SSS rank 10,000 Thunderbolts guidance, which uses lightning attribute abilities as its core to create a lightning storm domain with a maximum diameter of 80 kilometers. Note, this technique is only for lightning attribute espers of B rank or higher, level 5 or above. And the SS rank Wrath of the Thunder God, which descends with godlike thunderous power, extremely destructive. Note, this technique is only for lightning attribute espers of B rank or higher, level 4 or above. Seeing these top-tier techniques that only existed in Legends, Xu Jingming couldn't help but be amazed, his eyes sparkling. SS rank techniques, even SSS rank ones. The library of a top-tier university was truly bountiful. Is this really something I can see for free? He quickly regained his composure and thought pragmatically. Unfortunately, cultivating them has requirements for Esper rank and level. For now, I can only learn A rank techniques. He looked at the countless options in front of him and felt a headache coming on. Attack types, defense types, movement types, support types, body tempering types. A rank techniques were as common as hair, so it's a good thing I have a good teacher. Otherwise, it would be hard to choose. He smiled and pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. Luckily, the teacher had already given him a recommended list, which would save him time. With the list in hand, he cross-referenced the virtual screens and quickly pointed to the suitable choices. After a thorough review, Xu Jingming pointed to 4 virtual screens and made his final decision to choose these 4. The 4 selected techniques were Thunder Spear, A rank, gathers lightning to condense into a spear to launch. Continuous Thunder Strikes, A rank, the spear carries lightning to continuously pierce enemy weak points. During the piercing process, lightning is constantly accumulated in the enemy's body, detonating when the technique ends. Lightning Flash, A rank, bursts of lightning to move a distance toward a designated direction. Thunder Prison, A rank, condenses a thunder prison to lock the enemy in place. He confidently analyzed his choices. Thunder Spear is for long-range attacks. Continuous Thunder Strikes is for heavy damage. Lightning Flash is for movement, and Thunder Prison is for crowd control. Combined, these 4 techniques, plus the indestructible lightning body, left him with almost no vulnerabilities. The AI orb gave a piece of advice. We have detected that you have chosen 4 A-rank techniques. The average learning time for each to reach the basic level is 6 months. We suggest you coordinate them reasonably with other lower-level techniques. Xu Jingming shook his head, refusing firmly. No need, this will do. Shortly after, the librarian from earlier brought over a thick stack of books, placed them on the table, and said, Xu Jingming, these are your combat techniques. Xu Jingming looked at the 4 manuals in front of him, his eyes shimmering with excitement. C-rank and B-rank techniques were already worth hundreds of thousands on the market, and A-rank ones were priceless. Now, getting 4 at once, it felt so good. He gently opened one, and a mysterious aura immediately radiated from it. He sighed. What an incredible intent and aura. No wonder A-rank techniques can only be learned from the originals. This is something copies could never reproduce. Time ticked away. The clock struck 7:20. Xu Jingming was still intently flipping through the pages. By 9 to 10, Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he struggled to comprehend the complex knowledge. Finally, when the clock hands neared 11, he reached the last page. He leaned back in his chair and let out a sigh of relief. Whew, finished them all. He closed his eyes and called out to Blue deep in his mind. Add points. A series of system notifications appeared. Spent 200 ability points. Thunder Spear has reached basic level. Spent 200 ability points. Continuous Thunder Strikes has reached basic level. Spent 200 ability points. Lightning Flash has reached basic level. Spent 200 ability points. Thunder Prison has reached basic level. A new status board appeared before his eyes, updating his newly learned skills. Name: Xu Jingming. Rank: Level 1. Low tier. Ability: Thunder Attribute S. Physique: $300.91. Vitality plus Spirit: 289. Skills: Spear, Advanced Yang Gentiani, Thunder Spear. Basic, Continuous, Thunder Strikes. Basic, Lightning Flash. Basic, Thunder Prison. Basic, Lightning Fast Movement. Advanced Yang Gentiani. Body Tempering, Indestructible Lightning Body. First Layer. Ability Points: 1,434. Xu Jingming clenched his fist, feeling the new power surging through his body. With so many techniques, I wonder who the lucky person will be to get the first taste of this skill set. Night fell, and the silver moonlight shone on the quiet dormitory area. As soon as he returned to the room, Liu Wenhan immediately announced, Xu Jingming, the AI girl just reported that the freshman assembly will be held at Stadium Number 1 at 9 tomorrow morning. Also, they set up a large group chat for freshmen. You should join. Xu Jingming nodded. All right. Liu Wenhan asked curiously while watching Xu Jingming operate his phone. Oh, by the way, Xu Jingming, what rank of combat techniques did you choose? Xu Jingming replied calmly. 4 A-rank techniques. Liu Wenhan's eyes widened, his mouth hanging open in shock. A-rank techniques, and 4 of them? You probably won't be able to finish learning them until your sophomore or junior year. He looked at Xu Jingming with admiration. That's Xu Jingming for you, never following the beaten path. He continued to reason. If you can view A-rank techniques, then Xu Jingming, do you have A-rank clearance? Xu Jingming turned around and calmly corrected him. Not A-rank, it's S-rank. Liu Wenhan jumped off the sofa and yelled, S-rank? Wait, Xu Jingming, do we actually have access higher than level A? Why do you have level S clearance? He froze, a wild guess flashing through his mind. Could it be? Is your rumored level E ability actually? Xu Jingming smiled at his stunned roommate. It's a level S ability. He continued. Looks like I've given you another scoop, didn't I? Liu Wenhan let out a long, excited shout. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I suspected you had some kind of access. But, level S? Seriously? The top students from other provinces are only at level A. He gave a thumbs up, grinning with pure satisfaction. I made the right choice backing you, man. I'm officially your first hardcore fan. The scene shifts to the second-floor training room. Xu Jingming sat in a chair, holding a simple training spear. He thought to himself, I've got the combat techniques, but my equipment needs an upgrade too. My level E Black Obsidian spear is already broken, and I didn't even bring it. Even if it weren't broken, it couldn't keep up with my current strength. He called out to the AI orb beside him, Eva, open the school store and search for spear-type weapons. Eva responded instantly. Yes. A series of images for various spears appeared before him. Level F, Level E, Level D, many of which allowed for custom length and weight. He scrolled through the options, noting that higher levels and weights came with higher price tags. I'll just go with the Level E, 210 kilogram one, plus Level E armor and combat boots. Xu Jingming looked at his phone screen, where a transaction notification appeared. A message popped up. Purchase successful. Level E spear, combat armor, and combat boots. Total cost, 237 credits. Remaining balance, 382.6 credits. Purchase complete. Your gear will be delivered tomorrow morning. Please be ready to receive it. He sighed inwardly. Credits really didn't last long. He'd already burned through nearly half of them. He stood up, grabbed his simple practice spear, and gave it a light swing, causing the air to whistle. He looked at the spear with a spark of excitement, smiling as he said, Until the new spear arrives, I'm counting on you. Tonight, let's practice the 4 Level A combat techniques I just learned. Time flew by, and the next day at the freshman orientation, the scene was a massive auditorium filling up with students. As Xu Jingming walked in, he instantly became the center of attention. Whispers erupted. Look, that's Xu Jingming. He's the one who broke the school record yesterday. He's the valedictorian from Jiangnan province. He's incredibly strong. A female student held her cheeks, her eyes sparkling. I thought he'd be some hulking musclehead, but he's unexpectedly handsome. Suddenly, a tall figure blocked Xu Jingming's path, his voice dripping with provocation. Xu Jingming, I, Lei Zhu, challenge you to a duel. The surrounding crowd immediately recognized the challenger. Look, it's the second-place martial arts student from Jiangnan province. Lei Zhu scored over 9,300 points. Another student added, I heard he's from the Jintang family. Both his parents are level 4 ability users. Lei Zhu stood there with a malicious glint in his eyes, thinking, it's a shame nobody remembers the runner-up. He felt bitter. Xu Jingming glanced at him with total indifference, then replied coldly, sorry, I'm not interested. Lei Zhu sneered, stepping closer, his voice dropping to a threatening whisper. Don't be so quick to refuse. I recall your aunt deals in rare herbs and exotic plants, doesn't she? Xu Jingming's expression shifted slightly as Lei Zhu leaned into his ear, his voice turning sinister. He gently stroked his own chin. Xu Jingming, what a coincidence my family happens to be your aunt's biggest supplier. And, well, she owes a massive payment. If she doesn't pay up in time, I'm afraid your aunt is going to run into some trouble. Xu Jingming's gaze turned ice cold, and an invisible aura radiated from his body. He gritted his teeth, enunciating every word. Are you threatening me? The intense pressure made Lei Zhu instinctively take a step back. He felt like he was facing a wild beast. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Lei Zhu was terrified. How was he radiating an aura like a predator? He hurriedly waved his hands, trying to maintain his composure. No, not a threat, just a little reminder. Xu Jingming retracted his aura, looked him straight in the eye, and said coldly, time and place. Seeing that he had agreed, Lei Zhu regained his confidence. Noon, 2 days from now. Arena number 3. Xu Jingming turned to leave, tossing back one line. Fine, I'll be there. I just hope you don't regret it when the time comes. The crowd exploded. The first-place student versus the second. In 7 days? This is going to be good. I've got to get there early to grab a good seat. Just then, an elderly professor spoke into the microphone on stage. Welcome, students, to Mao Ability University. This assembly isn't the official opening ceremony. We've gathered everyone here to clarify the credit system and how to choose your faculty mentors. However, first, I want to emphasize the importance of the school's combat power rankings. You will all use virtual simulation pods to engage in comprehensive combat simulations, and your final ranking will be determined by how many stages you clear. I encourage you all to give it your best. The rewards are incredibly generous. After the speech, a female professor took the stage. The students below began to chatter excitedly. Xu Jingming yawned, feeling a bit tired. Finally, that's over. It lasted over an hour. A virtual simulation pod, huh? Sounds interesting. I'll give it a try when I get the chance. He thought, but for the next few days, I should go find Liu Ming and my mentor to continue my regular training. The scene moved to a training ground, where Liu Ming was coaching Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming was practicing with a wooden staff, purple electricity crackling around his body. He sat cross-legged, concentrating on his energy flow, the purple lightning gathering in strength. 7 days later, Liu Ming wiped his sweat, staring at Xu Jingming in shock. Xu Jingming, you've reached level 1 intermediate? How has it even been that long? Xu Jingming replied calmly. Just a stroke of luck, I guess? He thought to himself, I intentionally waited a few days before spending 386 ability points to jump from level 1 beginner to intermediate. If I hadn't waited, I would have scared Liu Ming to death. Liu Ming patted his shoulder, suddenly remembering. Oh, that's right. I remember you have a duel with another freshman today, right? He offered a knowing smile and leaned in toward Xu Jingming. All right, I'll hold a 3-minute moment of silence for your opponent. I'll head over with you later. I want to see just how strong my junior brother is at his peak. At arena number 3, the stands were packed. The atmosphere was incredibly rowdy. A group of students was chatting. The freshman tournament is still over a month away, so let's take this chance to check out the valedictorian's strength. I looked up his records. A group of students is chatting. There's only over a month left until the freshman assembly. This is the perfect chance to test the top student's true skill. I've already looked up the documents. The top student, Xu Jingming, only has an advantage because he rigged the exam. I bet Lei Zhu will win. I'm not so sure. Xu Jingming just broke our school's punching power record, you know? What does punching power even count for? As ability users, our duels still come down to our powers. Suddenly, the whole arena erupted in cheers. Wow, Xu Jingming is here. Xu Jingming wore a long cloak and slowly walked onto the arena with Liu Ming, exuding an overwhelming presence. Watching Xu Jingming's straight back and his aura as he walked onto the stage, Liu Ming crossed his arms and clicked his tongue with pride. "Tsk, with my junior's looks and potential, I wonder how many upperclassmen and underclassmen will fall for him later." Standing on the opposite side, Lei Ju felt a surge of stronger energy coming from Xu Jingming. He narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that Xu Jingming had leveled up, but luckily, he had prepared for this. Lei Ju stood on the arena, pointed a finger at Xu Jingming, and loudly proposed a provocative wager. "Just fighting for the win is boring. How about we add some credits to the mix? Are you afraid to bet all your credits?" Xu Jingming didn't hesitate and replied firmly. "Fine. I have 3,700,000. Lei Ju smirked and continued. "You've got quite a lot of credits. I don't have enough credits, so I'll pay the rest in Daxia currency. To make sure no one welches, we'll transfer the funds to the teacher's account." He gestured with his chin toward a female teacher monitoring beside the ring. That was Miss Chu Yun, the guardian teacher of the arena, a powerful level 6 middle-tier healer ability user. Xu Jingming took out his phone, thinking that battles between ability users are extremely dangerous, so the school clearly doesn't want students losing their lives on the spot. He tapped on his phone and replied, "No problem." Lei Zhu also finished his transfer. He waved his hand excitedly and shouted to the audience, "Tisk tisk, a 3,700,000 credit duel. Talk about being generous." The crowd below roared, feeling the intense heat. "Miss." Chu Yun stepped up a few stairs and announced sternly, "I have received the credits and the cash. Both sides, get ready." She looked at both of them and clearly declared the rules. If one side admits defeat or loses consciousness, you must stop attacking, or you will be severely punished. Do you understand? Xu Jingming curled his lips into a smile, his eyes sharp. The two stood facing each other on the arena. Xu Jingming had a dark purple spear on his back, while Lei Zhu held a heavy sword. Lei Zhu replied with a confident look. He pointed his sword directly at Xu Jingming's face, roaring with resentment, as flames began to erupt around his body. "Xu Jingming, you stole my glory, and today I will take it all back." A scorching aura spread across the arena. The audience in the front row clearly felt the heat and gasped in shock. As expected of an A-rank fire elemental ability user, it's truly terrifying. Even from this far away, it feels like I'm being burned. Lei Zhu channeled energy into his sword and lunged forward, slashing a flaming sword strike towards Xu Jingming. Clang! Xu Jingming simply raised his spear to block. The flames were halted, with only purple lightning flickering on the spear shaft. The audience in the stands, including Miss Chu Yun, gasped in astonishment. "What? He blocked the attack without even using a combat technique?" Someone shouted. "My God, he countered a finishing move with a basic attack." Lei Zhu couldn't believe his eyes, gritting his teeth in frustration. How is that possible? Xu Jingming looked at him with cold eyes, his voice laced with disdain. "Nothing is impossible, simply because you're too weak." As soon as he finished, he struck, his spear flashing with purple lightning as he thrusted forward with incredible speed. Lei Zhu only caught a glimpse of a purple streak before feeling an unstoppable force. Boom! The tip of the spear slammed into Lei Zhu's chest, purple lightning spreading throughout his body, shattering his fire defense and sending him flying backward. Lei Zhu fell hard onto the stage, unconscious and covered in blood. The whole arena went silent before exploding into endless chatter. Is it really over already? Xu Jingming only made 2 strikes. Wasn't it said that Lei Zhu's strength was greater than Xu Jingming's? How was he defeated in a split second? That blazing slash move? Most freshmen here probably couldn't block it. It can only be said that Xu Jingming's strength has left all the other freshmen far behind. Liu Ming stood below and shook his head in disappointment. That was too boring. He didn't even force out 1% of my junior's strength. Miss Chu Yun stepped onto the arena, looked at the motionless Lei Zhu, and prepared to announce the result. The winner of this match is, suddenly, Lei Zhu struggled to his feet, his voice trembling but stubborn. "Teacher, I haven't conceded yet. The match isn't over." He tremblingly pulled a blood-red pill from his pocket. Miss Chu Yun immediately recognized it and shouted in horror. "A blood explosion pill? Are you trying to kill yourself? This is just a match, not a fight to the death." The audience also recognized the forbidden pill, and a buzz of noise broke out. "Oh my God. Lei Zhu is using a blood explosion pill. This pill can boost your power in the short term, but the side effects are severe. He'll be bedridden for a month or 2 after this. Is it even worth it?" "Yeah. The freshman tournament is in over a month. This is so not worth it." Facing the teacher's warning, Lei Zhu gritted his teeth, his voice trembling but resolute. "No, it's fine. I'll take responsibility for any consequences." He stared at the pill in his hand, his eyes flashing with madness as he decided to gamble. If I lose, I accept it. His actions immediately sparked outrage in the crowd. A spectator stood up and booed. Damn it, using pills in a competition? How is this different from cheating on an exam? Another person agreed. Exactly, that's a foul. Miss Chu-yun turned back and explained coldly, while Lei-ju swallowed the pill without hesitation. His eyes instantly turned blood red. This is an unofficial duel. There are no strict rules. It's like an open book exam, where weapons, battle gear, and drugs are all permitted to be used. If Su Jingming has a pill on him, he's free to take one too. As soon as she finished, Lei-ju let out a heaven-shaking roar. Ha! The flames on his body erupted violently, and his aura skyrocketed at a dizzying pace. This blood explosion pill was of high grade, directly pushing Lei-ju up to level 2 lower tier. Su Jingming is in trouble now. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Su Jingming didn't flinch. On the contrary, the purple lightning around him became even more excited, and the fighting spirit in his eyes burned brighter. The female student gasped in amazement again. Su Jingming's fighting spirit is even more intense. This mindset he has the bearing of a great general. Su Jingming gripped his spear tightly, purple lightning dancing on his hands. He curled his lips slightly, thinking to himself, finally, this isn't just some adult beating up a kid anymore. Boom! He stomped hard on the arena floor, cracking the ground as purple lightning spread out like a spiderweb. Instantly, he activated Thunder Flash, his entire body turning into a purple streak. He lunged toward Lei-ju with speed invisible to the naked eye. Lei-ju, whose power had just surged, was shocked. He's so fast, clang! Su Jingming's lightning-imbued spear and the burning greatsword collided, creating a deafening explosion and a powerful shockwave. Even though he was enhanced by the bloodburst pill, Lei-ju was still pushed back repeatedly, his arms trembling before the overwhelming power of Su Jingming. He dropped to one knee on the floor, gasping for air. Damn it, he thought. I can't believe it. My strength is already at level 2, yet in terms of raw power, I still can't match Su Jingming. What kind of monster is he? Knowing he couldn't win a power struggle, Lei-ju immediately changed tactics. He jumped backward and shouted, if I can't beat you head-on, I'll just keep my distance. Fireball! A sphere of flame flew straight towards Su Jingming. Su Jingming calmly twirled his spear, easily dispersing the fireball. He looked at his opponent with a mocking expression. Is that all you've got? Lei-ju broke into a cold sweat, trying to calculate his next move. Damn, what kind of lightning ability does Su Jingming have? Can I not hit him at all? But he has no way to get close to me right now either. Once my pill's effect wears off and he runs out of lightning energy, I'll still have a chance. But Su Jingming didn't give him that chance. He put all his strength into a powerful throw. Lightning Spear! A javelin made entirely of lightning shot out. Immediately after, Su Jingming used Thunder Flash again, his figure vanishing and reappearing in a different spot, dodging Lei-ju's counterattack while preparing for his next move. Ow! Ah! Lei-ju screamed in pain as the lightning spear grazed him. He realized in a panic, oh no. He has long-range attacks too. Before he could regain his focus, he looked up. What kind of combat technique is this? Su Jingming stood in the distance, hands forming a seal, and declared coldly, Lightning Prison. Lei-ju was bound tight and struggled in vain. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, a restraint-type technique. In the nick of time, he unleashed all his energy, creating a flaming barrier around his body. He roared defiantly. If I can't get out, you won't get in either. Let's see who can stall longer. Su Jingming looked at the shield of fire, his gaze calm as a lake. That fire shield is not bad at defense. Let's see how many thrusts of mine you can withstand. He leapt into the air, his spear gathering a massive amount of lightning. He unleashed his most powerful technique, chain lightning thrust. From one spear tip, countless lightning silhouettes emerged like a purple meteor shower raining down on the fire shield. Watching the destruction before him, Lei-ju felt death closing in for the first time. He was in total panic. I'm going to die. If that hits, I'll definitely die. Before the rain of spears could reach him, he shouted with all his might, I surrender. Clang! The main spear tip stopped, just a few millimeters from Lei-ju's forehead, the sheer power making his hair stand on end. Su Jingming retracted all the lightning into his palm. Ow! Ah! Lei-ju collapsed to the floor, shaking all over, his face pale as a sheet. Su Jingming coldly pulled back his spear and stood tall. Miss. Chu-yun raised her hand and announced clearly, the winner of this match is Su Jingming. The crowd was silent for a few seconds before erupting. Total domination. Still total domination. In just 4 or 5 short seconds, he unleashed 4 consecutive combat techniques. This is too outrageous. The flow between his techniques was so smooth. That's not the level a freshman should have. Another student analyzed. By the way, all of Xu Jingming's techniques look pretty powerful. Do you think they're all B-level? The person next to him nodded. 4 B-level techniques? That's insane. The best technique I have is only C-level. Hearing this, Liu Ming standing below shook his head slightly, muttering, B-level? You guys are really underestimating my junior. 4 A-level techniques, he actually dared to choose them. The most absurd thing is that he's already reached a level where he can use them in real combat. He remembered his own past, his eyes clouded with complicated emotions. Back then, I only dared to choose 1 A-level technique, Thunder Flash, and even then, it took me over 4 months to learn it. He sighed softly. Having a junior like this, the pressure is real. After the match, even though Lei Ju was still trembling, he stood up and approached Xu Jingming. He bowed his head, his voice filled with sincere respect and gratitude. Xu Jingming, thank you for sparing my life just now. I admit my defeat completely this time. The credits and the 3.2 million great Xia dollars belong to you. Also, regarding the payment to your teacher, I will pay on time. Right after, Miss Chu Yun stepped in to announce professionally, 50 credits and 3.2 million great Xia dollars have been transferred to the student account. Xu Jingming nodded in acknowledgement. Good, he thought to himself. Betting really brings in money fast. As Xu Jingming prepared to leave the arena, Liu Wenhan, a classmate with stylish platinum hair, called out excitedly from the stands. That was awesome, Xu Jingming. You're a rich man now. Want to go downtown to the Magic City Center tonight to relax? Xu Jingming hesitated and turned back to refuse. Forget it. I have to train with my senior later. Unexpectedly, Liu Ming was already there. He spoke up and advised, Go ahead. You can only last long if you balance work and rest. He patted his shoulder and added, You've been training for so long, you really should relax a bit. If you say so, senior. Xu Jingming happily agreed. Then I'll take your advice. Liu Wenhan behind them seemed to realize something and stuttered in amazement. The A-level lightning ability user, Vice President of the Jade Region Burning Ashes, Liu Ming. Liu Wenhan jumped down from the stands, running after Xu Jingming with an admiring look, saying as he walked, You look much more charismatic in person than in your photos. Liu Wenhan happily put his arm around Xu Jingming's shoulder to finalize the plan. So, tonight's plan is set. Xu Jingming, you just have to show up. I'll handle the rest of the schedule. Xu Jingming was a bit curious and turned to ask about the program. Liu Wenhan turned back, pointing both fingers at Xu Jingming with a sly smile and sparkling eyes. It's the one event you absolutely cannot miss after entering university, a social mixer between the male and female dorms. That evening, at a luxurious restaurant, a table full of decadent dishes was already set, from golden roasted chicken, pizza, and bread to various salads and drinks. Liu Wenhan held a plate of food, proudly saying to Xu Jingming, your reputation has truly exploded this time. I posted the invitation for the mixer on the school forum. Guess how many people signed up? Xu Jingming just looked at him silently, with a suspicious gaze. Liu Wenhan continued to brag, gesturing wildly. Picking just one pair out of those 100+ people is enough to make my eyes spin. Xu Jingming took a sip of his drink and smiled. You sure are enthusiastic about this stuff, choosing 1 out of 100. Now I'm curious to see who you finally picked. Liu Wenhan replied playfully. Heh, I'll keep it a secret for now. You'll meet them soon. Just then, Liu Wenhan looked toward the door, waved his hand frantically, and cheered. Speak of the devil. Here, over here. A girl wearing glasses with neatly tied brown hair, wearing a pale yellow dress, walked in and waved happily. Good evening. You too. I was invited. I'm Bi Donghe. Walking right beside her was another girl with long black hair, wearing a white crop top and denim shorts. She also introduced herself friendly. I'm her roommate, Song Hyun. Liu Wenhan stood up and enthusiastically introduced them to Xu Jingming. Bi Donghe is an A-rank beast-type reinforcement ability user. Song Hyun is a peak level 1, an A-rank light-type natural ability user, and she's even the top student of our Sichuan province. Xu Jingming also stood up politely and introduced himself with a smile. Nice to meet you, I'm Xu Jingming. Hearing that name, Song Hyun was slightly surprised. Xu Jingming? So you're the Xu Jingming. Her eyes immediately became full of interest and challenge. She looked straight at Xu Jingming and asked, Are you interested in a spar? You pick the time and place. Bi Donghe hurriedly tugged at her friend's hand. Hey, stop it. Chi Yun, you really are a battle junkie. We just met and you're already asking for a fight? We're here to socialize. Xu Jingming also chuckled. Is it a misunderstanding? I actually thought we could learn from each other today. Xu Jingming quickly invited them to sit down to ease the situation. It's just a misunderstanding. Please. Have a seat. That's right. Everyone's here to have fun today. Let's grab a bite first. Then we can head out to the shopping district together. After the meal, the group walked together through the downtown shopping district of Mado City. Looking up at the skyscrapers brightly lit, Song Chi-yoon couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's so vibrant." When passing by a fashion store, Bi Donghae exclaimed, "This outfit is so trendy and beautiful." Inside the store, there was a high-end weapon on display, an A-rank moonlight blade. Xu Jingming looked at the luxury shops displaying all kinds of battle gear, weapons, and elixirs, and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's truly one of the top commercial centers in the country. The gear, weapons, and elixirs are much more complete than in Jiang City." The four of them enjoyed street food together, the atmosphere very happy and relaxed. After that, the girls continued shopping for clothes. When Bi Donghe was carrying a shopping bag, Xu Jingming noticed and stepped forward to help. He gently took the bag straps from her hand. Xu Jingming walked quietly behind, watching the two girls happily choosing jewelry. A while later, Xu Jingming and Liu Wenhan were loaded down with all kinds of shopping bags. He gasped in surprise. "It's only been one evening, and we've already spent several million." Liu Wenhan whispered on the side. "This Song Ki-yoon dresses simply. I didn't expect her to be a little rich girl." Xu Jingming turned with a puzzled look, and Liu Wenhan explained further. "Xu Jingming, you don't know. She's not just wealthy, her background is also quite impressive." The shopping didn't seem to end, as Bai Donghae called out from another store, "Could you two gentlemen help carry this last bag?" At that point, Song Ki-yoon standing nearby seemed tired, and muttered that it was about time to head back. Finally, Xu Jingming and Liu Wenhan took the two girls back to the dormitory. They stopped at the path leading to the building. "We'll drop you off here," Song Ki-yoon said with a smile. "We had a lot of fun today. Thank you both." Xu Jingming waved goodbye with a smile. "No problem. Goodbye." Liu Wenhan also waved excitedly. "See ya." As the two girls turned to leave, Song Chi-yoon suddenly stopped and turned back. Her face was hidden in the shadows, but her voice was extremely serious. "Xu Jingming, what I said earlier was real. Someday in the future, I will definitely come to find you for a spar." Hearing that determined challenge, Xu Jingming was slightly surprised. But then, he quickly regained his composure, a confident and expectant smile appearing on his lips. "No problem. I'm looking forward to it." Seeing Xu Jingming's smile, Song Ki-yoon also slightly smirked and turned away. Once they had walked a distance and were out of sight of the two men, Bi Donghae turned to tease her friend. "Qui-yoon, ever since we started school, I've never seen you give a good look to any guy, but you're not bad at all towards Xu Jingming, huh? Dragging you out to socialize this time was a really good decision." Song Ki-yoon crossed her arms and explained seriously, "My A-rank Dawn Eye ability can perceive things keenly, and I can see through the impure thoughts in the hearts of boys when they look at me." Around her appeared images of dark shadows with dirty thoughts like, "Those breasts are huge. Nice body. Be my girlfriend. Hee hee. This girl looks hot. Probably easy to trick." She continued, her gaze looking into the distance, becoming softer. "But Xu Jingming is different. He only has appreciation, without any evil intentions. In short, he's very special." Bi Donghae, hearing that, rested her hand on her chin, laughing meaningfully. "It seems our Song family's young lady has fallen for him." Meanwhile, on the way back, Liu Wenhan stretched comfortably. "Phew, going out for a stroll once in a while isn't bad at all." Xu Jingming, walking beside him, softly replied, "That's right." He couldn't help but smile as the image of Song Ki-yoon appeared in his mind. "Song Ki-yoon is a peak level 1, huh? It looks like I still have to keep working hard." 15 days later, at the training room, Xu Jingming sat cross-legged amidst a surging flow of lightning energy. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. "It's almost enough. I can level up again. Deep blue, add points for me." Immediately, a massive surge of energy erupted from his body. The system interface popped up, notifying, "Ability points -456, level 1 intermediate is greater than level 1 peak." At the same time, another surge of power was strengthened. Ability points -354, Undying Lightning Body first stage, greater than Undying Lightning Body second stage. He breathed out a long sigh, feeling the change in his body. "Phew, leveling up has raised my overall strength." The second stage of the lightning body also targets the bones and muscles for reinforcement. He flipped open a book titled Extreme Lightning Technique, thinking to himself, "According to the book, if I can break through the third level, I can unlock the special Extreme Lightning state, which can boost strength and speed to the limit in a short time." Xu Jingming looked at his status board. Name: Xu Jingming. Rank: Level 1 Peak. Ability from Xu Chen. S rank: Physique. 520. Blood chi plus mental power, 421. Plus advanced spear techniques, body refining boxing, and the indestructible thunder body. At the second level. Ability points, 62. He muttered. The thunder pole body so exciting. It's just a shame that my ability points are almost completely drained. It was time to ask his teacher for permission to head to the wilderness to hunt beasts and replenish his points. Just then, his teacher appeared with a look of extreme astonishment. Xu Jingming, you've broken through again? Xu Jingming stood up and replied calmly. I was just about to tell you, sir. I broke through last night. Also, my indestructible thunder body has reached the second level. His teacher looked at his student with disbelief, his heart racing. Breaking through levels and physical training were both incredibly difficult. Yet, Xu Jingming spoke of it as easily as drinking water. With an S-rank ability and such rigorous training, his future was truly immeasurable. Lu Ming, standing to the side, chimed in. I told you. Our junior brother is a true monster. Back then, it took me over half a year just to go from a first-rank intermediate to an upper rank. The teacher looked at Xu Jingming with satisfaction, suggesting that while leveling up was important, real combat couldn't be ignored. Have a match with your Lu Ming. Let me see how strong you are after your breakthrough. Xu Jingming immediately agreed. Yes, sir. On the training grounds, Lu Ming said, Junior brother, I'll suppress my strength to the second-rank lower stage. Give it everything you've got. As their teacher started the countdown, they both got into position. 3, 2, 1, start. The moment the words were spoken, two currents of energy, one blue and one purple, collided, creating a shocking explosion. Xu Jingming gathered his strength, his spear crackling with purple lightning as he thrust toward Lu Ming, who was bracing for defense with his green energy. Lu Ming felt the power behind Xu Jingming's attack, and couldn't help but be amazed. What intense power to actually be on par with me. Xu Jingming was also incredibly excited, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Ever since he obtained the system, this was the first time he had met an opponent evenly matched with him. He took a step back, lightning energy gathering in his palm, ready to unleash a powerful battle skill. Thunder Prison. A massive ball of lightning shot out, hurtling toward Lu Ming. Xu Jingming didn't flinch. He immediately unleashed one of his strongest moves, Rapid Thunder Spear. Lu Ming smirked, confidence flashing in his eyes. Not bad. A combo move that beat a thunder pillar. Too bad I'm not that freshman. He roared, unleashing all his strength to execute his signature battle skill, Jadeite Thunder. A burst of turquoise lightning erupted, easily shattering Xu Jingming's barrage of spears. 20 minutes later, the match ended. Xu Jingming was panting, drenched in sweat, having to lean on his spear to stay upright. He said, gasping for air, Senior brother, my lightning energy is depleted. I've lost. Lu Ming stepped over, patted his shoulder, and said, in terms of technique, you didn't lose. You only lost in raw ability energy. Their teacher approached, looking extremely satisfied. Not bad, not bad. That was truly a spectacular fight. Jingming's performance really exceeded my expectations. He had expected Liu Ming to win easily, but never imagined the two would be so evenly matched, to the point where a battle of attrition was needed to decide the winner. Lu Ming looked at Xu Jingming with admiration and asked, do you know what level your strength reached just now? Xu Jingming asked blankly. What level, sir? Liu Ming declared loudly, second-rank champion. Those two words left Xu Jingming stunned, unable to believe his ears. The teacher spoke up. All right, the combat training is over. Everyone, take a break. A server brought over a plate of exotic fruit. This is clear spirit fruit, perfect for dispelling fatigue after training. Xu Jingming took the opportunity to speak to his teacher. Teacher, there is something I would like to ask your permission for. The teacher replied. Go ahead. Xu Jingming stated his decision with a firm look. I'm preparing to leave the school and go to the wilderness. The teacher was a bit surprised. The wilderness? How long do you plan to be gone? Xu Jingming replied. About a month or so. I'll be back before the freshman tournament. The teacher frowned. That long? He warned him sternly. The wilderness isn't like the entrance exams. There's no military protection. Beasts roam freely and are scattered unpredictably. One moment of carelessness and you could run into a high-level beast. Not to mention you'll be staying there for over a month. The danger goes without saying. However, after a moment of thought, he smiled and patted his student's shoulder. Very well. If you want to go, then go. But remember, if the situation looks bad, run away immediately. Every powerhouse's rise must go through life or death risks. Since you have the determination, I won't stop you. Xu Jingming bowed, his heart full of gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Xia. The teacher asked further. Right, Which part of the wilderness are you going to? He handed him a clear spirit fruit. Xu Jingming took it and replied, the wilderness on the outskirts of Primal City. Hearing this, the teacher breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. It's right next to the magic capital. The highest level beasts there are only level 4 or 5, so it's relatively safe. Later, have Liu Ming pass on some experience to you. Xu Jingming nodded. Yes, sir. The teacher continued. Once you're out there, I really can't help much. I might as well prepare a real weapon for you. With that, he raised his hand, and a ring on his finger glowed. He took Xu Jingming's hand and placed a brand new spear into it. This is Xu Jingming looked at the weapon in amazement. Back in his dorm room, Xu Jingming placed the new spear on his bed, next to his packed backpack. He sat at his desk and ordered the AI, Yi Hua, to open the school's mission system. A virtual screen appeared, and he thought to himself, according to what my senior brother told me, before leaving for the wilderness, it's best to take on a few missions to earn academic credits. He scrolled through the list of missions, collecting beast materials, gathering rare herbs, capturing escaped criminals, and large-scale campaigns. Mission 1. Collect 30 berries from a level 2 Whisker Fox. Reward: 60 academic credits, C-level mission. Mission 2. Collect 30 clear spirit herbs over 25 years old. Reward: 43 academic credits, D-level mission. Mission 3. Head to the southwest to join the campaign. Requirement: Level 1 intermediate or higher. Reward: 600 academic credits. S-level mission. Mission 4. Assist the Motto Special Investigation Bureau in capturing the escaped fugitive. Reward: 200 mission credits. Xu Jingming frowned slightly. Missions with high credit rewards, they all inevitably involve fighting. This is simply pushing students to their deaths. Is this really the training model of Motto Superpower University? He swiped across the screen and made his choice. No wonder some say the best students from Motto Superpower University aren't inside the school, but out in the field. Fine. I'll take this A-rank mission and these 3 B-rank ones. After accepting the missions, he stood up and slung his backpack over his shoulder. Preparations were complete. No time to waste. It was time to move out. The AI system chimed. Good luck. The scene shifted to a vast, rugged mountain area. Ahead stood a modern building. A sign read, Primitive City Supply Base. Inside the base, a bustling street was filled with the sounds of deliveries and recruitment calls. Beast hunting squad looking for a spearman. C-rank team recruiting now. High-grade medicinal pills available. Come check out our exploration mission. Anyone interested? Xu Jingming slung his pack, his spear in hand, and strode confidently into the base. He took in the lively scene before him, thinking, Primitive supply base, I've finally arrived. He stepped into a luxurious hall where adventurers were gathered. A female staff member in a charming red dress walked over and bowed professionally. Welcome, sir. How may I help you? Xu Jingming held out his student ID and said, I'd like to register as an adventurer. He knew that to enter the wilderness, he first needed to register for a nationally recognized adventurer status. The staff member took the card, looking surprised. A student from Motto Superpower University? It's really rare to see level 1 newbies like you heading into the wilderness. The paperwork will take a moment. Please, take a seat and rest. Xu Jingming found a spot and waited patiently. Suddenly, the hall became restless. Everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance as whispers broke out. Wow, it's the goddess Jiang Xuaxuan. Our goddess is so beautiful. No wonder she's a student at Motto University. Her aura is so powerful. A woman with platinum blonde hair, wearing stylish sunglasses, walked in accompanied by her bodyguards and a cameraman. An introduction frame popped up. Jiang Xuaxuan, second-year student at Motto Superpower University. The crowd kept whispering. Looks like Jiang Xuaxuan is back in the wilderness to film content again. Even though her team does the work, her videos are top quality. I watch every episode. Didn't they say Jiang Xuaxuan has tens of millions of fans online? More than that, 15 million now. If she were my girlfriend, I'd give up 10 years of my life. Xu Jingming also looked toward Jiang Xuaxuan, silently assessing. Someone from Motto University? Her looks are actually on par with Song Qiyun. At that moment, the staff member returned and handed him a card and a watch. Here are your adventurer card and satellite smartwatch. The wilderness map is pre-installed. It shows detailed information on beast activity and danger levels in every sector. Xu Jingming took them and replied, Thank you. After receiving his gear, Xu Jingming turned, ready to leave the hall and start his journey. Suddenly, a man with a shifty appearance, wearing a worn-out coat, stepped forward to block his path. He grinned craftily. Hey kid, is this your first time in the wilderness? You won't survive without some pills. How about it? Want to buy some? Xu Jingming glanced at the man with sharp, probing eyes and asked calmly, "What's the price?" The man thought he had hooked a fool and eagerly introduced his goods. First-grade healing pills for 20,000 each. First-grade antidote pills for 15,000 each. Second-grade ones are even better but pricier, 40,000 and 30,000 respectively. Xu Jingming replied indifferently, "Oh, that's not too expensive." The man grinned wide, patted his chest, and said, "You know your stuff. My pills are famous for being cheap and effective." However, Xu Jingming was analyzing him coldly, thinking, even first-grade pills should cost at least 30 to 40,000 each. Someone quoting prices this low is definitely suspicious. It's most likely a scam, specifically targeting rookies who look inexperienced. The man urged, "So, how many do you want?" Xu Jingming looked straight into his eyes, a slight smirk on his lips. "You've scammed quite a few rookies with this trick, haven't you?" The man's expression shifted instantly, his voice darkening. He pointed a finger at Xu Jingming's chest. "You saw through it already? Are you messing with me on purpose?" Xu Jingming replied calmly, "What do you think?" The man ground his teeth, his face turning ferocious. "Good, very good. You're the first person to dare mess with me at the supply base." Just as tensions were about to peak, a familiar voice rang out. The short-haired girl who had warned Xu Jingming earlier, Wang Qian, pointed at the scammer and shouted, "Zhao Chunlin, you're scamming newbies again." Having his name called out, Zhao Chunlin looked annoyed. He glared at Wang Qian, then turned back to Xu Jingming and spat. "Humph. Consider yourself lucky this time, kid." Before leaving, he turned back to deliver a murderous threat. "You'd better not leave the supply base these next few days, or you'll regret it." Once Zhao Chunlin was out of sight, the people around started whispering, "Tisk tisk," to be targeted by someone like Zhao Chunlin. This newbie is done for. Why pick a fight with Zhao Chunlin of all people? Right. I heard he's already reached the second rank mid-stage. How could this first-rank upper-stage kid be his match? Wang Qian walked over and said, worriedly, to Xu Jingming, "Zhao Chunlin is small-minded. Don't leave the supply base for a while." Xu Jingming replied, "Thanks for the heads up. Since he scams people like that, doesn't anyone stop him?" Wang Qian shook her head. "Zhao Chunlin has underworld connections. Who would dare cross him? If you need supplies, just buy them from the official channels. Remember, don't go outside the supply base." Xu Jingming watched Wang Qian and her friends walk away, thinking she was a truly kind-hearted girl. He didn't take Zhao Chunlin's threat to heart and turned away to prepare for his trip. "All right, first things first, let's buy what I need for the month. Healing pills, antidote pills, blood-boiling pills, there's a lot to get." He headed to the base's official trading counter, where a spherical robot was serving customers. After buying all the necessary supplies, Xu Jingming packed them all into his bag. Ignoring the warning, he confidently walked out of the supply base's main gate alone. Sure enough, Zhao Chunlin and his lackeys were already standing outside, waiting for him. He crossed his arms and sneered, "You still don't believe me, do you? I told you not to leave the base, but you dared to go out anyway. So you're not showing me, Zhao Chunlin, any respect at all, are you?" Xu Jingming stopped in his tracks, facing them calmly with a faint smile. "What do you want then?" Xu Jingming's smile only made Zhao Chunlin angrier. He snarled, his face twisting in rage. "You humiliated me just now, so I'm going to break both your legs and leave you in a wheelchair for the rest of your life. Only then will my hatred be satisfied." In the distance, Wang Qian and another friend witnessed the scene. Wang Qian panicked. "I told him not to leave the supply base. Why didn't he listen? I have to go help him." But her friend held her back. "Don't be rash. Let him learn a lesson. Who told him to be so arrogant and ignore advice?" Zhao Chunlin began to power up, the muscles in his arms bulging. He grinned smugly as his skin took on a shimmering metallic sheen. "If I, Zhao Chunlin, can't even teach a rookie a lesson, how could I ever show my face again? My C-grade metal body ability, combined with my D-grade battlesuit, you won't even be able to scratch my defense." He said his final terms, "Unless you give me 1 million in compensation and kneel before me." But before he could finish, Xu Jingming had lost all patience. A surge of purple electricity crackled around him as he roared, leaving Zhao Chunlin stunned and wide-eyed. In an instant, Xu Jingming blurred into motion, streaking through the air at terrifying speed. A powerful kick, wrapped in streaks of purple lightning, slammed straight into Zhao Chunlin's face before he could react. Bam! The sheer force of the kick sent Zhao Chunlin flying backward like a broken kite, spewing a mouthful of blood mid-air. His body crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater and cracking the earth, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Wang Qian and the onlookers in the distance were left gaping in shock, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Amidst the chaos, Xu Jingming calmly dusted off his hands and walked away, leaving Zhao Chunlin lying motionless in a pool of blood and rubble. The crowd finally snapped back to reality and began to whisper, "What? Finished in one hit? That's terrifying. How did he even strike? I couldn't even see it. Ha. Zhao Chunlin really kicked an iron plate this time. I was worried for that guy, but I didn't expect him to be this strong." Wang Qian, still in shock, turned to her team captain. "How did he do that? I couldn't even see his movements." The captain replied with a grave expression. "That was a kick to the leg. Zhao Chunlin's pelvis is completely shattered. Even if he survives, he'll be a cripple in a wheelchair." The captain continued, eyes filled with admiration. "He's worthy of being from the Madu Ability University. Not only is he strong, but he's also ruthless." Wang Qian asked in surprise, "A Madu student? Captain, how did you know?" The captain explained, "That battlesuit he's wearing, I've only ever seen it on students from Madu. It must be exclusive equipment developed by their university." An idea struck Wang Qian. Only their university could produce such a monster. What if we recruit him into our team? Doesn't our squad still need a power attacker? Another girl in the team objected. "Wang Qian, didn't we agree when we formed our team that we'd only accept female members?" Another blonde girl hugged Wang Qian, teasing her as she blushed. "Ha, Wang Qian, do you have a crush on him? Besides, the guy is actually quite handsome. I wouldn't mind him joining our team at all." Wang Qian could only remain silent, embarrassed. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming reached the checkpoint at the edge of the base. He held his adventurer card up to the scanner. A digital voice announced that his adventurer credentials had been confirmed and entry into the wilderness was authorized. The gate opened, and Xu Jingming officially entered the primeval wilderness. He was surrounded by a dense, gloomy forest, the air thick with danger. He scanned his surroundings cautiously, when suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed throughout the forest. Xu Jingming looked up to see a flock of birds flying away in a panic from an abandoned building in the distance. He muttered to himself, "That cry is to declare territory. It must be at least a level 4 beast. But you aren't my target today." He looked at the 3D map projected from his smartwatch to plan his route. The wilderness is roughly divided into ruins and mountain forests. The beasts in the ruins are slightly weaker. I can start collecting ability points from them. The map zoomed into a specific area. Pingon Town up ahead isn't bad. Most are level 2 beasts, very few level 1, and no level 3 or 4 ones. Plus, it's a large area with at least 500 to 600 beasts. With his target identified, Xu Jingming accelerated, his body becoming a blur as he dashed through the forest. "Pingon Town, here I come." As soon as he stepped onto the crumbling road of the town, a dark shadow lunged from a corner, attacking him at extreme speed. Xu Jingming turned calmly, realizing, "A level 2 shadow cat? Ability points delivered to my doorstep." He clenched his fist, and purple lightning began to crackle. Lately, influenced by the negative emotions of the Thunder Dragon, he felt a constant, inner craving for slaughter. The more he suppressed these impulses, the more intense the desire became. A wicked, exhilarated smile appeared on his face, his eyes glowing with purple electricity. "Well, I don't have to hold back anymore." The shadow cat seemed to sense the terrifying killing intent. It froze, its purple eyes filled with sheer terror. A month later, another adventurer team was patrolling the strangely quiet streets of Pingon Town. One member asked, "Captain, what's going on with this town? We've been wandering all day. Why haven't we seen a single beast?" The bald captain frowned. "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Pingon Town should have at least 500 beasts. Even if a swarm that big migrated, they couldn't have just vanished into thin air." Suddenly, a giant tiger beast leaped out from a ruined building, roaring ferociously, startling the team. They immediately took combat stances, their expressions a mix of tension and excitement. "It's a tiger beast. This wasn't easy to find, let's attack it together." But before they could even move, a spear made of purple lightning shot from somewhere with terrifying speed, tearing through the air. The lightning spear pierced straight through the tiger beast, triggering a massive energy explosion. The tiger beast didn't even have time to cry out before it was completely obliterated by the purple lightning. The two team members stared at the scene, utterly dumbfounded. What was that? Was that some kind of new laser weapon? The captain shook his head, his eyes full of astonishment. "No, it's even faster than a laser weapon. This feels like some sort of lightning-based combat technique." The bald team leader's face turned pale with terror, and he hurriedly ordered, "Let's get out of here." This peace town must have been occupied by some powerful expert. That strike just now was likely a warning. The whole team didn't dare to hesitate for a second. They immediately turned and fled. A team member muttered while running, "No wonder we couldn't find any beasts. They must have all been wiped out by that lightning expert." Another shivered and gasped. The power of that lightning spear just now was terrifying. My legs are still trembling. The team leader shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Just keep moving." Provoking that expert would be a huge headache. On a high rooftop, Xu Jingming coldly pulled his hand back, and a virtual screen appeared before his eyes. Eliminated one lower-grade Tier 2 Tiger Beast, received 19 ability points. He thought with satisfaction, my lightning spear mastery has reached the high level, and the attack range has directly skyrocketed to over 1,000 meters. Not bad. Not bad at all. He looked at his status panel, summarizing his astonishing achievements. In 1 month, I've gained over 8,000 ability points, rising from upper grade Tier 1 to upper grade Tier 2, and my indestructible lightning body has broken through to the 3rd level. A detailed status panel appeared. Name, Xu Jingming. Rank, upper grade Tier 2. Ability, lightning element S grade. Physique, 1,310. Blood chi plus spirit, 972. Skills, spear technique, grandmaster, intermediate boxing, lightning fang series, intermediate lightning spear, advanced lightning flash, intermediate lightning prison, advanced lightning storm, body cultivation, indestructible lightning body, 3rd level, ability points, 112, he thought confidently. With so many A-grade combat techniques reaching the intermediate level, apart from me, who else could pull this off? Xu Jingming stood up and overlooked the town that had been completely swept clean below. It's all cleared out here. Time to pack up, head back to the base tomorrow to restock, and then continue deeper into the wilderness. The next day, at the primitive supply base, Xu Jingming returned with a tactical backpack that was unusually bulging. People around saw it and couldn't help but be amazed and tease, "Ha, what's going on? Did your tactical backpack grow legs? He didn't haul a whole one-horned rhino back, did he? That's too miserable." Xu Jingming ignored the chatter, thinking to himself, "Good thing I bought a reinforced tactical backpack. Otherwise, these 400+ kilograms of beast materials wouldn't fit at all." He walked into the trading hall and set the heavy backpack down in front of the female clerk. She smiled professionally. "Sir, may I ask what materials you'd like to sell? You can place them on the scale next to you to weigh them first." Xu Jingming unzipped the backpack and dumped all his loot onto the floor. A mountain of beast materials appeared before her eyes. The clerk gasped in shock, stammering, "Wow, this is too much," Xu Jingming calmly said. "Over 400 kilograms of Tier 2 beast materials. See how much they're worth." The clerk looked at the pile of precious materials, her eyes sparkling. Tiger tendons, beast fangs, rhino horns, they were all high quality. She realized she couldn't handle this workload alone. Sir, please wait a moment. Your volume of beast materials is too high. I need to call more people to help with the inventory." With that, she hurriedly contacted the procurement department. Shortly after, a man in a sharp suit, followed by 2 beautiful assistants, walked over. He introduced himself professionally. "Greetings, sir. I am Zhao Yi, the manager in charge of procurement. Nice to meet you." Xu Jingming shook his hand politely. "I'm Xu Jingming." Zhao Yi looked at the loot with unconcealed admiration. Young Gentian Shu, you are truly talented at such a young age. To be able to hunt so many beasts already, you have really opened my eyes. I will have my staff arrange the inventory. Would you care to sit for a moment?" The staff quickly used flying robots to scan and appraise the value of every item. After the inventory was complete, Zhao Yi sat down opposite Xu Jingming and presented a gold card. "This is the platinum membership card for our supply base. You get a 5% discount on everything you buy. Please, accept it." A young upper-grade Tier 2 ability user like this, the base definitely had to stay on good terms with. Xu Jingming took the card. Then, "Thank you, Zhao Yi." A clerk walked over to report, "Sir, the materials have been tallied. 89 upper-grade Tier 2 beast materials, 107 intermediate grade, and 221 lower grade." Zhao Yi couldn't help but be shocked upon hearing this, thinking to himself, "Well done. Did he just wipe out an entire beast nest?" Zhao Yi offered a price. "These beast materials total 24.764 million. Let's round it up to 25 million. How's that?" Xu Jingming nodded. "Even getting rounded up? Then thank you, Zhao Yi." Immediately, Xu Jingming's phone received a notification. Zhongxia bank account, ending in 7043, has just received 25 million. Current balance, 29.1234 million. He looked at the number on the screen, unable to hide his joy. "Haha, 29 million, I've hit it big." The transaction completed, and Xu Jingming stood up to leave. Zhao Yi also stood up and handed over his business card. Zhao Yi. See you next time. This is my card. If you're free, let me treat you to tea. As Xu Jingming turned and walked away, Zhao Yi watched his back, filled with emotion, thinking, this young man has limitless potential. Suddenly, the phone in Zhao Yi's pocket rang. He answered it, his voice slightly impatient. Zhao Chunlin, why are you calling me? On the other end of the line, Zhao Chunlin's hateful voice rang out. Manager! I saw the guy who crippled me back at the supply base. You have to help me get revenge. Zhao Yi replied indifferently. Oh, is it that upper-grade Tier 1 kid you mentioned? How do you want to get revenge? Zhao Chunlin, wrapped in white bandages, sat in his wheelchair and screamed into the phone. Send the Tiger Squad. I want him to wish he were dead. Zhao Yi pondered for a moment and then agreed. Fine, I'll lend you the Tiger Squad, but from now on, we don't owe each other anything. Zhao Chunlin replied. Don't worry, once this is done, I'll leave Origin City immediately. He hung up. Zhao Yi felt a bit uneasy. Why do I feel like something's not right? Am I overthinking it? The Tiger Squad is an elite Tier 2 ability user team. Dealing with an upper-grade Tier 1 kid shouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming was walking down the street when he suddenly sneezed. Achoo! He rubbed his nose, feeling a bit strange. What's this? Is someone talking behind my back? At the same time, in a luxurious office, Zhao Yi was reporting over the phone. Wang Yan. I just discovered a remarkable ability user named Xu Jingming. By himself, he brought back more loot than a dozen teams combined. On the other end of the line, the general manager of the base, Wang Yan, sitting in front of a computer, said, Xu Jingming, let me look up his profile. When he saw the information pop up on the screen, Wang Yan's eyes flashed with surprise. He immediately ordered Zhao Yi over the phone. Zhao Yi, the Xu Jingming you mentioned is very important to me. If he comes by again, notify me immediately. Zhao Yi quickly replied, Yes, I understand. He hung up, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. This Xu Jingming can actually make Wang Yan that agitated? He must have a major background. Good thing I didn't offend him. Wang Yan looked at the computer screen, muttering to himself, I never expected another disciple of Yang Zhentian to come to my base. An upper-tier level 2, his talent is even stronger than Lu Ming's, who came earlier, a total monster. I absolutely cannot afford to offend him. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming was strolling around the base's market. He looked at an equipment store and thought, space rings here cost over 10 million, and the capacity is only as big as a suitcase? That's way too expensive. He watched the passing crowd and couldn't help but sigh. Still, space rings are really convenient. I kind of want to buy one. I wonder how much space it would take to store a spear. Suddenly, his phone rang. He picked it up. It was Liu Wenhan. Xu Jingming, it's been a while. When are you coming back to school? Xu Jingming replied, in about half a month. Why? Is something up? While he was talking on the phone, Xu Jingming had no idea that at the end of a small alley, a group of people was tailing him. Leading them was Zhao Chunlin, sitting in a wheelchair, flanked by members of the Huji squad. In the alley, Zhao Chunlin, still wrapped in bandages, ordered the Huji squad with a voice full of resentment. Your target is him. Break his arms and legs, then bring him to me. The blonde captain replied coldly, got it. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming was still engrossed in his phone conversation with Liu Wenhan. He didn't notice a member of the Huji squad quietly closing in behind him. From the other end of the line, Liu Wenhan said, in the month you've been gone, a new student transferred to the school. They're super arrogant. Xu Jingming gave a soft, Sensing something, he suddenly stopped, startling the person following him. He asked into the phone, what's wrong? Then quickly reassured himself. Nothing, keep talking. His gaze sharpened as he scanned his surroundings cautiously. At the corner of the alley, the Huji squad captain signaled them to get ready. The target had entered the alley. He turned to the platinum-haired girl, He Qian, to analyze the target's strength. He Qian acknowledged the order. Another male member of the team looked dismissive. Captain, no offense, but sometimes you're way too careful. It's just a little kid at upper tier level 1. What kind of trouble can he cause? At that moment, He Qian was using her psychic ability when she suddenly gasped in horror. How can this be? The captain immediately noticed the anomaly in her voice and turned back to ask, what is it? Is something wrong? He Qian said, with a grave expression. I'm sharing it with you all. See for yourselves. Immediately, a psychic eye appeared on the foreheads of all 3 members. It was a mental-type sensory ability. The stronger the power, the more intense the glow. Through their psychic vision, they saw that their own auras were merely small blue sparks. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming's aura was a massive, overwhelming, and terrifying pillar of purple energy. One member panicked. How is this possible? This aura is several times stronger than my own upper tier level 2. A powerhouse like this could wipe out our entire squad with a snap of his fingers. The captain realized in anger that he had been tricked. He gritted his teeth and roared. Zhao Chunlin. That bastard tricked us into jumping into a fire pit. The intelligence was wrong. Mission aborted. We're going back to settle this with Zhao Chunlin. Xu Jingming felt the hostile auras following him suddenly vanish. He was a bit confused. What's going on? Why did they suddenly run away? He quickly pieced the events together, his eyes turning cold. In this base, the only person with a grudge against me is that Zhao Chunlin. He must be refusing to give up and is trying to plot some revenge. A dog never loses its urge to eat filth. This petty villain, next time I see him, I'll have to teach him an even harsher lesson. Shortly after, where Zhao Chunlin was waiting, the Huji squad captain rushed in like a whirlwind and landed a devastating punch on his face. Zhao Chunlin was knocked out of his wheelchair, sprawling onto the ground. He asked in confusion, Why is this happening? Why are you hitting me?" The captain grabbed his collar and growled in fury. "You still have the nerve to ask me? The shitty intelligence you gave us was flawed. We almost died because of you. The target isn't an upper tier level 1 at all. He's an upper tier level 2. Zhao Chunlin was stunned, clutching his swollen cheek, stammering, "Upper tier level 2? How is that possible? It's only been a little over a month." The captain shoved him aside and said coldly, "Humph, I don't care what the hell is going on. This mission ends here. We'll go tell Zhao Yi about this ourselves." A while later, at Zhao Yi's office, the Huji squad captain walked in. Zhao Yi asked, "Back so soon? Have you finished the job?" The captain replied, "No, the mission has been terminated." Zhao Yi was surprised. The captain explained, "Zhao Chunlin's intelligence was flawed. The target is not an upper tier level 1, but an upper tier level 2. More seriously, according to He Qian's observations, his actual combat strength is at least level 3 or higher, so we gave up." Zhao Yi slammed the table in anger. "A level 2 upper tier with combat strength equivalent to a level 3? Zhao Chunlin, what is going on? Is that someone he can even afford to provoke?" He suddenly paused, as if realizing something, and hurriedly asked, "Upper tier level 2? Wait, what is the name of Zhao Chunlin's target?" The captain replied, "Zhao Chunlin didn't say the name, but the features are very distinct. About 1.9 meters tall, sturdy build, and he carries a spear on his back." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi turned deathly pale, cold sweat pouring down like a shower. He stammered, "It's over, it's all over. Could that person be?" At the same time, at the office of the chief manager, Wang Yan, he was reviewing documents when he received a call. After hearing the report, he was furious, smashed his desk phone, and had ordered someone to assassinate Xu Jingming. "How dare you people do that?" Zhao Yi on the other end of the line tried to explain, "Manager Wang Yan, he's just a level 2 upper tier kid. No need to be that angry, is there?" Wang Yan roared, "You blind fool. Here is Xu Jingming's profile. See for yourself." A virtual screen appeared before Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi read the information on it and trembled. Valedictorian of Jiangnan Province, freshman at the Madu Ability University. An 18-year-old at the upper level of the second rank? That's unheard of. At most, one would expect a lower-level second ranker. The head of the martial arts academy, Yang Zhentian, is his personal mentor, Wang Yan said with a threatening tone. "Trouble, this is big trouble. Do you get it now? A master-level figure like that? Even if he leveled the entire supply base, the country wouldn't say a word." Zhao Yi was so terrified his spine felt like it was freezing. He hunched over, trembling as he spoke. "I understand. I absolutely won't let the base give him any trouble." Wang Yan commanded, "Bring him in." 2 guards dragged in Zhao Chunlin, who had already been beaten to a pulp. Zhao Chunlin knelt on the ground, his face covered in blood. "Please, I know I was wrong. Spare me." Zhao Yi looked at him with icy eyes and grabbed him by the hair. "Looks like a beating wasn't enough to solve this. The offender must be dealt with. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for kicking a steel plate this time." Crack! A bone-chilling sound echoed as Zhao Yi delivered a ruthless blow, sending blood splattering everywhere. He turned back to look at the head manager, Wang Yan, with an inquisitive expression. "Manager, is this satisfactory?" Wang Yan replied coldly. "You don't think this is enough, do you?" Zhao Yi looked troubled. "Manager, this I?" Wang Yan stared at him with razor-sharp eyes. "I could have looked the other way regarding the shady deals you've been running at this base for years, but this time, you've made a massive mistake." Wang Yan turned around, his authoritative voice echoing throughout the room. "Everyone involved in this matter must be dealt with severely. Not just you, but the entire Fox squad as well. We cannot let a single detail leak out, nor leave even the slightest chance for him to hold a grudge against us. Zhao Yi could only cry out in desperate terror, Wang Yan. A short while later, at the main entrance of the base, Wang Yan stood solemnly at the head of a group of senior managers, seemingly waiting for someone important. The adventurers nearby couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "Isn't that person in the front, Wang Yan, the head manager of the base?" Except for Zhao Yi from the procurement department, all the department heads are here. Geez, with this kind of turnout, some big shot must be arriving. Within the crowd, Wang Qian and her teammates were also present. One member recognized someone and said, "Wang Qian, isn't that the guy from Motto University of Abilities from before?" Wang Qian was surprised. "Huh? Where?" Xu Jingming was returning from the wilderness zone, feeling a bit confused as he saw the crowd and the high-ranking leadership looking his way. Wang Yan quickly stepped forward, bowed formally, and said with great respect, "Xu Jingming, you finally returned. I am the head manager of this base, Wang Yan." This scene left Wang Qian and her teammates in shock. Wow, the managers are all here to welcome him. It looks like this guy's status isn't just that of a simple Motto University student. Wang Yan continued, explaining clearly, "Regarding Zhao Chunlin offending you, our base takes full responsibility. We have already apprehended him. The accomplices have also been detained and will spend the rest of their lives in prison. To show our sincerity, we have specially prepared some tokens of apology for you." Xu Jingming observed Wang Yan's decisive attitude and thought to himself, "It's no wonder he can sit in the position of head manager. He really is a ruthless character, cleaning up his own subordinates so efficiently." A beautiful female assistant walked over, holding a red velvet box. Wang Yan introduced, "This is the highest level black gold membership card of our base. From now on, you will stay at our base for free, and any items you purchase will receive a discount of at least 20%. Another female assistant opened an exquisite jewelry box. Inside was a sparkling ring. Wang Yan said, "Additionally, this is a spatial ring with a volume of 1 cubic meter, also an apology gift." Xu Jingming was startled when he heard this. 1 cubic meter? He took the ring, feeling delighted. A spatial ring with a capacity of 1 cubic meter was worth at least 50 million Great Xia credits. This Wang Yan is truly sincere. Since Wang Yan is so generous, I will accept. Wang Yan smiled and added, "As expected of young Gentian's student, you are truly magnanimous. By the way, your senior brother, Liu Ming, also came to this primordial base for training back in the day." Xu Jingming replied. "Oh." The two continued to chat as Xu Jingming was led to a luxurious room. Xu Jingming stood by the window, looking out at the scenery, thinking to himself, the best room accessible with a black gold card is truly something else much more luxurious than the dormitory villas. After a month of training, it's finally time to get a good rest. Wang Yan saw him to the door and said, "If you run into any trouble next time, contact me directly. In this primordial city, my words still carry some weight." Xu Jingming looked at the ring on his finger and sighed internally. This is the power of connections. If it were any other ordinary upper-level second-rank genius, they would never receive treatment like this. He sat in a chair and began the process of binding the ring. A spatial ring requires leaving a spiritual mark. The binding must be complete before it can be used. My spiritual power is currently at 972, much higher than the 670 of an ordinary upper-level second-rank ability user. This should be easy. He focused his spiritual power, and within moments, the ring was bound to him. He excitedly tested it out. It's done. It seems I can use my thoughts to pull items out, and as long as my body touches the objects, I can store them. Aside from the fact that it can't hold living things, this is incredibly convenient. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was his teacher calling. "Teacher? Yes, I just came out of the wilderness zone. Yes. There is also one thing I happen to want to report to you." After hearing Xu Jingming's account, his teacher was furious. "Humph. To dare send someone to assassinate you, giving you a spatial ring, is letting them off light. If anything had actually happened to you, I would have razed their entire supply base to the ground." He asked further, "Right, you said that elite second-rank squad followed you all the way to the alley. Why did they give up in the end?" Xu Jingming replied, "Maybe they realized I was also an upper-level second-ranker, and it didn't match their expectations, so they went back to confirm." His teacher was so shocked he nearly dropped his phone. "Wait, you? You've already reached the upper level of the second rank? You've only been training in the wilderness zone for 1 short month." Xu Jingming replied calmly, "Yes, I leveled up a few days ago." His teacher burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. As expected of young Gentian student, your cultivation speed is even faster than mine was back then. When do you plan on returning? I'll personally celebrate with you." Xu Jingming replied, "I'll be back before the semester starts. For this last period, I'm planning to head to the high-level area. I have the Thunder Flash skill at an advanced proficiency. A level 4 beast can't catch me. Even if I run into a level 5 beast, I have the blood explosion pill to save my life. It's good to go out, test my luck, and broaden my horizons. His teacher heard this and felt very satisfied. Good kid. Judging by your tone, you seem very confident. However, you must always remember that caution comes first. Xu Jingming replied respectfully, I understand, teacher. Elsewhere, an assistant saw Yang Zhentian laughing heartily and said, Sir, I haven't seen you this happy in a long time. A loud laugh followed. Ha ha. The assistant continued, their voice full of pride. Jingming is not only excellent in training, but he has also been tested in real combat. His promotion speed is unheard of. People say that life and death situations are the catalyst for the strong, but for Jingming, it's practically a cheat code. Meanwhile, in a remote area, Xu Jingming had entered the wilderness, a dense forest. The wind rustled through the treetops. He listened to his surroundings, the air echoing with the roars of beasts. He thought to himself, with roars coming from everywhere, it seems the resources in this mountain forest are much richer than in the ruins of the town. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of an enemy, and his body shot forward like an arrow. Swish! Swish! The spear in his hand flashed with purple lightning. The power of Thunder Flash was unleashed, and he darted forward with terrifying speed, leaving blurs among the trees, creating a whistling wind. Roar! A giant wolf with silver-gray fur and glowing eyes lunged out of the bushes. That was a Gale Terror Wolf. After a brief clash, Xu Jingming stepped back to observe, analyzing in his mind. Standard level 3 beasts usually possess special abilities like those of an Esper. The Gale Terror Wolf is a wind-type elemental beast. Looking at the power of that Windblade earlier, it must be a mid-level 3. I wonder how many ability points I'll get after killing it. Just as he prepared to deliver the finishing blow, a voice called out from afar. Look, it's a Gale Terror Wolf. A group of people appeared, led by a beautiful woman with platinum hair. A team member spoke up. The wind power around this Gale Terror Wolf is strong. It must be a mid-level 3. A beast of this level is just right for filming material for Miss Jiang. The captain ordered, same old routine. Cut off its retreat first. Seeing this, Xu Jingming frowned. Aside from Jiang Suoxuan, the others are all level 3. They want to steal my kill. He recalled the unwritten rules of this area, the wilderness rules, where resources like beasts belong to the first person who finds them. Otherwise, it's considered a provocation. Unexpectedly, the woman named Jiang Suoxuan spoke up in objection. Captain Wang, I told you last time, I don't like stealing others' prey for filming material, right? The captain laughed it off, trying to persuade her. Miss Jiang, don't put it so harshly. This isn't stealing. This is called helping those in need. A level 3 adventurer encountering a level 3 beast, saved by a goddess in a moment of crisis that'll bring in so much traffic. Jiang Suoxuan looked displeased and said firmly, I don't need this kind of fake setup. Besides, this young man looked very calm. He didn't need any help at all. Hearing this, Xu Jingming thought, this woman, seeing that she couldn't be persuaded, the captain turned to someone else. Miss Jiang is paying for this, so whatever she says goes. Then he muttered irritably, what a buzzkill. Finally, he waved his hand to signal the team. Since she's not happy, let's go find another beast. Let's go. Watching their retreating backs, Xu Jingming thought to himself, this Jiang Suoxuan doesn't have a bad personality. A hot TikToker with tens of millions of fans clearly has her own principles. However, he remembered the captain's gaze earlier. That captain had shown a malicious look. It seems she doesn't control her team very well. Never mind. This doesn't have much to do with me. As soon as the group left, the Gale Terror Wolf lunged at Xu Jingming. He sneered, humph, acting timid when a level 3 Esper is here, but attacking the moment they leave. He dodged the attack effortlessly, feeling a bit annoyed. Talk about judging a book by its cover. Not taking me seriously, I won't give it a second chance. Xu Jingming channeled his power into the spear and shouted, Thunder Lightning Gale Break. A powerful bolt of lightning struck the beast's head directly. The wolf collapsed instantly, and a notification appeared in his mind. Defeated a mid-level 3 Gale Terror Wolf. Ability points, plus 34. Xu Jingming thought with satisfaction. Killing a level 3 beast gives over 30 ability points? Not bad. After clearing out the minions, Xu Jingming cast a sharp gaze at the wounded leader, his voice cold as he said, I'll give you a quick death at last. Time passed. 7 days later. In another dense forest, a pack of vicious, violent apes was roaring in anger, but suddenly, a blinding purple light shot toward them. Whoosh! The purple energy carried destructive power. tearing through the air and heading straight for the apes. Boom! A heaven-shaking explosion occurred. The alpha ape was hit, its entire body engulfed in purple light. It threw its head back and roared in pain. After the attack, the alpha ape staggered and collapsed to the ground, heavily injured but still alive. Xu Jingming stepped down from above, commenting calmly. A single thunder spear couldn't kill it instantly. It's no wonder it's the leader of the violent apes. He smirked, purple electricity beginning to flicker around him, his eyes filled with killing intent. As for the rest of you minions, don't bother screaming. I'll make sure your whole family is reunited. With that, he charged into the middle of the ape pack. His body moved like a lightning cyclone, the spear in his hand swinging continuously, blood and purple lightning intermingling to create a dance of death. In just a moment, the battle ended. Xu Jingming stood tall, his spear planted in the ground, surrounded by the corpses of the apes, white smoke rising from their wounds. He smiled with satisfaction as a status window appeared before his eyes. He thought to himself, 3,000 plus ability points should be enough for me to go back and learn an S-rank combat technique. I've been waiting for this for so long. Suddenly, a device on his spear's shaft beeped and flashed. He looked at it in surprise. This is a distress signal. At the same time, elsewhere in the forest, Jiang Suoxuan was running for her life in a panic, the wind whistling past her ears. Chasing her was a giant beast shaped like a dragon, an earth dragon. It roared with savage ferocity. Jiang Suoxuan ran, thinking in despair. Their team had been wiped out by a level 4 beast, and now they had run straight into a sub-level 3 earth-dwelling dragon. This is bad. That earth dragon is getting closer, and its viciousness is starting to make her feel hopeless. Any beast with the word dragon in its name is incredibly savage and nearly impossible to deal with. I'm only at the intermediate 2nd level, and even with a blood-burst pill, I don't stand a chance. She keeps running, head down, holding on to a single, fragile hope that some Esper team might see her distress signal and come to help. Suddenly, the forest opens up into a clearing. Her face turns pale with fear. An open field, this is the end. Without trees for cover, it's going to catch me for sure. Just as she feared, the earth dragon closes in fast, its massive shadow engulfing her. She thinks to herself in despair, there's no getting out of this. The monster opens its maw and fires a blast of destructive energy. But in that split second, a streak of purple-white lightning crashes down from the sky, intercepting the attack. As the dust settles, a familiar figure emerges, standing between her and the beast, a spear crackling with electricity still in his hand. Jiang Suoxuan looks up, stunned, and blurts out, "You?" Seeing Xu Jingming has no intention of retreating, she panics and screams, "Run! That's a low-tier level 3 earth dragon. You can't win against it." But Xu Jingming stands perfectly still, his eyes unwavering. Jiang Suoxuan is shocked. Huh? Frustrated but deeply worried, she thinks, ugh, why won't he listen? It's one thing if I die, but I can't drag an innocent bystander down with me. With that, she turns around, charges toward the monster, and yells at Xu Jingming, "Get out of here! I'll hold it off." The massive earth dragon lets out a roar, its shadow swallowing both of them. Jiang Suoxuan clenches her fists, preparing to fight. Just then, Xu Jingming steps in front of her, his entire body surging with violent, purple lightning. He channels all his energy into the tip of his spear, creating a massive pillar of electricity, so powerful the space around it seems to warp. Jiang Suoxuan looks up, her purple eyes wide, completely overwhelmed by the magnificent and terrifying sight. Boom! The lightning spear is launched with terrifying speed, piercing the earth dragon's head. The destructive lightning detonates, shattering the monster's head into pieces as blood sprays everywhere. Its massive body collapses to the ground, triggering a minor tremor. Dust and residual purple sparks drift through the air. Thrown back by the shockwave, Jiang Suoxuan sits on the ground, dazed and stuttering, the earth dragon just like that killed in an instant. She looks at Xu Jingming's calm back, her heart still racing. The power, it's terrifying. The sonic boom I heard earlier, it wasn't my imagination. Wasn't he only an upper-tier 2nd level? How? A notification flashes in Xu Jingming's mind. Defeated low-tier level 3 earth dragon. Esper points gained. 36. He thinks to himself, as expected of a beast with dragon in its name, it grants more Esper points than a normal upper-tier level 3 beast. He turns back to see Jiang Suoxuan still on the ground and asks, "Are you all right?" Jiang Suoxuan blushes slightly, answering awkwardly, I'm fine, just a bit shaky. Thank you for saving me." Xu Jingming smiles and offers his hand. It was no trouble at all. Anyone would have done the same. Jiang Suoxuan hesitates before taking his hand. As he pulls her up, she looks at him with gratitude and admiration. That's not necessarily true, you know. My name is Jiang Suoshuan. I don't know how to repay you for saving my life. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Xu Jingming replies. I wouldn't dare command you, but if you could give me an autographed photo, that would be more than enough. He thinks of his friend, Liu Wenhan, who is a huge fan of hers and has been dying to get her autograph for ages. Hearing this, Jiang Suoshuan exclaims in surprise. Oh, she continues, I don't have one on me, but can I give it to you once I get back to base? Xu Jingming nods. Of course. Jiang Suoshuan's gaze shifts to his spear. The Dark Cloud Gale Spear, are you also from the Magic City Esper University? Xu Jingming is surprised. This was a gift from my teacher. You recognize this spear? Jiang Suoshuan explains happily. Yeah, it's quite famous because it's way too heavy for level 1 or level 2 espers, and level 3 espers usually use grade C gear or higher. Anyway, let me introduce myself properly. I'm a second-year student, Class 3, Ice Department, Elemental Academy. Nice to meet you, senior. She thinks to herself, I've never heard his name at school. This senior is really low-key. Hearing her call him senior, Xu Jingming thinks, senior, huh? Fair enough. A normal student at Magic City University wouldn't reach the upper-tier second level until their third year. Oh well, she's so impressed, no need to burst her bubble. He just smiles and replies, nice to meet you, junior. Jiang Suoshuan is even more impressed. Senior, your strength is incredible. Even though this Earth Dragon was a low-tier level 3, it was as strong as a typical upper-tier level 3 beast. To think you killed it in an instant. Xu Jingming prepares to leave, and Jiang Suoshuan hurriedly asks, Senior, are you leaving already? He nods. Yeah. Jiang Suoshuan looks a bit embarrassed, stammering, Senior, could I tag along for a bit? I got separated from my escort team, and I can't handle this area alone. Xu Jingming thinks it over and agrees. Sure, I'll get you to the city ruins, and you can head back from there. Jiang Suoshuan beams. Thank you so much, senior. On the way, she suddenly remembers something and points behind them. Oh, right, senior. Do you want to check out the Earth Dragon's den? There might be something good in there. Why else would it have been chasing me so aggressively? Xu Jingming nods. All right, let's take a look. As they walk, Jiang Suoshuan asks curiously, Senior, which academy are you from? Xu Jingming replies briefly, Weapons Academy. She continues excitedly, I know someone from your academy, named Yang Zhentian. They call him the Destroyer. He's basically a beast. Xu Jingming replies calmly, That's my teacher. Hearing this, Jiang Suoshuan freezes, her face turning bright red with embarrassment. She bows hurriedly. Oh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said that. After dealing with the Earth Dragon, Xu Jingming looks at Jiang Suoshuan, wondering to himself, with beads of sweat on his forehead, isn't Jiang Suoshuan's livestream persona supposed to be a cold, elegant goddess? In reality, she's such a chatterbox. Jiang Suoshuan then leads him toward a gloomy cave. She keeps talking as they walk. Senior, this is the place. Xu Jingming immediately stepped forward to shield her, gripping his spear tightly. He said gravely, It's hard to tell what dangers might be inside. Stay behind me. Jiang Suoshuan nodded obediently. Okay. The two of them cautiously entered the cave, with Xu Jingming in the lead. Purple lightning flickered around his spear tip, ready for combat, while Jiang Suoshuan followed closely behind. As they ventured deeper, the sight before them left them stunned. It was a vast space with a crystal-clear pool and countless exotic flowers and plants emitting a soft, gentle light. Jiang Suoshuan couldn't help but exclaim, It smells so good. They gazed around in awe. The air was filled with fragrance and pure energy. With his knowledge, Xu Jingming quickly realized the value of this place. Grade B spiritual herbs, Grade A blazing flowers, Grade C hypnotic herbs. Why are so many rare treasures growing here? His gaze then settled on the pool, his voice trembling slightly. This is he realized the most precious treasure of all. His voice filled with astonishment. The source of the essence, an earth spirit spring, a Grade S, healing holy medicine, even better than anything below level 4. Jiang Suoshuan was also stunned, turning to ask with disbelief. Wow, are you sure? She sat down gently, picked a flower to sniff, closed her eyes to enjoy it, and explained, The earth spirit spring nourishes the nearby flora, turning them into rare herbs, infusing them with the cool, fresh fragrance of the spring. She turned back to look at Xu Jingming happily and affirmed, There's no mistake. This is definitely the legendary earth spirit spring. I didn't expect you to have such deep research on natural treasures, she added proudly. I actually passed the Grade 2 apothecary certification at school. Xu Jingming couldn't help but sigh to himself. He hadn't expected her to be such a top student. He heard that the Grade 2 apothecary exam was notoriously difficult. Jiang Xuaxuan laughed cheerfully and generously suggested, "Haha, you're too kind, senior. This Earth Spirit Spring could produce at least 5 portions of Grade S healing potion. Senior, how about this Earth Spirit Spring all belongs to you?" Xu Jingming shook his head, offering a fairer proposal. 4 parts for me, 1 for you. Besides, let's split the exotic flowers and plants here 50-50. Hearing this, Jiang Xuaxuan looked overjoyed. Then thank you so much, senior. Just then, from the cave entrance, Jiang Xuaxuan's mercenary squad appeared. One guy grumbled, "Captain, there's not even a single monster in this cave. What could possibly be any good in here?" Both Xu Jingming and Jiang Xuaxuan jumped and turned around, their expressions tensing. The captain, team leader Wang, walked in, scanned the area, and said, "That's not necessarily true. Looking at the traces, this must be the lair of a level 3 earth-dwelling dragon. A dragon-type beast's lair there might actually be some good things here." Upon seeing the two of them, Jiang Xuaxuan let out a sigh of relief. "Huh? Oh, it's you, team leader Wang? You scared the life out of me." But Xu Jingming felt a secret anxiety. An elite level 3 Esper squad, if they discovered this Grade S Earth Spirit Spring, there would surely be trouble. Team leader Wang approached with a fake smile. "Miss Jiang, we've been looking for you everywhere. What a coincidence meeting you here." He glanced over. "Miss Jiang, the person next to you doesn't seem to be the one from before." Jiang Xuaxuan cleverly explained, "This is actually a senior from my school. I met him on the way, and we just happened to be chatting. By the way, these rare herbs aren't bad. Whatever we find, we can split it amongst ourselves." Team leader Wang smiled sinisterly. "Is that so? Then thank you very much, Miss Jiang." At the same time, a subordinate leaned in and whispered to him, "Captain, there's something suspicious. That spring in the middle looks a lot like the Grade S healing holy medicine, the Earth Spirit Spring." Hearing this, the eyes of the entire mercenary squad instantly lit up with greed, turning blood red. They only had one thought in their minds: Grade S natural treasure. Sensing the shift, Xu Jingming and Jiang Xuaxuan exchanged a glance, thinking anxiously, "Damn it." As soon as they heard Grade S resources, the atmosphere completely changed. The smile on team leader Wang's face vanished, replaced by a ferocious expression. He growled, "Miss Jiang, it seems you haven't been entirely honest with us, have you?" She calmly stepped forward and said, "If you've already figured it out, then the Earth Spirit Spring and these rare herbs belong to you. Senior, let's go." Jiang Xuaxuan hurriedly pulled his arm, whispering anxiously, "Senior, team leader Wang and his men are all peak level 3 espers. We can't beat them." Xu Jingming replied in a confident voice, "Junior, they're only peak level 3 espers. I don't believe I'm inferior to them," he continued, his sharp eyes fixed on the mercenaries. "Besides, even if we hand over all the natural treasures, they won't let us go anyway." He looked at her as if to confirm, "Right?" Team leader Wang burst into an arrogant laugh. "Haha, this kid talks big. But you guessed right." He stopped hiding his intentions, his voice filled with killing intent. "Miss Jiang is a big influencer. If you go back and write a little article, our whole group might not be able to stay in the country anymore. So, it's better to just silence you both here." Facing the life or death situation, Jiang Xuaxuan clenched her fists, her gaze becoming determined. "There's no other way. I can't hold the senior back." She quickly took out a blood-red pill and put it to her lips. It was a bloodburst pill. As the bloodburst pill touched her lips, Jiang Xuaxuan let out a soft groan. She entered a combat stance, her entire body radiating icy blue energy. Tiny ice crystals began to form around her, her eyes filled with absolute resolve. The ground under the mercenaries' feet began to freeze, the cold spreading and restricting their movements. Team leader Wang sneered and commanded confidently, "You take Jiang Xuaxuan. Chu Chong, you go deal with her companion first. The rest of you just guard the cave entrance." The guy named Chu Chong, holding a camera, and another man replied in unison, "You got it!" The captain let out a roar, his body beginning to transform as his face shifted into that of a savage tiger. He growled, "Miss Jiang, sorry, but you have to die here today." In the blink of an eye, he had fully transformed into a giant tiger man, possessing a Grade C enhancement type Esper ability, the saber-toothed tiger. Chu Chong, holding the camera, licked his lips in a sick manner and said to the captain, "Captain, go easy on her. Don't kill her just yet. It would be a pity for such a beautiful lady to die so quickly. We should definitely enjoy her company first and film the whole process." Hearing these disgusting words, Jiang Xuaxuan felt both outraged and desperate. She thought to herself, These beasts in human clothing, am I really going to die here today? I'm so frustrated, and to make matters worse, I've implicated the senior. Suddenly, she realized something and frantically looked around. Wait, senior! For a brief moment, the captain's pupils contracted, reflecting a dark figure rushing toward them at terrifying speed. Thud. Before the mercenary known as Chu Chong could even react, he was impaled by a spear. Xu Jingming coldly gripped the spear shaft, letting the man wheeze out his final breaths. The captain glanced at the corpse, his eyes void of any emotion, thinking to himself, it seems a level 3's strength isn't much to brag about. The captain was stunned, stuttering uncontrollably. Fast, too fast. Xu Jingming ripped the spear out of the body, letting it collapse to the ground. The captain finally realized his fatal mistake. Even though that man was only a mid-level 3, he wasn't someone just anyone could kill so easily. So you were the real problem all along. I really misjudged you, he roared in anger, swinging his battle axe toward Xu Jingming. Clang! Xu Jingming easily blocked the attack as purple lightning began to crackle around his body. Feeling the strength of his opponent, his gaze turned serious, and a surge of dark purple energy began to shroud him. If we're talking about raw offensive power, this peak level 3 captain was indeed significantly stronger than him, so he couldn't afford to hold back any longer. The two remaining mercenaries felt the terrifying power rising from Xu Jingming and couldn't help but shudder in fear. Boom! A massive burst of energy erupted from Xu Jingming's body. His muscles bulged, tearing his clothes apart. He roared, thunder extremity form. Jiang Suoxuan covered her mouth, watching in shock as the familiar figure underwent a terrifying transformation. She whispered, "Senior?" The captain also stepped back, exclaiming in a panic, What kind of monster is this?" Before their eyes, Xu Jingming had completely changed, devil horns growing from his head, his frame tall and muscular, his entire body wrapped in destructive black lightning. He felt the power surging within him, a satisfied smirk forming on his demonic face. This feeling of overflowing power is truly incredible. The captain, Gu Zhenting, roared to hide his fear. "Stop playing God. You've just activated some special state." Crash! Xu Jingming stomped the ground, charging forward with a bloodthirsty smile. The saber-toothed tiger mercenary hurriedly raised his arms to block. A solid layer of energy armor forming around him, he shouted confidently, "Go to hell. Below level 4, no attack can break through my armor. Shatter." Xu Jingming's spear collided with the armor, creating a horrific energy explosion. The defensive barrier shattered, and the captain let out a miserable scream. "R!" In his demonic form, Xu Jingming looked down at his opponent, his voice imposing. "Humph. My physical strength just now was 3 or 4 times stronger than before. Even if you were made of iron, you wouldn't be able to withstand it." At that moment, another mercenary seized the chance to attack from behind, a giant flaming claw swiping at Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming didn't even need to turn his head. With a single thought, the black lightning around him automatically formed a shield, blocking the attack. He thought to himself. His control over his abilities had also reached a peak state. The fire element mercenary screamed in terror. "My flame demon claw was blocked? How is that possible?" That was a level B combat technique, and it's reached the high-level proficiency stage. What kind of monster is this? In a split second, Xu Jingming appeared before him, a thunderous strike knocking him to the ground. He spoke coldly. As expected of a peak level 3, still need to finish it with one more stab. The mercenary lay on the ground, trembling as he begged, Don't kill me. You can have all the Earth Spirit Spring, and I have several 100 million in savings. I'll give it all to you." But the only response he received was Xu Jingming's icy glare. Pleading for mercy now? It was far too late. A sharp thud echoed out. Jiang Suoxuan stood at a distance, witnessing everything, completely dumbfounded. Is this a dream? Hiring this mercenary squad cost millions, and the captain was known as the champion of those below level 3, yet he's dead. She stared at Xu Jingming's demonic form, an impossible guess rising in her heart. This is too outrageous. I've never heard of any student in the school with such a record. He's stronger than an A-grade ability. Could he be S-grade? Xu Jingming turned to face the last 2 mercenaries, the smile on his lips growing even more sinister. The brutal urge to kill, which had faded after leveling up, was now starting to simmer once again. "You two are next." The remaining mercenaries trembled, stuttering. "Mo monster." Xu Jingming smirked. "A monster? Compared to scumbags like you who kill and rob, I think I'm a bit more human, don't you?" Knowing there was no way out, one screamed, "Everyone, use the bloodburst pill and fight to the death." Both remaining men bit their wrists, preparing to use the forbidden drug. But it was already too late. The battle ended quickly. Xu Jingming stood amidst the corpses. After returning to his normal state, he panted heavily, leaning against a cliff wall as sweat poured down his face. He thought to himself, the thunder extremity form is great, but the consumption is a bit high. Only using it for about 10 minutes is more exhausting than a 3-hour fight with a beast. Seeing this, Jiang Suoshuan ran over, worried, and asked, Senior, are you all right? Xu Jingming turned back, trying to appear calm. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Let's gather the Earth Spirit Spring and the rare herbs first, then we'll rest. They both walked toward the pool. Seeing that the spring was still clear and not tainted by the battle, Jiang Suoshuan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the Earth Spirit Spring wasn't polluted by blood. Xu Jingming sat down and carefully used the glass bottles he had prepared to collect the spring water. After filling them up, he said with satisfaction, Not bad, half a bottle more than expected. He handed 1.5 bottles to Jiang Suoshuan and said, This 1.5 is yours. You put in a lot of effort in the fight just now. Jiang Suoshuan was incredibly happy and grateful. She exclaimed, Thank you, Senior. Suddenly, she gasped and stumbled. Xu Jingming turned around, stunned. Jiang Suoshuan's face was flushing red, and her body went limp as she fell toward him. She thought, oh no, the side effects of the blood-burst pill are kicking in. She fell into Xu Jingming's arms, letting out a soft, whimpering sound. Her whole body was soft, drained of all strength. She panted, her face as red as a tomato, thinking in despair, My whole body is powerless. I can't even use my mental energy. I can't even take clothes out of my storage ring. How embarrassing. She peeked at Xu Jingming, her heart in turmoil. With me looking like this, what if Senior misunderstands? What if I leave a bad impression on him? She was so worried she was about to cry. Seeing the situation, Xu Jingming said, The side effects of the blood-burst pill are severe. I'll take you to the side to rest first. After saying that, he gently picked her up. Being held in his strong arms, Jiang Suoshuan's heart began to race thump thump, thump thump. She pressed her face against his bare chest, wondering to herself, Why is my heart beating so fast? Could it be because this is my first time being this close to a man? Xu Jingming set her down, leaning her against a large rock. He said gently, Stay here and rest for a bit. I'll go clear out the remaining rare herbs. He took off his t-shirt and handed it to her. Chu Suxuan took the shirt and used it to cover herself. She felt a warmth in her heart. Her senior was truly gentle. Her eyes followed his muscular, bare back. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming began gathering the loot from the mercenaries. He checked a spatial ring and thought to himself, Cash, rare herbs, beast materials, C-grade combat techniques, this elite third-tier squad doesn't have anything good on them. He held 2 spatial rings in his hand, weighing his options. I hope I can trade these 2 1-cubic-meter rings for a 2-cubic-meter one. Otherwise, carrying this long spear around is such a pain. Suddenly, Chu Sushuan called out weakly, Senior, the Earth Spirit Spring can alleviate the weakened state caused by the blood explosion pill. Xu Jingming was surprised. Oh? She continued. Could you let me have some? It doesn't need to be much. Just a small sip is fine. Xu Jingming immediately took a bottle of spring water and carefully held it to her lips. After drinking, Chu Suxuan let out a sigh of relief, and her complexion returned to a healthy glow. She said happily, I feel much better now, but to fully recover, I'm afraid it will take another 3 or 4 hours. Xu Jingming sat down beside her, took a sip of the spring water, and thought to himself that this was the first time he'd realized the side effects of the blood explosion pill could be negated. This S-grade Earth Spirit Spring is truly miraculous, he thought, looking at the sky to estimate the time. 3 or 4 hours from now, it'll be evening. Let's just rest here for the night. It's relatively safe. Hearing this, Chu Suxuan's face flushed red, and her heart began to race. She panicked, thinking about the 2 of them, a man and a woman spending the night alone in a dark cave. Seeing her silence, Xu Jingming asked, What do you think? Chu Suxuan nodded hurriedly, her voice barely a whisper. Yes, I'll listen to you, Senior. Night fell, and the forest grew quiet. The next morning, Chu Suxuan stretched comfortably. Wow, the air in the forest is so good. If there weren't any fierce beasts, I could stay here for a month. She glanced at Xu Jingming, who was meditating nearby, feeling a bit flustered. I was really letting my imagination run wild last night. How could Senior be that kind of person? But then, why do I feel a little disappointed? Xu Jingming opened his eyes, stood up, and said, Let's go. I'll take you to the edge of the forest. Chu Suxuan was startled and quickly replied, Huh? Oh, okay. The 2 began running through the forest at high speed. While running, Xu Jingming suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. He immediately reached out and pushed Chu Suxuan behind his back to protect her. Just then, a giant flaming tiger leapt over their heads, The incredible heat radiating from it distorted the air itself. Xu Jingming realized with horror. This is bad. It's a 5th-tier blazing tiger. The giant tiger landed with a loud thud, then immediately dashed away without even noticing them. The two hid behind a tree, and Xu Jingming whispered, "Did it not detect us?" Chu Suxuan was equally surprised. "Senior, look at that beast. It looks like it's running for its life." Suddenly, Chu Suxuan felt an even more terrifying killing intent approaching from behind. She was frozen in fear. A pack of gray wolves with crimson eyes surged past, their growls echoing throughout the forest. Chu Suxuan explained with a look of terror. "These are iron-eating rats. They're only 1st-tier, but once they swarm, even a 6th-tier expert would be torn to shreds if trapped. No wonder even a 5th-tier beast had to run." Sensing the danger, Xu Jingming immediately grabbed her hand and shouted, "We need to run too." Both of them gave it their all, fleeing from the pack of iron-eating rats that was hot on their heels. As he ran, Xu Jingming analyzed the situation. Iron-eating rats have incredible stamina. They can maintain a sprint for 5 or 6 hours without stopping. Can we really outrun them? Only reaching the base to resupply will be safe, but we're at least 90 kilometers away. I need to find a way to speed up. He looked at the long spear in his hand and said decisively, "This spear is too heavy. I have to ditch it." Chu Suxuan quickly said, "Senior, my spatial ring is big enough. Put it in here." She held out her hand, and her spatial ring flashed. The long spear instantly vanished. Xu Jingming said, "It's much lighter now, but running like this is too slow. It would be more efficient if I just carried you." Before she could react, he crouched down. Chu Suxuan exclaimed in surprise, "Ah!" He hoisted her onto his back and said with a smile, "Let's go." Then, he surged forward with incredible speed, quickly leaving the pack of wolves behind and racing across the green grasslands. However, when they reached the ruined city, the situation became even worse. He thought to himself, even the ruins are infested with iron-eating rats. The worst-case scenario has finally happened. With his path blocked, he gritted his teeth, his body erupting with that familiar black lightning. "I have no choice but to risk it." In his thunder demon form, he roared to Chu Suxuan, who was clinging tightly to his back. "Junior, hold on tight. I'm accelerating." She only had time to let out a short cry as his body shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Waves of purple electricity erupted from his body, wiping out the iron-eating rats, blocking their path. Notifications flashed repeatedly. Defeated a low-level 1st-tier iron-eating rat. Energy points +2. Defeated a mid-level 1st-tier iron-eating rat. Energy points +3. At the same time, at the primordial base, Wang Yan was receiving reports from his subordinates. An assistant reported with a grave expression, "Administrator, according to statistics, the scale of this rat tide is massive. There are at least 300,000 iron-eating rats. The impact of this attack on the ecosystem of the primordial wilderness is extreme. We're likely looking at several months of a downturn." Wang Yan stared at the map, covered in danger markers, and said anxiously, "It's a pity for the ability users who went deep into the wilderness. I'm afraid most of them will be devoured." He thought to himself, I hope Xu Jingming didn't go too deep into the wilderness. Otherwise, unless his mentor, Yang Zhentian, takes action personally, no one can save him. Suddenly, a sentry shouted, "Look over there! What is that?" Everyone looked into the distance as a giant ball of lightning rushed toward them. Another person said in horror, "That lightning is terrifying. Could it be a beast that controls electricity?" Wang Yan immediately ordered, "Don't panic. Start a threat assessment on the beast immediately. Squad 1, you have permission to open fire to intercept." But it was too late. A voice came over the radio. "The target is breaking through toward the base at a speed of about 80 meters per second. Interception failed." The ball of lightning slammed straight into the defensive perimeter. Purple lightning spread everywhere, obliterating all obstacles. The ball of lightning finally stopped at the base gate. The sounds of Jiang Xuaxuan's screams still echoed. As the thunder orb dissipated, Xu Jingming touched down on the ground and gently set Jiang Xuaxuan down. The soldiers nearby stared at each other in confusion. One remarked, "Damn, is that a human? I thought it was a lightning-type beast. I have to say, his aura is truly terrifying. But hey, doesn't the back of the person he's carrying look familiar?" Xu Jingming panted heavily, sweat soaking his bare back. He said, "We've reached the supply base. We're safe now." Jiang Xuaxuan sniffled as she leaned on his arm, her expression full of relief and gratitude. "Yeah, that journey was truly terrifying. Thank goodness for you, Senior." Right then, Wang Yan ran over from afar, his face showing clear astonishment. "Are you classmate Xu? You actually made it through the rat tide? Do you need any help?" Xu Jingming replied warily, I ran for over 40 minutes from the mountain range to get here. I'm a bit tired. Just help me open a room to rest. Hearing that answer, Wang Yan was stunned, feeling a deep sense of shock internally. That mountain range, it was over 90 kilometers away. Even a level 4 Esper wouldn't necessarily be able to break through. This Xu Jingming actually managed it. He hurriedly signaled, "I'll arrange a room for you immediately. Quickly, come here and support classmate Xu." But Jiang Xuan had already gently taken hold of Xu Jingming's arm, saying, "No need, I can support Senior myself." As the two walked off together, the surrounding soldiers couldn't help but whisper, "Isn't the girl next to him the goddess Jiang? That's right, it's her. That kid is lucky." Another sighed. What is their relationship? Is she his girlfriend? Has my goddess been snatched away by someone else? Afterward, Xu Jingming fell into a deep sleep. When he slowly opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Jiang Xuan sitting by his bedside. She said happily, "Senior, you're finally awake. You slept for 2 days and 2 nights. I almost had to give you some Earth Spirit spring water." Xu Jingming sat up, feeling that his body had fully recovered. He asked, "I slept that long?" "Right. What's the situation in the wilderness area now?" Jiang Xuan replied, "The rat tide hasn't retreated yet, and the wilderness is still under lockdown. Even if they do retreat, there won't be any beasts around for a while." Xu Jingming nodded. With the official start of school only a few days away, it seemed it was time to head back to the academy. Hearing this, Jiang Xuan said excitedly, "Is Senior planning to go back to school? What a coincidence. I'm getting ready to head back too." Xu Jingming smiled. "Sounds good." Jiang Xuan suddenly remembered something. "Right, Senior." She suddenly produced a photo. It showed her wearing very alluring pajamas, lying on a bed in a suggestive pose. "This is the signed photo you wanted earlier." Xu Jingming looked bewildered. "Huh?" He awkwardly scratched his head, his face turning bright red. "I asked for the signed photo for a friend. Isn't this one a bit inappropriate? Do you have one that's more normal?" Jiang Xuan gasped upon hearing this. "Ah, you were asking for a friend? Then I misunderstood." She covered her face in embarrassment, screaming internally, "I'm doomed. This is so humiliating. I actually thought Senior was interested in me." She hurriedly snatched the photo back and gave him another one. "Here, take this new one. Give that last photo back to me." But Xu Jingming held the photo tightly, hesitating as he asked, "This one, I'd like to keep it myself. Is that okay?" Hearing this, Jiang Xuan was stunned. Then she broke into a radiant, meaningful smile. "Of course, that's fine." Hey. Xu Jingming quickly stood up, looking for an excuse to leave. Well, I've been asleep for 2 days, and there's a lot to take care of. I'm going to go handle some things." "Right. I also need to book a high-speed train ticket." Jiang Xuan crossed her arms and said confidently, "A high-speed train? No need. I drove here, so you can just catch a ride back with me." Before long, the two were sitting in a yellow convertible supercar, speeding along. Xu Jingming couldn't help but marvel. As expected of a famous influencer, "You even have this limited edition, multi-million-dollar sports car. This is my first time experiencing a driverless vehicle." Jiang Xuan smiled and explained, "Heh, even though it only has a level 5 AI, making it fully autonomous is quite simple." The car stopped in front of the gate of the Esper University. Both stepped out of the car. Xu Jingming carried his spear on his shoulder, while Jiang Xuan had changed into a dynamic, casual outfit. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of surrounding students. "Wow, he's such a handsome guy, tall, straight, and carrying such a dangerous vibe. He's got that aura. It's a pity, it looks like he already has a girlfriend, and she's so beautiful too." Xu Jingming stretched, feeling refreshed. Finally back. "A month and a half, my strength has really changed." He turned and asked, "Senior, which zone is your dormitory in?" She pointed in the direction of Zone 3. Jiang Xuan replied, "I'm in Zone 2, so let's part ways here." Xu Jingming nodded. "If you need any help in the future, just say the word." She smiled and replied, "Sure, I'll definitely trouble you if the opportunity arises." Just as he turned to leave, Jiang Xuan suddenly stood on her tiptoes and left a light kiss on his cheek. Xu Jingming instantly froze, his face turning bright red. She smiled and said, "Consider this a small token of gratitude for saving my life." After saying that, she turned and walked away gracefully, waving goodbye. "Senior, I'll see you next time." Xu Jingming stood dazed, touching his cheek, the scene still playing in his mind. Did I just get kissed? In her room, Jiang Xuan sat in front of her computer, thinking, someone as strong as him can't be a nobody. I'll look up his background. She started searching, muttering, freshman record breaker, strongest level 1. Weird. Why are all the topics related to freshmen? Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Got it. Here is his detailed profile. After reading the information, her face flushed red with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Xu Jingming, he's actually a freshman. A level 2, upper stage freshman. And I've been calling him senior the whole time. That little fraud. Next time we meet, see how I deal with you, you prankster. Meanwhile, in his dormitory, Xu Jingming was taking stock of his loot, the flame flowers and the terror wolf parts. He had enough for all the requirements. There was over 25 million in the bank card from the 2 spatial rings. He opened his status screen to check. Name, Xu Jingming. Rank, level 2, upper stage. Ability, titanium lightning. Ability points, 3,712. He thought with satisfaction. It's a pity I ran into that rat tide later, otherwise I could have harvested even more ability points. But more than 3,700 ability points should be enough to learn 2 S-rank combat skills, right? Suddenly, the room door opened, and his roommate, Liu Wenhan, walked in. Min, you're finally back. You left without saying a word. We heard about the Wild Zone stampede and have been so worried about you. Xu Jingming replied, there was a beast outbreak, but the military has already handled it. Feeling the intense aura radiating from Xu Jingming, he exclaimed in shock, damn, bro, you broke through to rank 2. Xu Jingming sat down calmly and said, technically, I'm an upper rank 2. Liu Wenhan jumped up. Whoa, you faced life or death situations several times and got lucky. Not only did you manage to escape, but you even broke through. Liu Wenhan looked at him with admiration. As expected of you, man. You can't be measured by common standards. Can life or death situations really boost your strength that quickly? Makes me want to go try it out too. Xu Jingming quickly stopped him. Don't. I'm a special case. The wilderness is extremely dangerous. If you want to go, it's best to wait until you're at least rank 2. Liu Wenhan chuckled. I'm just saying. I definitely won't be heading to the wilderness right now. Oh, by the way, you haven't been here lately? Song Chi-yun has been looking for you a few times. You should reach out to her when you're free. Xu Jingming replied. Got it. I'll get in touch with her once I'm done with what I'm working on. He pulled out a photo and handed it to Liu Wenhan. Right. I brought you a gift from the wilderness. Liu Wenhan asked, curious. When he saw the photo, Liu Wenhan's eyes instantly turned into hearts, and he started drooling. He shouted with joy, Jiang! A signed photo of the goddess Jiang. Oh my god. Afterward, Xu Jingming went to the school's combat technique library, a solemn and ancient place. He sat at a table and thought contentedly. 4 missions and I harvested 871 credits. Doing missions to earn credits really is fast. He commanded the EVA system. Help me filter all S-rank lightning-type combat techniques. Virtual screens instantly appeared before his eyes, showing information on S-rank lightning seal techniques, seals condensed from lightning abilities that cause massive electrical damage. Note, this technique is only for those with rank C or higher lightning abilities, and rank 2 or higher, S-rank Thunder Fist. The user's lightning ability is maximized, condensed into their fists, and unleashed. Note, this technique requires rank B or higher ability, and is for rank 3 users or higher. S-rank Lightning Prison forms an unbreakable lightning barrier around the enemy while continuously striking them with lightning inside the barrier. Note, this technique is only for those with rank B or higher lightning abilities, and rank 3 users or higher. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, a top-tier institution like Motto University of Abilities actually only has 20-something S-rank lightning techniques. I need to be careful. These S-rank techniques will determine my future combat prowess. Countless virtual screens flickered before him, displaying various options. Finally, he pointed at the last 2 selections. S-rank Heaven Lightning Art uses your own lightning to trigger natural lightning, summoning thunderstrikes at a designated target. Note, rank 2 or higher and rank A ability users can cultivate this. The power will be enhanced. S-rank Lightning Guard uses your ability to weave lightning in a specific pattern, forming a defensive shield around the body. Note, rank 2 or higher, rank A ability users can cultivate this. He decided on these 2, one for long-range attacks and the other for all-around defense. He smirked confidently. Techniques in close-quarters combat, most people probably have to focus on just one path. With my cheat, why would I care about that? I'm taking them all. He began to study the Heaven Lightning Art deeply, his expression becoming serious. This Heaven Lightning Art is the only prerequisite for the SSS rank lightning combat technique, Motto University's 10,000 Lightning Guide. It's incredibly profound, even deeper than the S-rank Lightning Marrow Immortal Body. The more he read, the more his head hurt. Why is this technique so complicated? It feels even more painful than my graduate research. PhD. Student reading foreign research papers in my past life. 6 hours later, Xu Jingming finally put the book down and exhaled, exhausted. Phew. Finally, I have a basic understanding and grasp of it. Now, I'll leave the rest to the system. He tapped the table, and a green glow enveloped him. He commanded, "Deep Blue, add points for me." Purple lightning immediately burst out around him, with energy surging violently. After the process was complete, he exclaimed in shock, "Damn! Upgrading an S-rank technique to beginner level actually costs 1,600 ability points. The points I worked so hard to collect in the wilderness are only enough to learn 2. A mechanical voice sounded. "Little Yang Zentian, it is now 1 o'clock in the morning. Please be mindful of your time. Also, a reminder, do not use your abilities in the library." Xu Jingming replied, "All right. It's late anyway. The lightning guard will probably take more time to learn. I'll come back next time." In one of the school's sports fields, Song Qiyun was jogging under the moonlight. She thought to herself, "I've been training until late every night for over a month. Even I'm surprised by my own diligence. Once Xu Jingming returns, I'll challenge him to let him know I'm the real top freshman." Suddenly, a massive black shadow streaked across the night sky. She looked up and recognized it with horror, a white-ringed black featherhawk. She immediately became alert, analyzing the situation. Based on its speed and protective plumage, it's hunting in the city. Judging by the speed, it's around rank 3. This won't be easy to deal with. Unexpectedly, a thunderclap rang out across the clear, cloudless sky. Boom! She was shocked. Why is there thunder in the sky? There aren't even any clouds. A massive ball of purple lightning appeared in midair, hurtling straight toward the bird. Bang! A terrifying explosion occurred, sending feathers and blood flying everywhere. The white-ringed black featherhawk was completely obliterated. Song Qiyun stared, stunned, at the scene before her as the lingering sparks flickered in the sky. She thought to herself, it actually destroyed the white-ringed black featherhawk in one shot. Which high-level lightning ability user did this? Looking at the distance, whoever did it must be inside the school campus. In a small grove on campus, Xu Jingming stood amidst the remaining electrical currents. Song Qiyun continued to wonder. I wonder which senior or professor that was. He crossed his arms, feeling the power he had just unleashed, and smirked, feeling extremely satisfied. Just one move, and it has this much power? The S-rank Heaven Lightning Art is truly earth-shattering. A notification appeared in his mind. Defeated a mid-rank 3 white-ringed black featherhawk. Ability points, plus 34. He thought to himself, the Heaven Lightning Art is even stronger than I thought, killing the beast instantly. More importantly, the range is nearly 1,000 meters. A figure approached from a distance. Xu Jingming turned to look at the person, smiled, and said, "So this is the famous freshman, Xu Jingming? This is interesting." The next day, at the cafeteria, Liu Wenhan saw Xu Jingming ready to head out, and asked, "Bro, heading out so early?" Xu Jingming replied, "The freshman tournament starts in a few days. I'm going to the combat technique library again." In the cafeteria, Liu Wenhan watched his friend's retreating figure, muttering to himself with a look of pure determination while shoveling food into his mouth. He just got back from the wilderness and he's already working this hard? That guy is not human. Forget it. After I finish breakfast, I'm going to train too. As Xu Jingming walked through the campus, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Hey, classmate Xu." He turned around to see Song Qiyun waving at him cheerfully. She said, "You're really something. You actually made it back from the wilderness in one piece." Looking at her athletic outfit, he asked with a hint of surprise, "Classmate Song, are you dressed like that because you're preparing to?" Song Qiyun stepped closer, looking straight into Xu Jingming's eyes with a challenging gaze. "Classmate Xu, surely you remember? You promised to spar with me, didn't you?" She emphasized the word, spar. Xu Jingming asked calmly, "Are you sure you want to spar with me?" Song Qiyun put her hands on her hips and replied confidently, "What's wrong with that? I'm also the top student from Sichuan province. Don't you dare look down on me." Xu Jingming nodded. "All right, I understand. Let's find some time later to spar." But Song Qiyun eagerly grabbed his hand and pulled him along, saying excitedly, "Why wait until later? Let's do it right now. We can head straight to the practice room on the second floor of your dormitory." As he was being dragged away, Xu Jingming thought to himself, "She really is a woman with a decisive personality. No wonder she's from Sichuan, but is sparring with me really worth this much excitement?" Meanwhile, Song Qiyun looked back at him, her eyes shining with confidence and anticipation. She thought to herself with a proud expression, I wonder what kind of look will be on Xu Jingming's face when he sees I've broken through to the second tier. Before long, they were at the practice room. Song Chiyun flashed a provocative smile, interlacing her fingers and cracking her knuckles. Classmate, Xu, I hope you won't lose too miserably later. Xu Jingming looked at her and said calmly, You won't be able to defeat me if you don't use a weapon. Song Chiyun replied confidently, Of course I have a weapon. As light energy began to gather in her hands, she raised them, and a blinding white light condensed, forming an energy vortex. From within that light, a sky-piercing halberd slowly materialized, which she gripped firmly. Song Kyun spun around skillfully, the halberd tracing a powerful curve through the air with a truly majestic stance. Xu Jingming was slightly surprised. A sky-piercing halberd? A girl using such a rare weapon. Song Kyun pointed the tip of the halberd at him and declared with great spirit, Classmate Xu, get ready. This time, I'm going to defeat you completely. Xu Jingming simply replied calmly, Sure. In the spectator stands, Liu Wenhan and the friend who came with Song Kyun were watching. Liu Wenhan declared excitedly, Jingming's got this in the bag, while the other girl covered her mouth, calling out Song Kyun's name anxiously. Sensing Song Kyun's aura, Xu Jingming smirked as purple electric currents began to surge from his body. Second tier? Lower rank? So you've already broken through. No wonder you're so confident about wanting to beat me, he continued. However, I haven't been standing still either. Song Kyun's friend was stunned to the core when she felt the pressure radiating from Xu Jingming. She stammered, Second tier? Upper rank? How is that even possible? Beside her, Liu Wenhan laughed gleefully. Heh, I told you, your Song Kyun is no match for our Jingming. Song Kyun was also stunned, sweat beginning to bead on her forehead. Second tier, upper rank. I intended to use my rank to suppress him, but I'm the one being suppressed instead. She gritted her teeth, thinking, We're both top provincial students, so how is his leveling speed so much faster than mine? Xu Jingming asked with composure. Well, do you still want to continue? Although shocked, Song Kyun refused to give up. She bit her lip and replied, Of course, but don't use too much force, okay? Xu Jingming smiled, showing his appreciation. You're a top student from Sichuan for a reason. You know when to bend and when to break. Rest assured, I won't make the first move. You go ahead and attack. Song Kyun took a deep breath, her eyes turning sharp. She raised the sky-piercing halberd high, and light energy erupted violently. Classmate Xu, don't regret this. Aurora Light. Xu Jingming observed the blinding burst of energy, thinking to himself, Is this the A-rank light-type ability, Aurora Light? It's a natural elemental ability, like lightning. I wonder how powerful it really is, Song Kyun yelled out. Ha! She lunged forward, the halberd shrouded in brilliant light, swinging straight towards Xu Jingming. He commented, A weapon enhancement combat skill? This is the first time I've seen that. The halberd radiated intense light and heat, rushing towards Xu Jingming like a small sun. This technique was called the Light Flame Slash. Xu Jingming stood his ground, the purple lightning around him intensifying, forming a suit of electrical armor. He raised his spear, not dodging at all, and met Song Chiyun's attack head-on. Clang! A sharp, ear-piercing sound echoed as the flaming halberd was easily blocked by Xu Jingming's spear. He commented, Using a light-type ability to channel flames is quite a decent combat skill. It's a shame the power is a bit weak. Outside, Liu Wenhan shouted excitedly, Nice one! He continued his commentary. This combat skill of Song Kyun's has defeated countless people back in Sichuan province. I never expected Jingming to block it so easily. Unwilling to accept defeat, Song Chiyun gritted her teeth and regained her stance, her eyes blazing with fierce fighting spirit. She shouted, Come on! She poured all her strength into unleashing her ultimate technique, the Light Storm Slash, sending a barrage of countless piercing strikes toward her opponent like a tempest. Xu Jingming blocked the strikes with ease, shaking his head as he critiqued, No, the speed of this combat skill is too slow, and your force is insufficient. You still need to practice much more. The more Song Kyun fought, the more terrified she became, sweat drenching her face as she revealed her utter confusion, realizing that all of her attacks were being completely blocked. Exhausted, she panted heavily. Phew, I'm exhausted, I'm done. That was an A-rank combat skill with 100 strikes, and you countered it without even using a combat skill of your own, she asked skeptically. Your spear proficiency, it's probably higher than advanced, isn't it? Xu Jingming replied with a smile. You guessed right. My spear proficiency is at the Yang Gentian level. Hearing this, Song Kyun's eyes widened, and she gasped in astonishment. Yang Gentian level spear proficiency? How old are you exactly? It took me 10 years just to reach advanced, you're a monster. She lowered her head, fully conceding, I admit defeat. I can't beat you. With an S-rank ability plus such monstrous talent, who could possibly surpass you? Xu Jingming withdrew his spear and raised an eyebrow, offering a suggestion. Don't you want to try your other combat skills? Song Kyun shook her head and smiled. Your mental power level is higher than mine. My magic won't work either. Thanks for the sparring session. I'll treat you to lunch today. How about it? Xu Jingming replied happily. Sounds good. Song Kyun turned to call her friend. All right, it's a date for lunch then. Haha, let's go. My friend here was just thinking that, unfortunately, it seems the class monitor is still a bit more impressive. As the opponent left, Liu Wenhan rushed over to praise him. Brother Min, that was incredible. You really are the strongest among all the provincial top scorers. Xu Jingming replied modestly. It's nothing much. Song Kyun's strength wasn't actually that great, but her rank is rising really fast. Liu Wenhan thought to himself, he really thinks Song Kyun isn't that strong? He leaned in to whisper, You don't know yet, do you? She is the great-granddaughter of Song Daoyuan, the 8th rank grandmaster of the S-rank light element, the one who appears in history textbooks. Xu Jingming froze, recalling that legendary powerhouse from 80 years ago. I remember there was an entire chapter dedicated to him in our books. Liu Wenhan continued his explanation. In Sichuan province, the S-rank grandmaster Song Daoyuan is a household name. Song Qiun is his favorite, so naturally, her leveling is fast. Xu Jingming understood now. No wonder she was buying everything in sight last time, and even had a storage ring that could hold a 2-meter-long Fangtian Huaji spear. So, she had such a powerful background. Understanding the situation, Xu Jingming waved goodbye. All right, I'm off. I need to keep practicing my martial arts. Outside the academy building, under the vast blue sky, time slipped away quietly. In the training room, Xu Jingming activated his lightning-infused rotating dragon strikes. Condense, underworld lightning armor. It consumed 1 point of energy and lasted for half an hour. It not only reduced impact force by 90%, but could also counterattack automatically, basically a damage reflection armor. Not bad at all. The system notified him 4 hours later. Xu Jingming looked at his stats and then at his own hands. Let me see how many ability points I have left after maxing out the underworld lightning armor. He pondered his upcoming plan. With over 700 ability points remaining, I'll head to the nearby Yangcheng wilderness area when I get the chance to replenish them. Leaving the training room, Xu Jingming walked into the sunset with a determined gaze. He whispered to himself, From now on, I will prepare with everything I've got for the freshman tournament. Time flew by, and soon it was the 1st of the month. On the day of the tournament, as they headed to the arena, Xu Jingming remarked, The weapons you two are carrying are quite different from what typical female students would choose, aren't they? The girl wearing glasses, holding a sharp claw weapon, replied, Haven't you heard? The weirder the design, the faster you win. My goal for this tournament is the top 50. Beside her, Song Kyun shared her excitement. My goal is a bit higher than Xiaoshuan's. I want to take 2nd place in the freshman tournament. Xu Jingming asked in surprise. 2nd place? Don't you want to fight me again? Song Kyun shrugged realistically. Well, I can't beat you anyway, so why go through the trouble? She then spoke in a serious tone. However, Li Chengqi, the top student from Qinghai, has also reached the 2nd rank. He is incredibly arrogant. Her eyes flashed with a competitive spark. I, for one, want to see exactly how strong he is. Just then, the girl next to her pointed forward and shouted, Look, we've arrived at the tournament venue. In the stands of Arena 3, a short-haired girl asked her friend in surprise, Jiang Suoshuan, I didn't think you'd be interested in the freshman tournament. I thought you didn't like watching these kinds of matches. Jiang Suoshuan replied with a mysterious smile, Because someone I'm interested in is participating. The other girl asked curiously, Is the person you're interested in a guy or a girl? Where are they? Jiang Suoshuan's eyes lit up as she looked down at the arena. A guy. He's here. Walking inside, Xu Jingming was overwhelmed by the scale of the arena. This stage is way too big, isn't it? That's impressive. Even with so many students, this seems like overkill. Looking at the bustling sea of people in the stands, he suddenly remembered the reason. I heard my teacher mention it before the freshman tournament features a 100-person melee, so a large arena makes sense. Xu Jingming cracked his knuckles, the purple electricity around him crackling with excitement. 100-person melee, huh? This tournament sounds pretty interesting. Liu Wenhan suddenly pointed to the stands and yelled, My God, everyone, look! Why are there so many big shots from the various clubs in the audience? Even the heads of the 2 top clubs, Ashes and Stardust are here in person. This couldn't possibly be for you, Xu Jingming, could it? Xu Jingming asked in confusion. Clubs? Does our University of Ability even have clubs? Lu Wenhan immediately explained. Of course, but the clubs at our Madu University aren't like the chess or electronics clubs at liberal arts colleges. You could say they are squads formed by ability users. He continued excitedly about the benefits. Usually, they organize trips to the wilderness to hunt monsters. They also distribute training resources periodically, and after graduation, you can even transfer directly to a superior guild as an official member. Suddenly remembering something, Liu Wenhan covered his forehead and looked around. That's right. Your senior brother Lu Ming is the vice president of the Ashes Club. It's strange. Today is the perfect day for you to show off. So why isn't he here? Xu Jingming fell into deep thought, his eyes filled with a trace of worry. Liu Ming? Ever since I returned to school, not only him but even my master has been unreachable. I heard they headed southwest, and I don't know if they're safe. In a corner of the hallway, a club member respectfully welcomed a man who had just arrived. President, I heard the war in the southwest is intensifying. It's tough that you've returned to school despite having so much on your plate, the subordinate continued. However, you can just leave the recruitment of new members to us subordinates. There's no need to trouble yourself with sitting in personally. But Wei He, the president of the Ashes Club, coldly cut him off. No. Everyone else is unimportant. I only have one goal for coming back this time. That is to recruit Liu Ming's junior brother, Xu Jingming, at all costs. He stood in the stands, glancing at the opposite side with a look of suspicion. I just don't know why Wu Yuan from the Stardust Club is here too. On the opposite side of the stands, a black-haired young man with sharp eyes stroked his chin in thought. Could it be that his target is also Xu Jingming? This person was Wu Yuan, the president of the Stardust Club. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into a commotion. A student pointed upward and shouted, "Look! The deans of the various colleges are about to enter. I guess it's about to start." Immediately, the space above the arena shifted. A dazzling light shone down from above, accompanied by a loud whistling sound. A magnificent structure, like a space elevator, slowly descended. The freshmen below stared at this surreal scene, whispering in awe. Is this a space-based ability? That's gotta be incredibly powerful. He was the guy Liu Ming was determined to recruit at any cost. Xu Jingming. Standing in the stands, he glanced toward the opposite side with a look of suspicion. He just couldn't figure out why Wu Yuan from the Starfall Society was there too. Across the stands, a black-haired guy with sharp eyes stroked his chin in thought. Could it be that his target is also Xu Jingming? This man was none other than the president of the Starfall Society, Wu Yuan. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in a buzz of excitement. A student pointed upward and shouted, "Look! The academy deans are getting ready to enter the arena. I bet it's about to start." Instantly, the space above the arena shifted. A dazzling beam of light shone down from above, accompanied by a sharp tearing sound, and a magnificent structure like a space elevator slowly descended. The freshmen below stared at this surreal scene, whispering in awe. Is this a spatial ability? It's gotta be incredibly powerful. No one knew which big shot from the school it was. As the light door opened, a pair of elegant high heels stepped out, causing a boom that shook the space and drew everyone's eyes. Stepping out from the aura was an incredibly beautiful woman with long black hair, wearing an authoritative peach-colored robe. Her overwhelming presence made everyone hold their breath. Song Qiuyun whispered into Xu Jingming's ear. She's the vice principal who oversees the combat techniques library. Xu Jingming said in surprise. The vice principal is so young, she replied. Ability users have powerful physiques. They age slowly. She's probably not even 40 yet. The woman smiled and spoke in a resounding voice, introducing herself. I am Ling Chang, one of the 3 vice principals of the academy, usually responsible for guarding the combat techniques library. Since the principal is away, and the other 2 vice principals are busy with important matters, I will be presiding over this year's freshman orientation ceremony. She opened her arms to welcome everyone. First, welcome to Mado Superpower University. There are 1,024 freshmen this year, including 6 provincial top scorers. 56 are grade A, 832 are grade B, and 135 are grade C. Suddenly, her eyes turned sharp and meaningful as she scanned the crowd. And there is one extremely rare grade S awakened student. Hearing the vice principal mention a grade S ability, Xu Jingming and his friends below listened intently, their eyes filled with curiosity and excitement. Ling Chang continued explaining the regulations to help them become stronger. Every year, based on your performance evaluations, we will distribute resources according to 5 levels. from grade D to grade S. Looking at the distribution chart displayed in the air, a freshman thought worriedly, the evaluation system, the credit system, the combat power board, and the mission system, the competition at Motto, is really intense. As if guessing the students' thoughts, Ling Chang's gaze turned cold. She challenged them. Fairness? When did I ever say Motto was fair? Her voice rang out, delivering the school's brutal philosophy. At Motto, we want to cultivate elite powerhouses. The birth of a powerhouse must go through harsh competition. You have to fight and seize for what you want. The entire auditorium fell into a stunned silence. Ling Chang's overwhelming aura made all the freshmen, including the geniuses, feel a shiver down their spines. Unlike the anxiety of others, Xu Jingming smiled confidently, his eyes burning with a fighting spirit. With a competition mechanism like this, it looks like I came to the right place. Motto Superpower University. Ling Chang controlled a drone hovering by her hand and reminded them. In short, at our school, you'd best not think about hiding your strength. The stronger you are, the more resources you get. Next, I will specifically introduce the Freshman Grand Competition. She pointed at the virtual battle simulation table. This Freshman Grand Competition is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a massive melee of 100 people. Eva will track the number of enemies each person defeats. The top 5 from each round will advance to the second stage. There will be 10 rounds in total. Finally, the list of rewards appeared, making everyone drool. Here is the reward structure. First place, a 10 cubic meter space ring, a set of grade A training resources, and 1,000 credits. Second place, a set of grade A combat gear, a set of grade B training resources, and 900 credits. Third place, a set of grade B combat gear, a set of grade B training resources, and 800 credits. I won't list the rewards for other rankings. Hearing about the first place prize, the crowd of freshmen buzzed with talk about the 10 cubic meter space ring. How much would that even sell for? Someone else immediately replied, you can't even buy that with money. The big screen showed the authority classification table, Ling Chang explained. Furthermore, the Freshman Grand Competition will determine your evaluation level. The top 50 get grade A authority. Places 51 to 200 get grade B authority. Places 201 to 500 get grade C authority. Grade S authority will be determined separately by the school. After finishing the essentials, Ling Chang flew up into the air and turned to the person beside her. All right, that's all I have to say. Dean Sun, it's over to you now, the man nodded. Understood. A woman with braided hair stepped forward and announced loudly, I declare the Freshman Grand Competition officially begun. She added a reminder. Students with outstanding performances will be selected by the teachers to become personal disciples. Everyone, you must do your best. The freshmen walked out with intense momentum, secretly resolving, looks like I'll have to give it my all this time. I hope a teacher notices me. Exactly. If a dean picks you, you'll be set for life. The system began to operate, and the loudspeakers rang out. The first stage consists of 10 rounds of combat. We are now drawing the students for the first round. Those selected by Eva, please step onto the stage. Among the people stepping up, Liu Wenhan suddenly spotted a familiar face and exclaimed, Oh, Li Chengqi is also in the first round. Li Chengqi turned back, gave a savage, mocking smirk, and ran his hand across his throat in a provocative gesture toward Xu Jingming's group. Seeing that, Song Chuyun frowned and warned, Xu Jingming, he's provoking you. The girl with glasses next to her was also indignant. It was beyond arrogant. What a jerk. Liu Wenhan stood behind, covering his mouth to giggle. Poor opponent. Man, of all people to provoke, he had to pick the one guy you shouldn't mess with. He's really done it now. Even the second guy you shouldn't mess with is holding a grudge against him. I hope he doesn't get beaten too badly later. Right after the command, green beams of light shone down from above, teleporting rows of students to their fighting positions on the massive arena. Vice Ling Chang spoke loudly to reassure everyone. Don't worry about anyone dying. If a life-threatening situation occurs, Eva will automatically create a protective shield. You don't need to worry about injuries either. As long as you aren't decapitated, you can be saved. Begin. The air grew deathly tense as the countdown echoed. 3, 2, 1, start. The signal for the brawl went off, and the arena instantly turned into a chaotic trap. Deafening metallic clashing filled the air as the ability users charged, throwing attacks wildly. In the stands, the audience watched in astonishment, whispering, Who is that guy with the blade? He's actually broken through to the second stage. Isn't that Li Chengqi from the Qinghai branch? His power is overwhelming. Surrounded by opponents, Li Chengqi slashed his blade with brutal force and sneered, What a bunch of amateurs. The results were announced quickly. In the first round, the winner was Li Chengqi, who defeated 36 people, a staggering number. He stood proudly, looking at his opponents with a silent provocation. Xu Jingming, you're an S-rank awakened ability user. I wonder if your performance in the first stage can top mine? Seeing this, Xu Jingming and his friends could only shake their heads in frustration. This guy is hopeless. I've seen people look for trouble, but I've never seen someone so eager to meet their end. In the VIP area, a subordinate asked the stargazing club leader, "Boss, Li Chengqi has broken through to the second stage. Should we list him as our #1 target?" But he coldly dismissed it. "No, the #1 target is still Xu Jingming. Boss, do you have inside information?" The leader stood with his hands in his pockets, his eyes deep as he replied, "It's not really inside information. I saw it with my own eyes that day." The conversation was cut short as a surveillance robot flew over, broadcasting a booming announcement throughout the arena, calling the participants for the second round to take the stage. Hearing his name, Xu Jingming stepped out of line confidently, with a smirk. "Not bad luck. My turn is already in the second round." Liu Wenhan stood behind him, clenching his fists and shouting with high energy to cheer him on. "Go for it, Xu Jingming. Show that guy Li Chengqi what you're really made of." Xu Jingming didn't turn back, just raised his hand to signal. "Got it." However, contrary to the excitement, the unlucky candidates grouped with him turned pale as sheets. One of them shrieked in terror, "Damn it, it's Xu Jingming." The person next to him trembled and groaned. "How could we be so unlucky to be placed in the same round as him?" Another one gave up entirely. "We're done for. We can only fight for the remaining 4 spots now." Stepping onto the stage, Xu Jingming held his spear. His sharp eyes scanned those desperately backing away to the edges of the ring to keep their distance. He mocked them internally, thinking that staying far away will save you? Naive. On the observation deck for leaders, the judges began to notice this standout young man. A professor turned to ask his colleague, "Is that the student Yang Zentian took on a while back?" The female professor next to him nodded in confirmation. "That's right, it's him. An S-rank lightning ability user awakened from Xiao Chenlei. His aura seems quite decent, very sharp. I wonder how he'll perform, what his current situation is." Wait, Xu Jingming is already second stage? When he enrolled, wasn't he just an awakened user? Even the black-haired professor couldn't hide the shock on her face. She muttered pensively, "True, it's only been over a month. This leveling speed is truly terrifying." Yang Zentian kept such a huge piece of news to himself. He's really good at hiding things. Just as the teacher's shock hadn't yet settled, the EVA system finished the countdown. 3, 2, 1, start. A huge blast erupted instantly. Jingming's lightning energy flared, shaking the entire arena. In the eye of the storm, Xu Jingming swung his spear, creating a brilliant purple vortex of lightning. The sound of wind tearing through the air hissed continuously, and he wore a look of pure excitement, feeling his warrior's blood boiling. As expected, compared to slaughtering beasts, I still prefer fighting against humans. The terrifying pressure radiating from him caused his opponents to gasp in horror. Such a terrifying aura. Someone stammered, "Wait a minute. This is the aura of a high-level second-stage user." Amidst the lightning, Xu Jingming stood tall, forcing everyone to realize the truth. Xu Jingming was actually a high-level second-stage ability user. The opponent's spirits crumbled, and they cried out in despair, "Damn it, a high-level second stage? How are we supposed to play against this? Is this even a freshman tournament? We're all freshmen, so why are you a whole major rank higher than me?" In the stands, the Stargazing Club subordinate turned to ask, "Boss, you knew this all along?" The leader replied calmly, "You could say that. Can you see Xu Jingming's potential now?" A platinum-haired girl watched the screen with amusement. "As expected of you. No. Wait, I should call you Junior." Then she whispered to herself, "Daring to hide this from me for so long. Forget it. I'll definitely go find him to settle the score later." Li Chengqi's face was ashen, sweating profusely from fear. A high-level second stage, huh? Damn it. I wanted to crush him and use his title as an S-rank ability user to make a name for myself in the whole school. He gritted his teeth. Now it looks like I'm toast. A mysterious black-haired person nearby laughed sinisterly. "Ah, with him here. Heh heh, Xu Jingming, you might have won in any other round, but unfortunately, that guy just happened to be in the second round too. Let's see what you do now." On the stage, someone shouted to the crowd, "Everyone! Xu Jingming is a high-level second stage and has an S-rank ability. No one can take him on alone. Why don't we all team up and eliminate Xu Jingming first?" The desperate crowd immediately responded, "He's right. No mistake, this is the best strategy. I agree. Xu Jingming narrowed his eyes at the ringleader, detecting something unusual. The voice carried a strong persuasive force. A psychic ability user. The ringleader smirked, sending out a mental shockwave and declaring loudly, "There are 103 of us here. Excluding Xu Jingming, that's 102 against 1. We can wear him down until he's dead." Then he introduced himself confidently. "I'm Shi Liao, an A-rank psychic ability user. I guarantee that if you listen to me, we can absolutely win." Opportunities to defeat an S-rank ability user don't come often. Provoked by his persuasive words, the students' eyes glowed red, and they charged with burning momentum. "If we don't fight, we're definitely out. If we fight, we have a chance. Damn it, I'm doing it. I might only have this one chance in my life to defeat an S-rank ability user. I'm in." He turned to the leader, Shi Liao, and asked, "Tell us, what should we do?" Observing the rapidly changing situation below, the teachers on the high deck marveled. "Ah, this Shi Liao has some tricks up his sleeve. Actually getting the freshmen to unite," but they were also worried about the outcome. This is going to be trouble for Xu Jingming. He might actually lose. Another person realized, "I remember Shi Liao is Long Ka's student. As expected, he's impressive." Hearing the praise, the Academy's tactical director, Long Ka, smiled smugly and explained, "They're only teaming up because Xu Jingming is too strong. Shi Liao is just relying on luck. It doesn't really count." A female professor nearby chimed in with a sarcastic tone. "Luck is part of one's strength, but Xu Jingming is in trouble this time." She added with a mysterious undertone, "An S-rank ability user. If he doesn't even pass the first stage of the freshman tournament, then this is going to be quite the joke." Facing the encirclement of over 100 people radiating killing intent, Xu Jingming stood perfectly still, his gaze as cold as ice, while purple lightning crackled and roared wildly around his body. Seeing his opponent remain silent, Shi Liao pointed provocatively in triumph. "Xu Jingming, if you had taken me out before I finished my second sentence, you might have had a chance to break the formation. But now, everyone is following my lead. You don't have any chance at a 1-on-102 fight anymore. How are you going to turn the tables?" Suddenly, Xu Jingming smiled, and a wave of violent purple energy erupted from his hands. He retorted arrogantly, "Turn the tables? What makes you think I'm the underdog, or that I'm in any danger?" Shi Liao didn't hesitate, shouting his orders for the entire melee ability user squad to charge. The long-range ability users unleashed their attacks, while the support types buffed their allies. The arena shook as a flurry of colorful skills surged toward Xu Jingming. The crowd screamed like moths to a flame, convinced that the chance to defeat an S-rank ability user had finally arrived. "Haha, charge, charge, kill him!" Hiding behind a sturdy stone wall, Shi Liao kept shouting provocative commands. "Xu Jingming, I suggest you stop worrying about me and focus on the enemies all around you." Xu Jingming just gave a cold laugh, his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd. He replied haughtily, "There may be a lot of you, but you're useless against me." As he spoke, he swung his spear, summoning a massive pillar of purple lightning that crashed down from the sky, shattering the enemy formation. The ground cracked instantly under the destructive power of the lightning, with debris flying everywhere, creating a terrifying scene. The immense pressure from the blast sent scores of students and their weapons flying into the air, causing the 100-man alliance to collapse in an instant. On the scorched earth, purple electric currents continued to snake across the bodies lying scattered about, hissing with a threatening intensity. Witnessing such overwhelming power, those still conscious went pale as sheets, crawling on the ground and screaming in despair. "It's going to explode. We're done for. We're all going to die." But Xu Jingming wasn't finished. The energy from the heaven thunder continued to explode violently, and from the epicenter, a blinding purple light swallowed everything, creating a massive blast that wiped out all obstacles on the stage. The audience stared in shock, unable to believe their eyes as they saw the smoke rising. "What was that? Holy crap, you believe this? I actually saw a mushroom cloud on the tournament stage." Another person remarked in extreme concern. Could Shi Liao and his group be dead? Before the smoke cleared, the EVA system began issuing emergency alerts to the unlucky students standing near the center of the blast. Energy impact too high to mitigate. Life signs threatened. Defensive energy shield activated automatically. This was accompanied by a cold, blunt notification. "Furthermore, we regret to inform you that you have been eliminated by Xu Jingming." Shi Liao stood staggering amidst the rubble, his face full of regret, as he realized his fatal mistake. "I messed up. If I hadn't provoked Xu Jingming, I would have definitely advanced." He looked around bitterly. "Now I haven't defeated a single person, and I've missed my chance for the second stage of the freshman tournament." However, refusing to accept such a defeat, He used his last bit of strength to scream orders at the remaining allies. "Don't worry about me. Keep attacking." In his madness, Shi Liao lunged forward like a wounded beast, his eyes blazing with resolve. "Xu Jingming, even if I'm eliminated, I'm taking you down with me." Responding to his call, the remaining crowd rushed in from all directions, brandishing their weapons at Xu Jingming, creating an inescapable encirclement. Countless attacks and weapons rained down on Xu Jingming like a storm, creating powerful impacts that shook the entire stage. Yet, amidst the dense encirclement, Xu Jingming raised his head, his eyes glowing brilliantly, wearing a seductive and dangerous smile as the lightning surrounding him began to dance wildly. Shi Liao saw this and tried to reassure himself, calculating in his head that trading 1-for-1 to take down Xu Jingming wouldn't be a total loss. But the next second, the smug smile on his face vanished, replaced by sheer terror as he felt a terrifying surge of energy gathering, ready to explode. Before anyone could react, a heaven-shaking energy explosion erupted from Xu Jingming's body, throwing everyone around him away like ragdolls. As the smoke cleared, Xu Jingming stood firm, his body covered in dancing purple electricity. He let out a sigh, bored by these amateurs. Seeing their opponent completely unscathed after their all-out attack, a purple-haired student was terrified, sweating profusely as he muttered in helplessness. Useless combat techniques, simple ability manipulation was enough to isolate all elemental energy attacks. How is that possible? Is this really the power of an S-rank ability? He knelt on the cold floor, his spirit completely broken by the overwhelming power, bitterly admitting the harsh reality. We teamed up with so many people, but in the eyes of others, we're still just ants. Other students around them also held their heads in a panic, unable to believe that all their efforts were in vain. Holy crap, that lightning is terrifying. Everyone else's elemental attacks were completely useless. Over 100 people against one. And we didn't even pressure him at all. Another person grumbled in frustration. I've studied the lightning spear too, so why is he in a different league? It just doesn't make any sense. In contrast to the gloomy atmosphere below, the platinum-haired girl in the stands clenched her fists in excitement, cheering proudly. I knew the senior would be fine. The black-haired girl next to her smiled in agreement, crossing her arms as she commented, "Thinking you could defeat Xu Jingming with just that? How naive." The teachers observed every move closely. One analyzed professionally. His mastery of the lightning spear has reached at least the advanced level. When he throws the spear, it creates a sonic boom, reaching over twice the speed of sound. His physique is exceptionally strong. Another teacher nodded in agreement, adding, "His lightning net has no gaps whatsoever. He must have been training diligently. Not bad." The black-haired female professor turned her head toward the empty seat, sighed with regret. "It's a shame Yang isn't here. Otherwise, I could have asked him for some key information about Xu Jingming." Back on the arena floor, the league's momentum had completely vanished. They looked at each other, trembling, their fighting spirit extinguished. "We can't break through his defense. What do we do now?" "I have no idea," someone scared suggested. "How about we just run?" Seeing the crowd hesitating and retreating in fear, Xu Jingming hoisted his spear onto his shoulder and flashed an arrogant, provocative grin. "Too scared to come up? Fine, then I'll come to you." Xu Jingming dove down like a bolt of purple lightning, landing a powerful strike on the ground that sent violent tremors through the arena. He moved through the crowd like a whirlwind, his spear swept horizontally, throwing the opponent's formation into complete chaos. A student cried out in terror. "He's too fast," the team leader shouted desperately. "Form up, get into formation," but was immediately met with hopeless retorts. "It's no use. The more we spread out, the easier it is to be picked off. We have to stick together." Despite their fear, the defensive and melee students tried to huddle up, raising shields and magical barriers to withstand the storm of attacks. Seeing this, Xu Jingming chuckled with amusement. "Now, this is what I call a challenge." He moved like a ghost, dodging and attacking while offering commentary. "Your angle of attack is all wrong." He swiped someone aside, then added, "And your speed is just too slow." With a simple sweep of his spear, he sent an opponent flying and shook his head in disappointment. "Your power is pathetic." Standing tall amidst the defeated sprawled on the ground, Xu Jingming delivered a cold judgment. "Too weak." Hearing this, the bruised students wailed in frustration. "Man, he beat us to a pulp and he's still calling us weak?" Another groaned. "Talk about rubbing salt in the wound. Why did I have to be in the same group as him?" Finally, the match completion announcement echoed out. The first stage of the second round had concluded. With an overwhelming result, the one who advanced was Xu Jingming, with a total of 102 people defeated. High above, the surveillance robot circled once and emitted a buzzing announcement, breaking the silence of the defeated crowd. 4 spots for advancement remained. The dignified female professor looked down at the chaotic scene and delivered a final verdict to salvage the situation. Except for Xu Jingming, who had already advanced, everyone else would be moved to the 11th round to compete again for the final 4 spots. Hearing the result, the stands erupted. A male student shouted excitedly, "A total wipeout. This is absolutely a wipeout. It's my first time seeing only one person advance during the freshman tournament." The girl next to him chimed in, equally thrilled. "Just you wait." A bit later, the various clubs are going to be fighting tooth and nail to get Xu Jingming to join them. Up on the high platform, the professors also began to discuss the history of the competition. One asked, "The freshman tournament has been held for over 40 years, right?" The person next to him nodded in confirmation. "That's right. The previous record was set by an S-rank student who took down 87 people." A third professor stroked his chin and added, "If I recall correctly, that took 7 minutes. They all reached the same conclusion. At this rate, I doubt anyone will ever break Xu Jingming's new record." Another professor couldn't hide their admiration. "Zhen Chuo's analysis is right. I don't know how Yang Zhentian trained him, but Xu Jingming's spear technique has actually reached the Yang Zhentian level." The female professor nodded in agreement. Yang Zhentian level. It seems Xu Jingming's talent for weaponry is truly exceptional. She felt a twinge of regret in her heart. "I had intended to recruit him into the Elemental Academy, but it seems that's no longer necessary." She smiled with relief as she looked down at the brilliant young man, already planning for the school's future. With Xu Jingming here, there's no need to worry about the 3-school exchange program this semester. As Xu Jingming stepped off the stage, his close friends rushed over to cheer. "Congratulations, congrats." Liu Wenhan excitedly gestured as he spoke. "Ming, you should have seen Li Chengqi's face. The moment you took out Xi Liao, his face turned the color of pig liver instantly." He added with a laugh. He was good enough to perform Sichuan face-changing opera right there on the spot. Xu Jingming turned to look into the distance, where his opponent was standing, and remarked calmly, "Turns out that guy is just a paper tiger, a bully who acts tough but cowers before the strong." However, his eyes sharpened. As he recalled the guy's earlier arrogance, he smirked, plotting his next move. Still, his behavior earlier was way too cocky. "I really can't let that slide. Fine, when the second stage starts later, I'll personally challenge him. After all, I have 3 chances to use." Regaining his focus, Xu Jingming patted his 2 friends on the shoulder. "All right, it's your turn to shine next," Li Wenhan replied confidently. "Don't worry about it. Getting into the top 50 is a piece of cake." The girl beside him nodded firmly, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. "No problem at all. I can't wait to get started." Song Chuyun gave a radiant smile and bumped fists with Xu Jingming with determination. "Just you wait, I'll show you. Even though I can't beat you, I'm still the strongest freshman aside from you." The surveillance robot began projecting the next match onto the big screen, clearly showing the chaos on the arena floor. 3rd round, 4th place. Liu Wenhan. Number of people defeated. Immediately after followed the results of the 6th round. A girl wearing glasses with sharp claws was tearing through the crowd. 6th round, 3rd place. Song Chuyun. Number of people defeated, 101. By the 8th round, Song Chuyun appeared in high spirits. She swung her spear high, her eyes burning with a fiery will to fight. "Finally, it's my turn." 8th round. Her sharp beauty and confidence immediately caught everyone's eyes, making her the center of attention in the arena. In the stands, the boys couldn't help but exclaim, cheering excitedly, "Look at Song Chuyun. Her figure and looks are top tier." Another commented on her weapon. "Using a sky-piercing halberd? That's rare." Another guy boasted, "I hereby declare she is the new goddess of our school." As the signal rang out, the match began. Song Chuyun immediately whirled her halberd, creating dazzling rings of light like the morning sun, with shocking power, sweeping through the crowd like a whirlwind. The sky-piercing halberd swept across, leaving the surrounding opponents unable to react, sending them flying in all directions. Witnessing that overwhelming power, a spectator gasped, "Whoa, another rank 2. Those on the arena floor also realized the gap in skill with panic. Lucky for us, she's only a low-level rank 2. She's not a freak like Xu Jingming, but their teammate immediately retorted in despair. "What difference does that make? We're not losing this." In the observation area of the Stardust Association, the black-haired chief observed this impressive performance and made a decision regarding his subordinates. Add Song Qiyun to the 2nd target list for absorption, and Li Chengqi to the 3rd, the chief ordered. His subordinate nodded in obedience. "Understood." Amidst the enemy encirclement, Song Qiyun swung her spear, creating brilliant golden streaks of light. She unleashed a torrential storm of attacks, sweeping away all obstacles with her divine radiance chaotic dance. Using the momentum, she delivered a thunderous strike imbued with immense gravitational power into the ground, shattering the enemy formation. Law enforcement, gravity slash of blazing light. Crushed by an invisible weight of 1,000 pounds, her burly opponent collapsed to the ground, unable to move, grinding his teeth and groaning in despair. Ah, it's so heavy. The match quickly reached its conclusion. An image of the girl standing proudly in the middle of the arena appeared on the big screen, along with the convincing results. First place this round, Song Ki-eun, defeated contestant number 14. Retracting her weapon, Song Ki-eun closed her eyes slightly to regulate her breathing. The glow around her body faded, restoring her poised and calm demeanor after the victory. Stepping down from the stage, she waved happily at her friends who were waiting. Xu Jingming and the others smiled as they welcomed back the female warrior. She leaned in close to Xu Jingming, narrowed her eyes playfully, and asked, "So, how was my performance? Not bad, right?" Xu Jingming nodded in genuine approval. "Truly impressive. You combined magic type and close combat techniques perfectly. I'm looking forward to your performance in the second round." The break ended. The big screen displayed a notification shifting to the most dramatic stage. 2 hours later, the second stage of the freshman competition, the free-for-all challenge. With brutal rules in place, everyone gets 3 chances to challenge anyone to take their higher ranking. However, those outside the top 50 cannot challenge those within the top 50. Immediately, the arena floor shook violently as massive stone blocks began to break apart and lift into the air, rearranging into separate floating platforms. In the crowd, a mysterious black-haired student pondered deeply. "Xu Jingming, that's done. Should I challenge the second-ranked Song Ki-eun or not?" But then another voice rang out. "Eva, I want to challenge the third rank." Li Chengqi, who was suddenly named, froze in place, his face revealing total shock. "Ah," he pointed his finger in angry questioning. "Xu Jingming, you're the first rank. Why are you issuing a challenge to me, the third rank?" Xu Jingming replied calmly, "The rules don't say that only a lower rank can challenge a higher rank." His gaze turned icy. "Besides, you didn't think I'd let you provoke me at will, did you?" The audience below began to whisper excitedly. "What's going on? Do they have a grudge?" Someone in the know explained. "Heh, don't you know?" Before this, Li Chengqi made a throat-slitting gesture at Xu Jingming. The other person slapped their thigh. "Man, he's so arrogant. No wonder Xu Jingming would take the initiative to challenge him." The EVA system immediately organized the match. EVA had assigned number 74 to this fight. "Will the 2 participants please take the stage immediately?" Li Chengqi gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with rage as he accepted. "Fine, then let's see just how good you, an S-rank ability user, really are." On the floating arena, the 2 opponents stood face to face. The air was tense as the loudspeaker blared. "Both sides, prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1, begin." Immediately, Li Chengqi's muscles bulged, his hair stood on end, and he transformed into a powerful red beast, the A-rank beast-type ability, Blood Lion King. He let out an earth-shattering roar, his savage aura spreading across the stage. Roar! Lunging like a tank, Li Chengqi swung his massive broadsword down while shouting accusingly, "Xu Jingming, you forced my hand." Xu Jingming stood his ground, his eyes flashing with cold purple electricity. He calmly retorted, "I didn't force you. Your own arrogance is what's causing this." With that, a surge of purple lightning erupted from the ground, intercepting Li Chengqi's attack and creating a violent energy collision that shook the entire stage. Xu Jingming leaped into the air, swinging his lightning-wrapped spear to deliver a thunderous strike down at his opponent below. Li Chengqi didn't flinch. He channeled all his strength into his broadsword, slashing upwards and roaring arrogantly. "A lightning-type ability user dares to go head-to-head with me? You're looking for death!" The 2 weapons collided directly in mid-air, creating a violent shockwave and sparks. Instantly, Li Chengqi was sent flying back by the recoil. His massive body stumbled, losing momentum against his opponent's terrifying power. He widened his eyes in shock, cold sweat pouring down as he realized the impossible gap between them. "His strength, it's even greater than mine." Not giving his opponent a moment to breathe, Xu Jingming channeled more energy into his spear tip, his eyes cold as he unleashed a punishment strike. A thick beam of purple lightning slammed directly onto Li Chengqi's head, causing him unbearable pain. He screamed miserably, "It hurts! It hurts so much!" Amidst the blinding flashes, Li Chengqi's pathetic wails echoed across the arena as the electricity continuously ravaged his body. "Ah!" The audience broke into a cold sweat analyzing the fight. Li Chengqi is a Tier 2 physical enhancement ability user, and he can't even take it? Just how painful is that? Another person said, trembling. What's more terrifying is Xu Jingming. He's controlling the power of the lightning, keeping Li Chengqi being tortured while the system can't even rule him out yet. Everyone whispered to themselves, from now on, I don't care who I offend. I'm never messing with Xu Jingming. Finally, a massive energy explosion ended the torture, blasting Li Chengqi off the stage as the system clearly announced, Xu Jingming wins. Xu Jingming withdrew his energy and thought to himself while looking at the defeated opponent, pity, I wanted to torture him a bit longer. But a dozen seconds of agony is enough for him to remember for a lifetime. He hoped this lesson would be useful to his opponent, hoping he would remember it for a long time and humble himself. Otherwise, a personality like that would suffer a huge loss sooner or later. As Xu Jingming turned and walked away, Li Chengqi lay on the floor, pale as a sheet, trembling and whispering, I'm alive. He was still shaken by the near-death experience. Just a moment ago, I really thought I was going to die. Watching the back of the demon god fade away, he exhaled a long sigh of relief, drenched in sweat, silently thanking the heavens. Whew, he's finally gone. But the nightmare wasn't over. Song Kyun suddenly stepped up and announced to the system, to everyone's astonishment, Ava, I also want to challenge the third rank. Hearing his name called again before he had even regained his soul, Li Chengqi's eyes bulged, his face twisting in absolute panic. Ah! As expected, Song Kyun's opponent was sent flying into the air by a single strike, his body spinning out of control. Crash, crash, crash. After a few powerful clashes, her opponent fell freely to the arena floor, completely unconscious. Song Kyun sheathed her weapon and decisively said, I yield. As the system, declared Song Kyun the winner of the match. Meanwhile, Li Chengqi, looking completely dazed and bruised all over, was carried away on a stretcher by the medical staff. Returning to Xu Jingming's side, Song Kyun asked cheerfully, Well, did you see how I took him down? Xu Jingming smiled and replied that she was indeed impressive. She chuckled and happily bumped fists with Xu Jingming, showing their strong rapport. From afar, a group of male students gossiped. There's definitely something going on between those two. It's a sure thing, another one exclaimed. Huh? You mean our class goddess has already? The other replied angrily. Damn it, this Xu Jingming moves too fast. School hasn't even started yet. A male student quickly put a finger to his lips. Shh, keep your voice down. I don't want to end up like that guy Li Chengqi, getting beaten to a pulp by this power couple. 4 hours later, a female instructor stepped out to make an announcement. Time is up. The freshman tournament has officially concluded. We will now announce the final results. A large screen displayed the rankings. First place, Xu Jingming. Second place, Song Qiyun. Third place, Li Chengqi. 26th, Bi Donghe. 39th, Liu Wenhan. The instructor continued. Next, please log in to the school's official website to register for your academy. Song Qiyun curiously asked Xu Jingming, Jingming, which class were you assigned to? Xu Jingming looked at his phone and replied, Weaponry Academy, Class 1-2. As for her, she replied, Elemental Academy, Class 1. A girl wearing glasses playfully nudged her white-haired friend beside her, looking at the two of them and teasing. Oh, she's already calling him Jingming. Calling him Jingming today, next thing you know, she'll be calling him Honey. The female instructor's voice rang out on the speakers again. The academy assignment has concluded. The opening ceremony and this freshman tournament have officially closed. Additionally, students with outstanding performance in the tournament will receive private messages regarding mentorship from specialized mentors this evening. Please keep an eye out for notifications. On the stands, 2 teachers were discussing. This year's batch of freshmen is much stronger than the previous one. The other nodded in agreement. That's right, especially the top-ranked student, Xu Jingming. In just a year or two, I'm afraid he might overshadow all the students in the school. I bet the clubs will fight tooth and nail to recruit him. Xu Jingming's group was walking together when the white-haired friend suggested, It's finally over. How about we go grab a bite to eat? The girl with glasses chimed in. That sounds good. How about we let the freshman king treat us to a meal? The white-haired friend added. After all, you're about to become a rich guy owning a 10 cubic meter space ring. What else? Xu Jingming happily agreed. No problem. Go ahead and order whatever you want later. The white-haired guy jumped up in joy. Yeah, Xu Jingming is so generous. Suddenly, someone called them back. Xu Jingming, please wait a moment. Xu Jingming turned around and asked, Are you? The person politely introduced himself. I am Wu Yuan, president of the Starfall Club. I would like to invite you, Xu Jingming, to join our club. Wu Yuan continued to offer an attractive proposal. Naturally, as the only S-rank student currently, we at Starfall will be sincere. Just by joining, you will hold the position of vice president. You will receive 100 credits each semester and a portion of premium-grade resources. Xu Jingming's friends exclaimed in shock. Vice president already? They gossiped. So jealous. We have to pay membership fees just to join a club and run errands. The gap is too huge. Besides, Starfall is one of the top clubs in the school. With just a vice president position, after graduation, you'd definitely be able to join an elite guild. Just then, another voice interrupted. Vice President Wu Yuan, your Starfall club is being a bit too stingy. A silver-haired man stepped forward with an even more attractive offer. Xu Jingming, join our Cinders Club, and you can be the president in waiting. Once I graduate, you become the president. You won't lack any other benefits either. Everyone was stunned once again. Wow, president in waiting. With benefits like this, the Cinders Club is really willing to spend. Wu Yuan explained with an awkward expression. The Starfall Club is affiliated with the Starfall Guild. According to guild regulations, the presidential position must be decided by them. This condition is something I truly cannot meet. Xu Jingming crossed his arms and thought. Vice President, President in waiting, he replied to them. I need time to think. I'll be able to give you an answer in a few days. He thought to himself. In my past life, when I was in college, I joined the student union and even became president. In the end, the club work took up too much of my time. In this life, it's better to be cautious. Wu Yuan handed him a business card. Sure, this is my personal phone number. Contact me directly once you've thought it over. The other guy also handed over his business card. Here is mine. Wu Yuan turned to Xu Jingming's friends and said, if the three of you want to join Starfall, we warmly welcome you as well. The president of Cinders also added, we do too. After receiving the cards, Xu Jingming turned to his friends and said, let's go. Song Qiyun turned back and said, it seems like it won't be that easy to leave. Just as Song Qiyun predicted, no sooner had she spoken than a series of presidents from other clubs rushed over, surrounding Xu Jingming and soliciting him. Xu Jingming, join our club. We have mostly female students there. Or join us. Our development prospects are the best. We have a financial tycoon backing us. After much effort, the group finally managed to escape the crowd. Xu Jingming said, finally, we're out. Let's go. When they arrived at Qingya residence and were walking along, a soft sound of footsteps made Xu Jingming turn his head. A beautiful girl with long platinum hair walked over, smiling and waving. Long time no see, Junior. Xu Jingming hesitated a bit and replied, hello, Senior. Meanwhile, Song Qiyun stood beside him and curiously asked, who is this? Xu Jingming immediately introduced her. She is Senior Jiang Suoshuan, whom I met in the primordial wilderness area not long ago. The platinum-haired girl also said kindly, I am a sophomore in Class 3 of the Elemental Academy. Hello, everyone. The white-haired friend stuttered, his face turning bright red. Jiang Suoshuan, the goddess? Is this the legendary cold and arrogant goddess who actually knows how to smile? Song Qiyun stepped forward and politely introduced herself. Hello, Senior. I am Xu Jingming's classmate, Song Qiyun. Jiang Suoshuan looked at Song Qiyun and was secretly amazed. What a beautiful girl. She had a stunning and delicate appearance, with a refined and alluring figure, making others feel an urge to get close to her. She shook her head to herself. So captivating, she really is a terrifying girl. I didn't expect her to be equally charming to both men and women. Xu Jingming spoke up to break the silence. We were just about to go get some food. Would you like to join us, Senior? Jiang Suoshuan happily agreed. Sure, why not? The group then headed into a luxury restaurant called Snack Tyroons. At the dinner table, everyone raised their glasses to celebrate the end of the freshman competition. Cheers. With flushed cheeks, Jiang Suoshuan gracefully raised her glass toward Xu Jingming. Come on, Junior, bottoms up, he replied in kind. Song Qiyun wouldn't be outdone. She turned to Xu Jingming and said, Jingming, let's have a drink together too. He nodded. All right. Seeing the tension, the white-haired guy whispered to the girl in glasses. It seems both of them have a thing for Brother Ming. We better retreat from this Sura battlefield. The girl nodded in agreement. Agreed. The white-haired guy immediately stood up and said loudly, Xu Jingming, I'll leave the seniors and Yun to you. Bi Donghae and I have some things to do, so we're heading out first. The girl in glasses quickly chimed in. Xu Jingming blankly watched his two friends leave, thinking to himself, what's up with those two? Why are they running so fast? He sighed, thinking that drinking only led to trouble. Suddenly, Jiang Suoshuan leaned against him and whispered, Senior can't really walk anymore. Can you help me, Junior? Song Chi-yun leaned against his other side and said, Jingming, I can't walk either. You have to help me back. Xu Jingming looked at both of them and asked, Are you too sure about this? Both girls replied in unison, Positive. Xu Jingming couldn't help but sigh, a drop of cold sweat rolling down his face. All right then, I'll take you both back. The sight of Xu Jingming helping the two beauties leave the restaurant made those around them marvel. Is that Jiang Suoshuan over there? Someone said. Man, he's got all the luck in the world, another added, genuinely envious. After taking the two girls to the dormitory, Xu Jingming returned to his own apartment. As soon as he stepped inside, he was surprised to see a woman sitting on his sofa. He asked who she was, and the woman turned around with a smile to introduce herself. Hello Xu Jingming, I'm your class advisor. I'm Su Yu, and I've brought you your reward for the freshman competition. Xu Jingming replied politely. Hello Su Yu, thank you. The teacher handed him a wooden box and instructed him. This security box uses your fingerprints to open. I'll send you the group number in a bit. Make sure to join the class group. In the future, if you have any trouble at school, you can contact me directly to get it resolved. Xu Jingming nodded. Understood, thank you. The teacher stood up. All right, I still have to notify the other students. I'll be going now. The moment she left, the white-haired guy rushed into the room and bombarded him with questions. Xu Jingming, how did it go? There wasn't any conflict between Song Qiyun and that senior Jiang, was there? Xu Jingming replied calmly. Conflict? What kind of conflict would they have? The white-haired guy widened his eyes in surprise. No conflict at all? You guys get along that well? He cupped his hands in respect. Worthy of being Xu Jingming. So you had it all handled already. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming had placed his hand on the reward box. A beep sounded. Authorization confirmed. Xu Jingming smiled eagerly and opened the box. Heh, let's see what the reward is. It was a storage ring. He gave a soft command, and a stream of blue light immediately erupted from the ring, enveloping his weapon. The giant spear was quickly pulled inside the ring amidst the shimmering light. He happily felt the space inside the ring. Hey, 10 cubic meters is definitely big enough. Finally, I don't have to carry my weapon around everywhere anymore. The white-haired guy sitting next to him teased, 3 storage rings? Don't stop now. Xu Jingming, you're starting to give off the vibe of a wealthy, eligible bachelor. His friend continued to lament, I'm in the top 50 and I only have 400 credits. Compared to you, Xu Jingming, I really can't compete. I'm so jealous. Xu Jingming looked at the rings on his hand and thought to himself, I really do have too many rings on my hand. I'll have to go to the equipment department tomorrow. They'll probably want to recall these extra items. He took a medicinal pill from the reward box and wondered, what are the effects of this pill? There's no instruction manual. The white-haired guy offered a solution for identifying pills. Oh, that's simple. Eva, come out. A small spherical robot flew out and projected a beam of light onto the pill Xu Jingming was holding. Eva's voice rang out. This is a grade 5 spirit concentrating pill produced by the pharmacy department of Mao Superpower University. It works on superpowered individuals of grade 5 and below. Taking it can significantly enhance your mental power. It's an A-level cultivation resource. Xu Jingming asked in surprise, Eva can even analyze medicinal pills? His friend explained, it's not just pills. Eva can identify beast materials, rare herbs, and all sorts of plants. He picked up Eva and said, artificial intelligence is really convenient. It's just a shame Eva can't be taken out into the wild. The white-haired guy suggested, there are probably similar products on the market, right? Xu Jingming replied, that's likely. When I'm free, I'll look into it. Afterward, Xu Jingming went to the training room on the second floor, sat cross-legged on the floor, and first checked how much mental power he had. Holding the pill in his hand, he reflected. Physicality and mentality are the 2 basic attributes. The more a superpowered individual possesses, the longer the power lasts, and the greater the force. But upgrading them is extremely difficult. Using points to exchange for mental power is getting harder. It used to be a 1-to-1 ratio, but now it's not even worth it. He stared at the pill, full of expectations, hoping it would bring him a surprise. Then he decisively popped it into his mouth. A powerful and pure stream of energy radiated from his body, enveloping the surrounding space. A moment later, Xu Jingming opened his eyes. A parameter board appeared in front of him. Physicality, 1,321 vitality. Mentality, 1,037 hertz. He thought with satisfaction. Mentality increased by 50 points, breaking past 1,000, and I even saved 500 points. Not bad at all. Feeling mentally refreshed, he summoned his spear, smiled, and said, while I'm feeling sharp, I'll practice for 2 hours before bed. The next morning, Xu Jingming arrived at the school's administrative area. He stood in front of a transaction machine, checked his account, and couldn't help but be amazed. After selling the rings, his assets had surged to over 100 million. The small goal had been reached. Being a superpowered individual really was a quick way to make money. Next, he headed to the pharmaceutical service area. A voice came over the speaker. Number 14. Please go to pharmacy counter 3. He looked at his own number, 43, and muttered, "They're only at number 14, and I'm 43. I'll probably be waiting for at least an hour. I'll just meditate for a while first." He went to the waiting area and found an empty seat. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Oh, Junior, you're here too?" Xu Jingming looked up, surprised to see Jiang Suoshuan. "Senior, what a coincidence. Have you fully sobered up from last night?" Jiang Suoshuan answered a bit bashfully. "I sobered up a while ago." She quickly changed the subject. "Right. Are you here to sell the rare herbs you found in the cave last time?" Xu Jingming replied. "Not exactly. If I could find a pharmacist to help me refine them, that would be better. The effect would be higher than selling them directly." Jiang Suoshuan smiled mysteriously and asked, "You're looking for a pharmacist? Don't you realize there's a pharmacist right here who is both excellent and breathtakingly beautiful?" Xu Jingming was skeptical. "Aren't you just an amateur, senior?" Chu Suxuan replied confidently. "Who says I'm an amateur? I'm a second-grade pharmacist, and refining a few second-grade pills is easy for me." She continued with a serious expression. "Besides, I don't plan to go to the wilds to film anymore. I'm going to focus on the path of a pharmacist." This took Xu Jingming by surprise. The two sat down on a waiting bench. Chu Suxuan explained that after the danger they experienced last time, she realized the wilds might not be for her. Of course, she would still film videos, but she would change the theme to a potion-making diary. Xu Jingming remarked, "If you change your video style, you'll likely lose a huge portion of your fans." She sighed, resigned to the fact. A memory flashed back to when she was working at a cafe. Her friend shouted, "Suxuan, quick, look at the video of you killing that famous beast." She thought to herself, "I'm an orphan. My parents died in a beast tide when I was in my teens. After I awakened my A-rank ice ability, I worked hard to get into university, but my financial situation was incredibly difficult. After the video went viral, I accepted the job as a representative for battle armors and weapons, and my income has gone up, but honestly, I'd much rather be researching and refining pills." The scene shifts to her in the lab, wearing a white lab coat, engrossed in her work. As the flashback ends, she turns back, looking serious. "If you hadn't saved me last time, I would have been done for, but I can't count on luck forever, so I've decided to change my path." Xu Jingming takes her hand. "I'm sincerely rooting for you. Good luck. I hope your career change is a success." Xu Jingming looks puzzled. But can an ice-type ability user really become an apothecary? Jiang Suoshuan smiles and explains, "It seems you don't know much about the pharmaceutical industry." She continues with a detailed explanation. "With specialized, enchanted cauldrons or furnaces, you can convert elemental ability energy into fire. Your lightning type can refine medicine just fine." Hearing this, Xu Jingming doesn't hesitate to hand her the wooden box. "Then I'll leave these rare herbs to you." Jiang Suoshuan is a bit surprised. "Are you really sure you want my help?" She takes the box with a radiant smile. "Since you trust me that much, I won't hold back. I'll have the finished pills ready for you in a week." Suddenly, Xu Jingming's phone buzzes, and he looks at the screen in surprise. After the call, he heads to a grand, ancient-looking building. Inside, a man speaks up first. Before coming back, he checked the school forum and saw quite a bit of news about their junior apprentice brother. He really is a monster talent. Another person turns and asks, "I saw it too. Liu Ming, is our junior brother really that impressive?" Liu Ming smiles confidently. "You'll see for yourself in a moment. It'll absolutely blow your mind." A female disciple with a ponytail looks skeptical. "Really? I'll have to verify that for myself later. The junior brother might be strong, but maybe Liu Ming is exaggerating a bit." Just then, Xu Jingming walks in, and an older man who looks like their master greets him. "Jingming, you're here," he replies politely. "Hello, Yang Zentian. I came as soon as I got your call." He is shocked to see his senior brother, Liu Ming, sitting in a wheelchair with a bandaged leg, and rushes to ask, "Liu Ming, what happened to you?" Their master explains in a somber tone. "It was the rank 8 Grandmaster Wang Lin. To lure out monsters, he used the Tanjia Guild as bait. The guild suffered heavy losses, and your senior brother was severely wounded." Liu Ming adds through gritted teeth, "I fought a battle against that scumbag Wang Lin. Even though I didn't win in the end, he didn't have an easy time either." The master continues. That's why I couldn't attend your freshman tournament. Xu Jingming clenches his fists, saying angrily, Damn it. A rank 8 grandmaster can move mountains and drain seas, yet to think there's such scum out there. He silently reflects on the earth-shattering power of a rank 8 grandmaster. Xu Jingming's gaze turns cold. He tells himself that he's only at rank 2 right now. Forget about avenging his senior brother. If he ran into this kind of trouble, he'd probably just end up as cannon fodder. In this world, if you can't become a powerhouse, you'll just be trampled on by the strong. Their master places a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. All right, Jingming, don't think too much about it. Let me introduce you. This is your third-year senior, Si Wei, and your second-year senior sister, Tong Yue. The two of them greet their junior brother in unison. Si Wei takes out a gift box. This is a grade 4 Origin Energy pill. It can greatly increase your absorption efficiency. It's a B-level training resource. I'll transfer 200 credits to you directly. Xu Jingming bows in thanks. Thank you, brother. Thank you, sister. Liu Ming, sitting in the wheelchair, speaks up. Your senior sister Tong seemed to doubt what I said earlier. Why don't you tell her if you've truly mastered 4 A-level lightning-type combat techniques? Xu Jingming holds the gift box and replies calmly. Liu Ming is right. Both Si Wei and Tong Yue are stunned. What? Is that for real? How did you manage to do that with 4 of them? Exactly. How could you have ranked up to a high-level rank 2 while learning those combat techniques? Tong Yue mutters, looking at him in disbelief. A-level combat techniques are incredibly difficult. It was a struggle for me to even rank up to a high-level rank 2, recently just to master 2 of them. Not only are you at the same rank as me, but you've mastered even more A-level techniques than I have. Where's the logic in that? Xu Jingming replies nonchalantly. No special secret, I was just born with good aptitude. He thinks to himself, I obviously can't tell you guys about the system. Tong Yue and Si Wei are speechless, blurting out, Junior brother, that's just too hurtful. Their master says with satisfaction. I've always been very pleased with Jingming's aptitude and effort. We'll throw a celebration party for you later to congratulate you on winning first place in the tournament. Xu Jingming replies humbly. It was just luck that they were too weak. Oh, by the way, young Gentian, I'd like your help to test out a combat technique. Si Wei cuts in. What kind of technique? Liu Ming can't get around easily. But isn't there still me? No need to bother the young Zentian with that. Xu Jingming smiles mysteriously. It's an S-level technique. Underworld Lightning Armor. Upon hearing the words S-level, everyone in the room, including the master, looks horrified. Si Wei stands up immediately, looking a bit embarrassed. All right then. Sorry to bother you. A low-level rank 3 like me couldn't break through the defense of an underworld lightning armor anyway. The master stands up and says to Xu Jingming, Let's go. To the training room. In the spacious training room, Xu Jingming and the master stand facing each other in the center, while the other senior students watch from the outside. Si Wei asks skeptically, You guys, do you really think our junior brother learned that S-level technique? Tong Yue muses. From what I know of Xu Jingming, he wouldn't boast. Liu Ming, sitting in the wheelchair, nods. All right. I finally understand what brother meant. In the middle of the field, Xu Jingming closes his eyes to focus, and streaks of purple and white electricity begin to flicker around him. Instantly, a set of lightning battle armor takes form, majestically encasing his entire body, the underworld lightning armor. Xu Jingming opens his glowing eyes and flashes a confident, challenging smile. Yang Zhentian, bring it on. The master doesn't take him lightly, and a ball of fiery red energy mixed with lightning begins to form in his hand. Jingming, I'll start by testing you with the strength of a peak. Rank 3 ability user. A massive burst of energy is fired, creating a terrifying explosion that engulfs Xu Jingming's position. When the dust settles, he is still standing firm without a scratch in his lightning armor, with white smoke rising from the ground around him. He looks at his master and says with a provocative tone, Yang Zhentian, increase the power. This isn't enough. The master frowns and begins to increase his power. Purple streaks of electricity appear. All right, I'm turning it up then. If you can't handle it, just speak up. I know. The attack energy is continuously increased. His armor was pounded with double, quadruple, then sextuple the force. He gritted his teeth, holding his ground as the Lei Kai suit began to vibrate violently under the crushing tenfold pressure. The force of the strike pushed him back a step, his body tensing to absorb the impact. When the barrage finally ceased, Xu Jingming fell to one knee, gasping for air. His master said with a satisfied nod, Haha, not bad at all. A low-tier rank 4 ability user's attack intensity is equivalent to 10 times that of a peak rank 3. Your Leikai would require at least a rank 4 Class A ability user to break through. The older students watching from the sidelines were stunned. Siwei stammered. A Class S combat technique, combined with a Class S ability, can it really reach such a terrifying level? Tong Yue was equally dumbfounded. Junior brother just leaped over 2 major ranks to withstand an attack from a rank 4 ability user. This is no longer just a genius. It's a monster. The master walked over, intending to end the test. It's getting late. Let's go grab some food. Xu Jingming suddenly spoke up. Yang Zhentian, wait. His eyes glowed intensely, and his hair began to shift into a platinum white color. He roared, "This still isn't my limit." A surge of purple energy exploded outward. Xu Jingming hovered in midair, his white hair standing on end, his entire body enveloped in the violent, raging lightning of the 3rd level of the Super Saiyan state. Boom! Everyone was shocked once more. Liu Ming was so startled he nearly leaped out of his wheelchair. Jingming's Leiji Tai Lei Shen, Bumie Shen, has broken through to the 3rd level. How did he do it? Oh my god, junior brother is way too strong. Tong Yue was completely devastated, muttering, "My Lei Shen Bumie Shen is only at the 2nd level. Junior brother has not only mastered 4 Class A combat techniques, plus 1 Class S technique, but he also broke through to the Leiji Tai. Is he even human?" The master laughed excitedly, beginning to condense an even larger orb of energy. No wonder your body could easily withstand 10 times the force. So, the Lei Shen Bumi Shen has already reached the 3rd level. Bring it on! The master soared into the sky and unleashed a devastating attack upon Xu Jingming, who stood firm below. 3 minutes later, Xu Jingming dropped to one knee as his Leikai armor dissipated. Standing opposite him, his master said with satisfaction, "Very good. 20 times the force that means it would take the attack power of a mid-tier rank 4 ability user to break through your defense." He looked at his student with a mix of pride and awe. "Jingming, that you could reach this level is truly beyond my expectations." Xu Jingming looked up and smiled. "Thank you for the guidance, Yang Zhentian," he thought to himself. "Finally, I know exactly what my defensive limits are." His master helped him up and patted his shoulder. "Out of all my students, you are the one I worry about the least. You figure everything out even without me teaching you." Afterwards, the group left together. The master said cheerfully, "Let's go eat. I'm in a good mood today, so feel free to order whatever expensive dishes you want." On the bustling streets, they climbed into a car. On the way back, Xu Jingming asked for his senior's advice. "Lu Ming, between the Can Club and the Van Tin Club, which one do you think I should choose?" Lu Ming didn't hesitate. "Van Tin." Siwei, sitting in the driver's seat, turned back, asking in surprise, "Wait, Lu Ming, I thought you'd tell our junior brother to join your Can Club?" Liu Ming explained, "If the Can Guild hadn't run into trouble, I would naturally want him to join ours, but right now, Van Tin is definitely the better choice." The master, sitting in the passenger seat, chimed in. "Jingming, why not just stay in a club for a year or two, then establish your own in your 3rd or 4th year? After you graduate, these people will become the foundation for the organization you build." Xu Jingming pondered this. Is building an organization really necessary? The master turned back, his expression serious. "Do you know why I could never reach the Grandmaster level? It's because I lacked an organization. Everything required my personal attention, which wasted so much of my time. Jingming, remember, with an organization to handle the trivial tasks, you can focus entirely on your cultivation." Xu Jingming nodded, his gaze hardening. "I understand. Thank you for the advice, Yang Zhentian," he thought. "Once my strength increases a bit more, I should start looking into this." The next day, Xu Jingming walked down the school hallway, thinking, finally, classes have officially started. Everything at school is starting to get on track. In the lecture hall, the professor was teaching. "Today, we'll discuss the origins of the beasts. Hundreds of years ago, origin energy appeared on Earth. Beasts transformed into ferocious monsters, and humanity awakened." After class, Xu Jingming stood before an electronic information board, lost in thought. So, after origin energy appeared, people discovered many ancient civilization ruins underground. Most of Earth's advanced technology, including the ability detection devices, was developed from the technology found in these ancient ruins. The next class was anatomy. Then, at the Weapons Academy, the teacher was introducing a new type of weapon. Meanwhile, at the Elemental Academy, a female instructor was demonstrating various elemental abilities. In one of the classrooms, the Elemental Academy teacher stared in amazement as Xu Jingming manipulated a dragon-shaped stream of energy in his hand. She praised him. "Not bad. You're excellent. Being able to manipulate a Class S ability into any shape isn't easy. Even here at the Elemental Academy, no one can do that." It's a pity you aren't a student at our academy. That weekend, at the Yangcheng Wilderness area, Xu Jingming was in his combat gear, using a spear, wrapped in lightning to fight a beast. His new spear, the Qingxiao Black Dragon Spear, was worth 1,000 credits and flashed with a powerful purple light. He stood confidently in the heat of battle, thinking, new knowledge, new skills, new equipment, they really have boosted my combat effectiveness significantly. A status screen appeared before him. Name, Xu Jingming. Rank, high tier rank 2+. Ability points, 13,134. He told himself, over the last 2 months, my strength has more than doubled, and my ability points have passed 13,000. It's a shame the ability section still doesn't have a plus sign. Theoretically, since everything else can be upgraded, the ability should be able to as well. He looked at the status board, determined not to hoard points anymore. It's better to use them to quickly raise my strength while I can. That will be more efficient. Xu Jingming clenched his fist, his eyes filled with confidence. He believed that one day, his Purple Sky Divine Lightning would evolve into a Class SS ability. The scene shifted to a school building. Song Kyun looked at Xu Jingming with an expression of both admiration and slight resentment. You've only been practicing ability control for a few days, yet you're already better than me after a month of hard work. Comparing people to you is enough to drive someone crazy. Xu Jingming smiled and replied, I just had a sudden breakthrough. He thought to himself, I have a system. So of course, she can't compare. Song Kyun asked. In 1 week, the study trip for freshmen, a collaboration between Qingjing Ability University, Jincheng Ability University, and our school will begin. Are you participating? Xu Jingming replied. I heard the location is the wilds, so of course, I have to go. He smirked. This is a great opportunity to farm ability points. I'm also very curious to see what kind of genius freshmen those 2 top universities have recruited. 1 week later, Xu Jingming's group had fully gathered. His friend said, with Xu Jingming here for the freshman study trip, we can just sit back and relax. Someone else chimed in. Exactly. Without an S rank like him, we've already won 4 years in a row. It seemed the 5th consecutive championship was already in the bag. Xu Jingming looked ahead and said, it's time. A shimmering spatial gate appeared before everyone. A beautiful female instructor in a red outfit stepped out and said, greetings everyone. I will be leading this meeting. The details regarding the study trip, Eva, open the map. A 3D map appeared before the group. The instructor pointed to a spot on the map and announced the destination of this trip. The number 7 Devil's Den in the wilds, located deep in the mountains of Shunan City, Jian Province. An image of the Devil's Den appeared, filled with ominous black mist, causing the students to whisper. The Devil's Den is truly terrifying. I heard that only places where countless ability users have perished are called Devil's Dens. This trip feels extremely dangerous. The female instructor continued to explain. I will personally lead this study trip, and the academies will also arrange for mentors to accompany us. Furthermore, the higher-ups will allocate resources to the 3 schools based on the rankings of all participants. Rankings are based on the number and rank of beasts eliminated. The top 50 participants will be ranked. First place gets 34%, second place 23%, and third place 19%. The remaining 47 people will split the last 24%. She floated into the air, looked directly at Xu Jingming, and assigned the task. Therefore, first place is incredibly important. It's tied to the glory of our Magic City's 5-peat championship, as well as the resources the school will receive. Xu Jingming, I'm entrusting this mission to you. Do you have any problems with that? He replied confidently. No problem, he thought to himself. With my current combat power, surely no freshman will be able to surpass me. The female instructor smiled enigmatically. Very good, but I must tell you one thing first. According to the latest news, for this study trip, Qingjing Ability University has invited an outsider with an S-rank ability. The surrounding students immediately broke into an uproar. Qingjing Ability University has an S-rank now? Where did an S-rank come from in the last few years? Aside from Xu Jingming, no new S-ranks have appeared in the entire Great Xia. Strange, the last time an S-rank appeared in Great Xia was 3 years ago. A 3D projection of a strange man appeared. The female instructor explained, this S-rank is not from our Great Xia, but an international student invited by Qingjing Ability University from India. She continued, his name is Kiran Rao, and he possesses an S-rank reinforcement ability, at the 3rd stage lower rank level. Hearing this, Xu Jingming couldn't help but be shocked. 3rd stage? Everyone is stunned. What is a 3rd stage lower rank? Is there really a freshman who has reached this level? The female instructor affirmed. This is information gathered by Eva. It cannot be wrong. But unlike you all, he is already 20 years old. The student started complaining. 20 years old? No wonder. That's 2 more years of training than us. How can a 20-year-old even count as a freshman at Qingjing Ability University? That's so shameless, another person explained. Because in India, you start university at 20. That guy, Kiran, is indeed a true freshman. Song Chiyun looked at Xu Jingming with concern, thinking, S rank, I'm definitely no match for him right now. But looking at Jingming's expression, he doesn't seem worried at all. Xu Jingming calmly thought, so what if he's S rank? Fighting above my level is something I'm already used to. He crossed his arms over his chest, confident with his 3 S-rank combat techniques, 4 A-rank techniques, and master-level spear skills. Why would I be afraid of him? Besides, this competition is about the number and rank of beasts eliminated. In that regard, I won't lose to any freshman. S-rank or not, it makes no difference. The female instructor looked at him with a satisfied gaze, thinking, not bad. Xu Jingming is truly the most outstanding S-rank student our school has seen in recent years, remaining full of confidence even when facing such pressure. It wasn't in vain that I agreed to approve the SS-rank Tyrannosaurus blood essence for him. The instructor stood there, thinking confidently. Qingjing Ability University, inviting an outsider, is only because the top-ranked person gets priority in resource allocation. It looks like they're going to be disappointed this time. Afterward, she flew up, surrounded by a brilliant golden aura, and announced clearly, all right, those are the general conditions for this study trip. There are 7 days left, so everyone, make sure to prepare well. 7 days later, at Xu Jingming's apartment, Chu Suxuan proudly introduced a variety of colorful potion bottles, detox pills, healing pills, ability recovery pills, mental clarity pills, all are second grade. Each bottle has 20 pills. Enough for you to use this month. Xu Jingming gently reached out to stroke her hair, his eyes full of concern. You've worked so hard for me. Look at you, you've got dark circles under your eyes. Don't stay up late refining pills anymore. If you can't, I can just buy them outside. Chu Suxuan smiled charmingly and replied with confidence, how can store-bought pills be as good as the ones I refine by hand? I guarantee every single pill here has maximum efficacy. She continued, pointing to another set of potion bottles. How could pills bought outside be better than the ones I refined myself? I guarantee each of these pills has maximum potency, she continued, pointing to another set of medicine bottles. Besides, I've prepared 2 portions of each medicinal pill for you. Give this set to Song Chiyun, okay? Xu Jingming asked in surprise. Since when did you and Song Chiyun become so close? Jiang Suoshuan leaned in close to his ear and whispered playfully, refusing to tell him. With that, she turned around to leave, waving goodbye. You and Song Chiyun both need to do your best on this research trip and make sure you stay safe. We're leaving tomorrow. Get some rest tonight. I won't bother you anymore. After she left, Xu Jingming picked up a vial of pills, feeling deeply moved. To refine 160 rank 2 medicinal pills in just 1 week, it was impossible without staying up for 3 or 4 nights. How could he not understand her intentions? He gripped the vial tightly in his hand, but now wasn't the time for such things. He had to grow stronger as quickly as possible before he could even think about them. At the school sports field, a massive shadow loomed over the crowd of gathered freshmen. Xu Jingming looked around and noted, 856 people. I didn't expect almost every freshman to sign up for this research trip, but why did the school announce the meeting point at the sports field instead of the high-speed train station? The white-haired friend next to her whispered into Song Kyun's ear, explaining, Big Sister Yun, you don't know? We're taking a flight for our research trip, Song Kyun asked in surprise. A flight? There isn't even a runway at this sports field. As soon as she finished speaking, a voice rang out, Look quickly! Everyone collectively looked up at the sky, witnessing a massive airship descending. As the ship landed on the field, the students couldn't help but marvel. Such a huge airship. So cool, a student wondered. Is this the technology we're capable of grasping at our current stage? The person next to them explained that it was an airship excavated from ancient civilization ruins. They said the anti-gravity equipment on it still hadn't been decoded to this day. Just then, a female instructor in a red outfit appeared with a brilliant aura and shouted clearly, All freshmen, board the ship. The students began to file onto the airship. After everyone was on board, the instructor stood outside and began forming seals with her hands. A complex magic formation appeared. She channeled her energy, casting a powerful spatial skill, the yin-yang boundary. Instantly, a blue glow enveloped the entire airship, causing it to gradually become transparent. Inside the ship, the students exclaimed in amazement, Wow, why is this airship becoming transparent? Someone explained. Ling Chang is truly a grandmaster of the 8th rank. So powerful. This yin-yang boundary can make the airship independent from the outside space, so we don't have to worry about dodging any flying beasts during the flight. Xu Jingming looked at the miraculous scene outside, thinking to himself, as expected, only the high-ranking elites possess the ability to shatter our perceptions. After the Thunder God indestructible body reaches the 6th level, I might randomly obtain an ability from the refined beast essence blood. I wonder if I'll be able to pull a flight skill by then. The principal's voice echoed. Eva, initiate departure. The airship system replied. Captain Eva has received the order. Commencing departure of the stealth airship, the airship arrived quickly and landed at the Shunan supply base in Qian province. An instructor greeted them and announced that each school was assigned 2 dorm buildings. The Magic City Academy of Ability was assigned buildings 1 and 2. Everyone could move in after receiving their room keys. There was a cafeteria inside, and next to the dorms was a large training ground. Xu Jingming's group received their rooms. The girl with glasses asked, I'm on the 4th floor, room 402. What about you guys? The white-haired friend replied, 2nd floor, room 203. Xu Jingming said, I'm on the 5th floor, room 504. Song Kyun leaned in and said happily, I'm in room 505. That makes us neighbors. Xu Jingming smiled. What a coincidence. Since I have a space ring, I don't need to go to my room to drop off my luggage. I'm planning to check out the training room first. Song Kyun immediately chimed in. I knew you'd say that. I'm coming with you. The two of them entered a large training facility, equipped with all kinds of modern machinery. In the training room, Song Kyun pointed at a man and whispered to Xu Jingming. Jingming, look, is that the S-rank student from the Qingjing Academy of Ability? Their eyes drifted toward a muscular man wearing a red turban, who was effortlessly lifting 2 massive dumbbells. The people around them murmured in surprise. Wow, how heavy are those dumbbells he's lifting? One piece is 200 kilograms. There's no way we could lift that. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he thought. Xu Jingming, from Magic City. With a loud thud, the man threw the 2 dumbbells to the floor, creating a massive noise. The weight of the dumbbells cracked the floor, demonstrating his terrifying strength. He turned around, walked towards Xu Jingming, and confidently introduced himself. Xu Jingming, hello, I am Kiran Rao from the Qingjing Academy of Ability. It's a pleasure to meet you. The Qingjing students standing nearby began to gossip. So that's the #1 freshman from Magic City, Xu Jingming? I heard he's already reached the upper level of the 2nd stage. It's no rumor, he's truly impressive. And unlike Kiran, Xu Jingming is only 18, just like us. It's lucky that we have Kiran at Qingjing. Otherwise, we would definitely be crushed by Magic City this time. Xu Jingming smiled, intending to reach out for a handshake. Hello, but Kiran brushed past him, marched straight up to Song Kyun, and offered his hand with a polite gesture. Beautiful lady, you must be Song Kyun. It is a pleasure to meet you. The pungent smell of sweat radiating from Kiran made Song Kyun instinctively raise her hand to cover her nose. With a smack, Xu Jingming was as quick as lightning, grabbing Kiran's wrist to stop him. He looked the opponent straight in the eyes, his voice cold. Student Kiran, it seems you know a bit of Western etiquette, but perhaps not as much as you think. Are you not aware that approaching a lady while drenched in sweat is an extremely rude gesture? Kiran gritted his teeth in anger. You! A red aura from Kiran and a blue one from Xu Jingming began to clash against each other. The atmosphere grew tense. The students around them panicked. They're not going to fight, are they? The atmosphere doesn't look right. Someone go get the instructor. If these two fight, we won't be able to stop them. Xu Jingming squeezed his hand tighter and continued. Besides, I suggest you learn to adapt to the customs and etiquette of our great Xia. Kiran thought to himself in shock. The S rank from Magic City. His strength is truly terrifying. I can't break free at all. I don't know where a lightning element user like him gets such great strength. Watching Xu Jingming and Song Kyun turn their backs and walk away, Kiran watched Song Kyun's retreating figure, his eyes flashing with calculation. The genius girl of the Song family from Sichuan province truly lives up to her reputation. I wonder what kind of relationship she has with Xu Jingming. Even if we're just acquaintances, I have to possess her. That way, I won't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. Song Kyun turned to Xu Jingming and said, Jingming, thanks for helping me out of that tight spot. I can't stand the smell in this training room. Let's go practice somewhere else. He happily agreed. Sure. Why not? An hour later, as they walked out of a Guizhou-style restaurant, Song Kyun said cheerfully, a hearty meal after a workout always hits the spot. At the same time, Right in front of them, a disheveled-looking stranger was muttering to himself about beast extinction. The great destruction is finally coming. Only the Supreme Angel can save humanity. As Su Jingming was walking down the street, the stranger tried to pull a passerby aside, saying, "Join us." The passerby coldly replied, "Not interested." Su Jingming thought to himself, "I've heard about this before. Ever since the beasts appeared, some religious fanatics have been preaching doomsday theories. This demon cavern area is packed with awakened individuals, with all sorts of people mixed together, so religious activity isn't exactly a surprise." The man suddenly became agitated, grabbed a woman who was leading a small child, and screamed, "Why? Why don't you believe me?" He pulled out a glowing dagger, his face twisting into a manic expression. "I get it now. I understand. It must be that the price you've paid isn't high enough, that you haven't felt the pain yet. Ha ha ha, that's definitely it." His eyes were bloodshot, and he continued to shout, "Only by feeling pain can you understand the greatness of the angel." With that, he lunged at the mother and child with his blade. The woman screamed in terror. "Ah!" Just then, sparks of lethal purple electricity flashed in Xu Jingming's eyes. In a split second, he rushed forward, delivering a lightning-fast strike that took the madman down before he could make his move. With the danger past, the mother quickly pulled her sobbing daughter into her arms and comforted her. Don't cry, you're safe now." She looked up at Xu Jingming and thanked him profusely. "Thank you, young man, for your heroic deed. If not for you, our family wouldn't know how we'd go on." He humbly replied, "It was nothing. Just a simple act." Song Chiyun stepped forward, looked at the body on the ground, and remarked, "These religious fanatics here are pretty aggressive, aren't they? Daring to kill in the middle of the street." Xu Jingming also found it strange. It is quite odd. Usually, they just preach their teachings and don't resort to violence. He looked around, his eyes thoughtful. Was it really just a coincidence? Or does he have other accomplices? In the distance, a figure in a black cloak quietly watched them, before turning away. The figure entered a luxurious villa. Inside, another subordinate in black was reporting, "Grand Archbishop, I've checked. The one who killed our follower is Xu Jingming from the Madu University of Awakened Talents." The Grand Archbishop held an energy orb containing bones and asked, "That same Xu Jingming, the top-tier grade S prodigy from Madu?" The subordinate confirmed, "Yes. He awakened during the martial arts exam, and in less than half a year, he's already reached the late stage of the second rank." The Grand Archbishop's eyes turned dangerous. If a monster like that is allowed to grow, it will truly be a major nuisance. He ordered, "You can step back for now. Divine blood will emerge in the demon cavern. This is the Divine Blood Directive. You are responsible for organizing the personnel to retrieve it. Remember, do not use the name of the Heavenly Fate sect." "Understood, my lord." The Grand Archbishop floated in the air, his energy orb emitting a fiery red light. He declared, "In 1 month, our Heavenly Fate sect will reveal ourselves to the world. So, let's just let Xu Jingming and the elites from the 3 universities, including that grade S brat, all become my sacrifices." The scene shifted to a vast base where freshmen from all 3 universities had gathered. A man in a white lab coat stood before all the students and introduced himself. "Greetings, students of the 3 universities. I am the vice principal of Jingjing University, Xu Ping. This research trip will officially begin at 9 o'clock this morning and will last for 11 days. At this moment, we will begin distributing the smart wristbands." Staff members began handing out a smart wristband to each student. Vice Principal Xu Ping continued to explain the rules. "The results and images of you eliminating beasts in the demon cavern will be recorded on the smart wristband you just received. The top 1,000 students with the highest total score will all receive rewards, and especially the top 3, who will be able to choose any one subject from the 3 universities' collection of combat techniques. Additionally, the student who takes first place in the overall rankings will receive extra rewards from their own university." The students around began to whisper, "First place? Let's not even think about that." Someone else looked expectant. "I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder who will take the top spot, Kiran or Xu Jingming." The vice principal continued, "This competition does not restrict forming teams. I hope everyone can coordinate to eliminate the beasts. All right. I'll leave the rest of the time to you all." Immediately, the students began to freely look for teammates. Our Jingjing 5-person squad still needs a support-type awakened individual. Our 2-person elite squad requires someone with absolute attack-type abilities, at least grade A or higher. Class monitor of Class 2, Ding Yu, approached Xu Jingming and invited him. "Xu Jingming, our Class 2 is preparing to set up several adventure. teams to operate on the outskirts of the demon cavern. Would you like to join us? Xu Jingming crossed his arms and refused. I'm not joining. You go ahead and form your teams, class monitor. Song Qiun stepped up and asked, Are you still planning to act alone when we enter the demon cavern later? He replied, My goal is the central area of the demon cavern. Going with others will only slow me down. A map of the demon cavern appeared, and he analyzed it. The outer ring of Demon Cavern 7 has beasts from the 1st to the 3rd rank. The central area ranges from the 3rd to the 5th rank. Currently, I can deal with low-rank 4th-tier beasts, and I can even escape from 5th-tier ones. Naturally, reaching the central area is for the best. Song Qiyun looked worried. The central area of the Demon Cavern? That's a death trap. However, it must take at least a day or two to travel from the outer ring to the center. During this time, can I come with you? Xu Jingming nodded and agreed. Hearing this, Song Qiyun smiled brightly and said happily, Then let's go together later. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Xu Jingming. Kiran approached, looking at him with a provocative gaze. I'm looking forward to your performance. I hope you don't fall too far behind. Xu Jingming calmly replied, 100%. Kiran asked in surprise, Huh? What was that? He brushed past his rival, leaving behind a confident remark. I will beat you 100%. Kiran gritted his teeth in anger, watching Xu Jingming's back. You stubborn jerk. This time, I will use overwhelming power to show you people of the Great Xia that I am the strongest. Vice Principal Xu Ping smiled. I hereby declare, this research trip officially begins. Everyone shouted in unison, Move out! The students, burning with determination, charged out of the base gate. Let's work together to take down a Tier 2 beast. The Magic Cave is calling us. 7 hours later, in a dense forest inside Magic Cave number 7, Xu Jingming and Song Qiyun were moving cautiously. Suddenly, they encountered a pack of beasts that looked like pangolins. Song Qiyun warned him that although these iron-furred pangolins were Tier 2 beasts, their scales were harder than E-grade alloy, making them quite tricky. Xu Jingming replied calmly, Leave them to me, and charged into the pack, his spear forming a vortex of energy. The pangolins roared in anger, quickly curling their bodies into spiky balls and rolling toward him. Xu Jingming skillfully dodged, simultaneously thrusting his spear precisely into one of the beasts. He spun around, piercing through the hard scales of another. His spear techniques were fluid yet powerful, taking them down one by one. Song Qiyun stood back and watched, filled with astonishment. Every strike was aimed directly at a weak point without a single error. This wasn't just about having a high rank. It required terrifying intuition and experience. She continued to admire him inwardly. Furthermore, his control over his supernatural powers was exquisite. He had mastered every ounce of energy in his body, not wasting a bit. After finishing off the entire pack, Xu Jingming stood among the carcasses to check his results. He had killed 12 Tier 2 iron-furred pangolins, earning a total of 276 ability points, plus another 1,200 points. Not bad. The beasts inside were higher rank. This trip should earn at least 30,000 points. He wondered if he could upgrade his ability to SS rank. Song Qiyun stepped forward and offered, Let me help you. She then asked curiously, Jingming, you're not like other lightning-type users. He turned and asked, Oh, how so? While Xu Jingming was processing the beast carcasses, Song Qiyun remarked that most lightning-type superhumans were quite reckless with their power, but he was incredibly restrained and very cautious with how he used his abilities. He explained, It's all about maintaining stamina. He continued, If I used the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning, I could wipe out this pack in an instant. But that would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Only by conserving energy can I take down more beasts. Song Qiyun nodded in understanding, so that's why. She then thought with a hint of regret. What a shame. I really wanted to see Jingming at full power, but it looks like I won't get the chance. The scene shifted to sunset, with a reddish-orange twilight blanketing the majestic mountain ranges. The two stood in the middle of the forest as Xu Jingming looked toward the horizon and said, It's getting dark. Let's find a place to rest and head out again tomorrow. Song Qiyun agreed. Suddenly, Xu Jingming looked at the device on his wrist, and a 3D map appeared. He said happily, Oh, there seems to be a water source nearby. Water sources in the wilderness are where beasts congregate the most. He pointed forward and said to Song Qiyun, It's not far from here. While it's not fully dark yet, we can take down another batch. Song Qiyun, let's go. The two quickly reached a clear, quiet lake nestled in the forest. Xu Jingming stood on the shore, scanning the area alertly, wondering, what's going on? There's no way there isn't a single beast near a water source. Just then, a giant tiger with glowing blue eyes and claws sharp as daggers emerged from the forest. The massive beast approached the lake and bowed its head to drink, completely unaware of the two people watching from afar. Just as the tiger was drinking, a giant crocodile suddenly surged from beneath it, opening its massive jaws to attack its prey. The tiger roared in pain as it was struck by high-pressure jets of water, unable to resist. The crocodile continued its fierce assault with powerful water attacks. Within seconds, the tiger was flung into the air and completely defeated. Xu Jingming and Song Qiyun watched from a distance, and he thought to himself, "So, a terrifying beast like a source-water crocodile lives here. No wonder not many beasts dare to come here to drink." Song Qiyun realized the danger in a panic and quickly pulled Xu Jingming's arm. "It's a Tier 4 beast. We're only on the outskirts of the magic cave. How could we encounter a Tier 4 beast? Jingming, let's go quickly. Tier 4 beasts have very strong senses. We might have already been discovered." But Xu Jingming smiled confidently and said calmly, "No need to rush. Tier 4 beasts are strong, but they aren't impossible to deal with." Having said that, he began to channel his power. Purple and white lightning currents wrapped around his body. Back in the Yangcheng wilderness, he had killed more than one of these. Song Qiyun asked in surprise, "Is that some exclusive combat technique that Yang Zhentian taught you?" He smirked, his eyes flashing with confidence. "The Thunder God's undying body is strong, but to deal with a Tier 4 beast, I have an even more effective technique." Suddenly, the sky darkened, and bolts of lightning began to flicker. Song Qiyun looked up and asked, surprised, "Is it going to rain?" "No, wait." Xu Jingming raised his hand to the sky and shouted, "Heavenly lightning art." Instantly, a series of massive purple lightning bolts struck the crocodile's head. The monster roared in agony as its body was ravaged by the terrifying electrical current. After the attack, a notification popped up. Defeated a lower-level Tier 4 source water crocodile. Ability points increased by 213. Score increased by 10,000 points. Xu Jingming smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. The ability points from a Tier 4 beast are 5 times more than a Tier 3. It seems the design of the Deep Blue system is meant to push me to constantly test my limits. He turned to Song Qiyun, who was still stunned. "The source water crocodile is dead. Let's go. Let's take a look." Song Qiyun followed, her heart still in a state of absolute shock. "It's not like I've never met geniuses before, but I've never seen a freak of nature like Jingming. To be able to jump 2 major ranks a peak, Tier 2, defeating a low-level Tier 4. And in an instant, too. They both approached the giant monster's carcass. She concluded inwardly, so this is his true strength." Xu Jingming looked at the torn hide of the beast and said regretfully, "The skin of a source-water crocodile is worth at least 20 or 30 million. It's a shame it's all ruined." Song Qiyun, standing beside him, remarked, "It's not just the skin. The entire body of a Tier 4 beast is a treasure." She looked at the monster's carcass and suggested, "My spatial ring is big enough. Just leave it with me for now, and I'll return it to you once we get back to the supply base." Xu Jingming nodded in agreement. After cleaning up, he looked around the deserted riverbank. "The beasts living around here must know how dangerous this water source is. Most of them won't come to drink anymore. Staying here is pointless. Let's go. We need to find a cave to rest in." As they were walking, Song Qiyun's cheeks flushed pink, and she hesitated, saying, Could we wait for a moment? I just happened to spot a lake nearby, and I'd like to wash up a bit." Xu Jingming immediately grew alert and held his hand up in front of her. "Wait. Let me check if there are any beasts in the lake." Instantly, purple electrical currents gathered in his hands. With a loud crackle, he unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning straight into the water, sending splashes everywhere. After the strike, Xu Jingming stared at the lake in surprise and exclaimed, "What is this?" Bright red blood began to spread from the depths, staining a large area of the water crimson. Suddenly, Xu Jingming frowned, struck by a strange feeling. "It smells so good. Why does this lake have such a deadly pull?" He felt an intense urge deep within his body, like a primal craving. Meanwhile, in a nearby dense forest, a group of people in mysterious black cloaks were moving through the trees. One subordinate asked, "Bishop, which ancient being's divine blood are we retrieving this time?" The leader, whose face was completely hidden by their cloak, answered coldly, "The blood of the ancient dragon god." The subordinate looked excited. "Dragon god blood again. Once we obtain this divine blood, our heavenly mandate cult will gain another powerful divine blood messenger." The leader suddenly turned and shouted, "Shut your mouth. We are the Blood Moon cult." The subordinate bowed in fear. "Yes, sir." The leader stared at a red energy orb in their hand and muttered, The divine blood appeared sooner than expected. They ordered the group, "That location isn't far. No resting tonight. Move at full speed." Back to Xu Jingming. They both stared in shock as the lake had turned completely blood red. He asked, "What's going on?" "The water has turned to blood." Song Kyun, "Can you feel this blood lake calling out to you?" Song Kyun shook her head. "It doesn't attract me." She added, "But according to the feedback from my light of dawn, there is an intense beast aura in this blood water, very similar to yours." Xu Jingming fell into deep thought. "An aura similar to mine? I absorbed the refined blood of an SS rank Thunder Tyrant dragon. Could it be that this is also the essence blood of a dragon-type beast, which is why I'm reacting to it?" He decided to take the risk and told Song Kyun, "Song Chi-yun, I'm going to go in and try it out. If you notice anything wrong, pull me out immediately." Xu Jingming stepped into the blood lake, and streams of glowing red energy instantly wrapped around his body. He closed his eyes, savoring the refreshing sensation. It felt wonderful, like a traveler who had been thirsty for 10 days and nights in the desert, finally finding a stream of cool water. Soon after, the entire lake of blood transformed into a massive red energy cocoon, enveloping Xu Jingming and lifting him into the air. Song Chi-yun stood on the shore, calling out in shock, "Jingming." She realized the situation, and her expression hardened. She took a defensive stance, ready to fight. It seemed Jingming had found his own lucky opportunity, but he appeared to be paralyzed. "Then it's my turn to protect you." By the next day, Song Ki-yun was standing in the middle of a battlefield littered with beast carcasses, panting with exhaustion. She wiped the sweat from her brow and thought to herself, "Thank goodness the strongest beasts that have shown up since last night were only low-level Tier 3. She looked toward the blood cocoon, noticing the color had faded significantly, and guessed, "It looks like Jingming is almost finished." Suddenly, she sensed someone approaching. She turned around, on high alert. The leader of the black-cloaked group looked at Song Kyun and the cocoon, puzzled. "I've retrieved divine blood more than once, so why does it have this form? She's a top student from the Magic City Academy. Why is a freshman from there here?" Song Kyun gripped her weapon, watching them warily. "Who are these people? Their attire doesn't match the 3 major schools. There are no beasts here, and the water source is contaminated. If you're looking for water, I suggest you go somewhere else." One subordinate roared in anger. "That is supreme divine blood. How dare you call it contaminated?" The leader gave an order. "Ignore her. Take the blood cocoon behind her first." Song Ki-yun realized their intent and felt a surge of anxiety. This is bad. These people are targeting that strange blood lake. The leader is Tier 4, and the weakest is Tier 3. I only have one choice. She quickly pulled out an amulet she wore around her neck, and it immediately shone brilliantly. A golden, spherical barrier appeared, wrapping around her and the blood cocoon, blocking the black-cloaked group's attack. The subordinate's attack was easily stopped by the golden shield. He recognized the item. "What is this? Is that an amulet from an ancient civilization's ruins?" This type of amulet was extremely rare, found only in ancient ruins, reusable, and served as a life-saving divine artifact. Song Kyun, from inside the protection, taunted them. "You know what this is, so why aren't you retreating? Why waste time here?" The leader smirked. "Haha, as far as I know, amulets have a limited duration. We're not in a hurry, so waiting here for a bit is just fine." Song Kyun replied firmly. "Then feel free to wait as long as you like." Song Kyun was secretly worried. The amulet could only last for about an hour, and it took 12 hours to recharge. "I hope Jingming can wake up within this final hour." An hour later, the glowing barrier shattered. The black-cloaked leader laughed triumphantly. "I told you, the shield has a duration." He stepped forward and threatened her. "I advise you to be sensible and hand over the amulet now, or I promise you will have a miserable death." Song Kyun stared at a pill in her hand with a determined look, thinking, "I have no choice but to risk it all." Just as she prepared to act, a cold voice rang out from the direction of the blood cocoon. "Is that so? Why do I get the feeling that you are the ones who are going to die?" With a loud crash, the blood cocoon shattered. Xu Jingming slowly stood up, his entire body enveloped in a fierce red energy, his eyes cold and filled with killing intent. He walked on thin air, and beneath him, a giant dragon condensed from blood energy appeared, looking incredibly majestic. The leader recoiled in horror, gritting their teeth. "Xu Jingming, one of the cult's top targets, is right here. Why does his aura make even a Tier 4 ability user like me feel my heart racing? He is clearly only a Tier 2. The leader yelled frantically, "Kill them for me!" Xu Jingming just gave a cold glance. A bolt of lightning flashed. He decisively unleashed Thunder Prison, a lightning cage that engulfed the subordinates. They only had time to scream in terror before being incinerated by the terrifying electrical currents. The leader gritted their teeth, looking completely stunned. I had already anticipated that 5 Tier 3 ability users wouldn't be able to handle Xu Jingming, but I never expected them to be wiped out in an instant. Tier 4 versus Tier 2, no matter what, the advantage is still mine. Just then, Xu Jingming lunged forward, thrusting his spear in an attack. The leader cried out in panic. This isn't good. He only had time to raise his hands in defense, but he was struck by a powerful blow. His entire body was sent flying, crashing straight into a large tree. He struggled to sit up, panting heavily, his heart still racing with shock. I couldn't even see how he attacked. Xu Jingming stood right in front of him before he even realized it, coldly ordering, "I ask, you answer. What is the blood in the lake?" The leader felt the sharp spear blade at his throat, and replied in terror, It's god blood, the vital essence of a 9th-rank beast emperor." Xu Jingming continued to ask why the beast emperor's vital essence was here. The man explained. In the ancient era, humanity's martial saints and the beast emperors fought a massive war, and all sorts of vital essence were scattered across the world. He asked, "The ancient era? One last question. Who are you people? Why are you collecting the beast emperor's vital essence?" The leader gave a sinister smirk. "We are the Blood Moon cult. As for the reason, I can't tell you that." With that, he bit his tongue and committed suicide. Black blood spilled from the corners of his mouth and eyes. Xu Jingming looked at the corpse and frowned. He killed himself. A cult again. Fine then. I'll ask Ling Chang about it after returning to the supply base. He turned around. Song Chuan ran over, looking worried, and asked, "Jingming, are you all right?" He raised his hand, signaling her not to worry. Xu Jingming gently placed his hand on her head and smiled. "I'm fine. You've worked hard just now." After everything settled, Song Chuan pointed toward the lake, which had returned to a clear blue, and asked, "Those people, were they aiming for that blood lake?" Xu Jingming confirmed. "Yeah, they call themselves members of the Blood Moon cult. They came here to collect the Beast Emperor's vital essence." She exclaimed in shock. "That's the vital essence of a 9th-rank Beast Emperor. That's an SSS-grade cultivation resource. It requires complex processing before it can be used. How were you able to absorb it directly?" Xu Jingming looked puzzled too. A status screen appeared beside him. He was very suspicious as well, but it didn't seem to harm his body. Instead, it upgraded his Thunder God indestructible body directly to the 4th level. Maybe the benefits don't stop there. I'll have to ask my mentor later. Seeing she was tired, Xu Jingming said tenderly, "You should rest here for a while. You must be exhausted from keeping watch for me for 2 days. I could barely even walk earlier." Song Chuan nodded slightly. "Okay." She found a tree and sat down to rest while Xu Jingming sat nearby to keep guard. Meanwhile, in a villa under the cover of night, 2 figures in black stood on a balcony. A subordinate reported, "Grand Archbishop." The god blood tracking device in Bishop Chu's hand suddenly lost its signal. The Grand Archbishop looked at the orb in his hand and calmly replied, "There might have been an unexpected incident. Should we arrange for someone else to retrieve the god blood?" He replied, "No need to arrange anyone else. I suspect an Esper has already intervened. Let it be." He looked up at the crescent moon. In the darkness, a sinister smile appeared. The operation a month later was the most important thing. Back in the forest, Song Chuan woke up to the smell of food. She saw Xu Jingming sitting by the campfire roasting meat. He turned back and smiled. "You woke up just in time. Come and eat." Song Chuan took a skewer of meat and happily praised, "It smells so good. I didn't expect you to be a gourmet chef too." Xu Jingming replied, "Practice makes perfect. After this trip, maybe you'll be able to grill a delicious piece of meat yourself." She took a big bite, and her eyes lit up. So delicious. Jingming, you should open a barbecue restaurant. I'll invest in you," he teased back. "If the young lady of the Song family invests in me, wouldn't I be able to open a chain of restaurants all across Earth?" Half an hour later, Song Chuan stretched. "Whew, I'm so full. Jingming, before we leave, can I take a bath?" Xu Jingming nodded. "Of course you can. It won't take long anyway. Once you're done, I'll wash up a bit too," she said happily. "All right, I'll go first then." Song Chuan stepped into the lake and used her ability to create a massive water sphere to envelop her body. The cool, refreshing water surrounded her, washing away all her fatigue. She took off her outer coat and used her ability to manipulate the water flow, forming a small water dragon that flew around her, looking extremely delighted. After a while, she turned back and smiled at Xu Jingming, who was sitting on the shore. "I'm done. Your turn." Xu Jingming felt a bit flustered and didn't dare to look straight at her. He coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. Ahem, ahem. Well, I'm going to bathe now. As he walked away, Song Chuan watched him, thinking to herself, why did Jingming's gaze feel a bit strange earlier? She suddenly looked down at herself and let out a scream. Ah! Her face turned bright red as she muttered to herself in confusion. I'm used to wearing this in the dormitory. I didn't expect this outfit to be so thin. An hour later, they were both fully dressed. Song Chuan handed Xu Jingming a few talismans. Jingming, these are protective and teleportation talismans. Take them. Xu Jingming refused. You keep them for yourself. Don't worry. My wilderness experience is quite extensive. Nothing will happen to me. He held out his fist, and she happily bumped it back. All right then, take care. See you in a month, he replied. See you in a month. Saying that, both turned and ran in different directions. Song Chuan dashed off with burning determination. Next, I have to work hard too. Even if I don't win first place, I have to win at least third place. A month later, in a dark cave, a black leopard with glowing red eyes was growling. Opposite it, Xu Jingming's hair had grown long, and his entire body was shrouded in lightning. The beast let out an earth-shattering roar, furious at Xu Jingming, but he didn't waver, his body still wrapped in lightning. He closed his eyes, focusing a massive burst of lightning energy into his fingertips. Suddenly, a lethal spear strike pierced through the beast's throat from below, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. After taking down the peak third-rank night leopard, a notification appeared. Killed a peak third-rank night leopard. Esper points increased by 43. He thought to himself, next, I'll try the ability training method to see if I can officially break through to the third rank. He stood up, gathered his strength, and roared, break through for me. A massive explosion of lightning energy surged, engulfing the entire cave. After the energy dissipated, Xu Jingming breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, finally broke through to the third rank, he thought contentedly. Even for geniuses in the Magic City, most take half a year or even a year to level up. It seems my talent for cultivation isn't bad at all. A status screen appeared. He checked his stats, which had soared. Name, Xu Jingming. Rank, third rank junior. Esper points, 48,429. He had promoted from second rank senior to third rank junior. Both physique and spirit increased by nearly 400 points, and his vitality even broke through the 2,000 point mark. Not bad. He looked at his Esper points, feeling a bit regretful. 48,000 Esper points, and yet I still can't upgrade my ability to SS rank? Well, I'll wait until 50,000. If it still doesn't work, I'll just give up on it for now. With that, he hoisted his heavy spear and strode out of the dark cave. Standing at the entrance, he offered a confident smile. The day after tomorrow was the final tally, and with his current score, taking first place shouldn't be a problem at all. On the day the results were announced, students gathered in a massive hall. One student shouted with joy, I hit 120 points, rank 998. Yes, I made the top 1,000. Someone beside him poured cold water on his excitement. Don't celebrate yet. You submitted your bracelet yesterday. Now that the big shots are returning, your rank is going to drop even further. There were only 2 hours left, and several star players hadn't even arrived yet. Just then, a familiar figure stepped into the hall, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. Someone recognized her as Song Qui-yun, the second-ranked freshman from Madu. The student who was celebrating just a moment ago sighed. It's over. I'm about to drop another rank. Her score definitely won't be low. Song Qui-yun walked up to the scanner and placed her bracelet on it. The screen displayed that it was verifying her from Madu Ability University, Song Qui-yun. Total score, 12,131. Rank, first. Everyone around them was stunned. To have over 12,000 points was truly impressive. Tisk tisk, as expected of the second-ranked student from Madu. Compared to her, Li Chengqi from Madu is still a bit behind. Ling Changcheng smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, Song Chi-yun. She replied modestly, Thank you for the compliment, Principal. Vice Principal Xu Ping whispered to the principal, Is she really the granddaughter of Senior Song from Sichuan Province? The principal nodded. That's right. I didn't expect the Song family to send her to our school instead of training her themselves. That girl has a lot of ambition. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Little Yun. Not bad at all. Song Chi-yun turned around, surprised, and called out, Su Qingwan. The woman walking toward them was Zhou Ying, Song Qi-yun's aunt and the general manager of the Shunan supply base. She praised, Not bad, little Yun. She leaned into her ear and teased, But how come your little boyfriend didn't come back with you? Song Qi-yun's face flushed red, and she hurriedly explained. What boyfriend? There's nothing going on between us yet, she asked in shock. Wait, how did you know about that, Xu Qingwan? The aunt smiled confidently. Don't forget, I'm the general manager. In this base, my eyes and ears are everywhere. Just then, a loud shout broke out, drawing everyone's attention. Look, it's the S-rank guest student from Qingjing, Kiran. He's back. Kiran walked in with an air of absolute confidence. Everyone started whispering. He's at the 3rd stage. He must have at least 50 or 60,000 points. No surprise there. First place is definitely his. He walked leisurely to the scoring scanner, and the massive screen updated immediately. Qingjing Ability University. Kiran. Total score, 113,264. Rank, 1st. He pushed Song Qiyun down to 2nd place. Everyone was dumbfounded. My God, how can the score reach over 111,000? It's unbelievable. The person in 2nd place doesn't even make up the change in his score. This is absolute dominance. A man shook hands with Vice Principal Xu Ping and said, 111,000 points. It seems I should congratulate Principal Xu first for taking the lead. The principal replied modestly, Oh, not at all, not at all. We just got lucky. Ling Changchang stood with her arms crossed, thinking to herself, although the hope is slim, looking at the confidence Xu Jingming showed back then, he might just give me a surprise. Suddenly, the screen changed again. Another person had submitted their score. Dong Sheng from Tincheng Ability University. Total score, 13,526. He ranked 2nd, the ace of Tincheng University. He's back too. Song Qiyun watched her rank drop to 3rd and thought disappointedly, damn it looks like I won't make the top 3. She looked at her watch and asked worriedly, only 8 minutes left. Why hasn't Jingming returned yet? Students from other schools began to gossip. Xu Jingming from Madu still hasn't returned? Could something unexpected have happened to him? It's possible. After all, the demon cave is extremely dangerous. Xu Jingming's friends quickly retorted, I don't think so. Xu Jingming has plenty of experience. He wouldn't be that careless. Right at that moment, a voice rang out. Xu Jingming is back. The students from Madu cheered. Xu Jingming. No matter what the results are, you are the pride of our Madu. Go for it. You're the best. Xu Jingming, we will always support you. Kiran stood in a corner and smirked, a bunch of weaklings huddling together for warmth. No matter how much they cheer, the final winner will still be me. Xu Jingming looked at the big screen and smiled, thinking, so Kiran got 111,000 points. No wonder so many people were cheering for me. Did they think I was going to lose? Ling Changchang approached and said, Go on. We've all been waiting for you alone. Upload your results quickly. She was secretly shocked. He's already at the 3rd stage? That's so fast. Xu Jingming nodded. Yes. He stepped up to the scanner and placed his bracelet on it. As Xu Jingming approached, the students around started whispering excitedly. How many points do you think Xu Jingming will get? One person asked, and another replied, I bet he gets 50 or 60,000 points. He is a 2nd stage upper-level fighter, after all. It's just a pity that, with Kiran here, there's no way to grab 1st place. As he placed the bracelet on the scanner, a massive notification appeared on the giant screen. Xu Jingming of Madu Ability University. Total score, 405,637. And then, the deciding words appeared. Rank, 1st. This result left everyone present from Vice Principal Xu Ping and Ling Changchang to Kiran and even Song Qiyun, completely stunned. The entire hall erupted in sheer, unbelievable shock. 400,000 points? Did I read that wrong? Damn it, this is just absurd. Is the S rank from Madu really this strong? His score is 4 times that of the guest student from Qingjing. This is insane. If you gave me a month without sleep or rest, I couldn't get that many points even if I killed 1st stage spirit beasts non-stop. Vice Principal Xu Ping mumbled as he calculated. 400,000 points, that's 20,000 1st stage spirit beasts killed, or 666 per day. This achievement is truly unreasonable. Song Qiyun's aunt was equally stunned. She turned to her niece and asked, This score is truly amazing. Little Yun, did you know about this beforehand? Song Qiyun smiled, her eyes filled with confidence. No, but I know that whenever a miracle happens to him, it's not surprising at all. Kiran gritted his teeth. I cannot accept this truth. Xu Jingming's score is 3 times higher than mine. How is that possible? If that's the case, won't the cultivation resources promised by Qingjing University vanish into thin air? No, I can't let that happen. He lost his cool, pointed directly at Xu Jingming, and yelled, Xu Jingming, your score cannot be this high. Principal, I request an investigation into Xu Jingming's smart bracelet. I suspect he cheated. Kieran's accusation was immediately met with opposition from the Madu students. Damn it, you can't win, so you cry cheat? Isn't that playing dirty? This is ridiculous. That's right. The smart bracelet was already scanned by the machine. Are you implying that even the testing machine is flawed? Vice Principal Tu Bin turned to ask Principal Lung Shuang. Principal Lung, what do you think? She replied calmly, checking her records. Of course, there is no issue at all. She continued, her gaze sharp and her presence powerful. However, if after reviewing the logs, we find that Xu Jingming did not cheat, then how do you intend to handle this? Another leader from Ma Do also spoke up. That's right. The smart bands and the scoring computers have all been strictly audited by our 3 universities. Are you questioning your own judgment now, Principal Tu? Vice Principal Tu Bin could only remain silent. He thought to himself, this Lang Shuang is over a decade younger than me, yet she is surprisingly difficult to deal with. He made a decision. He couldn't let student Xu be wrongly accused. If, after reviewing the footage, it is confirmed that there are no issues, we in Thon Kin are willing to compensate him with a portion of S-rank cultivation resources. Principal Lang Shuang nodded. If that is the case, then let's check the logs on his smart band. She then turned and called out, Xu Jingming, come here. Xu Jingming smirked, thinking to himself, this is great. Without doing anything, I just stumbled upon some S-rank cultivation resources. Where else can you find a deal this good? Seeing his expression, Vice Principal Tu Bin felt a moment of unease. With that look, could I have guessed wrong? The technical staff began to replay the entire process of Xu Jingming hunting the beasts. Kieran stood with his arms crossed, watching with a critical eye. Let me see where you got these 400,000 points. I am also S-rank. Even if you are a Tier 3, this doesn't make any sense. As the combat footage of Xu Jingming was projected, everyone was stunned once again. Damn, his spear techniques are incredible. I wouldn't be able to achieve such skill in my entire life. It wasn't just the spear techniques. Xu Jingming's control over his abilities was also terrifying. Principal Lang Shuang turned to ask Xu Jingming, has your spear technique reached the Grandmaster level? He modestly replied, I was lucky enough to have a breakthrough. She smiled, thinking, Yang Gentiani isn't something you reach just by luck. It seemed that Xu Jingming was hiding quite a few intriguing secrets. Suddenly, the screen showed the scene where Xu Jingming faced the source water crocodile. The students exclaimed, Look, a Tier 4 source water crocodile. Why isn't Xu Jingming running? Right. What is he just standing there for? Is he actually trying to kill it? How could a top-level Tier 2 possibly kill a Tier 4? Right after that, they saw Xu Jingming unleash the Heaven Thunder technique, with terrifying bolts of lightning crashing down, leaving everyone in shock once again. Damn, is that lightning cast by Xu Jingming? What rank of combat technique is that? The Tier 4 source water crocodile was killed in an instant that is terrifying. Kieran couldn't believe his eyes. That's an S-rank magical combat technique. He uses a spear, right? How could he have mastered a magical combat technique as well? Principal Lang Shuang was equally astonished. It's the Heaven Thunder technique from the Elemental Academy. Even in that academy, very few people have mastered an S-rank combat technique. Xu Jingming is a freshman at the Weaponry Academy, yet he's learned it. She turned to ask Vice Principal Tu Bin with a meaningful look. Principal Tu, do you still need to keep watching? He wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, that's enough. No need to see any more. He turned to Xu Jingming and announced, only a freshman, yet you've mastered an S-rank combat technique. Xu Jingming, you are excellent. The S-rank cultivation resources will be sent to you shortly. He bowed politely and thanked Principal Tu for the praise. Vice Principal Tu Bin gritted his teeth, his face full of disappointment and regret. Ugh, I can't believe that despite all our preparations, Thon Kin still lost to Ma Do. If I had known Xu Jingming was this much of a monster, I should have done whatever it took to recruit him to Thon Kin from the start. Once everyone had settled down, Vice Principal Tu Bin stepped forward and announced, I declare that the competition for this study trip has concluded. The top 3 rankings are as follows. He proceeded to announce that third place went to Tan Thon Academy of Ability, which held 27.5% of the resource quota. Second place was Thon Kin Academy of Ability, holding 31.5% of the resource quota. Finally, he announced loudly that the winner, in first place, was Ma Do Academy of Ability, with 41% of the resource quota and priority distribution rights. The Ma Do students erupted in joy. Xu Jingming's white-haired friend jumped up and cheered. We won! Our Ma Do is in first place. We've turned the tide. Brother Min is so cool. 5 consecutive championships. We did it. Vice Principal Tu Bin continued. Additionally, the resources allocated this time for the 3 schools are rare herbs and plants grown on the outskirts of the demon pit. Tomorrow, all freshmen will follow the instructors from their respective schools to enter the gardens for harvesting. After harvesting, the schools will arrange their own curricula for the remaining half-month before dispersing. As soon as he finished, Kieran stepped forward, his eyes filled with frustration. Principal 2, I am not satisfied. Could you allow me to have a direct duel with Shushu Jingming? If we lose, we will give up our resources. But if I win, the resources previously promised must remain with us. Vice Principal Tu Bin looked at Kieran and asked seriously, How confident are you? Kieran confidently replied, Shushu Jingming's S-rank magical combat technique requires a second or two to activate. If it's a one-on-one fight, I am certain I will win. Vice Principal Tu Bin thought for a moment and agreed, I'm not happy with this outcome either. We'll do as you say. Meanwhile, Principal Lang Shuang asked Shushu Jingming, How do you plan to spend the remaining half-month of study with your mentor? He didn't hesitate and replied, I'm going into the demon pit to continue hunting beasts. She was a bit worried, as he had been fighting for nearly a month. Aren't you tired? He smiled. Tired? Perhaps. But it is the only way my strength can continue to grow rapidly. She advised him, Life and death danger is indeed excellent for tempering a person, but knowing when to relax is the only way to endure. You must understand this logic. He nodded. I understand, Principal. I will rest once the trip is over and I return to school. Oh, that's right, Principal Lang. While I was in the demon pit, I encountered a pool. He began to tell her the entire story. About the blood pool and the blood moon cult. After listening, Principal Lang Shuang analyzed. Based on what you said, that was indeed the essence blood of a Tier 9 Beast Emperor, an SSS rank cultivation resource. Of course, the portion you absorbed must have been diluted. Otherwise, you could never have absorbed the essence blood of a Beast Emperor, regardless of your power. She continued. As for why you could absorb it directly, it might be related to the body-tempering combat technique you are learning. We will need to ask your master about that. I don't have much of an impression of the Blood Moon cult. It's likely not a major sect, so don't be too concerned about it. He replied, I understand. She smiled and said, Go rest. You must be tired. As he turned, Tong Thuvan was waiting with her aunt. She introduced them, Xu Jingming. Let me introduce you. This is my aunt, Zhou Dan. She is the general manager of the Thuan An supply base. He politely greeted her. Hello, General Manager Zhou. She waved her hand. No need to be so formal, just call me Zhou. She handed him a black and gold card. This is the black gold card of the Song family. From now on, whenever you purchase any products under the Song family's banner, you will receive a 20% discount. Xu Jingming took the card in surprise, thinking to himself that the Song family's black gold card. He recalled the Song family's businesses covered almost every field, from battle armor and rare mystical herbs to pills and medicine. Everything would be 20% off. How much was this actually worth? Song Kyun and her aunt spoke in unison. Just take it. After all, your equipment updates very quickly. He held the card, his face flushing slightly, and he thought awkwardly, Am I being kept by a wealthy woman? Suddenly, a crowd of reporters and fans rushed over. Xu Jingming, could we get a quick interview? Everyone scrambled to make offers. Our company has a new defensive product. Would you like to try it out? We are the largest weapons corporation in the country and would like to have you as our representative. Would you be willing to be friends? We can train together later. We are the biggest forum for ability users. Could we interview you first and then invite you to film a few videos? That afternoon, in a private room, Ling Changchang relayed the challenge. Kieran wants to have a duel with you. The wager from Qingjing is 20% of the resources this time. Our wager is half of the relic access passes. Do you want to fight? Xu Jingming asked in surprise. What are those relic access passes? Vice Principal Xu Ping explained. The relic access passes are essentially admission tickets to ancient civilization ruins. We are inviting S-rank outside experts precisely because of these 40 passes. Since you are ranked number 1, the passes naturally belong to you, so we are a bit reluctant to give them up. Xu Jingming recalled his history lessons at school, which stated, Before our current civilization, there was a period of ancient civilization. Ancient civilization also had fierce beasts and the existence of ability users. Its level of civilizational development could be called glorious. Not only was science and technology advanced, but their understanding of abilities was also incredibly profound. It's just unknown why. When the ancient civilization reached its peak, it was suddenly destroyed and buried deep underground. It wasn't until several thousand years later, when ability users reappeared on Earth, that these ruins were excavated. The top-tier methods for training abilities and SSS-rank combat techniques were all found there. Vice Principal Xu Ping elaborated on the rarity of these tickets. Some of these ancient civilization ruins can be entered directly, while others require an access pass. Places that could be entered directly were long ago picked clean, which is why the access passes are so highly contested. Ling Chang added that these 40 passes correspond to Ancient Civilization Ruin number 9. It opens once a year, and only those from Tier 4 to Tier 6 can enter. If you beat Kiran, I can give you one pass. It's your choice, Vice Principal Xu Ping said nonchalantly. If you don't want to, that's fine too. After all, the arena is cramped, which favors Kiran. Xu Jingming smiled, placed a hand on his chest, and replied decisively, to both principals, I accept. Vice Principal Xu Ping nodded and turned to leave. All right, I will go notify Kiran. The location will be the arena at the supply base. Ling Chang looked at Xu Jingming and asked, I didn't expect you to agree so readily. Are you very confident? He replied calmly. It's all right. I'd say I have about a 90% chance of winning. She was surprised. 90%. And you call that, all right? Xu Jingming smirked, his eyes full of confidence. Actually, he was being modest. He thought he had a 100% chance. Ling Chang shook her head and smiled. You, if Xu Ping and Kiran knew you were certain of a 100% victory, I wonder what they would think. Meanwhile, after receiving the news, Kiran clenched his fists and roared, he actually dared to agree? Then don't blame me for not holding back. He turned to a leader from Qingjing University and asked, that person who injured me earlier, is he all right? She reassured him, don't worry, the vice principals of all 3 schools, the instructors, and many students will be present. Just go all out. If there's any danger, someone will naturally step in. Kiran gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Xu Jingming, don't blame me for being ruthless. The scene shifted to the arena area, where a standard boxing ring had been set up, surrounded by a crowd of spectators, everyone buzzing with excitement. A duel between 2 S ranks. I'm so looking forward to this. Both are Tier 3. Who knows who will win? Some people began to analyze. Out in the wild, Xu Jingming's Thunder Art would definitely win, but in the arena, it's hard to say. That's right, Kiran is an enhancement-type melee ability user. Let's see what other hidden cards Xu Jingming has. Kiran stood by the side of the ring and sneered upon hearing the chatter. Some people actually thought Xu Jingming had more tricks up his sleeve. That S-rank combat technique him learning one in his freshman year is already a miracle. How could he have a second one? Do they really think S-rank combat techniques are that easy to learn? A figure strolled toward the ring. The students from Madu University recognized him and immediately cheered. Xu Jingming is here. Xu Jingming, we support you. Madu will definitely win. Kiran looked at his approaching opponent and said excitedly, come on, Xu Jingming. I couldn't wait any longer. Xu Jingming looked up, his eyes as cold as blades, and smirked. In such a rush to die? Then I will grant your wish. Xu Jingming and Kiran, one carrying a spear and the other wielding a sword, stepped onto the ring at the same time. Xu Jingming held his long spear, his gaze sharp. An elder with white hair stepped out to introduce the match. I will be presiding over this arena duel. Either side, losing consciousness or conceding, will result in the end of the match. No further attacks are allowed. Of course, there is no need to hold back. With us here, you don't need to worry about your lives. The elder was Jiang Quan, vice principal of Jincheng University, a Tier 8 water-type grandmaster. With a gentle wave of his hand, a stream of water condensed, and a transparent water barrier enveloped the entire ring. He stood in the middle to separate the 2 fighters. The referee raised his hand and announced clearly, both sides, prepare. 3, 2, 1, start. Immediately, Kiran let out a powerful roar. Ha! His body bulged, glowing red tattoos lit up on his skin, 2 black horns sprouted from his temples, and his aura became incredibly violent. Xu Jingming watched calmly, thinking to himself, is this an S-rank enhancement type ability? Kiran looked at him with arrogant provocation. Xu Jingming, I'll give you time to prepare that S-rank magical combat technique. I want you to lose and be completely convinced of your defeat. The spectators outside began to worry. This is an S-rank enhancement ability. Xu Jingming is in big trouble. That's right, the arena is only 30 meters long, which is a huge limitation for long-range lightning skills. Xu Jingming dared to step into the ring, so he must have accounted for that, right? Xu Jingming smirked as purple electrical currents began to flash around his body. He realized that since reaching Tier 3, he hadn't truly unleashed his full power. Very well, I'll use you to test it out. A terrifying thunderous explosion erupted from his body, covering the entire space of the arena. The referee, Jiang Quan, couldn't help but be shocked, thinking to himself, this water barrier can at most withstand attacks from a peak Tier 3 A-rank ability user. Has a mere surge of ability energy already reached the limit of my water barrier? He immediately reinforced the water screen, his expression turning serious. The audience below was completely overwhelmed. Is this the S-rank Purple Heaven Divine Thunder? It's truly terrifying. It feels like it could kill me in an instant. We're both freshmen, but the gap is just too huge. Kieran felt the electric current corroding his body and frowned. Regular lightning won't hurt me, but Xu Jingming's lightning can erode my body. Looks like I have to end this quickly. He clenched his fists, braced himself, and lunged forward. Kieran's speed was incredible. In a blink, he was right on top of Xu Jingming. Seeing his opponent didn't even try to dodge, he roared, "Oh? Not running away? You're planning to take me on? Then let me show you the overwhelming power of an S-rank enhancement type ability." Kieran swung his massive blade with a shout. "Take this!" Clang. With a piercing sound, Xu Jingming parried with his spear. Oh no! Realizing the danger, Kieran instantly raised his blade to block, but the force of the collision sent them both reeling back. Kieran couldn't hide his shock. How is this possible? You're actually matching me even after I've transformed. I'm an S-rank enhancement type user. Responding to the shock, Xu Jingming, wrapped in crackling bolts of electricity, calmly replied, "You seem pretty surprised, but there's no rule saying a lightning type user has to be weaker than an enhancement type." Kieran touched his forehead, his expression turning grave as a dark aura began to seep out. "True, there's no such rule. I was planning to play with you for a bit, but it looks like that's not an option anymore." Kieran's body shifted again. His skin turned jet black, armored with spikes, and looked far more ferocious. He growled, "Xu Jingming, you should feel lucky, because I'm going to use my full power to take you down." With a thunderous roar, he completed his transformation into a savage beast. "Come on, face your fears. Beast Lord Descent." The arena erupted at the sight of this transformation. An S-rank Beast Lord ability combined with an S-rank combat technique? That's terrifying. Is this Kieran's full power? He looks unstoppable. It must be an exclusive S-rank combat technique combined with his ability, making it even stronger. A spectator said confidently, "It's a guaranteed win." However, Ling Changchang had a different thought. "I recall the dean of the Weaponry Academy, Yang Zhentian, had a similar S-rank combat technique. Xu Jingming surely knows about it too." On the stage, Kieran, in his Beast Lord form, faced Xu Jingming, who was still engulfed in a sea of violet lightning. Kieran sneered with a sinister grin. "Xu Jingming, in this state, do you still dare to clash with me?" Xu Jingming's hair suddenly turned silver white, his eyes glowing brightly, while the violet lightning around him became even more violent. He smiled back. "Clashing with you again? Why not?" A world-shaking surge of energy exploded from Xu Jingming's body. He too had activated his peak combat state. Kieran, who was so confident just a moment ago, now stared back with a look of panicked disbelief. Xu Jingming's eyes had completely transformed. Two spectators were stunned. "What's going on? I just glanced at my phone for a second. And why are there two boss monsters on the arena stage now?" Their friend explained, "Buddy, those aren't boss monsters. It's just Xu Jingming and Kieran entering their second phases." The first guy was still in shock, and added, "It's not a boss? Damn, they're even using terms like second phase now." Facing Xu Jingming in his new form, Kieran realized with horror, This is an S-rank combat technique." Xu Jingming calmly replied, "You guessed right, but unfortunately, there's no prize." As he spoke, Xu Jingming held his hands out, condensing a sphere of destructive lightning, and declared, "Lightning Purgatory." Kieran immediately sensed lethal danger. It's a crowd control technique. No, he's about to unleash that S-rank Heaven's Lightning technique. With no path of retreat, Kieran roared, channeling every bit of his energy, risking it all on his blood chi armor. He lunged forward frantically, ignoring the countless lightning bolts whipping at his body, the glowing red blood chi armor shielding him. Finally, with a roar, he broke free from the range of the lightning purgatory, finally made it out. But as he looked up, his expression turned to pure terror. Above him, a massive lightning spear, forged from countless shards of pure electricity, was crashing down. He barely dodged it, the spear tearing through the air with destructive force. Kieran only had time to look up, thinking in despair, "That lightning spear is terrifying. If that hits, I'll either be dead or severely crippled." Facing the spear, Kieran could only gasp. Too fast! Just then, Xu Jingming closed the distance with the speed of a lightning gale. Not giving his opponent a second to recover, Xu Jingming spun his spear, violet lightning swirling around the tip. He launched a lightning-fast strike, and Kiran could only desperately raise his sword to block. Even though he blocked the first strike, the immense impact sent Kiran flying backward, throwing him off balance in midair. Seizing the chance, Xu Jingming lunged, his spear turning into countless illusions, unleashing his ultimate move. Consecutive lightning strikes. Dozens of lightning spear tips pierced Kiran's body, creating a series of rapid-fire explosions. Despite the excruciating pain, Kiran's will to fight didn't waver. He gritted his teeth, telling himself, "If I can just endure this, I still have a chance." With that belief, he roared defiantly, "Now it's my turn." But Xu Jingming simply replied with one cold word, "Explode." Imbued with destructive power, the lightning spears already embedded in Kiran's body began to detonate from within. A horrific electrical explosion erupted from Kiran's body, blowing him backward. His body was hurled away mercilessly, slamming hard into the energy barrier. When the smoke cleared, Kiran had reverted to his human form, lying motionless on the stage with charred wounds on his chest. Xu Jingming's sharp spear tip was held right at his throat. Kiran managed to mutter bitterly, "I surrender." The referee, Jiang Quan, immediately raised his hand and formally declared the winner, Xu Jingming. The audience erupted in shock and excitement. "Unbelievable. I thought this would take at least 10 minutes, but it was over in 2. Exactly. A total blowout. A lightning type beating an enhancement type in a strength contest. And the way he combined his techniques was flawless. He didn't give Kiran a single opening." Ling Changchang smiled, analyzing the match perfectly. He used lightning purgatory to control the field, then the lightning spear to force Kiran to use his movement techniques, then followed up with a lightning blitz combined with the gale speed to expose a weakness, finishing him off with the consecutive strikes. Every step calculated, neat, and decisive. Xu Jingming is truly exceptional. Just then, Ling Chang turned to the opposing headmaster. "Principal Zai, do you have anything left to say?" The other principal could only concede, "Ling Chang, we lost, and we accept it. The 20% resource share belongs to you. Also, the S-rank resources promised to Xu Jingming should arrive tomorrow afternoon." Principal Z turned and walked away. With a bitter look, he thought to himself that not only did he fail to secure the 20 entrance passes to the ruins, but he also had to lose 20% of his resource market share. He really lost both the battle and the war. Ling Chang turned back to Xu Jingming and handed him a card. "Well done. This is the entrance pass to the number 9 civilization ruins. I am giving it to you in advance. Additionally, the Zhang family will reward you with 10,000 credits." Xu Jingming happily accepted it. 10,000? Thank you, Ling Chang. Xu Jingming smiled as he looked at the card in his hand, thinking to himself that this was the very ruin entrance pass that everyone craved. After the match, Ling Chang told Xu Jingming to go and get some rest. The S-rank resources that Star City University promised him, along with the right to choose one combat technique from the 3 universities' libraries. After harvesting the rare herbs in the magic cave tomorrow, you can come and claim everything. Xu Jingming happily replied, "Yes, sir." He smiled to himself with satisfaction. This research trip not only yielded the Ruin Pass, academic credits, and S-rank resources, but also a huge amount of rare herbs and a pile of monster materials. It could be said that the harvest was extremely fruitful. Just then, a stranger approached to offer his compliments. That was truly a magnificent match. Being able to witness a genius like you is a blessing for 3 lifetimes. Xu Jingming replied modestly, "Thank you for the kind words." He secretly wondered, who is this person? Then Song Chu-yun quickly explained, he is Dong Sheng, the top student from Golden City University, ranked 3rd, right behind you and Kiran. Song Chu-yun continued with an expression of admiration. No wonder his cultivation has reached the advanced stage of rank 2. He is a total monster. Xu Jingming turned to tease her. You are already rank 3. Are you praising yourself? He winked playfully. I'm different. I have a hack tool. With just one click, I level up. Do you believe it? Song Chu-yun glared at him. Believe you. My foot. Meanwhile, at a remote and ancient villa, a group of people in black cloaks were kneeling before a leader floating in midair, chanting in unison. Following the divine decree, the immortal angel, the leader, who was called the Archbishop, asked a subordinate, Has everything at the plantation been arranged? The subordinate respectfully replied, Yes, Archbishop. Everything has been arranged properly. The Archbishop coldly ordered, You are responsible for dealing with the teachers from the 3 major universities. Kill as many as you can. The group responded in unison. Understood. He turned to another figure. As for those 2 rank S brats, I will leave them to you, Saint Sun. Coincidentally, this will also be useful for your growth. Any problems? The Saint Sun replied, No problem. Tomorrow, the distance between them and me will be very close. The Saint Sun continued in a cruel tone, If they are willing to seek shelter in the arms of our divine decree sect, that would be best. If not, kill them. Don't let them go. The Archbishop looked up to the sky and declared in a harsh voice, Tomorrow will be the most magnificent stage for our divine decree sect. We must announce our existence to the great Shia nation in the most cruel and bloody way possible. I am looking forward to your performance following the divine decree, the immortal angel. The next day, at the Magic Cave Plantation, an area under strict guard, the students were extremely excited at the magnificent sight. So beautiful. Is that a C-rank sunflower? I didn't expect there to be so many in the base. I can't wait to pull them out of the ground. A man who seemed to be the manager, Ma Yang, stepped out to greet them. Welcome, teachers and students of the 3 major universities. Why didn't the 3 vice principals come? Ms. Hu Ping, the instructor from Mado University, explained. The principals have things to take care of. Harvesting flowers and herbs is not dangerous, so they didn't come. Furthermore, even if an accident occurs, Ling Chang can use his spatial ability and be here in a few minutes. Ma Yang nodded. That's true. Then everyone, follow me. He began to assign tasks. Star City University is responsible for collecting sunflowers in Zone C12. Golden City University is responsible for collecting fire-red grass in Zone B16. Mado University is responsible for collecting serenity grass in Zone C11. The 3 top freshmen need to be separated. Follow me. Ms. Hu Ping immediately became wary and separated. Why don't the plantations and other magic caves have this rule? Ma Yang smiled and explained. This is a new batch of S-rank rare herbs. It is a good opportunity for these excellent students to broaden their horizons. Ms. Hu Ping thought for a moment and agreed. Is that so? All right then. Xu Jingming, Qiran, Dong Sheng, the 3 of you follow them. Xu Jingming followed behind, filled with suspicion. Collecting S-rank rare herbs separately? I keep having a feeling that this manager, Ma, is not right, but with the teachers here, there shouldn't be any problems. Suddenly, Dongsheng turned back to greet them. Hello, you two. I'm Dongsheng from Golden City University. Your battle yesterday was truly amazing. I was stunned while watching it. Xu Jingming replied. You're too kind. Dongsheng continued with curiosity. I heard that some religions have secret techniques to improve strength, allowing someone with rank 2 abilities to rise to rank 4. If that's true, then perhaps I could even exchange a few blows with you two. Xu Jingming muttered. Religion? Huh? It's best not to get involved with them. Hearing that, Kiran clasped his hands together and said devoutly, What is bad about religion? Whether it's our country's detoxification sect or the Holy Father sect, they all have positive meanings. It is because of the support of Lord Brahma that I am invincible, Xu Jingming sneered. Invincible? Then why didn't the Lord Brahma you believe in let you defeat me? Kiran was so angry he was speechless. Dongsheng interjected with an enigmatic smile. I actually think Kiran makes a good point. Some religions really do have great benefits for people. Jingming, later on, when you feel the power originating from religion yourself, perhaps you will change your mind. Dongsheng's words made Xu Jingming wary. Later on? What does he mean? Just then, Ma Yang stopped and announced, Miss Hu, the 3 students have arrived. Miss Hu Ping looked around, seeing nothing unusual, and asked, We're here. Where are the S-rank rare herbs? Ma Yang pointed toward an empty garden and said with a smile, Miss Hu, please look at the S-rank rare herbs here. Miss Hu Ping looked in the direction he pointed with a puzzled look. The very moment she let her guard down, Ma Yang, with blood-red eyes, lunged from behind. Thwack! He struck faster than lightning. His glowing red hand with sharp claws pierced straight into a teacher walking nearby. The cruel hand pierced through the chest of the unfortunate teacher, causing him to let out a scream before going silent. Witnessing the horrific scene, another teacher immediately lunged in, his entire body erupting in flames, shouting, You, a rank 7 Grandmaster. The teacher quickly transformed, revealing cat-like ears and stripes. He roared in anger. You are not the manager. Who exactly are you, and what is your level A ability? Miao Lingying, do you have any idea what the consequences of this will be? The attacker revealed his true colors and sneered. Truly a peak rank 6 from Madu University. You really are different from ordinary rank 6 ability users. Your vitality is truly tenacious. He slowly peeled off his disguise to reveal his true face. Since you are about to die, I don't mind telling you, we are the Heaven's Mandate sect. As for the consequences, the more severe, the more we enjoy it, Teacher Miao Lingying roared. Heaven's Mandate sect. Are you trying to cut off the heritage of this generation of our great Xia kingdom? I hope you won't regret your actions later. The perpetrator shouted, "Kill!" Leaving no one behind, he commanded the other cloaked figures to attack simultaneously, creating a scene of chaos. In the desperate situation, teacher Miao Lingying hurriedly crushed a signal crystal in his hand, hoping to call for help. But the leader only sneered, holding up a blood-red orb. "Are you trying to call your space-type grandmaster? Sorry, it's already too late." He activated the orb, and a red energy field rapidly spread, covering the entire area and sealing off the space. At the same time, in a place far away, Ling Chang suddenly sensed an abnormality. She said angrily, "Someone dares to attack the three-school alliance team? They are looking for death." Then, she flew into the sky, using her space ability to try to open a path to the plantation. The people below looked up in astonishment at the terrifying aura of the three principals, gasping at the powerful energy. Are they all grandmasters? Their aura is truly terrifying. That's right, they are the deputy principals of the three top universities. Damn it. Could something have happened to the students on their field trip? At a command center, a powerful woman shouted into her communication device. Teams 9 and 10 of the base, go to the Magic Lair plantation immediately and protect the young lady. She watched the surveillance map with anxiety. Song Ki-yoon has a protective charm on her, and there are rank 8 grandmasters from the 3 schools to protect them. There shouldn't be any problems. Back at the plantation, inside the sealed space, teacher Miao Lingying felt the effort from the outside and exclaimed in shock, "This is a spatial ability fluctuation." The leader laughed cruelly. "That's right, your space-type grandmaster is useless now. And you will die first." Facing the destructive attack, teacher Miao Lingying could only think in despair. "It's over, I can't dodge this blow." Boom! A crimson blast of energy slammed into the teacher, sending him flying. Witnessing the scene, Kiran cursed, "Damn it." As for Xu Jingming, he was shocked to his core. A rank 7 grandmaster, even if he used all his trump cards, he couldn't resist this. The leader looked up at the sky, where the space was being shaken by Ling Chang. He muttered, "Can you really shake the space of a beast emperor? A space-type grandmaster is indeed powerful." With that, he turned and flew away, leaving behind one sentence. "Holy Sun, I leave this place to you." All eyes turned toward Dongsheng. He stepped forward, surrounded by cloaked figures, and declared with a fanatical tone, "Finally, it is finally time for my Heaven's Mandate sect to take the stage. Xu Jingming, Kiran, come here. Let me show you my true form." His body began to transform, and his power surged dizzyingly, from high-level rank 2 to above peak rank 2, above entry-level rank 3, and above mid-level rank 3. Finally, he transformed into a giant, towering monster with many arms, his aura reaching an unbelievable level. Peak rank 4, Kiran and Xu Jingming were terrified. Kiran stammered, "Damn it, what kind of battle technique is this? It can actually increase power by 2 major ranks? This is the aura of God's blood." Xu Jingming quickly analyzed that this Dongsheng seemed to carry the aura of many types of God's blood. A single type of God's blood was already an SSS rank resource. No wonder he could reach peak rank 4 in one go. Dongsheng, in his demonic form, looked down at the two, giving a cold ultimatum. From mid-level rank 2 to peak rank 4. This is the power of the Heaven's Mandate sect. You have 2 choices. Join the Heaven's Mandate sect and hunt the other students with me, or be crushed and killed by me. Make your choice. Amidst the crisis, the other students yelled, trying to rush toward Xu Jingming and Kiran. "Quick! The 2 S-rankers are in danger. Go help them. Xu Jingming is our hope. We can't lose him. Charge." But the cloaked figures of the Heaven's Mandate sect blocked their path, smiling sinisterly. "Stop them. No one can save them today. Worry about yourselves first. You are our targets too." In the middle of the encirclement, Song Kyun was fighting, worriedly looking towards Xu Jingming and praying, "Jingming, please be safe." Outside, the principals were trying to get in. Principal Xu asked impatiently, "Ling Chang, why can't we teleport directly into the plantation?" Ling Chang replied with a grave expression, "I tried. The space inside the plantation is impenetrable." She analyzed the situation. As she looked at the leader inside the barrier, he is definitely holding a rank 9 Beast Emperor bone with spatial ability. The space around the plantation has been sealed. A rank 9 Beast Emperor bone with spatial ability is truly a massive investment. If anything happens to the 2 S-rankers, we are going to be in big trouble. Inside, the leader of the Heaven's Mandate sect threw his head back and laughed, provoking those outside. "Ha ha ha, so what? Even with 3 grandmasters here, you'll still have to watch helplessly as my Heavens Will sect slaughters every last freshman. Today is the day of the Great Awakening for the Heaven's Will sect. Principal Jiang gritted his teeth. The Heaven's Will sect had been wiped out from Great Xia territory 60 years ago. I never expected them to return. Everyone, attack together. 3 minutes is enough to break his spatial seal. With that, the three gathered their full power, unleashing a world-shaking attack. The massive blast slammed into the foundation of the base, causing gigantic fissures. A vast stretch of land was lifted into the air, and trees were leveled. The ground split open, creating a bottomless abyss. After the strike, Ling Chang pinpointed the weakness. The underground space had been locked and was impenetrable. The weakest point was to the southeast. At her command, the other two principals immediately unleashed their power, preparing for an all-out assault. Principal Xu transformed into a savage werewolf, roaring in fury. Principal Jiang also transformed into a powerful elemental water entity. Both of them charged toward the weak point that Ling Chang had identified. Inside the plantation, the students felt a violent tremor and looked up in astonishment. They realized it was an attack from the outside and cheered with hope. It's the vice principals. They've come to save us. There's hope. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming remained calm, silently calculating that he still had 49,000 energy points on the system dashboard. If I use it all to level up, I can reach the 4th tier and turn the tide. Dongsheng, in his demon form, began to lure the other students. Geniuses of the 3 universities. Do you see now? A surge from the intermediate 2nd tier to the peak of the 4th tier. This is the power of the destiny cult. I will give you a chance. Kill the freshmen around you and join me. Become a member of the destiny cult, and you will have the chance to receive power like mine. The offer made the students waver, and they looked at each other in fear. Suddenly, Ling Chang's authoritative voice echoed from outside. Any freshman who dares to attack others will be expelled and killed on the spot. The warning awakened the students, and they quickly regained their stance. Forget it. Traitors never have a good ending. That's right. If we become fugitives, we'll surely die. Following the principles still gives us a chance. Seeing his attempt to sow discord fail, Dongsheng roared in anger. A bunch of idiots. You don't even have that much courage. He turned to Xu Jingming and Kiran. Here is an ultimatum. I give you 3 seconds, submit or die. 3, 2. The immense pressure made Kiran collapse. He knelt to the ground, kowtowing and begging. Don't kill me. I'll join the destiny cult. Dongsheng sneered with satisfaction. A wise choice. And what about you? In contrast to Kiran, Xu Jingming stood tall, his body crackling with purple lightning, his eyes full of defiance. Dongsheng growled. You stubborn fool, it seems you've chosen death since you don't want to be a holy son. Kiran, kill him. Consider it proof of your loyalty. Kiran looked at Xu Jingming in a panic, stammering, I can't handle him. Immediately, 2 subordinates in black cloaks with werewolf forms stepped forward. We will help you, sir. Xu Jingming glanced at the enemies and calmly analyzed the situation. 1 entry-level 3rd tier and 4 entry-level 4th tier enemies. Looks like I don't need to use my energy points just yet. With a shout, a cloaked figure charged forward, swinging a large axe and yelling, You think you're all that just because you're an S rank? You're too arrogant, die. Clang! Xu Jingming easily blocked the blade with the shaft of his spear. He spun around and unleashed a lightning strike, piercing the attacker. The subordinate was thrown back, covered in blood, and exclaimed in shock, How can this be? I am a 4th tier awakened. Xu Jingming responded coldly. You dare to charge at me alone? You're just looking for death. Seeing his subordinate defeated so easily, Dongsheng roared, Fine then, I'll attack you myself. Facing the pressure from Dongsheng, Xu Jingming felt a lethal threat. He truly made him feel that his life was in danger. He's truly powerful. It seems I have to use my energy points. It's just a pity. I wanted to see if 50,000 energy points could evolve my ability. As soon as Xu Jingming took down the subordinate, a system notification popped up. Defeated an entry-level 4th tier blood god messenger. Energy points increased by 1,000. He calculated, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. 50,000, no more hesitation. He commanded the system. If that's the case, let's do it. Evolve the ability. The system interface appeared before his eyes, and his finger pressed on the text. Purple Sky Divine Lightning S. A new notification appeared. Ability evolution initiated. S-rank ability Purple Sky Divine Lightning is evolving 10%, 20%. At the same time, brilliant golden lightning struck down from the sky, shattering the red spatial blockade. While the evolution process reached 30%, Xu Jingming flew into the air, nimbly dodging the attacks from Kiran and the werewolves. He moved gracefully amidst the golden lightning, and not a single attack could touch him. Seeing this, Dongsheng roared in anger. losing his patience. Stop playing games. He unleashed an all-out attack. A massive ball of dark energy firing toward Xu Jingming, causing a terrifying explosion. But when the dust cleared, Xu Jingming was still unharmed, hovering in mid-air while the evolution progress bar was nearly complete. Ability evolution progress. 98%, 99%, 100%. Ability evolution successful. S-rank ability. Purple Sky Divine Lightning has evolved into SS rank ability. Heavenly Sovereign Divine Lightning. A wave of destructive power erupted from Xu Jingming's body. He slowly opened his eyes. His pupils had turned a brilliant gold, flashing with powerful lightning. Without needing any extra movement, a single glance from him was enough to trigger a massive golden lightning column that struck straight down from the sky. Dongsheng was hit, unable to even let out a scream as his entire body was incinerated amidst a tragic wail. Ding! A system notification rang in Xu Jingming's head. Defeated a peak 4th tier Blood God Messenger. Energy points increased by 2,000. The remaining werewolf subordinates pointed at him in terror, trembling as they said, You, Xu Jingming responded coldly with 2 words. Go die. Another rain of golden lightning descended, wiping out all the remaining enemies in an instant. Xu Jingming flew toward Kiran, who was shivering with fear, stammering, Don't. Kiran hurriedly kowtowed to the ground, begging pitifully, Xu Jingming, I was threatened. Just now, I didn't actually attack you. Witnessing the Holy Sun being annihilated, the leader of the Destiny cult couldn't help but be stunned. The Holy Sun is dead? The shock quickly turned into extreme rage. He roared, Xu Jingming, I will bury you with him. He unleashed an all-out attack, crimson energy tentacles lashing out towards Xu Jingming. Before the overwhelming power of a 7th-tier Grandmaster, Xu Jingming felt his entire body pinned by an invisible pressure. He couldn't move. He thought in terror, I can't move? Is this the gap between me and a 7th-tier Grandmaster? But immediately after, the pressure suddenly vanished. Xu Jingming was surprised. Stopped? This is a spatial type ability. A beautiful and authoritative figure appeared from the void. It was Ling Chang. The Destiny cult leader was stunned, shouting in disbelief, How can you have broken in here? I clearly maintained a spatial blockade. Ling Chang coldly raised her hand, and a brilliant golden light sword formed. She said with contempt, Relying on an external object to have a spatial ability, and yet you dare to be distracted? You are seeking your own death. As she finished speaking, she slashed down with a spatial-cutting sword. His attack slashed directly at the enemy's arm, holding the spatial orb, triggering a massive explosion. The enemy screamed in pain. Giving their opponent no chance, Ling Chang continued to channel her ability, preparing for the next strike. The enemy was severely wounded and tried to use his final ounce of strength to trap her. A spatial prison. But Ling Chang was even faster. She used a teleportation skill, and a magic circle appeared beneath him. Instantly, the teacher was teleported beside Xu Jingming. Ling Chang landed gracefully and asked with concern, Jingming, are you all right? Xu Jingming looked at her and let out a sigh of relief. I'm okay. The 3 principals regrouped. Ling Chang, how should we handle the remaining members of the Heaven's Will sect? She replied with a sharp tone. They dared to touch the geniuses of Great Xia. Capture the level 6 Esper alive, and as for the rest, show no mercy. Immediately, the other 2 principals charged into the fray. The power of the Grandmasters crushed the last remnants of the Heaven's Will sect. Amidst the chaos, Kiran stammered in fear, Ling Chang, but she just gave him a cold, dismissive glance. Someone will settle the score with you later. She turned to Xu Jingming, her eyes filled with curiosity. Jingming, what was that ability of yours just now? A special S-rank skill that requires no casting time, and it's golden lightning? Xu Jingming stood among the rubble and answered honestly, I'm not sure either. I just wanted to survive. And then, it felt like my ability broke through its limits and mutated. Ling Chang narrowed her eyes in thought. Not a combat technique? Try casting your Violet Heaven Divine Lightning for me to see. Xu Jingming obeyed, held out his hand, and flashes of brilliant golden lightning danced across his palm once more. Ling Chang looked surprised. Strange, is this still Violet Heaven Divine Lightning? Once we finish here and return to base, I'll examine your ability again. Xu Jingming nodded. Yes, ma'am. Just then, Song Kuai-yun ran over, hugged him from behind, and sobbed. Jingming, I was worried sick about you. Standing at a distance watching the scene, Ling Chang smiled faintly. Youth is truly wonderful. Xu Jingming gently unclasped Song Kuai-yun's hands, turned around, and tenderly wiped the tears from her lashes. It's okay now. Everything is over. He held her hand, looked her straight in the eyes, and smiled. See? I'm perfectly fine. A moment later, The entire demonic base was encased in a giant water sphere and moved out of the area. Inside, Ling Chang stood before the surviving students, announcing with a solemn tone, "During this field trip for freshmen, a total of 342 students have lost their lives at the hands of the Heaven's Will sect followers. The 3 major universities will take full responsibility for these deaths. We will provide compensation according to the regulations for those who sacrifice their lives on the battlefield." Her voice turned steely. "The Heaven's Will sect is an enemy of humanity and an enemy of our 3 major universities. Starting today, the 3 major universities will issue a kill order against the Heaven's Will sect. Both students and teachers can accept the mission. We must eradicate them completely." Standing in the crowd, Su Jingming thought to himself, "Killing the Blood God envoys gives a lot of energy points. Maybe I'll try taking on a mission when I get back to school." Ling Chang concluded her speech. "Due to the incident with the Heaven's Will sect, this field trip will end early. All freshmen, gather at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning to return to the university. For now, follow your instructors back to the base to rest." Back at the base, inside a laboratory, Ling Chang handed Xu Jingming a device. "Analyze your ability. The machine will process the results." Xu Jingming placed his hand on the machine, and golden lightning immediately surged out, enveloping the device. Ling Chang watched, her heart full of questions. Could Xu Jingming's S-rank ability have mutated into an SS rank ability? That's impossible. He started as only an E rank. Mutating to S rank is already rare enough. Beep. A screen displayed the result. Ability detection complete. Ability: Dutian Divine Lightning, categorized as Natural Lightning. Rank: SS. Both Xu Jingming and Ling Chang were stunned. Ling Chang exclaimed, "Dutian Divine Lightning. That is truly an SS rank ability." She was still reeling from the shock. The gap between SS and S is massive. If trained properly, he can definitely play a game-changing role on the Beast battlefield. The last time an SS rank Esper appeared in Great Xia was over 10 years ago. Ling Chang turned to Xu Jingming with a look of pride and joy. "Good, very good. An SS rank ability. Xu Jingming. You are truly exceptional." Xu Jingming muttered, "Dao Tian Divine Lightning, so my ability mutated again. But how did this machine know about Dao Tian Divine Lightning? Has it appeared before?" Ling Chang explained, "If it could detect it, naturally it must have appeared before, not in modern times, but in the era of ancient civilization. Our analysis machines are built based on tech from ancient civilization ruins." Xu Jingming nodded. "I understand." She looked at him with great expectations. "This means your talent might even rival the ancient powerhouses." Ling Chang took out a talisman and handed it to Xu Jingming. "Jingming, you don't need to hide your ability's evolution, but don't go showing it off either. This is a talisman I made. Crush it within a range of 400 kilometers, and I can rush to your aid. Remember, only use it when you are in real danger." Xu Jingming took the talisman and respectfully replied, "I understand." Next, she handed him a red vial. "This is the S-rank resource that Xingqing University promised you, a level 7 breakthrough pill. You can use it when breaking through a major rank. I suggest you drink it when attempting to advance from the peak of rank 5 to rank 6. Otherwise, its medicinal power will be wasted." Xu Jingming held the vial, thinking to himself that with his system, he didn't need medicine to break through at all, then asked, "Principal, can I trade it for another S-rank cultivation resource?" Ling Chang smiled. "Jingtan surely won't exchange it, but I will grant you special permission to go to the Mado University Resource Vault and trade it for another S-rank resource after we return. Additionally, regarding the battle technique reward for first place on this research trip, take a look and choose one." The two walked to another room. Xu Jingming ordered the AI, Eva, to display all Thunder-type abilities above A rank from Jingtan and Jindai. Following Xu Jingming's command, Eva immediately projected a series of high-level Thunder battle techniques onto the virtual screens surrounding him. Among them, the most prominent were 2 SSS rank battle techniques. Destructive Thundercloud, which uses Thunder abilities to trigger natural phenomena, creating a relentless thundercloud that descends. Note: requires rank 5 or above, and at least an A-rank Thunder ability to learn. And Thunder God's Descent Judgment, which uses Thunder abilities to condense a Thunder God to judge all enemies on the ground. Note: requires rank 6 or above and at least an S-rank Thunder ability to learn. He looked at these top-tier techniques and couldn't help but feel regretful. The SS and SSS rank techniques were truly tempting, but the rank requirements were too high. He couldn't learn them yet. "Let's be practical and choose something I can learn right now." Saying this, he scrolled through the other virtual screens, carefully searching for a battle technique suitable for his current strength. After selecting for a while, He turned back and said to Ling Chang, "Principal, I've chosen this S-rank battle technique. Thunder God's Finger." The screen displayed the detailed information for the technique. Thunder God's Finger rank. Uses thunder abilities to condense a finger resembling that of a thunder god, launching an attack on the enemy and dealing massive thunder damage. Note: requires rank 3 or above, and at least an A rank ability to learn. Ling Chang reminded him that this is a Jingtan technique. They might not provide much teaching support. I'm afraid the learning process will be very long, but Xu Jingming was determined. It's fine, I still have 6,000 energy points. That should be enough. She smiled in relief. It's up to you. You've already mastered a few S-rank techniques. You have experience, so I don't need to remind you anymore. She looked at him, secretly amazed. His leveling speed is extremely fast, his comprehension ability is heaven-defying, and even his ability mutated again. All such extraordinary advantages are concentrated in one person. If he can grow up, humanity will surely have another unparalleled powerhouse. Shortly after, in the private training room, Xu Jingming ordered, "Blue Soul, open my status board." A detailed information board appeared before his eyes. Name: Xu Jingming. Level: Rank 3 Beginner. Ability: Heaven Governing Divine Thunder SS. Physique: 2038. Vitality plus Spirit: 1522. Hertz plus Skills: Spear Yang Zentiani Yang Zentian. Heaven Thunder Technique Beginner. Hell Thunder Armor Beginner. Boxing Intermediate. Thunder Spear Advanced. Linked Spear Intermediate. Thunder Light Advanced. Thunder Prison Intermediate. Gale Thunder Yang Gentian. Body Refinement. Undying Thunder Body Layer. 4. Energy Points, 6,359. He smiled complacently as golden electric currents danced on his hands. 50,000 energy points had evolved his S-rank Purple Heaven Divine Thunder into his current SS rank Heaven Governing Divine Thunder. He realized the clear difference compared to Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Heaven Governing Divine Thunder was even harder to control. Next, I need to focus on training my ability control. His eyes shone with longing. An SSS rank Thunder ability. I really look forward to that day. At 6 p.m., on the streets of the base, a strange spaceship suddenly appeared, attracting everyone's attention. Look, what kind of spaceship is that? It looks so cool. No propellers, and no exhaust flames. Could it be an anti-gravity ship from a civilization relic? Isn't that a strategic resource? Did some big shot come to the base? The disc-shaped spaceship with a modern design slowly landed on the ground, steam hissing out as its landing gear touched the pavement. The hatch opened, and a figure stepped down. A man wearing a black suit and a fedora with a sinister smile jumped down and called out, "Xu Jingming, I'm here." The appearance of the strange man caused a stir in the crowd. They whispered to each other in confusion. Huh? Who is this? Should we report this to the base staff? The mysterious man smirked, his hand lightly touching the brim of his hat. It's better if as few people as possible know I'm here. As soon as he finished, he snapped his fingers click. Instantly, the crowd acted as if their memories had been wiped. They turned away and started talking about trivial matters. Did you watch that movie recently? That one. What should we eat tonight? The man smiled, satisfied with the result. At the same time, at the base's temporary detention center, fanatic screams echoed from inside a cell. "Let me out! The angel will not forgive you. You are dreaming if you think you can get information out of me." A prisoner in an orange jumpsuit, shackled, screamed crazily. He continued to yell, "The great angel will surely save his devout believers." The head of the intelligence department of the Security Bureau, a rank 5 mental type ability user, reported to the principal. "These cultists from the Heaven's Will sect are too stubborn. We can't extract anything useful from them." She calmly replied, "I see. Everyone has worked hard for a long time. Go get some rest first." The prisoner sneered through the bars. "You fools. If I were you, I wouldn't waste my energy." Another man spoke up. "Even the Intelligence Bureau can't do anything. It looks like we can only wait for the superiors to send someone." Ling Chang reassured them. "Don't worry, based on the timing, the person from the higher-ups will arrive soon." Just as she finished, the mysterious man in black from before walked into the hallway, invisible ripples of energy spreading around him. Ling Chang immediately sensed this familiar and powerful aura. She narrowed her eyes. This aura, the man touched the brim of his hat lightly and spoke in a steady voice. "My apologies for keeping you all waiting." Ling Chang exclaimed in surprise. "Lord Liu, I didn't expect you to come in person." Liu Yushan replied, "The Heaven's Will sect has re-emerged after more than 60 years. I was forced to come myself." She thought to herself in disbelief. Liu Yushan, an A-rank mental type ability user, one of the few rank 9 martial saints of the great Shah, but is a scene like this worth his personal presence? Liu Yushan didn't pay any mind, walking straight to the prison cell, his eyes flashing with a strange purple light, as he asked the prisoner, "Answer my question, honestly. Are you the supreme leader of the Heavenly Mandate sect?" Under the weight of overwhelming mental pressure, the prisoner couldn't resist, his eyes glazing over, becoming hollow and lifeless. "No, I'm just an archbishop." Liu Yishan continued his interrogation. "What's the purpose of your current operation? Do you have sleeper agents in the major universities?" The archbishop answered mechanically, explaining they aimed to kill the freshmen of the 3 schools and prove that the Heavenly Mandate sect had a presence beyond just Jingcheng University. 10 minutes later, Liu Yishan returned to explain to Ling Chang while the archbishop collapsed. The archbishop's memories had been tampered with by an esper, so he couldn't reveal any critical information. However, based on what they did gather, the Heavenly Mandate sect had an even greater conspiracy afoot. "I believe our superiors will act soon," he added. "The true purpose of this trip has finally been revealed. The issue regarding the Heavenly Mandate sect ends here for now. There is one other matter concerning Xu Jingming's esper evolution. Where is he? I want to meet him." Ling Chang understood. Yang Zhentian Liu indeed had other goals. In a reception room, Ling Chang summoned Xu Jingming. "Principal, you called for me?" She gestured for him to take a seat. Ling Chang introduced him. "Let me introduce you. This is a member of our Great Xia National Council, Commissioner Liu Yishan." Xu Jingming was startled. He thought in astonishment, "There's someone else in the room, yet I couldn't sense him at all?" Meanwhile, Liu Yishan turned to him with a friendly smile. "Xu Jingming, greetings." Xu Jingming suddenly felt something was wrong. Out of nowhere, a terrifying mental pressure bore down on him. Xu Jingming felt as if he were being submerged in an endless, dark void. His whole body went rigid, and golden lightning surged out subconsciously to resist the pressure. He panted heavily, sweat pouring down, struggling to stand after the sudden attack. Xu Jingming sat back in his chair, still shaken. He had only seen Ninth Order martial saints online before. He never expected that in real life, he couldn't even withstand a single glance from one. Liu Yishan turned around, praising him. "Not bad. Very few third-order espers can resist a look from me." "Xu Jingming, your willpower is very solid." Xu Jingming responded modestly. "It was because you held back, Commissioner." Liu Yishan smiled and explained. "For S-rank espers, Blue Star produces 3 or 4 each year, but for SS rank, fewer than 50 have been recorded in the last 200 years. Those who don't die young become peak combatants for humanity. I hope you can become one of them, too. At the same time, we will provide you with full support. This is a mental seal. It can create a mental defensive layer for you," Liu Yishan said, a mystical purple sigil appearing on his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple sigil from Liu Yishan's hand flew straight into Xu Jingming's forehead in a flash of light. Liu Yishan swayed slightly as he explained. "The Soul Spirit Sigil is an SS rank mental combat technique I developed myself. I personally cast it for you. In the future, even a Ninth Order mental esper will have to expend a great deal of effort to break through it." After completing it, Liu Yishan seemed quite drained. Ling Chang prompted, "The Commissioner has gone to great lengths for you. Why haven't you thanked him yet?" Xu Jingming hurriedly bowed. "Thank you, Commissioner." Liu Yishan waved his hand, showing no need for formalities. "No need to thank me. This is a collective decision by the National Council. Just make sure that when you become strong in the future, you kill more enemies for our great Xia." Ling Chang smiled at Xu Jingming. "A dense protective layer has been applied to your consciousness, and it's unbreakable. Commissioner Liu's mental sigil is something that many 8th Order Grandmasters would beg for, yet you've obtained it so easily," he replied with confidence. "Well, I am the top student of Madu University, after all." Ling Chang laughed. "You're certainly not humble at all. The National University Tournament will take place next March. I'm leaving it to you." Xu Jingming was startled and protested. "Principal, are you forgetting something? I'm still just a freshman." She warned him sternly. "Don't even think about slacking off. I'm holding a spot for you. You have a few months, so work hard and improve for me." Xu Jingming clenched his fists, his eyes full of determination. "All right. I'm also looking forward to competing against the geniuses from all the major universities across the country." 3 days later, at Madu University, a platinum-haired girl stood in the crowd, looking up at the sky in anticipation. Jingming is finally coming back. In the sky, a giant spaceship was slowly descending to the campus, welcomed by throngs of students. Xu Jingming and his friends stepped off the ship and reunited with the girl. Xu Jingming waved at Su Xuan. Su Xuan waved back. "Jingming, Song Chuyun." "Hello, Su Xuan." Senior, it's been a while, Su Xuan said with relief. It's fortunate that everyone is all right. Song Chuyun held Su Xuan's hand gratefully. It was all thanks to your medicine, Senior. Otherwise, being in that demonic cave would have been really troublesome. Su Xuan answered confidently. Of course, look who refined them. She then linked arms with Song Chuyun, saying happily, I've already booked a table at Qingya Pavilion. Let's go. Let's head over. Song Chuyun asked in surprise. Senior, your treat? Su Xuan replied firmly. If I say it's my treat, it's my treat. By the way, did you guys bring back the rare herbs I asked for? Su Jingming replied, Of course I brought them back, and in large quantities too. I just don't know if you'll be able to handle them all. Watching from afar, Ling Chang smiled to herself, thinking, this kid Xu Jingming really has a way with women. However, the probability of powerful people producing strong Esper offspring is higher, so having multiple partners is a good thing. She sighed softly, looking into the distance with a bit of melancholy. Back in those days, no one of my peers was my match. As a result, I'm still a single woman at 30. At Qingya Pavilion, Su Xuan looked in amazement at the pile of rare herbs Xu Jingming produced. Did you guys clean out all the rare herbs in the demonic cave? Xu Jingming explained. It's nothing much. There weren't many espers with enough power to reach the central area of the cave anyway. If I had stayed there a bit longer, I could have collected even more. Su Xuan sighed. The two of us are about to get busy again. Xu Jingming stood up. All right, I'll be going now. I need to go to the resource room to exchange for the S-rank cultivation resources that Jingcheng University promised. The scene shifted to the resource room of Modu University, a classic and solemn building. Inside the room, Xu Jingming commanded, Eva, list the S-rank resources I can exchange with a 7th order breakthrough pill. Eva responded quickly. Right away. As a series of virtual screens appeared around him, Xu Jingming was stunned. Oh wow, that's a lot. Eva, out of all these, which one would maximize the improvement of my lightning attribute ability control? A blue screen popped up in front of him, displaying the information. S-rank Lightning Domain Pass. With this pass, you can enter the Lightning Domain in Hadong City, Jiangnan Province for training. Xu Jingming frowned, puzzled. Hadong City is less than 100 kilometers from his home, and he had never heard of any Lightning Domain. Eva explained that the Lightning Domain appeared in Shangni Town, Hadong City, 87 years ago. After the Lightning Martial Arts Hall took over, it was placed under closed-door management, requiring a pass for entry, so ordinary people don't know about it. He asked further, I see. Are there any ferocious beasts in the domain? Eva replied, yes, and the vast majority of them possess lightning control abilities. Xu Jingming smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. Then I'll choose this for my S-rank resource. Shortly after, he received a phone call. Hello, is this Vice President Xu Jingming? Xu Jingming asked back, what is it? The caller replied that the club was organizing a social gathering this afternoon. As he listened to the call, he thought to himself, a few days ago he had followed Senior Lu Ming's advice and joined the Meteor Club, becoming its vice president. He didn't expect work to come so quickly. He replied, all right, I'll be there. Hanging up, he looked at his phone and thought, but this social gathering is actually quite interesting. Practitioners from different departments sharing their experiences makes it easy to learn by analogy. It's well worth going. When he arrived, his master exclaimed in surprise, wait, Jingming, have you reached the 3rd rank already? Xu Jingming smiled and replied, yes, I had a breakthrough during my research trip. His teacher patted Xu Jingming's shoulder, astonished. Why does your tone sound like breaking through the 3rd rank bottleneck is as simple as eating a meal? With less than a semester left until graduation, won't you become a 7th rank grandmaster by then? He put his arm around his favorite student and said excitedly, let's head to the training room. I want to see what changes your body has undergone after absorbing the god's blood. In the training room, Xu Jingming released his power, and brilliant golden lightning bolts danced wildly around him. As the teacher watched from afar, he couldn't help but be stunned. What is going on? Isn't the purple sky divine lightning supposed to be purplish blue? Why did it change color? Not only did the color change, but the very essence of the ability is completely different. Xu Jingming calmly explained, didn't Vice Ling Chang tell you? Yang Zhentian, my ability has evolved into the SS rank Heavenly Divine Lightning. The teacher was completely speechless, stammering, evolving from an S rank ability to SS rank. No wonder the vice principal called yesterday to say you'd give me a surprise. After regaining his composure, he cautioned that while evolving the ability is a good thing, the difficulty of controlling an SS rank ability cannot be compared to an S rank. You need to train even harder. Xu Jingming politely responded, I understand, Yang Zhentian. I already exchanged for a lightning domain pass. I'm not sure what I need to prepare before going. The teacher nodded in approval. The lightning domain is indeed a suitable place for those of us with lightning abilities to practice and hone our skills. As for the precautions, I'll tell you after verifying your physique. Activate the lightning extreme state. Xu Jingming smiled confidently. Please check. Yang Zhentian. Instantly, a golden flow of energy enveloped him. He transformed completely. His hair turned golden and stood on end. His eyes glowed, and powerful golden lightning covered his entire body. The teacher praised him in admiration. Not bad, not bad. Your indestructible body foundation has been enhanced, surely reaching the upper 8th rank level, and it's even infused with the aura of a beast emperor's bloodline. In his transformed state, Xu Jingming thought to himself, no wonder his physique alone could rival an S-rank Qilin. So that's the reason. The teacher said, take a break. I'll call an opponent for you. Only real combat can reveal your physical state. He started considering his options. Tong Yue was a high-level 2nd rank, Si Wei was a low-level 3rd rank, and Liu Ming was in recovery. He shouldn't be careless with any of his 3 disciples. This junior brother Jingming seems even stronger than his seniors at school. 10 minutes later, a man in a brown shirt walked in. The teacher said, he's here. A tall, muscular student, Zhang Shan, a senior in the Weapon Academy, walked in, scratching his head in confusion. Department head, I haven't done anything wrong lately. Why is this show-off looking for me again? The teacher smiled and reassured him. Don't be nervous. It's nothing major. I just want you to have a purely physical combat training session with my disciple, Xu Jingming. Zhongshan looked at Xu Jingming, who was smaller than him, and asked doubtfully, purely physical combat training? Department head, isn't that bullying him too much? The teacher calmly replied, it's fine. Just use your full strength. I'll be observing from the side. Zhongshan cracked his knuckles and said to Xu Jingming with a grin, all right, junior brother, since the department head asked me to use my full strength, I won't hold back. The teacher turned to a man standing nearby. Old Fu, who do you think will win? Old Fu analyzed. In terms of overall strength, Xu Jingming is naturally stronger, but if we're only talking about physique, Zhongshan should be the winner. The teacher narrowed his eyes and disagreed. That's not entirely true. Don't look at the fact that Zhongshan is a peak 3rd rank A-rank enhancement type ability user, 2 minor realms higher than Jingming. The opportunities Jingming has received are beyond imagination. Right after, Zhongshan roared and transformed into a giant werewolf, with gray fur and blue eyes, an A-rank enhancement, beast form, green-eyed gray wolf. Seeing Xu Jingming standing in a ready stance, Zhongshan thought to himself, this is an S-rank talent favored by the department head and the vice principal, who is a space-type grandmaster. It's best if I hold back a bit. If I hurt him, it won't be good. Junior brother, be careful. Zhongshan, in his wolf form, roared and lunged forward, throwing a massive punch. However, the giant wolf's face immediately changed color, revealing extreme astonishment. He staggered back a few steps, panting heavily. What is going on? I'm at the peak of the 3rd rank, and I even used my A-rank enhancement ability, even though I held back slightly. This should have been an overwhelming victory, Xu Jingming asked innocently. Senior, did you not use your full strength? Zhongshan broke into a sweat. He thought to himself, all right, I underestimated my opponent. Zhongshan let out a resounding howl, focusing all his strength. Facing his now serious opponent, Xu Jingming just smirked confidently. This time, Zhongshan lunged forward with terrifying speed, but Xu Jingming easily blocked the attack. Right after, he unleashed a barrage of strikes, each punch colliding with incredible force. The mentor watched from the sidelines, analyzing the situation. Xu Jingming's blood circulation speed was 1.3 times faster than Zhongshan's. That must be due to the Beast Emperor's essence blood of unknown origin. In terms of strength, they were almost evenly matched. He commanded, Jingming, you can activate the Thunder State. Hearing this, Zhongshan panicked and pleaded with the department head. Department head, can we maybe not activate that? Golden lightning began to crackle around Xu Jingming, making Zhongshan even more terrified. I'm already being suppressed by Xu Jingming. If he activates the Thunder State, it's going to be a disaster. The giant wolf looked at Xu Jingming with pleading eyes. Junior Xu Jingming, let's take it easy next time, okay? Xu Jingming entered the Thunder State, his hair glowing bright gold, and replied with a smile. No problem. A few minutes later, Zhongshan, in his werewolf form, lay sprawled on the floor, gasping for air, his tongue lolling out from exhaustion. I can't do it anymore. Xu Jingming returned to normal, knelt down, handed Zhongshan a potion, and said, Here, I got some inspiration and went to refine a battle technique. Let's stop sparring for now. Senior Zhong, thank you for your hard work. Zhongshan took the potion and said gratefully, "Thank you. Damn it, if there's any post on the forum saying you're not worthy of your reputation, I'll be the first one to chew them out." Su Jingming asked Old Fu, "Uncle Fu, when is the earliest the mentor can come out?" Old Fu replied, "It's hard to say. It could be a few hours, or it could be a few days." Just then, Xu Jingming's phone beeped. He picked it up and saw it was Ling Chang calling. "Jingming, the people from Capital University have arrived, and the original copy of the S-rank peak battle technique, Thunder God's Finger, has been delivered. Come to the battle technique library to pick it up." Xu Jingming asked in surprise, "Ling Chang? Right now?" From the other end of the line, she continued, "Do you have something else to do? Never mind, I'll come pick you up myself." Instantly, a golden spatial vortex appeared, and Ling Chang stepped out right in front of Xu Jingming. She placed a hand on his shoulder, and Xu Jingming was immediately pulled into the spatial vortex, vanishing from the training room to the amazement of everyone else. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in a luxurious room where a man was waiting on the sofa. Ling Chang began the introduction. "This is Yang Zhentian Chen Lin from Capital University." She then turned to the man, "Yang Zhentian Chen. This is our S-rank student from Demon Capital University, Xu Jingming." Xu Jingming bowed. "Greetings, Yang Zhentian Chen." Yang Zhentian Chen nodded in response. "Nice to meet you," Ling Chang instructed Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming, Yang Zhentian Chen, is an early-stage Level 7 Grandmaster who has mastered the Thunder God's Finger. He will be staying here for half a month. You should seek advice from Yang Zhentian Chen frequently. He replied, "Yes, I understand." Xu Jingming spoke politely to Yang Zhentian Chen, thinking to himself, Capital University is truly generous this time. Not only did they send the manual, but they even thoughtfully prepared an instructor. "It's just a pity that I can add points directly," he said. "Yang Zhentian Chen, I'll likely be troubling you a lot over the next half month." Yang Zhentian Chen smiled warmly. "It's no trouble. I'm an old acquaintance of your mentor. Yang Zhentian, I came here this time to visit an old friend as well. If you need anything clarified, just come to Yang Zhentian's place to find me." After meeting Yang Zhentian Chen, Xu Jingming hurried to the Starlight Guild's meeting place. He entered the conference room and said apologetically, "Sorry for being late. I had a lot to do today." His appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. "Greetings, Vice Guild Leader Xu." "Greetings, Vice Guild Leader." "Greetings, Vice Guild Leader." Xu Jingming thought to himself, "A big guild really has a lot of people." A young man with purple hair waved. "Jingming, come sit here. Let me tell you quietly, you reached level 3 so quickly. At this rate, the Starlight Guild might make you the next guild leader." Xu Jingming sat next to the other Vice Guild Leader, Du Liangping, and said, "I'm not interested. I'm just wondering what the topic of today's meeting is." Du Liangping explained it was about the Heaven's Mandate sect mission. They dared to attack the Freshman Alliance team from the 3 schools. They're basically asking for death. Will you accept the mission? Xu Jingming narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning icy. "Of course, I accept." Another person stood up to speak. "The Heaven's Mandate sect has re-emerged from the ashes, and the Great Xia government has officially issued an order to eradicate them. The school has now released many missions related to the Heaven's Mandate sect, and I hope everyone will participate enthusiastically." The person turned to Xu Jingming. "Xu Jingming, I bet you'll definitely take a mission. If you want to form a team, you can look for me." Xu Jingming smiled and declined. "Thanks, but I still prefer working alone." After the meeting, he pondered. Before accepting the mission, he should master the Thunder God's Finger first. Having another S-rank battle technique would be safer. Immediately after, he went to find Yang Zhentian Chen's residence. The two sat facing each other. Xu Jingming asked humbly, "Yang Zhentian Chen, I read through the Thunder God's Finger last night, and there are a few parts I don't understand and would like to ask you about." Yang Zhentian Chen was surprised. "You read it that fast? So diligent, just as expected from the top student of Demon Capital University. Go ahead and ask. As your teacher, I will tell you everything I know." He began to ask. First, about the description in the manual regarding communicating with the world's lightning and merging it with one's own. How should this be understood? Yang Zhentian Chen explained, "You've learned the Heavenly Thunder art, haven't you? Actually, it's quite similar, but the Thunder God's Finger needs to be more condensed, and the morphological changes are more complex." Xu Jingming nodded. "I understand now, Yang Zhentian Chen." Next was another question. 3 hours later, Yang Zhentian Chen patted Xu Jingming's shoulder and said with satisfaction, "Your comprehension is excellent. You've understood almost everything. The next step is practice. allowing your spirit and ability to coordinate perfectly. Back then, it took me over 10 days to reach this level. Xu Jingming said gratefully. Thank you. Yang Zhentian Chen. Xu Jingming began to close his eyes and commanded, Blue Deep, add points. A notification board appeared. Thunder God's Finger upgraded to Thunder God's Finger, Beginner. Yang Zhentian Chen turned back and said, Try performing the Thunder God's Finger. I'll help you see where the problems are. Xu Jingming thought to himself, Problems? What problems? I've already learned it. Xu Jingming confidently suggested. Yang Zhentian Chen, how about I go back and practice on my own before trying it? Otherwise, it will take up too much of your time. But Yang Zhentian Chen waved his hand, reassuring him. It's okay, it won't take much time. He reluctantly agreed. All right then. At the training ground, Xu Jingming got into position. He raised his right hand, pointing his index finger straight at the sky, and lightning energy began to gather around him. Brilliant golden bolts of lightning danced violently, creating an awe-inspiring sight. Yang Zhentian Chen watched with satisfaction, thinking to himself, Not bad. The starting stance has no issues, it's perfect. Many excellent students struggle with the starting stance for the first 2 months. He continued to observe as Xu Jingming began the next step. Wait, the second step, communicating with the world's lightning, was also successful? Even the top student from Jingdu University needed a full 4 months for this, but the next part is the hardest. There's no way he can do it. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky onto Xu Jingming's finger, connecting perfectly with his energy. The brilliant golden lightning illuminated the entire area, its terrifying power making the surrounding space tremble. Yang Zhentian Chen was stunned, sweat pouring down his forehead, unable to believe his eyes. The Thunder God's Finger had been successfully unleashed. How could this be possible? Suddenly, Xu Jingming shouted in panic, Professor Chen Fan, I can't recall the Lightning God's Finger. The lightning bolts are losing control and shooting out everywhere. A massive, finger-shaped bolt of lightning slams down toward a nearby building. Professor Chen Fan reacts instantly, weaving a hand seal as a surge of blue energy erupts to avert the disaster. He shouts and releases a powerful blue bolt from his fingertip to intercept Xu Jingming's attack. The two energy streams collide mid-air, triggering a massive explosion. Sparks fly everywhere. After extinguishing the blast, Professor Chen Fan is still reeling from the sheer power he just witnessed. This energy fluctuation, the Lightning God's Finger, has truly been fully unleashed. He turns to advise Xu Jingming, from now on, you just need to work on your control. If that attack had landed, this entire area would have been devastated. Xu Jingming exhales in relief, clutching the manual. Haha, lucky you were here, Professor. I've mastered the Lightning God's Finger. I'll return the manual to you now. Professor Chen Fan takes the manual back, looking utterly stunned. Huh? Xu Jingming says cheerfully. Then I'll head off to practice right away. He quickly leaves. Professor Chen Fan stands frozen, watching his students back, his other hand holding the manual, his teacup trembling. Yang Zhentian's new disciple is a total monster. No wonder he lost in the freshman competition. If you weren't an S rank from Madu University, I'd really want to poach you for Jingdu University. Meanwhile, on the street, Xu Jingming walks while reflecting. The power of the Lightning God's Finger is terrifyingly abnormal. Weaker grade 5 ability users probably couldn't block it at all, but the drawback is also very obvious. A single strike consumes nearly half of my celestial lightning energy. He pulls out his phone and commands, Eva, open the shop. I need to buy some energy recovery pills. Eva responds instantly. Understood. As he walks, a loud call comes from behind. Jingming, wait up! Xu Jingming turns around, startled. Song Chiyun runs over, panting. Why are you here? I just saw a massive Lightning God's Finger near the Villa District and guessed it was you, so I ran over to check. The two walk together. Song Chiyun asks curiously, What new skill did you learn this time? Xu Jingming smiles. An S-rank Lightning God's Finger for the Destiny Sect mission. Chiyun is surprised, her cheeks flushing slightly with excitement. You chose a Destiny Sect mission? What level is it? Xu Jingming replies calmly. It's an S-rank mission targeting a Destiny Sect branch. Chiyun looks a bit down. An S-rank mission then, I can't join you. I can only silently wish you all the best from school. Seeing her disappointed expression, Xu Jingming asks, What about you? Why don't you take a mission? Song Qiyun sighs. I want to, but I haven't found a suitable teammate. Xu Jingming suggests looking for Senior Jiang. Su Xuan. I think she's quite talented. Song Qiyun's eyes light up. Right, I'll go find her now. You're coming with me, right? She grabs Xu Jingming's hand and runs off. Sure. I actually have some things to discuss with her regarding medicine as well. Tanning City, Musi Cafe. Inside, a group is waiting. A purple-haired girl asks impatiently, Captain, haven't the people from Madu University arrived yet? The blonde man replies calmly, Don't rush. We agreed on 8:30, it's not time yet, just wait. Who told our Tanning City Public Security Bureau to be short-staffed? Captain, who's actually coming? The captain replies, his name is Xu Jingming, 19 years old, a freshman. The group is shocked. A freshman? Is Madu University kidding? Are they sending him to his death? Exactly. This is just a joke. The blonde man interrupts. Let me finish. Xu Jingming possesses an S-rank ability and is a beginner grade 3. His actual combat power is at the peak of grade 3. Everyone is even more astonished. What the hell? He's just a freshman and he's that fierce? A genius. All right, everyone, be professional when we meet him. Right then, the doorbell rings ding-ling and Xu Jingming walks in. He smiles and greets them. Sorry to have kept you waiting. The blonde man stands up to shake his hand. No, we just got here ourselves. Let me introduce everyone. I'm Tai Q, B-rank physical enhancer, peak grade 3. Tuang Sun, B-rank support type, intermediate grade 3. The edgy purple-haired girl, Truong Dong, B-rank fire type, high-level grade 3. The bespectacled boy looking scholarly, Tun Ngon, B-rank psychic type, high-level grade 3. After the introductions, Tai Q gets straight to the point. Everyone is here. Let's get to the main issue. I'll brief you on the leads we found regarding the Destiny sect. Alright, thanks for the hard work. Xu Jingming sits down to listen. Tai Q projects a 3D hologram. Currently, there are 2 leads regarding the Destiny sect. Specifically, 2 people. Triu Vu Hao, president of the Ho Association, and Lan Shuang, CEO of Namlam High Technology. He continues to explain the plan. According to our intelligence, both are involved with the Destiny sect here in Tanning City. If we capture them and have a psychic-type user interrogate them, we'll be able to locate the Destiny sect branch in Tanning City. Tai Q analyzes. Lan Shuang's side is quite tough, so we plan to capture Trio Vu Hao first. Xu Jingming, just follow our lead tomorrow. Xu Jingming questions. Since there are 2 targets, why not split up? Wouldn't acting together be safer? He stands up, pointing at Tai Q confidently. It seems I'm being looked down upon. Leave Lan Shuang to me. You guys go find the Ho Association. Tai Q asks skeptically, is the Madu University S-rank being too confident? Even with an S-rank ability, going against an intermediate, grade 4 is incredibly hard. Truong Dong also tries to stop him. Lan Shuang has a personal bodyguard who is an intermediate grade 4. It won't be easy for you to handle him alone. Let's capture Triu Vu Hao first, then act together. Don't worry, it won't be a problem. She snaps when she sees Xu Jingming is still insistent. Do you not understand the situation? Tai Q hands him a USB drive. Since it's like this, I'll trouble Xu Jingming to go on this trip alone. This is the 3D layout and data regarding their corporation. Xu Jingming takes the USB, smiling cryptically. So, little faith in an S-rank? Looks like I have to show off some real skills. That evening, Xu Jingming sits in a dark room, staring at the 3D map projected from his portable EVA terminal and mutters, 5,362 sensor probes and 51 patrols of ability users. He rests his chin on his hand, his gaze icy. Lan Shuang, that jerk actually managed to turn a tech district into a place guarded, tighter than a military base. Suddenly, the phone on the floor signals an incoming message with a beep. Take a look at this message from Tai Q. The Xu Jingming Bureau has assigned a 20-person special ops team to you, and they will be under your command. Xu Jingming rested his head in his hands and sighed, not expecting much. Even though they'd assigned people to help, he felt they wouldn't be of much use when the time came. The next day, at the sprawling complex of the Namlam High Tech Zone, Xu Jingming sat sipping tea at an outdoor cafe and whispered into his radio, Captain Vuong, what's the reconnaissance status? Vuong Quang, a level 2 peak ability user and captain of the special ops team, was disguised as an office worker and replied, reporting, Commander, our people have searched several times, but we still haven't found any weak points in the defense system. Hearing this, Xu Jingming lowered his eyes and thought, I didn't want to resort to violence, but it looks like I'll have to just storm the place after all. Just then, a familiar female voice interrupted his thoughts. Lam Thon Lone, his high school class president, approached looking surprised. Hey, it really is you. Xu Jingming was equally shocked. What a coincidence, class president. I almost forgot about her. It seems she's attending university here in Tan Ninh City. Lam Thon Lone asked curiously, Xu Jingming? I thought you were in Ma Do? Why are you in Tan Ninh? Are you here for a trip? Xu Jingming smiled and replied, something like that. I wanted to take a look inside the Lam High Tech Zone, but unfortunately, They won't let me in. She happily offered to help. My uncle invited me to a tech exhibition inside. I'll ask him to bring you along. Xu Jingming looked hesitant. Is that really okay? Lam Thunlone waved him off, assuring him, it's fine, he just needs to say the word. Xu Jingming looked at her and smiled gently, thanking her. Class President Lam Thunlone giggled. Hey, you're still calling me Class President? Seizing the golden opportunity, Xu Jingming whispered into his radio. Let's go. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. If so, have the special ops team stand down. Thanks to the class president's help, he successfully made it into the outdoor courtyard inside the tech zone. Lam Hai Ma, Lam Thunlone's uncle, turned to them and said, Boss Lan Shuang won't be able to make it here for a while yet. I'm going to meet some friends. You two go ahead and enjoy the tour. Lam Thunlone nodded obediently. Thank you, Uncle Lam. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming smirked to himself. It's a good thing he's coming. It saves me the trouble of hunting him down. After Uncle Lam left, Lam Thunlone turned to Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming, you've become an ability user, haven't you? Xu Jingming nodded in confirmation. That's right. Her eyes flashed with a hint of sadness mixed with admiration. I'm really jealous of you. Becoming an ability user in just half a year, I'm still stuck at the awakening level and can't break through. As they were talking, Xu Jingming's phone rang. Ring, 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 ring. He excused himself. Please excuse me for a moment. He stepped into a secluded corner to take the call. On the other end, Tai Ku's voice sounded urgent. Student Hua, have you found Lan Shuang yet? The members of the Tiger Society have fled. Lan Shuang is the only lead we have left. Don't let him escape. Xu Jingming frowned, wondering, could Lan Shuang be planning to run away too? Seeing Xu Jingming's silence, Tai Ku anxiously called out, Student Hua, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Xu Jingming snapped back to reality, realizing the urgency. He stared at his phone and replied calmly, It's nothing. I've found Lan Shuang. Back at Tai Ku's team, Trong Dong asked impatiently, Captain, how's Xu Jingming doing? Tai Ku looked at his phone and replied, he said he found Lan Shuang, but I don't know the actual situation there. We're going there immediately to support him. Xu Jingming returned to Lam Thunlone and said sternly, Class President, take your people and go hide in a corner. I have some business to attend to. Lam Thunlone looked confused. Hide? Hide from what? Ignoring her surprise, Xu Jingming strode forward, his voice filled with killing intent. Actually, I came here for a different purpose. Not far away, Uncle Lam was shaking hands with the chairman of Namlam High Tech, Lan Shuang. Boss Lan, long time no see. When will you have time for us old friends? Lan Shuang replied arrogantly. I'm a bit busy with some matters in this building today. Suddenly, Xu Jingming's loud shout echoed throughout the area, startling Lan Shuang and his bodyguards. Lan Shuang of the Heavenly Mandate Cult. Surrender. Xu Jingming raised his hand and declared sternly to the crowd. According to the investigation by the Tan Nin Public Security Bureau, Lan Shuang of Lam High Tech is linked to the Heavenly Mandate Cult. Everyone not involved, please leave immediately. If you choose to continue protecting Lan Shuang, you will be treated as members of the Heavenly Mandate Cult. The crowd began to murmur, their faces filled with panic and shock. The Heavenly Mandate Cult? Has Lan Shuang really joined that evil cult? Damn it, that can't be. The Security Bureau is already here. This can't be fake. At this moment, the muscular bodyguard Ngo Hang stepped in front of Lan Shuang, sneering contemptuously. Forgive me, but I only know that I'm Boss Lan's private bodyguard. I don't know anything about any Heavenly Mandate cult. Is your Security Bureau so desperate for manpower that they had to send a brat who's only at the early 3rd level? The surrounding crowd was shocked again. Is Xu Jingming really only at the early 3rd level? Are top universities really that monstrous? In less than a semester, they can train an awakened one into a level 3 ability user? Xu Jingming calmly reached out, and a hovering device appeared. He commanded coldly, appearing to see him as part of the cult. Then I'll deal with both of you. Eva began recording the mission. The mechanical orb announced, Eva has received the order. Hearing those arrogant words, Ngohang roared in anger, veins popping on his biceps as he swung his heavy sword. Deal with me? Who gave you the guts to talk to me like that? He lunged with intense killing intent, shouting, Die! Ngohang jumped high and slashed his sword down, releasing a wave of red blood aura towards Xu Jingming. Blood tiger slash. The ground cracked open, and everyone around scrambled back in horror. We're doomed! Yang Zhentian No has attacked, and he's at the mid-4th level. Yang Zhentian No is just too strong. This bluestone floor is as hard as D-grade alloy, yet it was split so easily. However, Xu Jingming had stepped back lightly and dodged the attack. Ngo Hang slammed his sword into the ground, sneering, Your reflexes are fast. You dodged one, but do you think you can dodge the second one? Xu Jingming smirked, and lightning began to crackle around him. Dodge? That's unnecessary. I've already measured your capabilities. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body erupted with dazzling lightning power, turning into a streak of golden electricity that shot forward. Seeing that, Wu Hong broke out in a cold sweat, terrified to the core. Is this divine transformation? Isn't that a power only the godblood envoys of the cult can master? No, that's not right. This isn't a divine transformation. There's no physical mutation like those immortal transformed beings. Jingming closed the distance in a flash, his killing intent soaring, stubborn, and foolish. In that case, just go to hell. With a bone-chilling whistle of the wind, Jingming swung his arm, sending a sharp bolt of lightning straight down. Splat! The lightning pierced through Wu Hang's chest. The bodyguard's corpse, with a massive hole in his chest, slumped to the ground, bleeding as the onlookers around them watched in horror. The audience gasped in shock, whispering in fear, "He's too strong. He actually killed Yang Zhentian Wu in the blink of an eye." Qing Luan, is Xu Jingming really your high school classmate? Qing Luan was also sweating profusely. That's right, I'm just as confused. His growth is simply too fast. Lan Chang witnessed the whole thing, his face dripping with cold sweat, retreating in a panic. Since when did the Public Security Bureau have a monster like this? Not letting his prey escape, Jingming immediately cast a spell, summoning a lightning spear, and smiled coldly. Planning to run away? It's too late. Pillars of blazing lightning suddenly erupted from the ground, trapping Lan Chang. With the lightning cage imprisoning Lan Chang inside, Jingming stepped forward. He looked at Lan Chang with icy eyes and warned him, "Wu Hang is dead. You'd better not try anything foolish, or I can't guarantee I'll be able to hand you over for interrogation in one piece." Lan Chang gritted his teeth and forced a desperate smile. "I didn't expect the Public Security Bureau to have someone as bloodthirsty as you." Suddenly, Lan Chang's expression changed. What are you doing?" Without another word, Jingming shoved his energy into his palm and slammed it into the man's chest. Immediately, foam spilled from his mouth, and he passed out. He slumped to the ground, completely unconscious. Seeing such a terrifying scene, the surrounding guests panicked, shouting to be let out. "What is going on? The people from the Heavenly Fate cult have been caught, so why can't we leave?" "That's right, we aren't cult members. Let us out." Immediately, security personnel in black suits and sunglasses rushed over to restore order. They formed a line to block the crowd, announcing in a stern voice, "Until the matter is clearly investigated, no one is allowed to leave. Anyone who tries to force their way out will be considered a member of the Heavenly Fate cult." Everyone was backed into a corner, their faces showing clear anxiety and silence. As the security staff continued to insist, "The Public Security Bureau will not wrongly arrest any law-abiding citizen, but we will not let a single criminal escape." Scene transition to the Nanlan High Technology District. The hurried footsteps of the Special Forces team echoed as they rushed in to provide support. Looking at the tidy, quiet scene, a patrol officer was confused. Everything was so orderly. The patrol team showed no signs of casualties. It seemed the mission had failed. Taiju ran over, clicking his tongue in disappointment. "Damn it, all that effort down the drain. I thought we could catch one and follow the trail to find the Heavenly Fate cult's branch. Did we arrive too late?" Zunyan asked worriedly. "Has Lan Chang already escaped?" The officer shook his head. "No. We have taken over the Lan High Technology District. The scene has been secured and Lan Chang has been apprehended." Taiju exclaimed in shock. "What? Lan Chang was caught? Why are you guys not showing any signs of a battle?" The security officer scratched his head, confused. We aren't sure of the specifics. By the time we arrived, Officer Shu had already handled everything. We were just here for the cleanup." The whole team turned pale in shock. "What?" Taiju stammered. "Didn't he have a mid-level rank 4 bodyguard?" The officer replied calmly. "He dealt with everything." Immediately after, Taiju's eyes locked onto the charred corpse with a large hole in, the chest of the bodyguard, Wu Hang, lying in a pool of blood on the ground. Taiju leaned down to examine the wound, cold sweat pouring down his back. "Xu Jingming actually killed a mid-level rank 4. I thought he just drove him off." Killing and defeating are two completely different levels of difficulty, and he delivered a finishing blow, too. "I underestimated the S rank from Madu University. Good thing I didn't offend him earlier." Taiju stood up and headed toward where Xu Jingming was standing. "Captain Tai, you're here." Taiju smiled obsequiously. "Xu Jingming, thank you for your hard work. Thanks to you, otherwise our team would have been helpless. When the mission is over, I definitely have to buy you a drink." Jingming coldly shoved his hands into his pockets, glancing at Lan Chang, who was bound in iron chains. Save the drinking for later. Let's interrogate them first, to get the location of the Heavenly Fate cult's branch. Zun Yan used his mental ability on Lan Chang, and reported back, the Heavenly Fate cult's branch is located on the outskirts of Jining City. There are about 200 followers, including 3 entry-level rank 4s, 1 mid-level rank 4, all of whom are God-blood envoys, plus 8 rank 3s, and the rest are rank 1s and 2s. Jingming's eyes lit up with excitement, and he cracked a cunning smile. I've been busy with God-blood envoys for so long. We finally found what we were looking for. Each envoy represents a huge amount of ability points, Taiju suggested with concern. Shu Jingming, there are too many ability users there. Should we request reinforcements? Jingming waved his hand confidently. No need. I can handle it. We don't have any time to waste. Let's move out now. The scene shifts as the team treks deep into a dense, mountainous forest path. Stopping before a clearing, Taiju says, the Heavenly Mandate cult's branch is right here. You won't be able to see anything unusual with the naked eye. Relax your minds. I'll share my vision. The team agrees in unison. Jingming senses the mental energy, thinking to himself, the abilities of a mental type Esper are truly useful. I'll have to visit the library to look into this later. Hopefully, the lightning element can achieve a similar sensory effect. As the mental vision opens, a massive alloy gate hidden within the mountain appears amidst the trees. Taiju hides behind a tree trunk and asks, Little Tong, use your fire-type ability. Is there any way to blow up this alloy gate or break through the stone wall? Jiang Tong shakes his head, assessing the situation. That's going to be very difficult. Jing Ming takes a third-tier energy recovery pill and tosses it into his mouth. Let me give it a try, Taiju says apologetically. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Shu. We couldn't help much during the Ling Chong incident, and now that we're in trouble here, we have to rely on Shu Jingming again. Our 2 teams of elite third-tier espers seem useless compared to an S-rank student from the Shanghai University. Jingming steps forward and swings his hand, unleashing the Thunder God's finger. Lightning erupts violently, and a brilliant golden bolt of electricity, as huge as a meteorite, strikes the target directly. Boom! The terrifying power shatters the alloy gate, blowing it into hundreds of pieces that scatter everywhere. The force of the explosion sends dust and debris flying, knocking back both Taiju and Jiang Tong, who had to dive behind a tree. Taiju clutches the tree, terrified. Oh my god, am I dreaming? Is this really the combat power a third-tier fighter should have? Jing Ming gently blows the wisps of electrical smoke off his fingertips and smiles smugly. Wow, that feels great. The first time I used the Thunder God's finger, Yang Zentian Chen Lin neutralized it, so I couldn't fully enjoy it. Now, that regret has finally been compensated. He picks up his spear and strides inside. Captain Tai, the alloy gate is broken. I'm going in first. Eva, activate combat tracking mode. As soon as he speaks, Jing Ming and the spherical drone zoom into the darkness of the underground tunnel. Outside, Taiju partially transforms into a leopard, shouting, Give it your all. Leave 10 people to guard the perimeter and prevent any Heavenly Mandate cult members from escaping. Everyone else, follow me. Inside the base, the cultists gather in a panic. One man clenches his fists and yells, Don't panic, everyone. Get your weapons and face the enemy. The fanatical crowd responds, That's right. Listen to the High Priest. The Heavenly God is eternal. The Heavenly God will grant us power. The High Priest soothes the crowd. Don't worry, everyone. The highest-ranking dogs from the Public Security Bureau are only third tier. We have the noble fourth-tier Blood God envoys. So if one comes, we kill one. If 2 come, we kill a pair. Glory to the Heavenly Mandate. The Heavenly God is eternal. The believers raise their hands in unison, shouting, Glory to the Heavenly Mandate. The Heavenly God is eternal. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning tears through the tunnel ceiling and strikes the middle of the crowd. The believers stare in shock, confused by what is happening. Amidst the smoke and shattered bricks, Shu Jingming slams his spear into the ground, creating a sweeping arc of electricity, and smiles coldly. Sorry for interrupting your pre-battle pep rally. Does anyone know where your Blood God envoy is? A believer points at him and shouts, It's a dog from the Security Bureau. You're just a low-level third tier. What are you being so arrogant about? The believers rush forward in a swarm. Don't be afraid. Attack together. We can definitely beat him to death. Jingming sneers, his voice dropping. You're overestimating yourselves. He swings his spear, unleashing a wave of fiery lightning, slaughtering them. Die! The believers are electrocuted, falling to the floor, screaming in agony. One survivor, terrified, kneels and crawls on the floor, begging, I surrender. Please don't kill me. Jingming leans in close, his calm blue eyes glinting with immense killing intent, and coldly interrogates him. Very good. Now, tell me, where is your blood god envoy? The believer, kneeling on the ground, trembles as he spills the information. The blood god envoy is in the blood pool, deep inside the mountain. Jingming replies indifferently. The blood pool? I see. As soon as he finishes speaking, his lightning-covered hand strikes the man's head. Boom. Seeing this, the other believers panic and back away, screaming, "Why did you kill him even though he surrendered?" Jingming gives a cold, sharp smile, with lightning crackling on his hands. Did I ever say I wouldn't kill you just because you surrendered? The believers are silenced by fear. The crowd immediately drops to their knees, kowtowing and begging. Please don't kill us. Our sins aren't worthy of death. That's right. We were just misled by the heavenly mandate cult. That's why we joined. Yes, we are completely innocent. Jingming picks up his EVA device and orders, EVA, scan their identities. The robotic sphere flashes, processing. Hearing their excuses, he looks down with disgust. Innocent? All right, I'd really like to see just how innocent you are. The criminal records for each of them appear immediately. Chu Ping, low-level second-tier wanted criminal, murdered a mother and child in Anhua City. Liu Yang, mid-level second-tier wanted criminal, involved in the large-scale illegal sale of addictive strange fruits in Zhejiang province. Wang Hai, wanted criminal. Jingming's eyes flash with cold killing intent. Is this what you call innocent? He waves his hand, unleashing a massive surge of lightning that incinerates everyone. Then, off you go to die. At the same time, Taiju and Zhang Tong's group arrive, but they stop in their tracks, startled by the overwhelming power sweeping through the area. Taiju breaks into a cold sweat, looking at the remnants of the blast. Is this S-rank ability? It can actually burn people to ash while they're still alive. Zhang Tong is also terrified, thinking, even with my own flames, I'd have to reach the 5th tier to incinerate someone like that instantly. Regaining his composure, Taiju steps forward to ask Jingming, who is walking away. The bishop and the blood god envoy are at a place called the Blood Pool. Do you know what that place is used for? Jingming calmly replies. I heard Leng Chang mention it. It seems to be a place for breeding blood god envoys. The scene shifts deep inside, where a cold laboratory appears, filled with countless incubators containing human bodies submerged in liquid. Looking at the inhumane machines, Jingming grits his teeth in anger. Damn it. The Heavenly Mandate cult is conducting experiments on humans and animals. This scum must not be allowed to survive. The team continues to advance. Taiju suddenly points ahead. Xu Jingming. It looks like we're about to find the blood pool. It's Zhao Yuhao from the Tiger Society. Zhao Yuhao stands blocking the path, laughing arrogantly. Captain Tai, I didn't intend to bother with you lot, but you idiots came here seeking trouble yourselves. In that case, you can all leave your lives here. Jingming scanned the group of minions and said coldly, the strongest of you is only at the peak of the 3rd stage. Isn't your blood god messenger here? Zhao Yuhao shouted furiously. Do we really need the divine messenger to step in just to deal with a guy like you? He immediately gathered his strength and swung his fist straight at Jingming. We are more than enough. Bang! Jingming swung his spear, unleashing electricity and knocking him flying away. He sneered. With that much confidence, I thought you were powerful, but is that really all you've got? Zhao Yuhao collapsed and died on the spot. The followers behind him trembled in terror. Zhao Bishop Zhao is dead. Who the hell are you? One of them panicked and tried to negotiate. If you agree to join us, we will ask the divine messenger to grant you the position of cardinal. Lightning danced around Jingming once more. He gave a dangerous smile. Sorry, I have zero interest in the Heavenly Mandate sect. Besides, your intelligence network seems quite incompetent. You seriously don't know that your holy son already died by my hands? The followers were terrified, losing their minds and turning to run in a chaotic frenzy. You are that S-ranker from Madu University. Xu Jingming, run. But Jingming quickly launched a dazzling electric net, slaughtering the entire remnants in the blink of an eye. Seeing that scene, Taiju lamented with a wry smile. Xu Jingming, couldn't you have left a few alive for us to interrogate? Tunyan thought with deep respect. If I didn't know he was a student at Madu University, I would truly think he was a professional assassin. Jingming turned back and asked innocently, Oh, sorry. He nodded as if nothing happened. That works too. Next, let's head into the blood pool. With that said, Jingming crouched down to pick up the keycard from Zhao Yuhao's corpse. He walked up to the massive metal rolling door and swiped the card at the scanner. The machine beeped. Welcome, Bishop Zhao, to the blood pool. The door slowly creaked open. Xu Jingming stepped inside, calmly infiltrating the gloomy secret chamber. As soon as they entered, Zhang Tong held his nose and frowned. The smell of blood is too thick. Tanyan looked around, confused. Why is there no one here? Have all the blood god messengers already fled? The group approached a vibrant red, bubbling pool, emitting a strange blood-colored reaction. Jingming gathered lightning in his hands, his eyes sharp. The situation inside is a bit strange. Let me attack first to probe it. He soared into the air and swung his lightning spear down hard into the pool. Thud! A massive column of bloody water splashed up from the surface. The blood pool churned violently as lightning bolts roared, splitting the red liquid apart. Immediately, a barrage of lightning and massive firepower from Xu Jingming's hands rained down continuously. Tonyan adjusted his glasses, staring in shock at the power of the attack. Can combat skills be unleashed like this? Xu Jingming is truly too cautious. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from beneath the blood pool. Enough! 4 monsters with beast-like appearances stepped out. Jingming smirked. They were indeed hiding inside. 3 at the early 4th stage, 1 at the middle 4th stage. It's them. Captain Tai, please wait for me on this side. The leader of the mutants shouted angrily. You lowly humans, how dare you mock us like that? Jingming replied coldly. Listening to that tone, it seems you don't even consider yourselves human, do you? The pig-headed monster pointed arrogantly. We are the divine messengers chosen by the heavenly god. Naturally, we are not something you lowly humans can compare to. Without another word, Jingming charged straight forward with his dazzling lightning spear. Then I really want to see what makes you divine messengers so special. He swung his spear, clashing violently with the Beastman leader's greatsword. The leader growled triumphantly, blocking the strike. Hey big guy, you didn't forget we have 4 people, right? Immediately, the other mutants waved their staves from behind, diving in for a sneak attack. Xu Jingming, die in glory. I'll take the credit for killing an S-ranker. But Jingming dodged in a flash, his body enveloped in lightning armor, making the sneak attackers sweat in terror. How is that possible? Seizing the moment, Jingming swept his spear, sending a massive shockwave that knocked all 4 of them away. Bang! He stood tall in midair, his gaze filled with disdain. Attacks this week? Are you giving me a massage? Immediately after, Jingming spun his spear, creating a furious vortex of lightning that enveloped and crushed the mutants. The system sent constant notifications. An early 4th stage Blood God Messenger eliminated, plus 1,000 ability points. A middle 4th stage Blood God Messenger eliminated, plus 1,500 ability points. An early 4th stage Blood God Messenger eliminated. Jingming calculated his harvest silently. Killed 4 Blood God Messengers. Harvested 4,500 ability points. Not bad. He picked up a ring from the pile of ashes and smiled with satisfaction. There's also a spatial ring, 2 batches of medicinal pills, rare herbs, and cash. This trip was quite profitable. The group led by Tai Ju slowly approached, exclaiming in surprise, Xu Jingming, that was amazing. Is everyone at the Modu Ability University as incredible as you? Jingming replied calmly. It's just so-so. I'm just a bit more special. Tai Ju waved his hand and laughed. Xu Jingming is quite humble, but anyone who believes that is a fool. The mission to destroy the Heavenly Mandate sect branch was a huge success. Tonight, we must throw a victory party. Xu Jingming, you must come. Jingming nodded happily. Sure. The scene shifts to the next day. Under the clear sky on the university campus, at the mission counter, students were buzzing with discussion. Man, this D-rank mission is so hard. I almost lost my life. I have to go back and cancel the mission. Wow, that's a lot of points. Haha, that's just because your strength is too weak. My D-rank mission successfully earned 74 credits. Just then, Jingming walked past the hall with his hands in his pockets, looking composed. The crowd immediately took notice. Look, it's Xu Jingming. They began to whisper and speculate. Hey, do you guys think Xu Jingming completed a C-rank mission? Are you stupid? A C-rank mission only gives 120 credits. Would he waste his time on that? Then maybe it's an A-rank mission? Zhang Yue also just submitted one a moment ago. Zhang Yue has already broken through to the 4th stage. He's a top-tier warrior. No matter how much Xu Jingming is hyped up, he can't be that strong, right? Xu Jingming held his card and swiped it at the scanner to open the system. A large notification flashed brilliantly, shocking everyone in the room. Congratulations on completing your first S-rank Heavenly Destiny mission. You've climbed to the top of the Glory leaderboard as number 1. The students around him stared with wide eyes, stuttering in shock. S-rank. On the holographic screen, the information clearly displayed his overwhelming dominance. First place. Xu Jingming. Record. S-rank mission. Time. 67 minutes and 23 seconds. Second place, Li Shang, S-rank mission record. Time, 65 minutes and 32 seconds. Third place, Zhang Yue's record. A-rank mission. Time, 67 minutes and 12 seconds. The entire hall instantly exploded into a buzz of whispers. Oh my god, an S-rank mission? This glory leaderboard was only launched 2 days ago, yet someone has already completed an S-rank mission. This freshman is too savage. Just then, a young man with a calm aura walked over and smiled at Jingming. I didn't expect anyone to finish an S-rank mission faster than me. Xu Jingming, you truly live up to your reputation. The young man proactively extended his hand with a look of recognition. I've always liked making friends with strong people. I'm Yao Feng. It's a pleasure to meet you. Those nearby were startled, stepping back and whispering in awe. That's Yao Feng, one of the top 5 students at Ice Mountain Academy. This is terrifying. Xu Jingming's S-rank mission completion speed is even faster than Ice Mountain's. Ice Mountain actually took the initiative to make friends. Xu Jingming's strength has truly reached the top tier. Jingming thought to himself, Yao Feng's profile. Senior Yao Feng Elemental Academy, 4th tier beginner, A-rank ice ability. He is ranked in the top 5 of the entire Super Ability University. Because he once froze an entire mountain peak, he earned the nickname Ice Mountain. Jingming shook his hand politely. Hello, senior. I've heard a lot about you. Yao Feng laughed heartily. Haha, you know me? I actually made a bet with some of the guys on who could complete an S-rank mission first. Turns out, all of us lost to you. Yao Feng pointed toward the submission area. Xu Jingming, I'm going to turn in my mission now. If there's a chance later, I'll introduce you to some of the guys in my circle. Jingming nodded. Sure. Watching him walk away, he smiled and thought to himself, does this count as being recognized by the school's top-tier combat circle? On the way out, Jingming remembered that yesterday morning, his teacher messaged him saying he had finished his seclusion. Before starting his next mission, he had to visit his teacher first. Scene shift to an ancient, traditional mansion, sitting quietly at the foot of a magnificent, beautiful snowy mountain. Walking into the sunlit veranda, Jingming bowed. Hello, teacher. Hello, senior brother. Teacher, has the Eternal Thunder Body combat skill been improved yet? Chen Fan sipped his tea and replied slowly. How could it be that simple? I've been in seclusion for 4 or 5 days and only found a small clue. Liu Ming walked over with a bright smile. Junior, you've been doing great lately. Not only did you finish an S-rank mission, but you also made friends with Ice Mountain Yao Feng. Jingming was surprised. Senior, your news travels fast. Liu Ming laughed and replied that he found out by scrolling through the posts on the school's official website. Since you can complete S-rank missions on your own now, maybe you'll get a spot in the National University Tournament this March. Chen Fan interrupted. It's not maybe. Principal Lang already told me that Jingming is already a reserve player for the tournament. Lu Ming exclaimed in shock. My goodness, a spot has already been reserved? Jingming must be the first student in our school's history to join the national tournament as a freshman. Chen Fan stood up and waved his hand excitedly. All right, let's go to the training room. Your Liu Ming hasn't sparred with you since he recovered. This is a good time to practice real combat. Jingming nodded happily. Yes, sir. Liu Ming was also eager. He wanted to see how strong his junior had become. In the spacious training room, both took their positions. Liu Ming gripped his spear, his eyes sharp. Jingming, I'm going all out this time. Jingming calmly raised his spear. Yes. Chen Fan sat on the sidelines and shouted, Both sides are ready. Begin. Instantly, a burst of green lightning erupted, and Liu Ming's hair fluttered as he channeled his power with overwhelming killing intent. Jingming wasn't one to be outdone. His entire body radiated brilliant yellow lightning, his eyes flashing with unparalleled power. He calculated in his head, an SS rank ability is too strong. If I want to win, I can only end this fight quickly. Liu Ming swung his spear down with a gust of green lightning. Jingming immediately spun his spear to block and shouted confidently, Perfect timing! Clang! The two spears collided violently, and green and yellow lightning sparks exploded everywhere. The battle unfolded at a dizzying speed. Spear strikes wrapped in lightning continuously clashed, creating sharp clang-clang sounds. The sounds were rapid and piercing. The intense battle subsided. 3 minutes later, Liu Ming gripped his spear, teeth gritted, panting for breath, sweat soaking his forehead. He knelt on one knee on the floor, smiling in defeat. I lose. I can't beat you. Jingming put away his spear and modestly waved his hand. Liu Ming, you were going easy on me. Liu Ming shook his head vigorously. I didn't hold back at all. You're simply a monster. No matter what, for this national tournament, I must go in person to watch you compete. Chen Fan walked over with a laugh. Very good, very good. Jingming, how do you plan to arrange your work next? I will approve any leave you need from your academy classes. Jingming nodded. That would be great. I plan to focus on doing missions for a while. On his way out, Jingming pondered. Looking back, compared to beasts, hunting divine blood emissaries helps gain ability points much faster. Time flew by. A month later, a crowd of students gathered once again under the holographic screen displaying the Glory leaderboard. The newly updated data left everyone stunned. First place, Xu Jingming, record of 3 S-rank missions, 6 A-rank missions, 4 B-rank missions, total time, 225 minutes and 12 seconds. Second place, Kong Shi. Third place, Yao Fang. A male student exclaimed in shock, who would have thought the champion on the Glory leaderboard would actually be taken by a freshman? Others chimed in. Exactly. Kong Shi is about to break through to the 4th tier intermediate level, but I didn't expect him to still be a bit behind. I don't know how Xu Jingming trains, but he's just unbelievably strong. Today is the award ceremony. Jingming walked into the hall with his hands in his pockets, stepping calmly. The day to receive the final reward had finally arrived. I wonder what the reward will be? The crowd of students whispered in awe as they saw him. In just half a year, advancing from an awakened one to a 3rd-tier intermediate? That's ridiculous. Look, has Xu Jingming already advanced to 3rd-tier intermediate? Even with an S-rank ability, that's too fast. No wonder some people call him the Thunder Emperor. Yao Fang saw him and walked over to tease him. Jingming, in just one short month, you've already got a title. Thunder Emperor sounds pretty badass. Jingming scratched his head and gave a wry smile. Senior Yao, you're joking, right? That's just a nickname people came up with. Yao Fang gestured toward the woman approaching them. Let me introduce you. This is the person I mentioned earlier, the Blood Hand, Shen Dongling. Shen Dongling, wearing an elegant, form-fitting orange dress, smiled and praised him. To possess such a resilient physique at mid-level Tier 3, you truly live up to the name Thunder Emperor. But why aren't the 2 girls who usually accompany you here? Jingming shrugged, explaining, they're busy preparing for their final exams. After I collect my rewards here, I have to head back and study for my own exams too. Yao Fang slapped his forehead in realization. Ah, the final exams. Right, you're only a freshman. I always accidentally overlook your age and year level. The school representative smiled and announced the distribution of rewards. First place on the Glory leaderboard, Xu Jingming. Accumulated kills, 978 members of the Heavenly Destiny cult. You receive 1 S-rank resource package and 3,000 credits. The entire hall gasped in shock at the numbers. Oh my god, in just one short month, he actually killed nearly 1,000 people? Is the Thunder Emperor really that brutal? That's over 30 people a day. My god. He's even more ruthless than the Blood Hand, Shen Dongling, Yao Feng exclaimed in surprise. Did you really kill that many members of the Heavenly Destiny cult? I haven't even killed 500 yet, Jingming replied calmly. It was all right. It just happened that 2 missions were located at Heavenly Destiny cult branches, so I killed a few extra while I was there. The school representative handed him his reward. Here is the S-rank cultivation resource awarded to you, a bottle containing 10 Tier 6 Origin Gathering pills. I hope you continue to work hard and strive to hold on to the top spot on the Glory leaderboard next time. Jingming nodded respectfully. I will definitely work hard. Holding the bottle, Yao Fang sighed in amazement. An S-rank cultivation resource that boosts cultivation speed. The reward for your top 1 ranking is truly incredible. Jingming smiled faintly. It's all right. Yao Fang stroked his chin and leaned in teasingly. I think instead of risking your life on missions, you'd be better off getting close to Song Chuyun. The Song family is a prestigious, long-standing Tier 8 Grandmaster clan. Jingming raised a hand in refusal. I don't like relying on a woman's status. Then he thought to himself, relying on a woman? How could that possibly help me level up as fast as the Deep Blue system? Leaving the area, Jingming pondered thoughtfully. According to my teacher's advice, I still need to practice a fist technique. In the Thunder Polar state, my physical body is already a powerful weapon. Close quarters combat can also help mitigate the bloodthirsty side effects of the undying Thunder body. He opened the skill library and made his choice. I'll go with this one, Thunder Dragon Fist, concise and practical. The A-rank Thunder Dragon Fist condensed lightning attribute power into the fist with a special structure, launching attacks at the speed of lightning. Closing the info panel, he made a plan. I'll upgrade it to the introductory level first, then find a teacher to test it when I have time. Suddenly, his phone rang with a shrill, buzzing sound. Jingming picked up. On the other end was the voice of Vice Principal Leng. Jingming, come see me for a moment. He replied immediately, "Yes, ma'am." Jingming pushed the door open and stepped into Vice Principal Leng's office, his eyes flashing with surprise. Seeing that her aura had changed, he asked in astonishment, "Principal, have you made a breakthrough?" Vice Principal Leng curled her lips into a charming smile. "Your perception is very sharp. You don't seem like a Tier 3 Esper at all." Jingming clasped his hands and said sincerely, "Congratulations, Vice Principal Leng." He silently assessed the situation in his mind. Among the 3 early-stage Tier 8 Vice Principals, the other 2 are over 50 and haven't broken through yet. Yet, Vice Principal Leng has taken a step ahead. I wonder how old she is. Looking at her skin and figure, she really looked very young. Her cold voice cut through his thoughts. Guessing a woman's age isn't very polite, you know. Jingming was startled and broke into a cold sweat. "Principal, can you read minds?" He panicked, stepping back and clutching his chest in self-reproach. "I'm done for. I just handed myself over without anyone even asking." Vice Principal Leng was known for being strict. Now he was about to face the wrath of a Tier 8 Grandmaster. Vice Principal Leng smiled and explained gently, "I don't have any mind-reading techniques. It's just that the spiritual energy of a Tier 8 Grandmaster is very powerful. Not even the smallest emotional fluctuation can escape my notice." She reminded him with a stern face. "So, remember, in front of high-level espers, it's best not to show too much emotion." Jingming lowered his head to apologize. "I understand, ma'am," and let out a sigh of relief. He thought, "Phew." Vice Principal Leng doesn't seem angry. Her gaze softened, and she added in a light tone, "Besides, you don't need to guess. I'm 34 years old this year. I'm not an old lady like you imagined." But inside, she hesitated, feeling confused. "What is wrong with me? Why am I explaining so much to a student?" Jingming immediately seized the opportunity to flatter her. "Only 34? That's so young. The average age for Tier 8 Grandmasters in the Great Xia Dynasty is 46. Teacher Yang is already over 50 and is only at the peak of Tier 7. I truly admire you immensely." Vice Principal Leng snapped lightly but couldn't hide her satisfaction. "Enough with the flattery. Let's get back to the point. In 2 days, the school will enter winter break. Do you have any plans for the holidays?" Jingming answered seriously. "I plan to return to Jiangnan and go to the Lightning Secret Realm to train for a month." With that, he commanded his smart device. "Eva, what is the straight-line distance from Magic City University to the Jiangnan Lightning Secret Realm?" The Eva orb emitted a blue light and replied, "Reporting to the Vice Principal, the total distance is 563 kilometers." Vice Principal Leng nodded calmly. 563 kilometers, that's no problem. After reaching mid-level Tier 8, she could teleport up to 600 kilometers. She instructed him sternly, "The Heavenly Destiny cult has been counterattacking fiercely lately. Remember, once you encounter a life-threatening danger, crush this talisman." Jingming accepted it and replied appreciatively, "Thank you for your concern, Principal." Looking at her smile, Jingming thought to himself, "With Vice Principal Leng here, even though she doesn't guide me every day like Teacher Yang Zhentian, she is like a sturdy shield, protecting my life. I must train hard and definitely not disappoint her expectations." The scene shifted to the training area. A whistling sound of wind rang out, tearing through the air. Jingming unleashed powerful punches repeatedly. Lightning roared, and a flaming lightning dragon surged forth from his fist. Bam! A surge of lightning erupted violently, demonstrating the overwhelming power of the Thunder Dragon Fist technique. Watching such progress, Yang Zhentian stroked his beard in praise. "Not bad. It seems you've truly grasped what I just explained. The key to the Thunder Dragon Fist lies in controlling your ability and the speed of your strikes. The more you condense your energy, the faster your punch and the higher the damage." Professor Yang pulled out a glowing object and handed it to Xu Jingming. "This is a Grade 6 protection charm for you. It can withstand attacks below Grandmaster Grade 7 for 3 minutes. Jingming beamed as he took it, thanking his professor while marveling to himself. A Grade 6 protection charm from an ancient civilization relic like this was priceless. Money simply couldn't buy it. Professor Yang smiled at Xu Jingming and said, "Are you planning on heading to the Thunder Secret Realm? I'll send you the contact number for your senior, Luo Jiang. He's been transferred there as a supervisor, so I'm sure he can make things much easier for you." Jingming nodded. "Yes, sir." Professor Yang stroked his beard and offered further advice. "The Thunder Secret Realm is over 500 kilometers away from Modu University. Ling Chang can't teleport that far, so be careful with everything," Jingming replied casually. "Sir, you don't know yet? Ling Chang has already broken through to the mid-level Grade 8 and can now teleport up to 600 kilometers. Hearing this, Professor Yang was stunned. Mid-level Grade 8? Ling Chang really is the #1 esper at Madu University. Her advancement speed is truly terrifying. Regaining his composure, he chuckled. It seems your relationship with Ling Chang is quite close. You even knew this important news before I did. But with her looking out for you, I can rest a little easier. Scene shift to 2 days later, at the Jinghu residential area in Jiang City. His aunt greeted him happily. Jingming, you're back for the holiday? Jingming stepped inside and greeted them with a friendly smile. Hello, Xu Qingwan, uncle, and cousin. His aunt affectionately patted his shoulder. Come over here quickly. Let me look at you. I haven't seen you in a semester, and you've grown even taller. His uncle, wearing an apron, turned around with a grin. Wait a moment, dinner is almost ready. Jingming stood in the middle of the room, took out some items, and said, Xu Qingwan, uncle, I have gifts for you all. Everyone looked on in confusion. Then the whole family gathered on the sun-drenched living room sofa to see the presents. His aunt opened the gift box and gasped in surprise. This is a spatial ring. She had only seen one once before, belonging to their mentor. Jingming explained calmly. These are 1 cubic meter spatial rings, one for each of you. It'll be more convenient for carrying things from now on. His uncle picked up the ring, his hands trembling. 1 cubic meter? Oh my God. This capacity is even larger than our mentors. His uncle nervously waved his hand to stop his daughter. Chi-Chi, put that down right now. This thing is too expensive. We can't accept it. His cousin, Chi-Tong, asked naively. Is this really that expensive? His uncle broke into a cold sweat and said sternly to his daughter, one of these costs at least 50 million, that's decades of our family's savings. Do you still think it's cheap? His aunt added worriedly, it really is too expensive. We can't take these. Jingming opened his palms and smiled. Please don't be so formal. Look, the one I'm wearing has a 10 cubic meter capacity, and I'm already a mid-level grade 3. The size of these rings is of no use to me. Chi Tang was dumbstruck. What? You're already mid-level grade 3? Oh my God. The mentors at my school are only grade 4. Our Jingming has truly become a prodigy. His uncle proudly patted his back. In that case, Chi-Chi, you can take one. It will be safer when you go into the wild. But for your aunt and me, we'll pass. I'm going back to cooking. We're going to have a great drink later, you and I. Jingming nodded obediently. Yes, sir. That evening in his room, Jingming took out a bottle of medicinal pills to calculate. Grade S Cultivation Resources. Grade 6 Origin Condensing Pill. I'll test its effects first to see how it goes. He sat cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. Surging waves of energy rose up, swirling around Jingming's body, and creating a whistling sound. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes and checked his stats. It's worthy of being a grade S resource. It's truly powerful. Both my physique and mental energy increased by over 10 points. Usually, one cultivation session only nets me a maximum of 0.5 points. He felt a bit of regret, thinking to himself, it's a pity that, because of the side effects, I can only take 1 pill a day. My deep blue system is still the best. As long as I have energy points, I'll definitely break through to grade 9. Scene shift to the next day in East Ha City, in front of the entrance to the Thunder Secret Realm. Sitting in a supercar with his senior, Luo Jiang, Jingming asked curiously, Senior, is the Thunder Secret Realm inside that fortress wall? Isn't the sky above the secret realm always covered in thick thunderclouds with lightning striking all day long? Luo Jiang turned to him with a mysterious smile. You'll see once we get inside. The supercar glided smoothly toward the massive metal gate, closed deep underground. The automatic scanning system produced a mechanical sound. Beep. Identity confirmed. Thunder Martial Arts Hall Supervisor, Luo Jiang. Beep. Identity confirmed. Grade S pass holder of Madu Esper University. Owner, Xu Jingming. Remaining duration, 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. Clang. The gate slowly opened, and the car zoomed into the dark passage inside. A high-altitude aerial view showed that the fortress wall and the area outside looked just like an ordinary, peaceful neighborhood. Luo Jiang asked, Well? Quite a surprise, right? Jingming nodded in admiration. Yes, if I only looked from the outside, I never would have imagined the scene inside. But as soon as they passed through the giant barrier, a completely different world revealed itself, with massive bolts of lightning tearing through the gray sky, constantly striking the neighborhood below with thunderous, booming roars. Jingming looked around the neighborhood and said in surprise, This is very different from what I imagined. I thought it would be more primitive. I never expected there to actually be a city here. But how do you hide such a large-scale phenomenon with just a fortress wall? Senior Luo Jiang smiled and replied, "This is a masterpiece by high-level spatial espers. The fortress wall we just passed through actually acts as a spatial portal." He pointed toward the center. "This city area is provided for espers to rest and live in. It's completely soundproofed. The lightning storm area in the distance is the true Thunder Secret Realm." Luo Jiang took out a glowing crystal to introduce the secret realm. "This is a Thunder Core, a specialty of the Thunder Secret Realm that can be obtained from the bodies of lightning beasts. Grade 1 lightning beasts don't have them. For Grade 2 and 3 beasts, it depends on luck. At Grade 4, one is guaranteed to drop." He handed it to Jingming. "Thunder Cores have many uses. The simplest way to use it is to crush it and use the lightning energy to temper your physique. This is a top-tier Grade 4 Thunder Core. Consider this a welcome gift from me, Senior," Xu Jingming replied. "Thank you, Brother Jiang. But why not just bathe directly in the lightning to train?" Jiang Luo explained. "The lightning within the storm zone is too violent, and its intensity constantly fluctuates. It's extremely dangerous. Thunder Essence Cores, however, are very stable. Moreover, the Thunder Beasts in the Secret Realm are stronger than ordinary beasts. The closer you get to the center of the storm zone, the more terrifying the lightning and the beasts become." The car turned into a high-end residential complex. Jiang Luo said, "We're almost at your place. Get a good night's rest." And tomorrow, Jingming interrupted with excitement. "I don't need rest. I can't wait anymore. I'm heading in there later today." Jiang Luo agreed. "All right then, I'll drop you off." Looking at Jingming's determined profile, Jiang Luo mused to himself, "An S rank, working this hard, no wonder the master thinks so highly of him." The car drove past luxury villas, under the bright, clear sun. Meanwhile, in a dark place, a figure in a black cloak bowed to report, "Lord Cardinal, that university student from Demon City, Xu Jingming, has killed over 1,000 of our followers in the past month and destroyed 2 branches. He is currently at the Thunder Secret Realm. How should we handle this?" The Cardinal's face twisted with cruelty. "Xu Jingming possesses an S-rank ability and has major influence. If we act, it must be a finishing blow. I will find a chance to report this to the Grandmaster and the Heavenly Fate Sect leader. As for this rebel, kill him without mercy." Cut to the entrance of the thunderstorm zone, filled with military armored vehicles and bustling crowds. As Jingming and Jiang Luo stepped out, they met a man. Jiang Luo waved. "Coach Wu, are you here at the storm zone too?" Coach Wu shrugged. "I have no choice. I'm responsible for the rookie assessment." Then he looked over at the stranger. Jiang Luo introduced him. "This is Xu Jingming, my junior from Demon City University. He plans to train here during winter break." "Jingming, this is Coach Wu Sang from our Thunder Dojo." Jingming nodded. "Nice to meet you, Coach Wu." Coach Wu smiled approvingly. He certainly lived up to the name of a genius from Demon City University. No wonder his aura was so sharp. The elite students behind him whispered, "He's from a top university. Come to think of it, I wonder if the Demon City University guys are stronger than us? Looking at his aura, he seems to be like us, a level 3 intermediate." An arrogant guy stuck his nose in and chimed in, "We come from the elite training camp. Of course we're stronger." Jingming waved goodbye. "Senior Jiang, I'm heading in." Jiang Luo cautioned, "Be extremely careful." Coach Wu turned to remind his students, "You all go in too. Remember, this assessment lasts 6 days. If you can't kill a peak level 3 Thunder Beast, don't bother coming back to see me. Each of us has to kill a peak level 3 beast. The requirements are that high? Well, they are peak level 3 themselves at best. Since they all came from the elite camp, this requirement is nothing to them." Someone pointed forward. "Do you see the guy in front? That's Lei Jinyang, an A-rank lightning-type ability user. He's the top student in this batch of the Thunder Dojo's elite training camp. Killing a level 4 beast wouldn't even be a problem for him." Outside, Coach Wu asked Jiang Luo, "By the way, I noticed your level 3 intermediate junior has an extraordinary aura. His combat power must be at the peak level 3, right?" Jiang Luo laughed. "My senior brother, Lu Ming, says this little junior of mine has the power of a peak level 4. Wu Sang nodded. "Peak level 3? That is definitely possible." Wu Sang smiled hopefully. "He truly lives up to the name of a genius from Demon City University. If there's time, perhaps he could spar with my students." Heading deep into the Thunder Forest, Jingming felt the vibrations. This really is the Thunder Secret Realm. The thunder truly never stops. First, I'll kill a few beasts, then find an area with intense lightning activity to properly observe it. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, buddy from Demon City University, wait up." Jingming turned to see a group of 3 elite students approaching. "Is there something you need?" The purple-haired one proposed. It's like this. We're quite curious about the strength of geniuses from top universities. If you're up for it, could we hold a competition to see who hunts more thunder beasts over the next few days? We don't have any ill intentions, just a friendly exchange. Jingming coldly declined. A competition? Sorry, I'm not really interested. He thought to himself, there isn't even a single level 4 here. What could they possibly compete against me with? Seeing Jingming turn and walk away, the gray-haired guy frowned. Refusing that bluntly, the blue-haired guy held him back. If he doesn't want to, forget it. Don't force him. The gray-haired one gritted his teeth in mockery. People from top universities are all such cowards? Why not even agree to a simple competition? Jingming kept walking in silence, leaving the students behind. Jingming continued into the gloomy forest. Suddenly, a giant beast roared and charged at Jingming from the bushes. Jingming dodged the attack and analyzed it. An iron-clad thunder ox. Judging by its size, its level is probably peak level 1. Senior said beasts in the storm zone are stronger than those in the regular wilderness. I want to see just how strong they really are. The ox demon roared and lunged, unleashing streams of green lightning that tore through the wind. Jingming calmly raised his hand to block, as an electric current shot straight at him. Standing firm after the impact, Jingming brushed the dust off his clothes and assessed, the lightning power is not bad at all. Just this one bolt would be enough to wipe out most. Level 1, beasts in the regular wilderness. His eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. Next, let's test its physical defensive power. Jingming gathered his strength and dashed like a bullet toward the aggressive iron-clad thunder ox. He threw an incredibly powerful punch straight down onto the top of the beast's head, causing flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. Thud. As the beast collapsed to the ground, Jingming pulled back his hand and noted, its defense is much stronger than a typical peak level 1 beast. Eliminated a peak level 1 beast, iron-clad thunder ox. Ability points plus 15. No wonder it gets struck by lightning every day. If their physical strength wasn't this resilient, that would be the real surprise. He rubbed his hands together, wearing a cruel, excited smirk. Can't believe it's been nearly a month since I last had a life-or-death battle with a beast. Well then, let the slaughter begin. I hope to reach the high-tier level 3 as soon as possible. 4 hours later, he continued hunting monsters. A system notification pops up. Subjugated a Tier 2 intermediate lightning iron wolf. Speed type. Ability points plus 25. Jingming walks past the bleeding corpse of a massive white wolf, spear in hand. He frowns, muttering, only 9 of them in 4 hours? In any other wilderness area, I'd have found at least 40. The concentration of beasts in this thunderstorm zone seems a bit low. He pulls up a holographic map, lost in thought. Guess you can't have it all. Am I just stuck focusing on leveling up my ability proficiency in this storm zone? He stares at the map, muttering as he calculates the outer ring, the middle ring, the core, and the innermost core. I'm in the middle ring now. Let's check out the core first. Maybe the beasts are all gathered there. 5 hours later, in the core region, violent blue lightning bolts crash down with earth-shattering power. Jingming stands amidst the flashes, his body wreathed in protective lightning. He sighs in admiration. The core zone truly lives up to its name. The power of these bolts is actually affecting my indestructible thunder body. Looks like I need to keep my ability activated at all times. He surveys the dark, desolate forest, puzzled. They say any beast surviving in the core should be at least tier 4, but I don't see a single one. Suddenly, a piercing screech tears through the sky, catching his attention. He jerks his head up, following the silhouette of a giant bird diving into the clouds. The innermost core. It's a blue feather thunder rock, and they're chasing after stronger currents of electricity. Flocks of ferocious thunder rocks smash headlong into the blinding lightning high above. A triumphant smile spreads across Jingming's face as an idea strikes him. It's not just the thunder rocks, the other lightning beasts have the same habit. To them, lightning is a tool for evolution. Maybe I can use my divine heaven-shattering lightning as bait. No sooner said than done. He leaps up, landing neatly on a massive, ancient tree branch. He relaxes on the branch, gaze fixed on the distance. But first, I need to raise my proficiency with the divine heaven-shattering lightning. I'll use this chance to study natural lightning properly for my cultivation. Bathing in the brilliant flashes, Jingming smiles, finding enlightenment in the storm, lightning dancing between clouds, ball lightning, chain lightning, ribbon lightning savage, untamed, sharp. Turns out there are so many details in lightning I never noticed before. He raises his hand, focusing the cyan lightning around his fingertips. Sure enough, observing natural lightning significantly boosts his control. 3 hours pass. The bolts in his hand shift to a brilliant gold, becoming denser and crackling with an intense, screeching sound. Looking at the golden orb of electricity, Jingming calculates. My current control is on par with my old S-rank ability, the Violet Cloud Divine Lightning. To take it to the next step, liquidizing the lightning. I'm afraid that's going to take a bit more time. He stands up on the branch, finalizing his plan. Energy accumulation, liquidization, solidification. Each step makes the next more condensed and exponentially more terrifying. That's enough for today. One step at a time. First, let's head back to the middle zone and test my new idea. Back in the middle of the thunderstorm zone, Jingming stands firmly on the ground, muttering that whether he can farm more ability points all depends on this. He spreads his arms, unleashing a massive amount of golden divine heaven-shattering lightning all around him. Instantly, the roar of beasts erupts from all sides. It actually worked. His aura explodes skyward. Jingming waves his hand in provocation. Bring it on, you lightning beasts. Drawn by the raw power of the lightning, hordes of giant beasts go mad, bursting out of the brush. Seeing the pack charging in to tear him apart, a cold, ruthless glint flashes in Jingming's eyes. Finally, time to start the harvest. He waves his hands, claws extended, chanting, "Since you're all so eager to bathe in my lightning, I'll make your wish come true." Lightning lash, boom! Countless massive pillars of golden lightning erupt from the earth, weaving into a cage, trapping and burning the panicking, roaring beast pack. Jingming smirks, firing off more razor-sharp bolts straight into the center of the monster horde. An earth-shattering explosion sweeps through the forest, incinerating and sweeping everything away in a sea of golden fire. But as the thunder beasts fall, more take their place, charging straight at him. The wave of attacks doesn't stop. Jingming pours his strength into his hands, his eyes blazing with killing intent as he shouts, "Right on time, my prey." A terrifying explosion ensues, and the system pings repeatedly with critical hit notifications. Subjugated a Tier 3 intermediate black armored thunder ox. Ability points plus 37. Subjugated a Tier 1 high-rank long-tailed thundercat. Ability points plus 11. Subjugated a Tier 3 high-rank scorpion-tailed thunderlion. Ability points plus 57. Subjugated a Tier 2 beginner sword thunder tiger. Ability points plus 23. Jingming laughs, thoroughly pleased. Heh, this technique is ridiculously effective. It's 10 times faster than before. After a fierce battle, he stands, spear in hand, amidst the carnage. Looking at the system panel, 1,813 ability points. At this rate, I'll break through to Tier 3 high rank in no time. Sweat drips down his face, but his eyes are full of resolve. I can hold out for at most 6 days and nights without rest. Only a little over a day has passed. 2 hours to lure, 8 hours to recover, 3,600 points twice a day. Even excluding the observation time, the future looks bright. He sits down, using a dagger to skin a giant white wolf. First, gotta collect the loot, find a place to crash, then get back to hunting. Picking up a shimmering purple crystal, Jingming smiles. The first Tier 3 lightning beast I killed dropped a thunder core. Not bad luck at all. 5 days later, in the middle zone of the storm area, a group of 3 elite students walks through the woods. The guy with gray hair shivers, hugging himself, complaining, "Lei, it's 3 a.m. Do we really have to be up this early?" Lei Jinyang walks on calmly. "What's the difference between 3 a.m. and 12 p.m. in this storm zone? It's bright as day anyway." The girl with them asks, "Lei, today is the last day of the 6-day exam. When are we heading back?" Lei Jinyang replies, "Around 6 p.m. Even though we've completed our testing objectives, the longer we stay, the better the impression we'll make. Don't embarrass the elite training camp." The gray-haired guy chimes in smugly, "Don't worry. Speaking of which, that coward from Demon Capital Ability University must have given up and left by now. Left the lightning storm zone ages ago, right? Seems like students from top universities aren't such a big deal after all." The girl nodded in agreement. "For sure. Even taking turns resting, we were just barely holding on. How could he possibly survive on his own?" The gray-haired guy scoffed. "Lucky I was smart enough back then to skip the martial arts university entrance exam and join the Thunder Dojo straight away." Suddenly, a massive, blinding lightning explosion erupted in the distance. The gray-haired guy jumped, startled. "What's happening? An earthquake?" Seeing the herd of beasts charging toward them, he panicked. "It's a beast tide! Run!" Lei Qianyang narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation. "Don't panic. It's not that big of a beast tide." Ahead of the stampede, Jingming was sprinting for his life, bolts of lightning surging around his body. The gray-haired guy recognized him and pointed in surprise. Isn't that the guy from Madu Ability University? Did he come back? Looks like he accidentally provoked a beast herd. He added, "Let's go. Let's give him a hand." The girl hurriedly waved her hand to stop him, sweating. Wait, is that guy trying to save his own life, or why don't we just lure the beasts our way? Jingming kept gliding like the wind, leaving streaks of brilliant lightning cutting across the forest. A massive pack of thunder beasts roared aggressively, hot on his heels. The gray-haired guy scoffed. Hey, that selfish jerk is finally getting what he deserves, right? Serves him right. The girl frowned, noticing something off. Wait, that's not right. We're a larger group, so why aren't those thunder beasts charging at us? Lei Kanyang said, in a low voice, analyzing the scene. He's definitely using his golden lightning to bait them. Lei Kanyang was covered in cold sweat, thinking to himself, he's only at the mid-level rank 3, right? What the hell is he doing, luring that many thunder beasts? There are even a few peak rank 3s in that pack. The girl exclaimed, Look! He stopped. Lei Kanyang clenched his fists nervously. If I didn't use my trump card, even I'd have a hard time dealing with a pack like that. What is he planning to do? Instantly, Jingming spun around and slammed his fist into the ground, unleashing a massive surge of lightning that sent the leading beasts flying. Lei Kanyang's jaw dropped in horror. The damage radius from that ability burst is that huge? And the power is terrifyingly strong. I'm at the peak rank 3, and my max range is only 30 meters? He bit his finger, eyes wide as his mind raced. There's something wrong with this lightning attribute ability. It's definitely higher than A rank. Could it be S rank? No way. The S-rank student at Demon City Ability University is a freshman, and this guy is already at mid-level rank 3. The gray-haired guy clutched his head in panic. Oh my god, since when did people from Demon City Ability University get this savage? He's slaughtering these beasts like they're nothing. Amidst the battlefield, Jingming, drenched in sweat, thought, 23,000 energy points finally. I have enough to level up. I haven't slept for 5 days and 5 nights. My physical condition has dropped significantly. I'll find a spot to spend these points, then head back. Watching Jingming leave, the gray-haired guy turned to Lei Kanyang and asked, Lei, if it were you, could you have handled that pack just now? Lei Kanyang pondered for a moment before admitting, I could, but I wouldn't have been able to kill them as fast as he did. The gray-haired guy broke into a sweat and clicked his tongue. Damn, even faster than Lei? This guy really has some skills. Thank God he didn't agree to spar, or we might have been beaten to a pulp by the end of it. The girl chimed in to soothe him. Lei, do you think he could bridge the gap and kill a rank 4 beast like you can? Lei Kanyang regained his arrogant composure. If he only has the strength he just showed, then probably not. The girl smiled flatteringly. In that case, Lei is still stronger. 10 minutes later, Jingming sat cross-legged on a large tree branch in a safe corner, calling on the deep blue system to allocate his points. A massive, brilliant bolt of lightning struck him, tearing through the space around him. The leveling process ended. Jingming clenched his fists, feeling the power of a high-level rank 3. His physical fitness and mental state had skyrocketed by nearly 500 points, and his ability range had expanded to 40 meters. I've reached the level of a normal B rank, A attribute ability user. He left quickly, his eyes flashing with excitement. I originally planned to head back, but my spirits have recovered a bit now. I might as well make a trip to the core area and observe the natural lightning. The gray-haired guy stood before the base entrance, his face filled with worried reflection. Xu Jingming hasn't returned for 5 days and 5 nights. Could he be in danger? Even I can only stay in there for a maximum of 8 days. Seeing a man approach, he asked, Supervisor Jiang, what brings you here? Jiang Luo replied calmly, I'm here waiting for my junior brother to return. He confirmed in surprise. Your junior brother hasn't returned since he went in last time? Jiang Luo nodded, lowering his eyes sadly. That's right. Today is already the 6th day. By all logic, he should have been back a long time ago. Coach Wu smiled and raised a hand to reassure him. Don't worry, I'm about to head into the lightning storm zone to hunt beasts. If it's on the way, I can help you look for him. Jiang Luo replied gratefully. Then I'll have to trouble you, Coach Wu. Coach Wu waved his hand, waiting before the massive, opening metal gate. It's nothing. We all work together at the Thunder Dojo, so helping each other is only natural. Scene shift to the core of the lightning storm zone. 6 hours later, Jingming was in the middle of the woods, muttering, It's about time I headed back. He leaped from the tree branch, landing hard enough to crack the rocky ground with a boom. Standing up straight, Jingming smiled with a mix of satisfaction and thought. The physique of a high-level rank 3 is truly beyond imagination, but I'm still a long way from the peak. There's a long road ahead. Suddenly, a massive, crazed monster appeared from the bushes, roaring. Seeing the beast surrounded by blue lightning, Jing Ming analyzed it. A storm lightning bear. A storm lightning bear, looking at its level, it must be a high-level rank 4. I could completely take it down in one hit with the Heaven Lightning art. But now that I'm at high-level rank 3, let me see if I can kill it with my bare hands. Thinking and acting, he surged forward toward the giant bear like a streak of golden lightning. Accidentally hiding behind a nearby tree, Coach Wu gasped in shock. Huh? It's Xu Jingming. I've been looking everywhere for him. I didn't expect to run into him right here. Watching the trail of lightning Jingming left behind, Wu Sang frowned. His level has broken through to high-level rank 3, but isn't his lightning range a bit too large? Looking at this situation, it seems like he's planning to confront that storm lightning bear head-on. He stroked his chin, silently evaluating. He really is a calf that doesn't fear the tiger. Supervisor Jiang's junior brother certainly has guts. For a genius like that, only by letting him suffer a little can he realize his own shortcomings. The storm lightning bear opened its massive maw, roaring to intimidate him. It raised a giant claw crackling with green lightning and swiped down hard, but Jingming lunged forward, swinging his brilliant golden fist to block the beast's powerful strike. Boom! Witnessing the scene, Coach Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He actually blocked it? Furthermore, Xu Jingming's lightning is even stronger. That's a high-level rank 4 monster. It's an entire major realm higher than Xu Jingming. He broke into a cold sweat, his mind racing. Wait, I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before. Something's wrong. Very wrong. Xu Jingming's ability is definitely not A rank. It's S rank. Or maybe even SS rank. Wu Sang jolted, clutching his head in horror. I remember now. Xu Jingming is the freshman who possesses an S-rank lightning ability at Demon City Ability University. Even so, isn't this level a bit too ridiculous? Who would have thought a college freshman could reach high-level rank 3? Amidst the crackling lightning, Jingming smirked with confidence, feeling his own electricity had the upper hand. Bring it on. A deafening, metallic crash shook the entire area. Jingming and the giant bear collided, locked in a fierce, brutal brawl. Their clashing powers created shockwaves that tore up the ground and sent trees flying. Wu Sang watched, unable to believe his eyes. Good God, he's actually going head-to-head with a high-level grade 4 storm grizzly. Is this even human? Wu Sang clenched his fists, trembling with excitement. He's more of a human-shaped monster. Those kids from the elite training camp are always so stuck up, thinking no one from the top universities can compare to them. I really want to show to them what a true genius from a top university looks like. Jingming grinned, his wild fangs bared in the heat of battle. Not bad at all. My physical strength is definitely not inferior to this grade 4 storm grizzly. He tensed up, surging with energy. This is 3,000 points of blood energy. This is the thunder pole state, and this is the undying thunder body. He poured all his strength into a devastating, gold lightning-infused punch, slamming it into the bear's leg. The force of the punch punched a hole right through the beast. The storm grizzly roared in agony. It lashed out wildly, creating crescent blades of green lightning that swept toward him. Jingming dodged, his brow furrowed in concentration. One punch clearly wouldn't break its leg. Dealing with monsters still requires weapons, I guess. But today, I'm sticking to my fists. The giant bear growled in fury and slammed its front paws into the earth. Boom. Instantly, waves of violent green lightning converged, forming a massive ball of thunder above its head. Wu Sang gasped, holding his breath as he watched. Once caught in a lightning storm like that, if you don't die, you're at least ending up severely injured. Usually, in this situation, you just run away and wait for the storm to die down. But it seemed Xu Jingming had other plans. He stood tall, channeling a blinding surge of lightning into both his hands, his eyes burning with the thrill of battle. Come on then, let's see whose lightning is stronger. He kicked off the ground, launching himself into the air like a bolt of golden lightning tearing through the trees. An earth-shattering explosion rocked the forest as Jingming's golden lightning fire smashed directly into the center of the bear's green storm. Amidst the residual sparks of the violent explosion, Jingming's figure slowly emerged, a confident, reckless grin plastered on his face. Their powers clashed fiercely, and Jingming unleashed a punch crackling with brilliant electricity, striking the massive, gaping maw of the storm grizzly. He moved with lightning speed, dodging the bear's attacks and countering with terrifying, electric-charged punches, tearing the beast's flesh to shreds. The battle ended abruptly. Jingming landed in midair, a look of arrogant disdain on his face. Clumsy moves, sluggish swipes. So a high-level grade 4 monster is only at this level? Die. He soared through the air, gathering all his lightning abilities into the shape of a brilliant golden dragon, slamming down with his ultimate technique, the Thunder Dragon Fist. Boom! The lethal blow created a horrific explosion that shook the earth, crushing the beast's skull amidst the blinding flash. As the dust cleared, the system chimed. Victory. High-level Grade 4 Storm Grizzly eliminated. Ability points, plus 321. Watching the whole scene from afar, Coach Wu was drenched in a cold sweat. He thought, this high-level Grade 4 Storm Grizzly, a true hegemon among beasts, it died just like that? I can't even call him a human-shaped monster anymore. He's basically a dragon. Wu Sang smiled as he stepped out of hiding, offering praise. You're worthy of the S-class rank at the Magic City University of Ability. Truly terrifying. Jing Ming, who was busy carving up the beast for materials, looked up and replied calmly, Coach Wu. Wu Sang nodded in admiration. To kill a high-level Grade 4 while only being high-level Grade 3. If our great Xia had a few more geniuses like you, we wouldn't have to worry about the monster threat anymore. He held up his camera, beaming. I recorded your entire fight. It was brilliant. I'm thinking of using it as teaching material for our martial arts hall. Would you be willing? Jingming waved his hand nonchalantly. Coach Wu, feel free to use it however you like. Besides, I didn't even use my full strength just now, so sharing it with the Thunder Martial Arts Hall is no problem. Wu Sang was overjoyed. Then, on behalf of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, I thank you for your contribution. Seizing the opportunity, he started trying to recruit the genius. By the way, Xu Jingming, have you thought about joining our Thunder Martial Arts Hall after graduation? Jingming kept skinning the beast, answering calmly. I haven't thought about that yet. Wu Sang enthusiastically dangled a massive incentive. The master of our Thunder Martial Arts Hall is a Grade 9 Thunder-type martial saint. If you join, he will personally mentor you. We can even put you in charge of guarding the Thunder Secret Realm, along with the highest tier of benefits. Think it over. Jingming gave a polite nod. Thank you, Coach Wu. I'll give it serious consideration. Internally, he was calculating. Guarding the Thunder Secret Realm was definitely a sweet gig that would bring huge benefits to a Thunder-type user. But he was only a freshman. There was no need to rush. Wu Sang nodded, satisfied. That's good. Oh, by the way, your senior Jiang Luo is waiting for you outside. Do you want to keep staying in the storm zone? Or should I go let him know you're safe? He's been worried sick about you. Jingming froze, stopping his work. Senior Jiang. He hurriedly wiped the sweat from his brow and scratched his head. No need to trouble Coach Wu. I was just about to head back anyway. He chided himself. I really forgot about Senior Jiang. I've made him worry. Wu Sang watched him go, marveling to himself. To stay in the storm zone all alone for 6 full days, what a formidable young generation. Back in my day, I could only last 4. He waved goodbye. I've got things to do. Get going. Jingming nodded. Goodbye, Coach Wu. Jingming slung the giant bear's pelt over his shoulder and ambled out of the forest. He looked at the purple thunder crystal he'd collected, smiling in satisfaction. Even if it's a bit worse than the one Senior Jiang gave me, it's still pretty good. Let's go. Outside the base entrance, Senior Jiang Luo beamed with joy when he saw Jingming walking out, safe and sound. He let out a sigh of relief and patted Jingming on the shoulder. Phew, Jingming, you were in there for a long time, 6 full days and 5 nights. How are you feeling? Jingming replied wearily. Nothing much, just really sleepy. Song Qiyun offered advice, struggling between tears and laughter. He hadn't slept for 5 days straight. After constantly fighting and killing fierce beasts, how could he not be exhausted? In the path of cultivation, finding the right balance between work and rest is vital. Now, let me take you home to get some sleep. Xu Jingming nodded. Yes, sir. The scene shifts to 9 p.m. that evening, inside Coach Wu's office, where he pulled out a glowing, rotating projection orb. In front of him stood a group of elite trainees, reporting their progress with serious expressions. The 6-day assessment had passed with no casualties and no severe injuries. Safety protocols were strictly followed. Reporting, Coach, all assessment tasks have been completed. Wu Sang leaned back in his chair and asked, and what about the combat assessment? Is that done as well? Lei Jinyang stepped forward and replied confidently. Everyone here has killed at least one peak, Tier 3 beast, and I personally took down a low-level Tier 4 beast. Hearing this, Wu Sang stroked his chin in silent approval. Lei Jinyang, a graduate of this elite training camp, managing to kill a low-level Tier 4 beast while being at a lower rank, was truly impressive. It was a pity, though. Compared to that monster Xu Jingming, he was still quite far behind, but he still deserved praise. He smiled and nodded. Not bad. You haven't let me down. By the way, what are your impressions of Supervisor Liu's junior apprentice from Madu University? Lei Jinyang offered his assessment. Supervisor Liu's junior? We met him in the lightning storm zone. His power is immense, far beyond the average for a mid-level tier 3. He also has incredible clearing speed. His combat power must be around the peak of tier 3. The gray-haired guy nearby chimed in with some flattery. That's right, he's definitely formidable, but he still can't compare to our brother Lei. Coach Wu raised an eyebrow. Is that really so? The gray-haired guy gestured firmly. It's a certainty. Our elite training camp is definitely superior to Madu University. Wu Song said nothing, simply holding up the tech orb. This is a video clip. You all should take a look for yourselves first. The glowing orb floated into the air, preparing to show footage that would surely open the eyes of these arrogant elite trainees. Looking at the screen, the gray-haired guy exclaimed in panic. Is that a storm thunder bear? Look at its size, it must be at least a high-level tier 4. Wait, hold on. Who is its opponent? The group stared in shock at the familiar figure surrounded by lightning on the screen. It's Xu Jingming, stammered the guy. In the footage, a giant lightning dragon roared as it dove down, causing a massive, earth-shaking explosion. The girl clutched her face in shock. Compared to when we first met, how has Xu Jingming become this powerful? The gray-haired guy joined in. Indeed. And his aura is absolutely not inferior to that storm thunder bear at all. Coach Wu rested his hands on the desk and smiled. Well, what do you think after watching that? Cold sweat dripped down Lei Jinyang's face as he answered in a low voice. Xu Jingming is powerful, monstrously powerful. It's simply beyond imagination. Is he really just a mid-level tier 3? This combat power is just heaven-defying. Coach Wu waved his hand to correct him. Not mid-level, tier 3. When I encountered Xu Jingming, he had already advanced to high-level tier 3. Lei Jinyang breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, high-level tier 3. That makes a bit more sense. The gray-haired guy immediately snapped, his face twisted in shock. Makes sense? Like heck it does. High-level tier 3? Is he leveling up that fast? Lei Jinyang analyzed with a grave expression. A high-level tier 4 Storm Thunder Bear is strong enough to easily wipe out most high-level tier 4 ability users, yet it was crushed by Xu Jingming. This is completely absurd. The gray-haired guy broke into a sweat, agreeing. Exactly. And the scarier part is that he actually won in a close-quarters fight. Seeing his students in a panic, Coach Wu reassured them. Don't worry. Even at Madu University, Xu Jingming is an exceptional case. The gray-haired guy asked curiously, an exceptional case? Is Xu Jingming's background that special? Could he be the son of the Madu University president? Coach Wu scoffed. The president's son? Even the president's grandson couldn't have this kind of talent. I'm talking about Xu Jingming's ability. He is an S-rank ability user, Lei Jinyang asked in astonishment. An S-rank? Is he a freshman? How can a freshman's level already reach high-level tier 3? Coach Wu sighed. As much as I'd like to deny it, the truth is he just turned 19 recently. He is a genuine first-year university student. The girl clutched her chest in despair. A 19-year-old at high-level tier 3. All these years we've spent, we've just been wasting our time. The gray-haired guy also grabbed his head and cried out, he's only 19, and us? We're graduates of an elite training camp. Our average age is already 23. Lei Jinyang clenched his fists and muttered, a monster. He's absolutely a monster, Coach Wu said sternly. I didn't show you this video for any other reason than to motivate you. Use Xu Jingming as your target. It would be best if you could keep up with his pace in the future. The group surged with energy, shouting in unison. Understood, Coach. Yes, we will definitely work hard. Lei Jinyang stepped forward and asked, by the way, Coach, can I get a copy of this video? Wu Song waved his hand. I'll upload this clip to the Marshall Hall's internal network later. You can just log in and watch it. Hearing this, the gray-haired guy hesitated and reminded him, Coach, is that really a good idea? I remember the National University Tournament is about to start soon. Wu Sang was startled and pulled his hand back. I almost forgot about that. In that case, I won't upload it. If the other universities see it, they'll target Xu Jingming. He stroked his chin in thought. I remember Madu University came in second in the last tournament. This time, they should be able to compete for first place. The scene shifts 2 days later, outside a sunny residential building. Inside the room, the phone rang. Ring, ring, ring. Xu Jingming rubbed his head and sat up, feeling like he might have slept in a bit too long. Looking at the phone screen, he was startled. It was President Ling calling. I actually slept for 2 full days, he answered, and President Ling's voice sounded serious. Xu Jingming, according to reliable sources, the Heavenly Fate sect is launching a counterattack. We've already arranged for people to guard your family and friends. If you're in danger, you must activate the charm immediately. It's highly likely you are their target. Jingming replied solemnly, I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Principal. After hanging up, Jingming got dressed, lost in thought. Security here is extremely tight. You need special ID to get in and out, plus retinal scanning. The people from the Heaven Mandate sect couldn't possibly sneak in, could they? Even if they did, I still have the Mentor's protective talisman. Let's just go train for now. At the same time, at the majestic secret headquarters of the Heaven Mandate sect, inside a lavish hall with a classic style and dim candlelight, a subordinate bowed his head to report, Yang Zhentian. Our people in Madu believe that the S-class Jingming is developing too rapidly and could become a threat to us. They are requesting permission to assassinate Jingming to eliminate future trouble. Should we consider taking action? The Yang Zhentian asked with an authoritative voice. Jingming from Madu? Where is he right now? The subordinate replied, respectfully. He is currently training at the Thunder Secret Realm in Heidong City, Jiangnan Province. He won't be leaving for a while, sir. The Yang Zhentian ordered the man in the red cloak standing nearby. Blood Fiend, once you finish your work in Jiangnan Province, make a trip there. Eliminate Jingming, along with the entire Thunder Dojo secret realm. The assassin, Blood Fiend, gave a cruel, wicked smirk. Understood, my lord. I love hunting down these human geniuses the most. The subordinate chimed in confidently. If Lord Bloodfiend makes a move, this mission is guaranteed to be a total success. Lord Bloodfiend is at the mid-level of rank 8 and possesses terrifying combat prowess. Even if Ling Chang from Madu, a newcomer at the early stage of rank 8 who specializes in spatial abilities, intervenes, it won't be a problem at all. The scene shifted to a bustling street packed with red lanterns and vibrant, inviting advertisements. Spring Festival clearance sale, 20% off all elixirs. Buy 10 and get a limited edition E-Class Snowman battlesuit set for free. Only 100 sets available. First come, first served. Special Spring Festival prices for E-Class rare herbs, sold in bundles. Watching the bustling street, Jingming walked alone. He thought to himself, the Spring Festival really is coming. Looks like I'll be spending it alone again. The cultivation effect of the Thunder Star Core is truly not bad. My blood energy increased by 3 points in 2 hours. That's equal to 6 days of normal training. It's just a shame it's still a bit slow. He looked up at the towering spire in front of him. He smiled with expectation. I hope the Thunder Tower won't let me down. It's the place Senior Jiang couldn't stop recommending. It's a fantastic spot for observing natural lightning and improving proficiency in manipulating abilities. At the first-floor lobby of the Thunder Tower, the receptionist informed him that since he held an S-Class pass, he was granted 4 hours of access to the secret training room on the 100th floor. Would you like to use it now? Jingming passed through the checkpoint, puzzled. What do you mean by the 100th floor secret training room? The clerk explained. The Thunder Tower has 110 floors in total. The higher you go, the better the effect for observing natural lightning. He nodded. I see. Sure, I'll use it right now. The elevator doors opened, and Jingming stepped resolutely onto the 100th floor. Stepping into the spacious room, Jingming looked around at the empty space, muttering in confusion. Where's the lightning? Suddenly, a dazzling bolt of lightning struck down from the ceiling with a thunderous boom, illuminating the entire space. Jingming looked up in awe at the swirling blue lightning bolts above him. He gasped. This is the most basic form of lightning. He observed intently, his eyes shining as he analyzed the origin of the lightning, which was in a storm zone over 1,000 meters in the sky, something impossible to observe with the naked eye. But here, I can see so many more details and mysteries. 4 hours later, Jingming sat meditating amidst the countless lightning bolts, excitedly realizing, if I stay here consistently, I could reach the proficiency to liquefy lightning in less than 5 days. This place is absolutely a holy land for cultivation. Just then, the receptionist's voice cut through his thoughts. Sir, your time has expired. Jingming cracked the door open and asked, how can I extend my time in this room? The clerk replied with a polite smile. You can only exchange Thunderstar cores for it. The room on the 100th floor only accepts rank 4 Thunderstar cores. One entry-level rank 4 core gets you 3 hours of time, and for every rank higher, the time is extended by 1 hour. Jingming broke out in a cold sweat, rubbing his chin and grumbling inwardly. That expensive? The official purchase price for one entry-level rank 4 Thunderstar core is over 6 million yuan. 2 million an hour? This is a total money pit. The receptionist suggested, rooms from the 70th to 90th floors can use rank 3 Thunderstar cores. Jingming waved her off, took out his items, and dismissed the idea, thinking, staying right here is fine. Seeing the young man pull out 2 brilliantly glowing star cores, the receptionist gasped, her jaw dropping. She thought to herself, 1 peak rank 4 lightning core and 1 high-tier rank 4 core. Is this young man really that rich? She quickly accepted them and said professionally, "These 2 Thunderstar cores combined will grant you a total of 11 hours. I will add the time for you right now." Jingming smiled and curiously asked, "Since the 100th floor already requires rank 4 cores, what about the floors above it?" The clerk replied with a smile. "Floors 101 to 107 require rank 5 cores, and for floors 108 up to the top, 110, you need rank 6 cores." Jingming gave an awkward smile and turned away. "All right, sorry to bother you." The staff member smiled and replied, "For floors 101 through 107, you'll need level 5 Thunder cores, but for floors 108 up to the 110th, you'll need level 6. Jingming gave an awkward smile and turned away. "Got it. Sorry for the trouble." Cutting to 11 hours later at the main building of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Song Kyun says to Jingming with a cheerful smile, "From the beast materials and the 4 rings, we made a total of 311 million. Junior brother, you definitely owe me a meal next time." Jingming nods. "Of course. If not for Liu Ming helping me get in touch with the purchasing manager, I wouldn't have been able to sell them for such a good price." Liu Jiang mused, arms crossed. "I heard from Coach Wu that you actually killed a high-level grade 4 Storm Thunderbear. You're leveling up a bit too fast, don't you think?" Jingming shrugged smugly. "Maybe my talent is just a little bit better?" Liu Jiang laughed and teased. "You really have no sense of modesty, do you? Spring Festival is coming up soon. What are your plans?" Jingming replied nonchalantly, "I'm planning to make a trip to the Thunderstorm Zone. I don't think I'll be back in time for the Spring Festival." Liu Jiang frowned, urging him, "You're crazy, but I really advise you to come back for it. Our Thunder Dojo is holding an auction on the day of the festival. There might be something you want there." Jingming was surprised. "An auction?" Jingming stroked his chin in thought. Now that his senior mentioned it, there really was something he needed. "This spear isn't comfortable to use anymore. Maybe I can auction for a better weapon there." Liu Jiang nodded to wrap it up. "Then it's settled. I'll save you an entry ticket when the time comes." Jingming smiled and waved. "Sure. I'm heading off to the Thunderstorm Zone now." Scene shift to the dormitory. Song Chuyun sat on the bed, hesitating before calling Danji Jiang. Song Chuyun excitedly suggested to Su Xuan, "I want to go to the Thunder Secret Realm to visit Jingming for the Spring Festival. You should come with me." Su Xuan pointed to herself in surprise. "Me?" Jiang Su Xuan lightly touched her lips, smiling meaningfully. "Sure, why not?" She thought to herself. "It seems little Chu Yun intends to share Jingming with me. This is actually a good thing." 6 days later, in the central district, a modern skyscraper was surrounded by blinding bolts of lightning. As he entered the lobby, Jingming presented the glowing energy stones to the female receptionist and asked her to check them for him. "How long can I stay on the 100th floor?" She was stunned by the thunder crystals, blurting out, "So many grade 4 thunder crystals." The clerk carefully counted each one and reported the details. 1 peak grade 4, 3 upper tier grade 4s, 1 mid-tier grade 4, and 4 lower tier grade 4s. In total, they can be exchanged for 37 hours of usage. While processing the paperwork, she secretly glanced at him, her face blushing, thinking to herself, she had worked here for 2 years, but the number of times she'd seen grade 4 thunder crystals brought in for exchange could be counted on one hand. I didn't expect him to be so young and handsome, yet he pulled out 9 grade 4 thunder crystals at once. How can he be this powerful? Regaining her composure, Jingming asked, "Can the usage time be broken up into smaller sessions?" The receptionist replied enthusiastically, "Of course. After you finish observing, just swipe your card at the machine near the door to stop the timer." Jingming nodded contentedly. "Great." Scene shift to the afternoon of New Year's Eve. As Jingming was meditating in the middle of a glowing electric grid, the phone placed on the ground rang. He reached out to touch the screen to accept the video call. Immediately, Chu Yun's radiant face appeared, asking, "Jingming, guess where I am?" Jingming looked at the screen with a calm expression and replied, "The Thunder Secret Realm." Chu Yun blinked in surprise. "How did you know?" Jingming smiled, pointing at the screen and gently explaining, "Where else besides the Thunder Secret Realm would have so many flashing lightning bolts?" Hearing this, Chu Yun laughed awkwardly. "All right, I forgot about the lighting. Danzi Sushuan and I wanted to surprise you, but we forgot to ask for your address, so we had to call to ask," causing Jingming to look over in surprise and ask, "Danzi Jiang is here too?" At that moment, Sushuan leaned her beautiful face into the frame, smiling teasingly. "What's wrong? Does our Shu surnamed Junior not welcome me?" Jingming hurried to respond. "How could that be? Of course I welcome you both. Send me your specific address. I'll come pick you two up right now. After hanging up, he swiped his card at the device on the wall, and the system announced that room number 6 had finished its session. With 4.5 hours remaining, he frowned while walking outside. Only 4.5 hours left? I wonder if I can master lightning liquefaction. If not, I'll have to go to the thunderstorm zone one more time. A moment later, Jingming brought the two girls to his modern, luxurious villa with a private pool. Just as they entered the living room, Sushuan looked at him in surprise, exclaiming, "Only about 20 days have passed, and you've leveled up again?" Chuyun added with her mouth agape in shock. "Is your advancement speed a little too fast?" Jingming rubbed his head and smiled modestly, explaining, "I ran into a few crises while training, and luckily broke through to the upper tier grade 3. Hearing that explanation, Chuyun clutched her head and sighed in lament. "I suspect that by the time we graduate, you'll already be a level 7 master. Comparing oneself to others really makes a person go crazy." Seeing this, Jingming tried to coax her and change the subject. "Don't be angry anymore. How many credit points did your entry passes cost?" Chuyun held up 2 fingers and replied, "We bought grade B passes. We can only stay for 2 days, and it cost 1,000 credit points each." Jingming's eyes widened in surprise as he did the math in his head. 1,000 credit points for 2 days. That's 10 million Great Shia dollars. Then he pointed to the wooden stairs and instructed them enthusiastically, "There are 4 rooms on the 2nd floor. Except for my room, you two can just choose any 2 you like." But Chuyun immediately refused. "We don't need that many rooms. We can just share one." Jingming nodded in agreement. "All right then, you two head upstairs. I'll take you out to eat in a bit." But Sushuan had already taken out all sorts of ingredients from her spatial ring and said, "Tonight is New Year's Eve, so dinner should naturally be eaten at home. We already prepared all the ingredients before coming here." He looked at the pile of vegetables and fruits, asking in surprise, "You two know how to cook?" Chuyun smugly clenched her fist, confidently declaring, "Of course. Danji, Sushuan, and I are both experts." Jingming smiled, took off his coat, rolled up his sleeves, and said, "All right, then I'll assist the 2 head chefs." This made Sushuan laugh happily. "Haha, sounds good." A long while later, the sumptuous dinner ended. Jingming set his chopsticks down and exhaled contentedly. "Phew, I'm so full." He rubbed his stomach and sincerely praised them. "I have to admit, your cooking skills are better than I ever imagined." This made Chuyun proudly reply, "Well, obviously." Suddenly, a loud firework explosion went off outside, startling Chuyun. She turned her face toward the window and exclaimed. Watching the brilliant bursts of light, she immediately stood up, pointed outside, and excitedly suggested, "It's rare that we get a chance to spend New Year's Eve together. Let's take a group photo on the rooftop for the memory." The others agreed immediately. "Sure thing." The 3 of them quickly headed out to the rooftop area by the pool. The night sky was ablaze with successive, colorful bursts of fireworks. Thuvan held her phone up high and happily cheered, "Smile. Let's all look at the camera for a keepsake." Watching the sky sparkle with fireworks, Xu Jingming smiled gently and thought to himself, "Ever since I received the system, everything around me has truly been turned upside down. This is the first time I've ever had such a wonderful New Year's Eve." Moving to the next day, Xu Jingming just entered the lobby of a large building with the 2 girls, sounding apologetic. "I'm really sorry for dragging you both to an auction on the first day of the new year." But So Huyen just laughed it off. "Don't be so polite." And Thu Van chimed in as well. "That's right. Besides, I was looking to buy some equipment anyway." Just then, senior brother Jiang Lok walked over from a distance and asked Xu Jingming, "Who are these 2? So, Xu Jingming quickly introduced them. "Brother Lak, let me introduce you. These are my friends from Mado University, freshman Tong Thu Van and sophomore Jiang So Huyen. And this is my senior, Giang Lok." The 2 girls politely bowed. "Nice to meet you, Senior Giang," which made him flustered, and he hurriedly replied, hello there." At the same time, he wiped sweat from his brow and thought to himself, "Our junior brother is impressive, having so many beautiful girlfriends, and being with 2 at once, looking so harmonious too. I'm miles behind him." After the greetings, Senior Giang gestured for them to head in and said, "Let's head inside. I'll take care of the tickets for these 2 young ladies," which made Xu Jingming smile gratefully and reply, "Thank you, Senior." As the group passed through the lobby, they heard boastful chatter from another group. "Sister Van Oan is amazing. Not only did she take us into the lightning forbidden zone, but we also get to attend this auction." Another added, "I heard that others had to spend tens of millions just to buy a single pass." And the man standing next to her laughed mockingly. "Haha, spending 10 million? What idiots." Hearing those grating words, Thu Van frowned, turned back, and asked, "Which family are they from? Why are they so arrogant?" Senior Jiang looked toward the attractive woman in the black dress walking through the crowd and explained in detail. That woman is the eldest daughter of the Lai family, the head of the 6 major families of the Forbidden Zone. Her name is Lai Van Oan, the eldest lady of the Lai family in the Forbidden Zone. Their family head is an honorary vice master of the Lightning Martial Hall and is about to break through to the 7th rank. Her brother is only 27 and has already reached the peak of the 4th rank, so it's no wonder they're a bit arrogant. Shu, Jingming calmly analyzed. They have talented people in both the older and younger generations. No wonder this Li Van Oan is so insolent. Senior Jiang nodded in agreement. That's true. Come to think of it, her brother, Li Thuong Lam, is just like you. He also uses a spear, but he is an enhancement type, while you are a lightning type. Reaching the end of the lobby, Senior Jiang stopped in front of a massive double door and gestured for them to enter. We've arrived. Welcome to the Lightning Forbidden Zone auction. The doors opened to reveal a giant, semicircular auction hall. Senior Jiang continued explaining, the Spring Festival auction is of the utmost importance. Those who can enter here are no ordinary characters. They are all dignitaries with liquid assets of over 100 million. About 800 people have been invited here. After the group found their seats, the senior pointed to the chairs and instructed, each seat has a number and an electronic screen on the right armrest. You just need to enter the price and press confirm to place a bid. After bidding, you need to raise your hand to signal. Hearing this, Xu Jingming nodded in confirmation. I understand. Senior Jiang Lakan pointed to the small screen on the armrest and guided him. You can check the items on this screen and prepare for the auction beforehand. Xu Jingming touched the device, nodded, and replied, Okay, let me see what they have. His eyes scanned the list quickly as he assessed the scale of the event. Exotic flora, lightning cores, combat gear, S-rank resources, a total of 108 items. They really have everything. Looking at the list, Gyang Lok laughed faintly and asked, Don't you think S-rank is a bit low? Actually, he thought it was just right, since we can't really afford anything too expensive anyway. Xu Jingming calmly agreed. That's true. Sitting right next to him, Thu Van curiously leaned over and asked, Xu Jingming, have you picked out anything you want to buy yet? He calmly replied, I'm a bit interested in a few things, but I'll wait for the host to introduce them in detail before deciding. Even though he said that, in his mind, he had already targeted 2 decent items. One was an S-rank spear, starting at 500 million. My C-rank Black Serpent spear needs to be replaced soon. The other thing is a pack of 5 low-grade 4th-rank lightning cores, starting at 40 million, which will save me time from hunting lightning beasts. Soon after, the mistress, Tri, stepped onto the stage and loudly announced, Welcome to the Lightning Martial Hall auction. Today, we have a total of 108 items. The first item is a 3-5-year-old A-rank ice grass, which helps increase mental points by 50 for those below the 5th rank. Starting price, 20 million, with a minimum increase of 100,000. As soon as the announcement ended, the entire hall erupted with continuous bidding. Seat 0213, 21 million. Seat 0625, 22 million. Seat 0408, 22.4 million. The lively atmosphere lasted for an hour until the host introduced the new item. Item number 36, 5 low-grade 4th-rank lightning cores. Starting price, 40 million, with a minimum increase of 200,000. Seeing his target appear, Xu Jingming leaned forward, reached out to press the button, and thought to himself, the first thing is finally on the floor. The system immediately recorded it. The host looked at the gallery and announced, Seat 0310, 41 million. But the competition didn't stop. Other screens kept lighting up. Seat 0637, 41.4 million. Seat 0708, 41.8 million. Observing the intense situation, Xu Jingming frowned and calculated. Too many people are fighting for this. It seems I need to drive the price way up to make them back off. He decisively pressed the button, and an overwhelming number appeared, drawing the attention of the entire hall. Seat number 0310, 46 million. The huge gap caused the atmosphere to stall. Mistress Tri immediately urged, Is there any more bidding? 4th-rank lightning cores are rarely sold publicly. If you miss this opportunity, who knows when the next one will be? 46 million, going once. The hall was silent. The host tapped the gavel and decided, 46 million, going 3 times. Sold. She announced congratulations to the guest in seat 0310. We will proceed with the handover after the auction ends. Xu Jingming blinked, turned over in surprise, and said, "Was it really that easy to buy?" Jiang Luo chuckled and explained, "The Thunder Dojo and the major families hold a ton of Thunder Crystal cores. Only solo fighters like you have to buy them elsewhere. You hiked the price by 5 million all at once, so they naturally backed off. They don't make as much money as you do." Curious, Jiang Luo asked, "But why are you buying so many Grade 4 Thunder Crystal cores?" "It's more cost-effective than constantly hunting Thunder Beasts," Jingming replied nonchalantly. "I feel like my mastery of lightning is about to break through, so I want to try using them all at once to clear the hurdle." His casual remark made Jiang Luo break into a cold sweat, and he exclaimed in shock, "Good grief, you're breaking through to the liquefaction stage already? I didn't even hit that until my senior year. You really are a monster." 2 hours later, the spotlight focused on a magnificent glass display case. The host announced clearly, "We now move to our 98th auction item, an S-grade weapon, the Flowing Cloud Golden Wind Spear, a masterpiece by the master blacksmith Yu Wen, measuring 2.1 meters in total length." A close-up of the spear appeared, accompanied by an enticing explanation. The shaft is forged from a special A-grade Mia alloy, while the tip is made from extreme wind alloy, the hardest and sharpest material among S-grade alloys. The audience immediately erupted into excited whispers. "Yang Zentian Yuan hasn't released a new work in a year or two, right?" "That's right. I never expected him to drop such a masterpiece out of nowhere. Extreme wind alloy. I'm actually drooling." Jingming's eyes lit up, his lips curling into an ambitious smile. The Mia alloy has the property of increasing in weight when infused with psychic energy. "This is exactly what I need right now. I have to get that spear." The hostess continued to fuel the heat of the race. After infusing it with psychic energy, the maximum weight of this spear can reach 100 tons. Many guests are surely going to love this. The starting price is 500 million, and each increment must be at least 1 million. The money war immediately broke out in full force. Seat number 0113, 505 million. Seat 0224, 520 million. Seat 0131, 530 million. Without missing a beat, Jingming reached out and pressed the button, and the big screen updated. Seat 0310, 600 million. The bidding war escalated relentlessly. Seat 0310, 610 million. Seat 0310, 620 million. Seat 0310, 630 million. Sensing the tension, Jingming pulled back his hand and rubbed his chin, calculating. It seemed hard to intimidate them into backing off. "I'll wait and see for a moment. I have a feeling Li Wanying at seat 0104 will be my biggest rival." Sure enough, Li Wanying arrogantly raised her hand and shrugged, challenging, "The Li family is bidding here. Let's see who dares to compete with me," while the host calls out 630 million for the first time. Ignoring her blatant threat, Jingming calmly signaled to continue. Seat 0310, 640 million. His determination surprised the crowd, who began to gossip. "Someone is still bidding? He looks like a stranger. He must be an outsider here to experience the scene. Only people like that don't know the rules here." Blocked, Li Wanying tilted her head and glared at Jingming, using an arrogant tone to intimidate him. "My friend, my brother, Li Shanglin, happens to need a spear that fits his hand. If you're willing to give it up to me, you'll gain the boar. Friendship of me, and even the alliance of the Li family." Facing the pressure, Jingming kept a cold expression, thinking disdainfully, "The friendship of a peak grade 6 fighter really doesn't mean anything to me." Just then, the host stood up straight and raised her voice in warning. "Miss Li, this auction strictly forbids buyers from making personal threats. If you break the rules once more, your bidding rights will be revoked." Regardless of the warning, Li Wanying's and Jingming's eyes locked, sparks flying in the air as the price continued to climb. Seat 0104, 650 million. Seat 0310, 660 million. The surrounding audience gasped at the direct confrontation. "Dad, who is this guy? He's so bold. He dares to bid against her? Isn't he afraid of the Li family's retaliation later?" Tisk tisk. He actually dared to anger Li Wanying. This is definitely going to turn into a good show. Clenching her fists to control her rage, Li Wanying gritted her teeth and hissed to herself. "I can't believe this guy dares to look down on me. Look down on the entire Li family. Damn it." Ever since her father reached the peak of grade 6, such a ridiculous thing had never happened. The host interrupted the tense atmosphere with an announcement. 660 million, going once. Li Wanying glared at Jingming, sneering as she raised the price. Seat 0104, 670 million. She secretly challenged, "I want to see what kind of financial power you have to go against me." Faced with the astronomical price, Jingming had to turn for help. Shu Yun, Dan Jijiang. Can you two lend me some money? I'll pay you back in full later. Shu Yun immediately replied generously. I have 500 million right here. That should be enough for you, right? Su Xuan calmly added. I also have about 1 billion. If it's not enough, I'll have my family wire more immediately. Receiving strong backing, Jingming smiled and waved his hand. That's plenty. For an S-grade weapon, there's no need to bid if it exceeds 1 billion. Using that money to have someone forge a new one is more practical. Jiang Luo, sitting next to him, overheard this, and his eyes widened in horror as he screamed inwardly. What the hell? What kind of terrifying background do the junior's two girlfriends have? They talk about 500 million or 1 billion like it's nothing, and they can even easily ask their families for more. What kind of monster family background is this? This is truly absurd. Fully reloaded, Jingming confidently raised his hand to push the price to a new height. Seat 0, 310, 700 million. The money chase entered its most intense stage. Seat 0104, 750 million. Seat 0310, 780 million. Seat 0104, 800 million. Seat 0310, 830 million. 830 million. Going twice. Li Wanying's face was twisted in anger, and she was about to raise her hand when the friend with her quickly stopped her, advising, Miss Wanying, the price has exceeded the budget. Do you really want to spend over 1 billion just to make him bleed money? Let it go. He's not a fool. Just give it to him. I have other ways to deal with him. When no one responded, the host struck the gavel hard on the table, decisively ending it. 830 million. Going 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the guest at seat 0310. Jingming smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, 830 million. This price is still within the acceptable range. I hope this spear won't let me down. Half an hour later, at the pickup area, a female employee carefully brought the items out and said, Sir, here are the 5 low-quality Grade 4 Thunder Crystal cores and the S-Grade Flowing Cloud Golden Wind Spear you won, totaling 874 million. Please check your items before proceeding with the handover. Jingming nodded. All right. He stepped toward the cabinet and firmly grabbed the cold metal shaft of the spear. As he lifted it, the lightning power in Jingming's body unconsciously surged out, wrapping the spear in bright, flashing electric arcs. Satisfied with the new weapon, Xu Jingming pulled out his card and handed it to the clerk. Everything was in order, so he swiped the card. Elsewhere, in an incredibly luxurious villa, a butler hurried over and asked, Miss, you called for us so urgently. Is there something you need us to handle? Li Wanying was sitting with her back turned, and she ordered in an icy tone, Butler Li, help me kill someone, then added, and strip all of his equipment. The butler raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Who is this person? Where should we strike, miss? She turned around, sneering as she explained, I've already looked into it. His name is Xu Jingming, a Grade 3 superior ability user. He entered the Lightning Secret Realm using an S-Class pass from the Magic City Ability University. The butler looked apprehensive. A student from the Magic City Ability University? Should we investigate further? She waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. There are dozens of students like him coming to the Lightning Secret Realm to train. Just wait until he goes deep into the realm before we make our move. Li Wanying's eyes flashed with cruelty, and she smiled maliciously. With the ferocity of the vicious beasts in the Lightning Secret Realm, within an hour or two, there won't even be a scrap of his remains left. As for that spear, changing its appearance with a few simple modifications and a new paint job will be effortless. Upon receiving the orders, the butler immediately turned to 2 black-clad bodyguards and commanded sternly, You two, from now on, lie in wait at the entrance of the Lightning Secret Realm. Report back the moment you spot Xu Jingming. The 2 bodyguards bowed and replied in unison. Understood. Li Wanying added a final instruction to the butler with a venomous expression. Butler Li, let me know the moment you start the operation. I'm coming with you. I want to see with my own eyes how he regrets ever crossing me. The butler bowed in obedience. No problem at all, miss. By this time, Xu Jingming had brought his new weapon to the training area. He traced his hand along the shaft of the spear, admiring it as he thought, truly an S-Class spear. The way this feels in my hand is absolutely impeccable. The maximum weight of the Flowing Cloud Gold Wind Spear is 100 tons. First, let's try channeling my ability with full power to see how much the weight can increase. He channeled all his power, and a blinding surge of electrical energy exploded, flowing straight from his hand into the weapon's shaft. In the very next instant, the spear's weight skyrocketed terrifyingly, dragging Xu Jingming down. The tip of the spear slammed into the floor so hard that he had to grit his teeth and force out, Damn it! Xu Jingming frowned, analyzing the massive weight pressing down on his arm. My lifting limit is at most 5 tons. I almost lost my grip just now. The weight must have already exceeded 6 tons. This spear originally weighed only 800 kilograms, but it suddenly jumped to 6 tons. Maybe I can change my attack style. Thinking it, he did it. He regained his stance, braced himself, and swung the massive weapon, slicing through the air. With incredible force, the spear tip smashed into the floor, shattering the wood and leaving a deep crater. Looking at that terrifying destructive power, the corners of Xu Jingming's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. Definitely useful. While swinging the spear, I can suddenly increase the weight to 6 tons. That massive weight combined with momentum, if an opponent is caught off guard, they'll definitely be severely injured. He slowly lifted the spear, pondering as he assessed. Controlling the momentum after increasing the weight is a bit difficult. Once Song Tuoyun and the others leave, I should head to the lightning storm zone to practice more. This really is a giant killing machine. The next day, outside the sun-drenched villa grounds, Song Tuoyun and Jiang Suoshuan waved goodbye. Xu Jingming, goodbye. Once school starts, we'll be counting on your guidance. Senior Xu. Responding to their enthusiasm, Xu Jingming smiled gently. Thanks for coming to keep me company. See you when school starts. He lingered by the roadside, waving until the red sports car disappeared around the corner. Leaving the noise behind, Xu Jingming turned around and walked away, his gaze becoming determined. Next, I need to get to the lightning storm zone quickly. I have less than a week left in this secret realm. I need to collect enough lightning cores as soon as possible. Elsewhere, a muffled voice came through the earpiece of a black-clad bodyguard. Miss, Xu Jingming is about to enter the lightning storm zone. Please come here quickly. Upon receiving the news, Li Wanying, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately flashed a sinister smile, fiddling with her phone. Is that so? Good. I'll be there right away. As she stood up to adjust her dress, she ran into Li Xianglin, walking over. He asked, Are you going out, little Ying? She turned around, her eyes flashing with cruelty, and smiled in response. Yes, I'm going to get your birthday present. Brother, I've been carefully preparing it for a long time. Hearing this, Li Xianglin tilted his chin arrogantly and smiled smugly. Oh, then I'm really looking forward to it. Cutting to a deep, silent forest in the lightning storm zone, Xu Jingming had just thrust his spear through a vicious beast, causing blood to splatter and stain the grass. As he slowly pulled the tip out of the carcass, he tilted his head slightly toward the dense bushes behind him and said in a cold tone, You've been following me for a while now. Isn't it time to come out? The sound of rustling footsteps echoed as the butler named Li led 2 burly bodyguards out of the shadows, clapping as he sneered, as expected of a genius from Magic City. Only at grade 3 superior, yet your senses are this sharp. Xu Jingming's eyes were as sharp as knives as he calmly swept his gaze over the strangers. I don't think we know each other. Why are you stalking me? Before the henchman could speak, Li Wanying, in a seductive high-slit black dress, glided out from behind them, speaking arrogantly. You might not know them, but you certainly should know me. Seeing his enemy from the auction the other day, Xu Jingming rested the tip of his spear on the ground and asked calmly, Are you planning to rob me of this S-class flowing cloud gold wind spear? She burst out laughing, waving her hand. No, no, no. It's not just the spear I want your life too. It's just a pity about that handsome face. If you hadn't stood in my way, you might have ended up at the head of my harem, singing and entertaining me every day. Faced with that brazen arrogance, Xu Jingming's eyes darkened, and he let out a cold remark. You won't even spare a human life? How ruthless. Provoked by his detached attitude, Li Wanying glared, her face twisted in malice. Before the strong, the weak have no right to speak. Kneel down and apologize to me. I'll grant you a quick death, otherwise, I'll make you taste the pain of 1,000 cuts. As if just waiting for this, Xu Jingming let out a grim smile. The massive pool of lightning ability energy in his body exploded violently, blowing back his hair and turning him into a blinding electromagnetic center. Before the strong, the weak have no right to speak. That's a nice line, but I guess you haven't done your homework on me. You have no idea who the real powerhouse here is. The terrifying pressure from Jingming sent branches and grass flying, creating a gale that made Wanying stumble back in a panic, cold sweat pouring down her face. What the hell is going on? Amidst the blinding aura, Jingming wore the grin of a descending deity, facing 2 mid-level Tier 4S and 2 low-level Tier 4S. And you think this is enough to kill me? Come on, I'll give you a chance, all of you. Come at me at once. Sensing overwhelming killing intent, the old steward turned pale and shouted in a panic. Something is wrong. They charged together, leading the bodyguards straight toward their target. Facing the coordinated attack, Jingming calmly reached his hand forward, his voice resonating with the power of divine thunder. Die, you fools. The very next moment, from high in the sky, countless golden lightning bolts carrying destructive power struck down directly onto the old steward and his minions, making them scream in desperate agony. Massive bolts of lightning devastated the ground, crushing everything nearby and utterly erasing the attackers into nothingness. Witnessing that surreal scene with her own eyes, Liu Wanying's pupils constricted in sheer terror, sweat soaking her forehead. Uncle Li and the others, they were killed instantly. I have to get out of here. I have to run. Staggering backward, Liu Wanying tried to flee, but before she could get far, she tripped and fell to the ground. In horror, she looked up at the towering silhouette of Jingming as he slowly closed in, his voice cold as a death sentence. Now that it was her turn to face his overwhelming killing intent, Liu Wanying scrambled backward, trembling as she stammered, Who are you? How is your power this terrifying? Jingming looked down at her majestically and replied, Just a student studying at Mado University, Jingming. Didn't you just try to kill me to steal my treasure? Overwhelmed by extreme fear, she completely lost her dignity, begging pitifully, I know I was wrong. Please spare me. I'll give you tens of billions in cash and ensure you can leave this place safely. Sensing that money wasn't enough, she stroked her chest, showing off her seductive curves. This is a place of promise. I can serve you personally. I am definitely not inferior to the two women by your side. That pathetic invitation only earned a look of utter contempt from Jingming. He growled mockingly. Those two girls are both exceptional. They cannot be compared to a body like yours, one severely corroded by greed and narcotics. Besides, I'm a germaphobe. You're truly too filthy. That cruel insult instantly shattered her desperate facade. Liu Wanying twisted her face and roared madly. You bastard! How dare you insult me like that? You'd better hope you don't let me get back alive, or I'll kill your whole family and skin you alive. My brother and my father will never forgive you. Ignoring the shrill threats, Jingming slowly raised his hand, gathering blinding sparks of electricity, and calmly declared, Don't let you get back alive? Fine, as you wish. In the very next moment, a massive column of lightning carrying destructive power struck down from above, completely engulfing the wicked woman. Standing and watching the dust rise from the ashes, he muttered coldly, Those who make a living killing others will always be killed in turn. Once you have the intent to kill, you should have been prepared to be killed yourself. These psychic clans usually install tracking functions in their spatial rings. I won't be picking them up. At the same time, in an incredibly luxurious villa, the alert system suddenly emitted an emergency signal. The heart rate of smart bracelet number 003 had stopped, losing all signs of life. Staring at the text on the virtual screen, Li Xianglin stood up in a panic, blurting out, Bracelet number 003, that's Xiao Ying's. The shock quickly transformed into extreme rage. He strained his neck and roared, Who dared to kill my sister? Lock onto Xiao Ying's location immediately. I need to know where this happened to her. The subordinate hurriedly checked the device and reported in confusion. Bracelet number 003 has lost connection. Its last recorded location was on the outskirts of the thunderstorm zone. Li Xianglin furrowed his brows in confusion. Didn't Xiao Ying say she was going to get a birthday gift for me? How could she end up in trouble on the outskirts of the thunderstorm zone? Losing all patience, he shouted orders. Contact Xiao Ying's escort team immediately. I want to know what the hell they are doing. But the subordinate extinguished his last shred of hope. All 4 members of the escort team have lost vital signs. Their smart bracelets cannot connect. Li Xianglin's face darkened with resentment. He gritted his teeth and muttered, Uncle Li and the others are all dead? Who is capable enough to kill Uncle Li's group without even giving them a chance to send a distress signal? Standing nearby, the subordinate cautiously analyzed. It could be a peak Tier 4 fighter on the verge of a breakthrough, or perhaps we underestimated the opponent. Furthermore, the opponent is very meticulous. He didn't even touch their spatial rings. Li Xianglin replied irritably, If that's the case, finding the culprit will be quite difficult. Seeing the subordinate hesitate to ask if they should notify the family head, Li Xianglin rubbed his temples and dismissed it. No need. My father has been in seclusion for 6 consecutive days, trying to break through to a Tier 7 Grandmaster. Find clues first. Check Xiao Ying's recent itinerary, and see who she has been in contact with. Receiving the order from his master, the lackey bowed. Understood. I will go check immediately. Very quickly, he swiped through his phone and reported in detail. A month ago, the young lady had a dispute with the Wang family. Half a month ago, she entered the thunderstorm zone. 2 days ago, she tried to buy an S-tier spear as a birthday gift for you, but it was bought by someone else. Listening intently, Li Shanglin suddenly turned around and interrogated. Wait, tell me, who was the one who bought that spear? The subordinate immediately replied. His name is Xu Jingming, a student currently studying at Mado University. He entered the Thunderstorm Secret Realm with an S-tier pass. He was the valedictorian of the 2037 college entrance exam in Jiangnan Province. S-tier ability, Tier 3 mid-grade. Connecting all the dots, Li Shanglin slumped onto the sofa, firmly asserting, "Stop looking. It must be this guy. Xiao Ying said earlier that she was going to get a birthday gift for me." The subordinate cautiously reminded him, "Young Yang Zentian, this involves an S-tier psychic. Things might get a bit complicated." Hiding half of his face, which was distorted by hatred, he hissed cruelly. "There is nothing complicated about it. A life for a life. So what if he's S-tier? He killed my sister, so I want him dead." Without hesitating for another second, Li Shanglin strode out of the living room and coldly ordered, "Uncle Quan, follow me. We will ambush him at the exit of the thunderstorm zone. If I can't kill him myself, you will help me kill him." Completely contrary to the undercurrent surging outside, deep in the forest, Jing Ming was still sitting comfortably, resting on a beast's carcass with a glowing spirit core in his hand. He looked at his battle spoils with satisfaction, smiling as he calculated. "I've wiped out 17 Tier 4 lightning beasts, netting 4,250 energy points and 17 lightning cores of various levels. This amount should be enough. This time, I'm going to give it my all, and try to break through to the lightning liquefaction realm in one shot." After packing up his loot, Jingming turned and walked deep into the dense forest, leaving behind one final, decisive mutter. It's time to head back. Returning to the bustling scene at the security checkpoint, a man with spiky hair stood before the entrance, listening to the receptionist's polite request. "Hello, please present your travel pass." The man with a sinister smile, clearly visible on his face, swiped his card. The electronic system immediately announced that his identity had been confirmed. Lading Martial Arts Center, C-Rank Travel Pass. Owner, Zhang Heng. Remaining time, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. For those who don't know, this guy is the blood fiend Red Bishop of the notorious Heaven's Will sect. He shoved the card into his pocket with a nonchalant expression. He listened as the receptionist kindly reminded him, "The C-Rank Pass only allows you to stay in the Lightning Secret Realm for 24 hours. Please manage your time wisely." Who has the time to worry about time management? He let his bloodshot eyes show, along with a wicked grin, thinking triumphantly to himself. "Don't worry, 24 hours is more than enough for me to get everything done." Heh heh, Xu Jingming of Mado University, your days are numbered. Meanwhile, a group of men in black suits were standing with their hands behind their backs, lined up as if they were about to collect a debt. Seeing that intimidating formation, some young people passing by couldn't help but whisper. One person stammered, "What the hell? Who are these guys? Why have they just been standing there, staring all day?" The friend next to him hurriedly waved him off and hissed, "Shh, keep it down. They're all from the Li family. They've been staking this place out for days." The young man in the hoodie clicked his tongue, looking as if they were waiting for someone. "I'm afraid someone's about to be in big trouble. Speak of the devil and he shall appear." Our protagonist, Su Jingming, had just stepped out of the gate when the black-suited bodyguard quickly touched his earpiece and reported stealthily, "Young Yang Gentian, the target has appeared." With the sharp hearing of someone who had just finished cleaning out a nest of beasts, Jingming glanced over and quickly did the math. Young Yang Zentian? Before he could think further, the young master of the Li family lunged down from the air like a hawk, grabbing prey, gripping a spear and roaring, "Xu Jingming, you finally decided to crawl out. I'll make you pay in blood." Faced with the flurry of attacks, our young man, Jingming, stood calmly analyzing his opponent. Fourth rank peak, uses a spear. Looks like this guy might be Li Shanglin. Then he clicked his tongue in regret, thinking to himself that, if he'd known, he would be found anyway. He wouldn't have bothered destroying those space rings, wasting hundreds of millions for nothing. Upon landing, Li Shanglin thrust his spear through the air with rage and questioned him, "Xu Jingming, I'm asking you, did you kill my sister, Li Wanying?" Jingming dodged the attack as lightly as a feather and responded blandly, "Don't you already know the answer? Why waste your breath asking?" That response, so straightforward it bordered on arrogance, left the onlookers with their jaws dropped in shock. Holy crap, Li Shanglin's sister was killed? The guy in blue shrugged sarcastically. With her personality, it's no surprise she invited disaster upon herself. The guy next to him looked at Jingming with pity. "I just feel bad for this kid. He's definitely going to face the wrath of the Li family's revenge." Hearing the culprit admit it without denial, Li Shanglin was so furious the veins on his face popped out. His whole body trembled with rage as he gritted out, "It really was you. How dare you kill my sister?" Maintaining his cool demeanor, Jingming explained the reason quite reasonably. "Your sister tried to kill me to steal my loot, so she got killed instead. Do you need any other reason? The wealthy always think they're in the right." Li Xianglin swung his spear, creating a powerful pressure wave, and shouted his ridiculous logic. "Even if my sister was wrong, you had no right to kill her, because she doesn't stand alone. She has the entire Li family backing her." Hearing that nonsensical argument, Jingming replied, "Bored. Why are we even talking about this nonsense? At the end of the day, isn't this all decided by who has the bigger fist?" To prove his fist was massive, Jingming immediately unleashed his power, his whole body erupting with blinding lightning, his hair turning white and standing on end with dignity. He provocatively beckoned, "If that's the case, come on and try me. Let's see if you and the Li family standing behind you can even touch a single hair on my head." That brilliant supernatural glow made the crowd realize his true identity. Someone broke out in a cold sweat and screamed, "No way! He really is the S-rank ability user from Madu University, Xu Jingming." Others gulped and exclaimed, "A 19-year-old freshman, 3rd rank high grade. Good heavens." The guy in the blue shirt shielded himself from the gust of wind and sighed, "What a shame. Could a genius with such promise really be dying here today?" Seeing his opponent show off his power, Li Xianglin immediately tore off his clothes, transforming into a giant green-furred werewolf with bulging muscles, roaring arrogantly, "You arrogant fool, you're just a pathetic 3rd-rank high-grade brat. I'm more than enough to take your life." As he finished, the werewolf delivered a devastating spear strike. Jingming didn't flinch, using his lightning-brightened spear shaft to deflect the blow. The force of the impact was so strong it made the werewolf's eyes widen in shock, thinking he had the upper hand thanks to his massive size. The werewolf frantically slashed his weapon again and again, sneering, "A lightning-type ability user like you dares to face me head-on? You're really just looking for a way to die." Ignoring the barking, Jingming swung his spear to retaliate. The two weapons collided, creating a blinding explosion of light that tore up the concrete floor. To everyone's surprise, the terrifying recoil from that blow sent Li Xianglin, with his massive frame, flying into the air in total disbelief. Electric sparks crackled along his weapon. He landed heavily, struggling to dig his spear into the road to break, sliding a long distance before coming to a stop. His glowing purple eyes were wide, his mind filled with confusion. How is this possible? Is his physical strength actually greater than mine? Something isn't right. I'm a 4th-rank peak enhancement type ability user, but I'm losing in strength to a lightning type? Not giving his enemy time to think, Jingming gathered a massive amount of golden lightning in his palm and coldly declared, "If it were another time, I might be interested in playing with you a bit longer, but right now, I just want to finish this quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, Jingming fired a giant, brilliant pillar of lightning down from above, shouting powerfully, "Heavenly Thunderstrike!" It directly engulfed the entire body of the Li family's werewolf. Instantly, the blue wolf opened his mouth to roar, feeling pain to his very core. "Ah, no. If he keeps fighting like this, he's definitely the one who will die." Beaten back into his original form, Liu Xianglin lies sprawled on the ground, his clothes tattered and pathetic. Crawling backward while sobbing for help, he screams, "Uncle Quan, help me!" Instantly, the butler in sunglasses transforms into a battle god, leaping right over Xianglin's head. His fists, burning with intense flames, aim straight for Jingming in a brutal counterattack, leaving the crowd of onlookers wide-eyed and gasping. Cold sweat pours down their faces as they realize the identity of this bodyguard. A young man shouts in terror, "That's Butler Li Quan, a peak rank 5 fighter." His companion sighs heavily. Xu Jingming is doomed. The power gap between major ranks is insurmountable. When those two forces collide, the blazing red flames scream and swirl, swallowing our protagonist in a blinding, violent light. But wait, the butler, mid-attack, suddenly breaks into a cold sweat. He glances back in sheer panic, his voice cracking as he yells, "Yang Yang Zentian!" The crowd starts buzzing again. A man stares in disbelief, shouting, "He took down a peak rank 4 fighter with just 2 bolts of lightning. What kind of terrifying skill is that?" The guy in the hoodie nods tremblingly. An S-tier ability is truly monstrous, but how did he survive those flames? The answer is revealed immediately. Standing amidst the swirling firestorm, the protagonist, Jingming, remains completely unharmed and looking sharp, thanks to a shield of high-tech blue energy wrapping around him. He smirks, gripping his spear, and sighs, "In the end, I still had to use the trump card my master left behind." Realizing the existence of this VIP toy, the butler grits his teeth and retreats, thinking, Is that another amulet from an ancient civilization? Faced with this predicament, he wipes away sweat, helplessly deciding he has no choice but to notify the family head. He touches his ear. The butler, pale as a ghost, delivers the horrific news to the big boss. The young master was killed at the lightning storm exit, and the young lady is also. The camera cuts to the extravagant mansion of the Lee family, currently bathed in the peaceful morning sun. But that peace is shattered instantly. The roof explodes into pieces. A majestic figure tears through the wind and clouds, soaring into the sky with an aura of overwhelming murderous intent. A close-up of the ferocious face, of the bald family head, his eyes glowing with red lightning. He roars in agony, "Shaolin, my son, you didn't even have the chance to grow up." The old man stomps on the air, launching himself at a speed that tears through space, creating a massive energy vortex as he streaks past high-rise buildings. Back at the battlefield, Jingming's expression changes suddenly. Cold sweat breaks out as he senses an unprecedented, terrifying pressure descending from high above, like a meteorite crashing down. The Li family head slams down right in front of Jingming. The force of the impact shatters the ground, splitting it in two, creating a shockwave that slams hard against his blue energy shield. The old man's face is twisted with bottomless hatred. He grinds out every word with venom. "You little brat from Magic City University. How dare you kill my daughter and my son one after another? This has crossed the line." Seeing the big boss, Lee, the butler approaches timidly, head bowed, only to be met with a barrage of curses from his enraged master. "You piece of trash. If you can't even protect one person, what the hell do I keep you around for?" As he yells, the family head casually swipes an arc of energy, slapping the pathetic butler across the face. The strike is so fast and vicious that the butler only has time to tilt his head back in terror. It wasn't just a slap. The strange red energy coils tightly around the butler's neck, choking him and draining his life force until his face shrivels like a withered corpse. He can only manage a choked, gurgling sound. Ha! Having disposed of the useless servant, the cold-blooded man steps over the shriveled body, pointing his glowing hand and demonically red eyes at Jingming, roaring for his life. "Now, it's your turn." Even the narrator has to gulp in place of the protagonist. Jingming grips his spear tightly, sweat beading on his forehead, his face tense as he struggles against the pressure of death. But no good show is complete without a last-minute savior. Suddenly, a man with sleek gray hair and a stylish suit steps between them, shouting loudly, "Li Changhai, what do you think you're doing here?" Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this powerful figure is none other than the manager of the Lightning Secret Realm, Wang Gu. The crowd of onlookers starts working at full capacity again. The guy in the gray shirt cheers excitedly. "Wang Yan is here. He's the only rank 7 Grandmaster in the Lightning Secret Realm." The hooded guy continues, just as pumped. "Instructor Wu is here too. All the top martial artists from the Lightning Martial Arts Hall are here." It looks like the hall is backing Xu Jingming now. Seeing the opposing sides suddenly grow in numbers and influence, the Li family head grinds his teeth in resentment, bitterly thinking to himself, "Damn it. It seems I can't kill this brat today." The bald man has no choice but to swallow his pride. He respectfully clasps his hands and bows to Wang Yan, the protagonist's savior. Meanwhile, the instructor in the beanie turns to smile and reassure his junior student. "Don't worry, kid. With the manager here, Li Changhai won't be able to stir up any trouble." Jingming finally relaxes and says, "Thank you, sir." Wang Yan, looking majestic, tilts his head to look at Jingming, smiling in approval. "Xu Jingming, I've heard from Instructor Wu about your combat achievements earlier. Seeing you now, you are truly exceptional." The young man humbly deflects the praise. "You're too kind, sir." Wang Yan then pulls a sharp turn. While the friendly group is congratulating each other, in a dark corner of the crowd, the bearded villain from earlier is secretly observing everything. His red eyes widen, and he flashes a twisted smile. "Heh, now that everyone is gathered, my job will be so much easier." Still unaware of the storm brewing behind him, Wang Yan kindly pats his chest to reassure Jingming. "Don't you worry, Student Xu. I will never let anything happen to you in this lightning secret realm." Jingming bows respectfully. "Thank you, sir." Branch Wang Yan. The audience starts to disperse. The guy in the gray shirt spreads his hands. Looks like Xu Jingming is safe. His friend next to him pouts. "Stop talking nonsense." Branch Wang Yan is a mid-rank 7 Grandmaster. Li Changhai wouldn't dare make a move in front of him, even if you paid him. The hooded guy sighs and waves his hand. No more show to watch now. But alas, right behind them, the villain's hand was gathering a swirling vortex of blood-red energy. "Surprise, sweethearts." With a cruel, twisted smile, the blood assassin unleashed a wide-range attack. Countless spikes of blood energy shot out like grim reaper scythes, piercing through the 3 nosy youngsters, killing them instantly in a fit of rage. The villain, his eyes burning with demonic fire, released his full power, creating an explosion of black and red aura that radiated throughout the space, officially signaling the start of a bloody massacre at the secret realm entrance. Following the gruesome display, the villain unsheathed his razor-sharp claws and let out a manic roar. The Blood Assassin Cardinal of the Heavenly Mandate sect had orders to destroy the Thunder Secret Realm. Gu Wang, Xu Jingming, your time is up. Immediately, Manager Gu Wang broke into a cold sweat and took a step back, exclaiming in shock, "The Heavenly Mandate sect and 8th-tier Grandmaster?" The Blood Assassin pointed down, smirking sarcastically. TSETS, a 19-year-old kid at high-level Tier 3, yet your actual combat power exceeds that of a peak Tier 4. If you were allowed to grow, you might actually become a martial saint. But what a pity. You're dying here today. He leaned his wrinkled face in, grinning with a twisted ear-to-ear smile, and mocked, "By the way, I recall your school has a space-type grandmaster, right? Why don't you call her out and see? Or is it too far for your principal to teleport over?" Our protagonist, Xu Jingming, broke into a cold sweat, staring speechlessly at the lunatic before him, while thinking to himself in confusion. Has this 8th-tier Grandmaster from the Heavenly Mandate sect finally lost his mind? He's being way too arrogant. Even if he doesn't know Ling Chang just leveled up, she's still an S-class space-type Esper. You sure about that? The corner of Jingming's mouth curled into a confident smile as he held a flashing blue tech talisman between his fingers. He replied calmly, "Why does everyone always love to pop the champagne in the middle of the game? If you want to meet my principal so badly, then have it your way." He crushed the space talisman in his hand, and shimmering blue crystal light scattered everywhere. Immediately, Jingming waved his hand, pointing straight at the sky. A brilliant blue space magic circle appeared, hovering right in front of the secret realm's great hall. And from that beautiful magic circle, Ling Chang emerged, her long black hair flowing, her fiery figure dressed in a noble, elegant red gown, stepping out like a descending goddess. The crowd below stared with dropped jaws, one gasping, "Is that the 8th-tier Grandmaster from Modu University?" Another broke out in a cold sweat, sighing, "That aura is truly terrifying. It really is an existence capable of destroying an entire nation." Dongqing breathed a sigh of relief. Now, we don't need to worry anymore. Seeing the big boss appear, the bald guy Li Kanghai turned green with fear, sweat pouring like rain as he muttered to himself, "Xu Jingming can actually summon an 8th-tier Grandmaster? Good thing I didn't make a move earlier, or the entire Lai family would be finished." Floating in the air with overwhelming queen energy, Ling Chang squinted at the figure in the white cloak, her tone cold and mocking. The remnants of the Heavenly Mandate sect really do cling on like ghosts, don't they? The Blood Assassin was caught off guard, his face deathly pale as he broke into a sweat, analyzing Ling Shuang of Modu University. How could she teleport here? Her maximum teleportation range shouldn't even reach 500 kilometers. Ling Shuang glanced over with sharp emerald eyes, smiling as she realized she had him trapped. "I knew you remnants of the Heavenly Mandate sect wouldn't give up, so I intentionally hid the news of my breakthrough. I never expected you to actually take the bait." The Blood Assassin's eyes widened in shock. A breakthrough? So her aura really has reached mid-level Tier 8. Realizing this fight was way too tough, the villain quickly turned on his heels and ran for his life, leaving trails of smoke behind him, along with a desperate internal scream. "I'm only B-class, but she's S-class. My only choice is to run." Seeing his prey trying to sneak away, the beautiful Ling Shuang calmly raised her delicate hand forward, creating a brilliant blue magic circle, and coldly passed judgment. "Want to run? It's too late." The Blood Assassin panicked as a massive hexagonal blue spatial dome suddenly descended, enveloping him. It was her ultimate move, the spatial domain. Without a second of hesitation, Ling Shuang darted inside the spatial domain she had just created, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. She swung her hand to create a massive spatial blade, tearing through the air, and commanded firmly, "Be a good boy and stay right there." Immediately, the villain launched a wave of blood mist to block it. "It won't be that easy to kill me." The two energies, blue spatial energy and crimson blood magic, collided, creating a violent explosion of light that shredded everything in its vicinity. With overwhelming power, the beautiful Ling Shuang continued to launch magic arrays, forcing the Blood Assassin to struggle and retreat in the air. Inside the energy barrier, blinding explosions rang out repeatedly, accompanied by blood-red lightning flying everywhere. While Jingming and Gu Wang stood outside like VIP spectators, branch manager Gu Wang raised his hand to instruct his subordinates, "This battle will likely last a while. Supervisor Jiang, Supervisor Zhao, Instructor Wu, Stay here with me to support Ling Chang. Supervisor Li, lead the others, and notify our brothers at the Thunder Martial Arts Center. Tell them to arrange an orderly evacuation for the civilians. Turning to Jingming, Guwang reminded him, Xu Jingming, you should evacuate with Supervisor Jiang as well. But Jingming was stubborn and replied nonchalantly, it's fine, I'll just wait here. The narrator is here to translate the inner thoughts of our bold protagonist, who is squinting and eavesdropping. Bloodslayer is definitely no match for Ling Chang. Even if she couldn't beat him, she'd certainly be able to get me out of here safely. If I go running around like a headless chicken, I'll just make things more difficult for her. Besides, a battle between rank 8 grandmasters is an incredibly rare opportunity to learn. Fast-forwarding half an hour, the battle is drawing to a close. The Bloodslayer is battered, bruised, and drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Ling Chang strolls over from behind, radiating a brilliant aura. With his energy spent and his strength failing, the villain faceplants onto the hard ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. So much for his grand, intimidating display. Our protagonist starts crunching the numbers again. Looking at the body, he thinks, a rank 8 grandmaster who cultivated the secret blood art. If I were the one to finish him off, I wonder how much energy I'd get. Beside him, Instructor Luo wipes away cold sweat and sighs in admiration. Truly worthy of being the vice principal of our Magic City University. Absolutely brilliant. Bloodslayer couldn't win, nor could he escape. His only path now is death. Instructor Wu nudged Xu Jingming with his elbow, teasing him. Getting one space charm is already a huge deal. Are you really going to ask for a second one? Jingming turned with a bitter smile and explained, I only have this one left to save my life. If I use it up, I'll lose this privilege for good. The instructor joked further. In that case, wouldn't Ling Chang really become your full-time nanny? Just then, the lady herself landed and walked over, her voice ice cold. What on earth are you two talking about? Hearing that, the two young men jumped and stood at attention like students caught by a proctor, stuttering, Ling Chang. Ling Xuchang ignored their gossiping and handed Jingming a brand new, shimmering blue space charm, kindly instructing him, the remnants of the Heavenly Fate sect are still running wild. I'm giving you this space charm. If you encounter any danger, crush it immediately. Jingming happily reached out to take it. Thank you, Nanny. Wait, my mistake. Ling Chang held the new charm in her hand, while Instructor Wu stood beside them, his eyes red with jealousy, screaming internally. Good heavens, another space charm. Has she really turned into a nanny? After finishing with her favorite student, Ling Xuchang turned to Branch Chief Wang Gu and sternly ordered, You are the Branch Chief of the Lightning Martial Arts Hall, correct? I need you to keep the details of the recent battle absolutely confidential. Furthermore, spread the rumor that I was severely injured in the fight against Bloodslayer, and will be unable to use my space abilities for a short time. Wang Gu nodded, acknowledging the order. The branch chief broke into a cold sweat as he realized the brilliance of this beautiful lady, silently analyzing that this was a classic lure the enemy tactic. If the Heavenly Fate sect truly falls for it, they might just lose another rank 8 cardinal. As she prepared to leave, Ling Xucheng added, Also, Xu Jingming's combat performance in the Lightning Secret Realm must be kept under wraps. The National University Tournament is starting soon. Wang Gu nodded to report. Understood. However, there is one thing regarding the student named Xu that I need to tell you. It concerns the Li family. Upon hearing the report, Lingchang Xuchang's face darkened with killing intent, her blue eyes flashing with terrifying rage. They dared to kill for treasure and even intended to hunt down my student to the end? Where is that Li Kenghai hiding now? Immediately, the old man stepped out from the crowd. I am here. Ling Xuchang stood tall and majestic, looking down from above at the bald Li Kenghai, who was trembling violently and coldly passed judgment. Indulging your children in murder and robbery is a result of lack of discipline. Knowing it was wrong yet still deliberately choosing to kill, this is an intentional crime. Li Kenghai, I will hand you over to the Public Security Bureau for 20 years of imprisonment. Do you accept this? The old man's face turned ash white, plunged into utter despair, muttering in his broken heart, 20 years my time is truly up. The arrogant family head had no choice but to drop to his knees on the cold ground, humbly gasping, I accept and am ready to face the punishment. The audience began buzzing with excitement, and the spiky-haired guy's jaw dropped. Holy crap, 20 years is so long. Magic City University is as protective and overbearing as ever. The bowl-cut guy standing next to him immediately curled his lip and replied, Protective my foot. It's clearly the Li family's own fault. Watching the Li family head kneeling in humiliation, Branch Chief Wang Gu silently analyzed the situation. With these 20 years, the Li family is effectively finished. Both core figures have fallen, and I doubt they will ever recover their former status. Having dealt with the mess, Ling Xuchang turned to remind her student, "You need to be more careful lately. People from the Heavenly Fate sect might really come after you again." The protagonist, Jing Ming, stroked his chin and asked with a mischievous, bold smile, "Principal, for such a difficult mission as being the bait, is there any reward for me?" Instructor Wu stood by, his jaw dropping in shock, breaking into a cold sweat as he screamed internally, "Damn! Is this junior always this bold? He actually dares to demand a reward from a rank 8 Grandmaster?" Even more surprisingly, the beautiful Ling Xuchang turned around and asked softly, "A reward? What do you want?" This left Instructor Wu staring with wide eyes, frozen and biting his nails. What the hell? She's actually going to give him a reward. Realizing he had joked a bit too much, Jingming hurriedly waved his hands with a sheepish grin to save face. No, I was just kidding. He thought to himself, I already got a space charm. I shouldn't be too greedy. Ling Xuchang narrowed her eyes and smiled gently, saying, "It's been a long time since anyone dared to joke with me. However, I actually do have something I want to give you." Under the dim light, she pulled out an exquisite necklace sparkling with magical energy and calmly said, "Here, this is for you." Even as thick-skinned as he was, Jingming couldn't help but break into a sweat, raising his hands to politely refuse. "Principal, this is too valuable. I can't accept it." He knew it was top-tier stuff. He could feel the energy radiating from it, which was even stronger than the rank 7 talisman his master had given him. Ling Chang smiled and praised him. "You have a good eye. This is a rank 8 protection charm. It can withstand an attack from a mid-rank 8 Grandmaster." She pushed it into her student's hand. "It's useless to me now anyway. Just consider it a reward for you." Jingming respectfully lifted the gift with both hands, bowed his head, and swore sincerely, thanking her for her concern. "Ling Chang, if you ever need anything in the future, I am ready to go through fire and water for you without a moment's hesitation." Ling Xuchang nodded. "Good attitude, but it's still too early for you to be of help to me. Just focus on your training for now." The young man happily wrapped the expensive necklace around his wrist like a bracelet, while Instructor Wu stood clenching his fists, watching with envy. "Oh my god, I really want one too." Watching this display of deep teacher-student affection, Wang Gu glanced over, calculating, "It seems this Su Jingming holds an extremely important position in Ling Chang's heart. With someone like that, we must do our best to win him over and befriend him." Once everything was settled, Ling Xuchang kindly asked, "Are you finished here? Magic City University is starting soon. It would be convenient for me to take you back with me." Jingming scratched his head and replied, "I still have a few things left to do. Principal, you can head back first." "How long will it take?" Ling Xuchang asked. Jingming rubbed his chin and estimated, "Probably about 2 more days." To everyone's surprise, Ling Xuchang broke into a smile as beautiful as a goddess, her emerald eyes shimmering with a gentle, final look. "All right, I'll wait for you here. When you're done with your training, I'll take you back together." Jingming beamed with gratitude. "In that case, I'll have to trouble you, Principal." Behind them, Instructor Wu felt like crying from jealousy. "So jealous. I'm dying of envy. Nanny-level treatment from a rank 8 Grandmaster? Is this the kind of treatment reserved for geniuses? If that were me, I'd be lucky not to have been slapped into oblivion." Whoosh, the scene shifts, leaving the ruined battlefield behind. We arrive at a luxurious villa filled with sunlight and a cool, blue swimming pool, a far cry from the usual gritty intensity. Our protagonist is lying face down on the bed, looking haggard as he lazily taps on his smartphone. Suddenly, he springs up like a coil, scrambling to get moving. "Damn it! I actually slept for 2 whole days and nights? Is it already the 19th? There's only 2 hours left before my residency permit for the Lightning Secret Realm expires. How am I supposed to master the liquid lightning process in time? This is a total scam!" Jingming tears through the hallway like a whirlwind, drifting around the corner on the hardwood floor, desperate as someone about to miss their flight. Upon rushing into the living room, his eyes widen in surprise to see Ling Chang sitting in meditation, her hands gracefully forming a magical seal. He gasps internally. The principal is actually waiting at the villa? The beautiful principal doesn't even turn around, asking calmly, "Did you rest well?" Jingming breaks into a cold sweat and stammers, "I rested very well, but there's not much time left to master the natural lightning." Ling Chang gently releases her magical aura, stands up, and offers a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. The branch manager of the Lightning Martial Arts Hall has upgraded your S-rank card to a permanent one. You don't need to worry about the time limit anymore." Jingming lets out a sigh of relief and nods, analyzing, "I haven't really done much to deserve this." She replies, Wang Yan upgraded your access on his own initiative. He must value your potential very highly. He knows how to play it cool, and replies, if it weren't for you, Principal, Wang Yan certainly wouldn't have done that, right? Ling Chang crosses her arms, praising him. You have a pretty clear grasp of the situation. However, he doesn't know you're an SS rank. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even needed to use my influence. Also, once the National University Tournament begins, I'm afraid this won't stay a secret for much longer. You need to prepare yourself. Prepare for what? Jingming asks. Ling Chang turns to look out the window, the light catching her ethereal profile. She slowly lists the deadly temptations. Money, power, fame, wealth, and, of course, beautiful women. More than 10 S-rank ability users appear on Earth every year, but the last SS rank appeared 4 years ago. You must keep your resolve. Placing a hand on his chest in a vow, the student nods obediently. I understand, teacher. Nevertheless, Ling Chang warns him in a serious tone. More than fame, wealth, and power, I am more worried about beautiful women. That is the tactic most often used by foreign factions. The beautiful woman leans in close, her lovely face inches away, her emerald green eyes flickering mischievously as she teases him. If the 2 girls by your side can't satisfy you, you can tell me, and I'll help you solve that. Flustered by the aggressive flirting, the protagonist turns beet red, breaks into a cold sweat, and steps back, thinking to himself, there's no need for that. What kind of wild talk is that? This is way too ambiguous. Seeing her student blush, Ling Chang drops the teasing tone, turns around, and calls out toward the door. You two, come in. The door opens, and Branch Wang Yangu and Instructor Luo enter. Wang Gu announces the good news gently. Xu Jingming, Li Changhai, has been thrown into prison. I guarantee the Lai family will never trouble you again. Jingming flashes a confident, bright smile and responds politely. Thank you for the trouble, Wang Yan. Also, thank you for upgrading my pass to permanent access. Wang Gu waves his hand with a kind smile, acting like a model senior. It was just a flick of the finger. I am merely supporting the development of our country's greatest geniuses. Also, I heard you wanted to master the liquid lightning state, so I've granted you 2 4-hour access to the top floor of the lightning tower. Hearing the VIP status, Jingming's eyes light up. He bows and thanks him profusely, while Ling Chang beside him has already opened a glowing spatial portal to the top of the lightning tower. Thank you for looking after me, Wang Yan. The great Ling Chang steps gracefully into the magic circle and turns back, urging him, let's go, I'll take you there. Before stepping through the portal, Jingming waves goodbye. Instructor Luo, after I finish mastering the natural lightning, I'll head straight back to school. See you next time. The instructor waves back enthusiastically. That's right, see you next time. I knew you were leaving soon, so I specifically came to say goodbye. The magic portal slowly closes, leaving the 2 men, Wang and Luo, watching the golden radiance fade into nothingness. The camera cuts to a new scene. Before us stands the lightning tower, with its futuristic, high-tech architecture, where massive green lightning bolts rain down from the sky in a frenzy. Entering inside, Jingming sits cross-legged in meditation at the heart of an energy formation, where countless golden bolts of lightning weave and swirl around his body. A close-up of his green eyes, burning with determination. He focuses intensely, noting that the lightning here is much closer to the source than it was on the 100th floor. Raising a hand into the air, he carefully controls and feels the powerful electric currents swirling around his fingers. 17 hours later, Jingming's hands are no longer just sparking with dry electricity. The lightning has condensed into shimmering, flowing liquid. His lips curl into a satisfied smile, his eyes filled with pride as he watches the liquid lightning flow across his arm. Jingming cheers in his mind. Yang Gentiani of liquefaction achieved. I've finally mastered it. Not wanting to waste any more time, he gathered his strength, condensing a massive, liquid lightning orb that lit up the entire room. He thought to himself that if he just condensed the lightning into a sphere and launched it, that alone would be enough to cause devastating damage. As Xu Jingming sat down, Ling Shuang calmly activated the blue holographic control panel to analyze his attribute stats. The screen clearly displayed, Xu Jingming, Level 3 high-grade ability user, Heaven God Lightning, SS rank, Physique 312, Mental Vitality 261, Energy Points 18,231, along with a list of skills waiting to be upgraded. Stroking his chin like a seasoned gamer, Jingming muttered that he still had 18,000 energy points, which was still a bit far from breaking through to level 4. I'll upgrade my combat skills first. As for leveling up, I'll wait until the National University Tournament begins to harvest a massive wave of energy points. Visions of the bloody battlefield flashed through his mind. He smugly planned it out. The tournament is divided into solo matches, team battles, and survival matches. The final round is a competition to see who can kill the most monsters. At that point, all of them will be above level 4. I'll definitely be able to collect a massive amount of energy points. The plan was set. He clenched his fist and stood up, sparks of electricity exploding from his body. Let's upgrade the immortal lightning body to the 5th stage. With a blinding flash, Jingming's body transformed. His hair turned white and stood on end, and pointed ears appeared, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. In his peak lightning form, his muscles bulged with electrical energy. He excitedly remarked, "Spending 15,000 energy points to upgrade has boosted my vitality by nearly 1,000 points." Flexing his toned arm, veins and lightning surging beneath his skin, Jingming nodded in satisfaction. A strong physique must be matched with corresponding skills to be fully utilized. If that's the case, I should upgrade my martial arts skills to the Grandmaster level as well. With that, he threw a punch with enough power to level mountains and drain seas, striking the air and creating a violent explosion that shredded everything nearby. Looking at the cracked wall caused by the aftershock, he brushed back his white hair and smirked confidently. With my current strength, I could almost take down a peak level 4 lightning storm bear with a single punch. I probably wouldn't even be at a disadvantage in close quarters combat against a level 5 beast. Returning to his handsome black-haired form, Jingming turned and walked toward the door with ease. The liquefaction process is complete. It's time to go. As he stepped out of the training room, he was startled to find that Headmistress Ling was still there, eyes closed, leaning against the wall, patiently waiting for her favorite student to finish his training. Ling Shuang crossed her arms and squinted at him, full of questions. "I understand you succeeded in comprehending lightning liquefaction, but why did your physique increase by such a large margin?" Jingming raised his fist and replied modestly, "I was just lucky. I upgraded my immortal lightning body martial arts technique to the 5th stage, which is why my vitality increased so significantly." Ling Shuang smiled faintly, a look of nostalgia in her eyes. "I almost forgot about that immortal lightning body technique your master created. Back then, when he wanted to trade for the essence blood of a level 8, low-grade SS rank lightning tyrant dragon for you, I was the one who agreed to it." Ending the trip down memory lane, Ling Shuang elegantly waved her hand, creating a brilliant golden teleportation circle at their feet, and tossed her long hair back. "All right, you're done here. Let's head back to the university." Shifting scenes. Under a dark, cloudy sky, an ancient castle with classic Western architecture stood tall, exuding an air of mystery and darkness. Deep within that gloomy sanctuary, 2 cloaked followers bowed subserviently, reporting to the figure standing in the shadows. Reporting to the cult leader, Bloodfiend has been eliminated by Vice Headmistress Ling Shuang of the Magic City University. Ling Shuang is currently severely injured and can no longer use her space-based abilities to protect Xu Jingming at all times. Should we continue with our plan to take him out? A ferocious, scarred follower stepped forward, radiating killing intent. "Leader, please let me handle this. I will definitely bring back Xu Jingming's head." But the cult leader, with eyes glowing red beneath a white hood, raised a hand to stop him, and spoke in a deep, calculating voice. "Since the great Xia nation issued the extermination order, our Destiny cult has lost too much core combat strength. Now is not the right time to target Xu Jingming. Starting today, everyone must stay low and wait for the peak of the original energy tide. When the Supreme Heaven God descends, that will be the moment our Destiny cult achieves eternity." Hearing the firm command, the followers bowed in unison before the throne, amidst a swirling crimson energy vortex, fanatically chanting, "Follow the destiny. The Heaven God lives forever. The Supreme Heaven God is eternal and indestructible." Leaving the deluded cult behind, the camera zoomed back to civilization, showing the shimmering blue glass skyscrapers of Magic City Ability University sparkling in the sun, cutting back to Jingming. Ling Shuang sat with her legs crossed gracefully on a regal leather chair, a package of crackers floating in her hand as she said kindly, "It seems comprehending. Lightning liquefaction really drained you, didn't it?" Jingming replied sluggishly. "Yes. To break through, I had to push my ability to its absolute limit for 17 hours. I am completely exhausted." The doting mentor pushed a huge pack of glowing senior rice crackers directly toward the protagonist's face. "These are seniors. Eat some. They can help you recover your energy." Jingming held the pack of rice crackers and stared blankly. "Wait, are you kidding me? Is this really the B-rank training resource senior that you brought back from the secret realm last time? This is my first time seeing them." Taking a bite and crunching loudly, Jingming's eyes suddenly lit up, and he praised them excitedly. "The taste is actually amazing. I feel like my energy has been completely restored." Ling Shuang's cute, chibi-fied head popped up to explain further. These don't just restore energy, they also bring good luck to those who eat them. I hope you can defeat Beijing University in the upcoming National University Tournament, get your name on the gold plaque, and take the #1 spot. Headmistress Ling stood by the window curtain, solemnly entrusting him with the mission. Also, I want you to be the captain of the Magic City University representative team for this tournament. Jingming froze for a second. Team captain? All right, I'm in. Clutching the glowing rice cake, the protagonist frowned, then quickly regained his cool persona and vowed with pure determination. No matter what position I'm in, I will absolutely win the championship for this tournament. Seeing his student's burning passion, Ling Shuang smiled seductively, her green eyes filled with satisfaction. In that case, I'll finalize the team roster tonight. If there are no issues, it will be posted on the school's official website tomorrow. The scene shifts to 8 a.m. the next day on the university campus. A male student stares at his phone, throws his hands up, and shouts excitedly, "Hey guys, look! The team roster for the National University Tournament has been posted." The phone screen shows the bright gold text, 2026 National University Tournament roster. Team Captain, Xu Jingming. Year 1, Class 2, Weaponry Institute. Vice Captain, Kong Shi, Class 354, Weaponry Institute. Member, Yao Feng, Class 154, Elemental Institute. The ranking list caused an immediate uproar. A guy scratching his head says in doubt, "Making Xu Jingming the captain? Isn't that a bit too reckless?" The student in blue next to him agrees. Exactly. Jingming is only a freshman. It would have been better to let the more experienced senior, Kong Shi, take the lead. Immediately, the guy in the brown jacket retorts, "I don't think so. Kong Shi is only at the mid-grade level 4. He definitely can't beat the top-grade level 4 from Capital University. It's better to just take a gamble on Xu Jingming." In another corner, a long-haired student is sweating bullets, eyes glued to his phone, biting his lip in shock. Oh my god, has Xu Jingming's combat power really reached this level? We're both freshmen, both top students, but damn, you really can't compare people like that. The gossip corner shifts to school romance. Under the sun-drenched campus courtyard, a girl with glasses and braided hair trots over, teasing her best friend. Shu Yun. Hey Shu Yun, your man is now the captain for the national tournament. He is so cool. Shu Yun blushes, waving her hands in embarrassment. What do you mean, my man? Nothing is certain yet. Her bespectacled friend grabs Shu Yun's arm, looking both curious and reproachful. No way. Didn't you go all the way to the lightning secret realm to find him on New Year's Eve? A man and a woman in the same room, and you still haven't reeled him in? Shu Yun closes her eyes and sighs helplessly. I had Senior Jiang with me at the time. Hearing that, her friend is so shocked her glasses almost fall off. She grabs her head and wails. Senior Jiang Ya? Oh my god, why did you invite her to the lightning secret realm? Does she like Xu Jingming too? Shu Yun turns away, patting her chest with a look of pure righteousness. I think Senior Jiang is a really great person. If I hadn't invited her along, I would have felt guilty, like I was stealing him away. Her friend laughs bitterly, tilting her head to ask a killer question. But how could you possibly share something like love? Shu Yun's eyes suddenly become strangely determined. She smiles calmly and replies, It's fine. I don't mind sharing with Senior Jiang, and she feels the same way. Her friend covers her face, sweating profusely. You two are seriously way too generous. Shu Yun remains relaxed, smiling triumphantly. She raises a finger, analyzing with extreme logic and confidence. This isn't about being generous or not. With Jingming's rapid growth and progression, he'll definitely have more than one woman in the future. So, wouldn't it be better and easier to accept if that person is someone we already know? Completely swayed by this harem logic, her friend nods, still sweating. All right, I surrender to you two. Shu Yun slumps slightly, blushing as she scratches her cheek. It's still too early to talk about this. Jingming hasn't accepted me or Senior Jiang yet. Her friend immediately puts her hands on her hips, mouth agape, exaggerating. Early? What do you mean early? Once the national tournament ends, the whole country will likely know who Xu Jingming is. By then, girls even more outstanding than you proactively approaching him is a real possibility. Shu Yun's purple eyes widen, her lips trembling in shock as she repeats the warning. Girls, even more outstanding than me? Shu Yun walks pensively in the sunset, her eyes flashing with a sense of urgent determination. You're right. I really need to hurry up. Putting the harem drama aside, the camera shifts to a mansion with traditional Chinese architecture, its moss-covered, layered roof tiles showing its age. A deep, authoritative voice echoes, Junior, the Jiang girl already told me what happened in the lightning secret realm. You did well. Jingming stands with his hands clasped, acting humble. In front of his teacher, the bushy-bearded Feng Chen, who is sitting regally on a gold silk sofa. The teacher gestures, "When you strike, you must finish it. If you don't pull out the weeds by the root, you'll only invite bigger trouble." Jingming nods respectfully. "I only dared to do so because I had your protective talisman and Ling Chang's space talisman, Yang Zhentian." The teacher pats his chest proudly, his beard shaking as he laughs heartily. "The talisman I gave you is meant to be used, so don't worry about it. As for Ling Chang, you really need to repay her properly. She has poured a lot of heart into you, and she saved your life." Jingming narrows his eyes with a mischievous smile. "As your student, I know that much." The teacher strokes his beard, squinting curiously at his favorite pupil. "Let's see just how far your strength has reached." Jingming immediately clenches his fist with confidence and reports clearly, "In my normal state, I'm at the peak of level 4, but if I activate my ultimate lightning state, I can go toe-to-toe with an early level 5. Hearing the protagonist's stats, the teacher strokes his beard and breaks out in a cold sweat, exclaiming in horror, "That high? A level 3 kid fighting a level 5, this is truly hard to believe." Under the sunlight streaming through the window, Jingming admires his long, slender hand and explains with a devilish smile, "A lucky break. It wouldn't normally be this high, but luckily, my undying lightning body has broken through to the 5th stage." The teacher frowns, his expression turning serious as they discuss official matters. The noisy online discussions are currently putting a lot of pressure on Ling Chang, because this is the first time she's handled matters like this. "Since your strength has risen so strongly, I think you should help her prove that her choice, in choosing you, was not wrong at all." Jingming spreads his hands, shrugging with confidence. "How should I prove it, Yang Zhentian? You want to challenge the senior, Kong Shi?" My teacher tilted his head with a slight smile and said, "It's simple. Go and take the #1 spot on the school's glory ranking. Kong Shi is currently at the top of that list." Speaking of which, Xu Jingming's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands in excitement, like he'd struck gold. "That's right. How could I have forgotten about that? I always thought virtual training was useless, so I never bothered to step foot in there." The teacher stroked his beard with a smug smile, squinting at his foolish student while offering that final piece of advice. "Jingming, go to the practical training building and give it a try. It will surely bring you more benefits than you can imagine." Whoosh, the scene shifts as we follow Xu Jingming striding into the training building, bathed in the blue light of machinery and futuristic tech. As he walks, he hears a lively boast from 2 passers-by. A young man in a brown jacket clenches his fist, showing off with confidence. "Last time I almost cleared floor 10 and broke the 10,000 combat power mark. I'll definitely do it this time." His friend in the gray shirt immediately pours cold water on him. "Stop bragging. Floor 10 has 20 primary level 2 single-horned rhinos attacking at once. You're only level 2, that's impossible." Ignoring their chatter, Jingming is respectfully led by a beautiful attendant to a high-end, sophisticated-looking capsule machine. She gestures with her hand, introducing it. "This is the most advanced virtual reality stealth pod in the practical training building, reserved specifically for S-class students." The protagonist's appearance instantly draws the gazes of everyone nearby. The 2 gossiping youths recognize him, their eyes widening as they break into a cold sweat, shouting, "No way! It's Xu Jingming. He's here for virtual reality training? This is huge news." The guy in the gray shirt hurriedly urges his friend, "Quick, post it. This topic will definitely blow up and trend. I wonder if he can surpass Kong Shi." Thanks to the volunteer reporters, the school's BBS forum immediately explodes with a series of red-hot, clickbait headlines. Shocking. Xu Jingming arrives at virtual training, between the Thunder Emperor and the Iron Hero. Who is stronger? The truth will be revealed soon. Just how much combat power can the Thunder Emperor actually reach? Xiao Chen will bring it to you. Ignoring the online commotion, Jingming grips the handle, stepping into the virtual training machine with the composure of a pro-rank climber. He lies back comfortably, and the transparent glass lid of the pod slowly closes under the attendant's careful watch. Immediately, the system voice announces, "The virtual space will scan and simulate a body with combat levels and physical strength similar to yours. You must also release your skills and fighting abilities in an instant to facilitate the machine's simulation and execution." Shall we begin? Jingming closes his eyes and relaxes, replying curtly, "Start." A liquid blue illusion rises, covering his body. The system hums with data as it notifies him that it is scanning his physical data. Scan complete. Checking nerve connection points. Check complete. Entering virtual space. A blinding flash of light erupts from Jingming's face, pulling his consciousness deep into the virtual matrix. Jingming lands with a powerful, superhero-style pose on one knee. He is surrounded by beautiful streaks of energy in a vast hall filled with glistening marble pillars. Standing up straight, he looks up at the towering, intricately carved pillar, muttering to himself, "Looks like this is the combat power leaderboard. Over 4,200 people. That's truly incredible." His eyes are immediately drawn to the glowing text showing the number 1 spot. Kong Shi, combat power 502,513. Jingming breaks into a cold sweat while evaluating himself. Kong Shi is first, and I'm at the bottom. No wonder they think Kong Shi is stronger than me. The gap in ranking on this combat leaderboard is just too massive. Suddenly, magical light flickers and converges. A cute little AI girl with fluffy, blonde twin tails appears, floating in the air. She greets him brightly. "I'm Eva. Welcome, S-Class student Xu Jingming, to the Virtual Reality Challenge. First, please select a B-Class battle armor and a B-Class weapon. The space around them instantly fills with countless weapons, swords, hammers, spears floating in mid-air. Eva enthusiastically guides him. Whichever one you want, just reach out and touch it to equip it. You can even customize the weight of the weapon yourself." The protagonist's gaze immediately locks onto his preferred gear. He calmly reaches out with a slender hand and touches a sharp spear. In the blink of an eye, the black-cloaked armor and the spear are already equipped. Eva floats around and asks, "You've finished selecting your armor and weapon. Would you like to start the challenge immediately?" Jingming grips his weapon firmly and nods. Eva smiles excitedly, and a brilliant magic circle filled with ancient characters glows behind her. Counting down. 3, 2, 1. The first floor virtual challenge officially begins. The scene shifts instantly as Jingming stands in the middle of a vast, green meadow. The wind blows gently, making his cloak flutter. Not letting him wait long, a pack of single-horned rhinos with blood-red eyes roars and charges frantically, their killing intent shaking the space around them. What does a ranking grinder have to fear? Jingming, too lazy to even swing his spear, just points one hand forward, releasing a blinding golden lightning bolt directly at the pack. A terrifying lightning explosion rocks the earth. The electric arcs mercilessly swallow and tear apart the entire pack of unfortunate rhinos in a heartbeat. Clearing the stage easily, Jingming carries his spear on his shoulder as he returns to the white marble hall. Floating, Eva announces that he has cleared the first floor challenge. "You have 1 minute to rest. Do you want to rest or continue?" The protagonist replies coldly, without hesitation. "Continue." While Jingming is busy climbing the tower, the narrator's lens zooms over to the senior dormitory area, where European-style stone villas sit silently under the cool shade of trees. Stepping into a luxurious, sun-drenched living room, a group of senior students is gathered, discussing the situation. The guy in the brown jacket speaks up indignantly. "From my perspective, Ling Chang isn't handling this well at all. You're already a mid-stage level 4. No matter how you look at it, you're more suited to be the captain than Xu Jingming." Kong Shi, the man currently ranked number 1 in combat power, sits calmly, listening to the brown-jacketed student continue. "Exactly. You two haven't even fought each other yet, so how could she just choose him directly?" Kong Shi waves his hand, calmly replying, "Don't say that. With Xu Jingming's strength, he is fully qualified to be the captain." Hearing Kong Shi defend the newcomer, the guy with spiky hair sitting on the sofa across from him frowns in complaint. "You're way too gentle. Personally, I'm not convinced. I have to find a chance to fight him and see for myself." Kong Shi smiles to discourage him. "There's no need for that. Ling Chang must have her reasons." Just then, the guy in the brown shirt glues his eyes to his phone screen and lets out an excited laugh. "Look at this. The forum says Xu Jingming has entered the virtual reality challenge. I really want to see how high he can push his ranking." Staring at his phone with a look of confusion, as if he'd seen a ghost in broad daylight, the guy with the buzz cut sitting on the sofa exclaims, "Wait, what? Rank 42? Combat power 214? I remember his combat power was always 0, right? Can we check when Xu Jingming started this challenge?" His fingers flying across the screen, the guy in the gray shirt gives some shocking news with a grim smile. "Found it. It looks like he only started 3 minutes ago." Upon hearing this, the former top-ranked Tizyong's eyes bulge, sweat pouring down his face, as he begins to calculate with the speed of a math genius. 3 minutes. To reach 200,000 combat power, one has to clear the 20th floor of the virtual challenge. In other words, Jingming spent less than 9 seconds per floor on average. Terrified by this hacker speed, the guy in the gray shirt frantically peers at the screen, asking in a panic if there's some kind of mistake. But the guy with the buzz cut shakes his head ruthlessly. No mistake. Several posts are saying the exact same thing. Trying to hold on to his last shred of dignity, he nods and analyzes like a forum expert. His lightning attribute clearing speed is indeed much faster than ours, but the 21st floor will surely be enough to stall him for a long while. Hearing this, the guy in the gray shirt chimes in, gesturing wildly to recover some face. Exactly. The 21st floor challenge is a low-level Tier 4 beast, and it's a major benchmark. Only students who pass this and hit 240,000 combat power belong to the elite squad of Motto University. But before he could even finish his sentence, the buzzcut guy drops his jaw, almost choking on his drink, and blurts out, "Are you kidding me? Did he really clear it that fast?" The guy next to him is sweating bullets, still trying to argue stubbornly. But the 22nd floor challenge has a total of 20 low-level Tier 4 beasts. There's no way he can wipe them all out instantly, right? As if to slap these guys right in the face, a new notification flashes brightly on the screen. Xu Jingming, combat power rank 35, combat power 244,000. The guy with the buzz cut sits there stunned, numbly announcing the harsh reality. You were wrong, he cleared it again. And he even finished off the armored earth dragon on the 23rd floor instantly. Is he even human? While the guy in the gray shirt just stands there swaying, tongue-tied and dumbfounded. Watching from the corner the whole time, the serious-looking Tiziong strokes his chin, beads of sweat dripping down, his face twisted in disbelief, thinking to himself that this guy, Xu Jingming, is far, far stronger than he ever imagined. At the same time, on the 23rd floor of the challenge tower, Xu Jingming keeps his cool, leaning on his spear with one hand, standing next to the massive, smoking carcass of the unlucky monster he just roasted. The AI assistant Eva hovers nearby, hands clasped, covering her mouth with a giggling smile. Report. Student, you're a Tier S student. The forum is currently flooded with posts about you. They're all saying your clearing speed is shockingly fast. Jingming flips his hair, smirks confidently, and drops a major flex. Now that I have an SS tier ability, it's not exactly surprising that my speed is a bit fast. That's definitely the attitude of a VIP player. Floating around the protagonist, Eva gently asks, You've cleared the 23rd floor. Would you like a 1-minute break? Or will you continue the challenge? And naturally, our rank grinder doesn't even blink. He resolutely swings his spear, signaling to continue. Eva happily spreads her hands, creating a brilliant, sparkling magic circle. Very well. The 24th floor challenge begins. This time, there will be 5 mid-level Tier 4 armored earth dragons. In a flash, the 5 giant green-skinned, dragon-like lizards with jagged teeth and piercing eyes appear. They growl and charge as if they want to devour the protagonist alive. Facing the hungry pack, Jingming doesn't even look at them. He takes a step back, spreads his arms, and condenses a gigantic, blindingly brilliant golden lightning orb. Then, with the form of a master baseball pitcher, he launches it into the air, hurling the destructive lightning orb down at the monsters' heads, shouting, Go! A terrifying lightning explosion erupts with destructive power that levels the ground. The dazzling, crimson-streaked lightning cruelly sends the entire dragon pack to the afterlife in a millisecond. Back in the pristine, luxurious hall, Lolly Eva cheers excitedly. Congratulations, Tier S student, for clearing the 24th floor. Combat power has broken the 400,000 mark, entering the top 10. The 25th floor is a peak Tier 4 lightning storm bear. Would you like to rest or continue? Hearing the name of an old acquaintance, the corners of Jingming's mouth curl into a villainous smirk, his eyes flashing as he replies, So, it's an old friend. Let's keep going. I just happen to want to test if I can knock it out in a single hit. Eva gestures happily toward the sky and announces, Very well, the 25th floor challenge begins right now, while Jingming turns his head and asks curiously, Eva, if I clear the 25th floor, how high will my combat power reach? The AI blinks her large, round eyes and spreads her hands to explain. Positions 2nd through 7th on the combat power leaderboard are all stuck on this floor. Only Tiziong has ever successfully passed it, and it took him half an hour. If you clear it in less than half an hour, you will climb to the number 1 spot. As the space around them shifts, a giant, furry lightning storm bear opens its massive maw to unleash a sky-shaking roar, swinging its sharp claws as it charges at Jingming to settle the score. Not even bothering with his weapon, the protagonist dismisses his spear, spreads his hand to gather lightning, and smiles mockingly. Last time, I still needed to play around with you for a bit, but not this time. As soon as he finishes his cool line, Jingming turns into a streak of lightning, his eyes blazing with intensity, and launches a lightning-wreathed fist straight at the bear's face. The bear doesn't even have time to process what's happening before it's bound by a high-intensity blue electric net, paralyzed and frozen in place. Following that, a One-Punch Man-style fist packed with explosive lightning slams directly into the beast's chest, creating a terrifying, piercing shockwave. It sent the bear vomiting blood everywhere. Its eyes flashed with total confusion and despair before a massive, blinding bolt of lightning sent it straight to the afterlife. Back in the VIP lounge, Jingming calmly inspected his smoking fist as if it were a work of art. Eva floated behind him, sweating profusely, as she remarked that an S-rank student is truly quite violent. However, that punch was clean and decisive, more than enough for him to secure the #1 spot. Elsewhere, students gathered on campus were glued to their phones, screaming in shock. 510,000 battle power. The Thunder Emperor has shot straight to #1. A guy with a bowl cut stroked his chin smugly. I knew it. The Thunder Emperor's strength is definitely way above T-Hung. The student next to him wiped sweat from his brow and added, from the start of the challenge to taking the top spot, did it really take the Thunder Emperor only 5 minutes? This speed is just insanely fast. The camera quickly panned back to the villa. Tai-Hung stood frozen like a statue, his hands hanging limp in utter confusion, wondering, how long did Xu Jingming take to climb from 400,000 to 510,000 battle power? The guy in the black shirt stared at his screen, gulping hard as he reported the shocking news. Less than 20 seconds. The guy in the gray shirt heard this and threw away all his dignity, waving his arms and shouting as if he were deeply wronged. I remember the 25th floor having a peak level 4 thunderstorm bear. Did he just send that guy packing to the scoreboard too? What kind of monster is Xu Jingming anyway? Taisheng let out a long sigh, raising his hands in sheer resignation. Is an S-rank ability really this broken? The gap is just too massive. Xu Jingming isn't just a little stronger than me, he muttered, swallowing his pride. Ling Chang was right after all. Back in the sleek, pristine white waiting lounge, the little lolly Eva bowed respectfully, presenting a shimmering magic tablet and a stylus with a fawning grin. S-rank student. Congratulations on climbing to the #1 spot on the combat power leaderboard. Please sign your name here. Hearing this, the protagonist waved his hand and signed his name on the golden tablet, officially staking his claim as the server's #1. Instantly, a massive, blinding screen displayed a giant message, right in the faces of all the haters. Xu Jingming. Rank 1, on the combat power leaderboard. Combat power, 514,000. Jingming stuffed his hands in his pockets, a smug, narcissistic smirk on his face. Pretty satisfying, right Eva? I must be the first student in the entire history of Madu University to clear the 25th floor with the strength of a 3rd-tier peak expert, right? The little Eva, floating beside him, immediately poured cold water on his parade without mercy. I usually don't notice how narcissistic you are, S-rank student, but it's a pity you aren't actually the first. The protagonist jumped, breaking into a sweat and looking awkwardly flustered. Someone stronger than me? Who? Eva fluttered around, counting on her fingers to recount history. Over 100 years ago, when the virtual reality challenge first opened, a male student named Qian Liang cleared the 25th floor while at the 3rd-tier peak. However, he possessed an SS rank enhancement ability. Jingming stroked his chin, recalling dry history lessons. Qian Liang? Is this guy in the history books? It's a shame he didn't reach the 8th tier later on, and fell while exploring ancient civilization ruins. The lowly Eva folded her hands behind her back, tilting her head in curiosity. S-rank student. Do you want to keep grinding? Jingming rolled up his sleeves, brimming with energy. Obviously. Still holding on to that youthful competitive spirit, Jingming frowned and probed for his opponent's weakness. Back then, how many floors did Qian Liang finally clear? Eva smiled and answered truthfully. Also, just to the 25th floor. The 26th floor had 5 peak 4th-tier beasts. He only managed to kill 3 before being defeated. Hearing the scent of a record to be broken, Jingming cracked his knuckles, a super confident, devilish smirk forming. Started up. I'm going to shatter his record right here. Just then, the lowly Eva obediently waved her hand, opening the magic portal. All right, 26th floor challenge officially beginning. No sooner had the words left her lips than the grass field materialized with 5 massive, ferocious gray bears, snarling and baring their teeth, radiating murderous intent as they surrounded the small protagonist. Seeing the pack scatter into a tactical formation, Jingming couldn't hide his mocking, provocative grin, his fingers crackling with electricity. They're actually splitting up to attack? Pretty smart. But too bad, even with a brain, it's useless in front of me. Not even bothering to put in much effort, he pointed 2 fingers to the sky and summoned his signature technique, the Thunder God's Finger. Instantly, a massive, blinding pillar of lightning, carrying destructive power, crashed straight down from the clouds, creating a brilliant, crimson explosion that flattened the ground, roasting the clever pack of bears in less than half a second. Back in the VIP lounge, Eva's jaw dropped in shock as she flew over to shower him with digital confetti. Congratulations to the S-rank student for excellently clearing the 26th floor challenge. Your combat power has soared to 710,000. Jingming shoved his hands in his pockets, acting like a seasoned veteran. The 27th floor must be a primary 5th-tier monster, or maybe a dozen peak 4th-tier ones, right? Previewing the next opponent's info, Jingming broke into a light sweat, his face twisting as he assessed it. An Earth attribute Black Wolf with 2 massive, overpowered talents, Earth Wall and Earth Block. A 5th tier already? This is the first time I've really faced a tanky type like this head-on. Finally, even the rank-grinding machine seemed to feel tired. Mumbling, "Maybe I should take a break." He dropped the cool guy act and collapsed onto the white cloud floor, panting. The lowly Eva floated by his side, dutifully announcing, "S-rank student, you have 3 minutes to recover." The scene cut back to the group of onlookers at the villa. The guy with the crew cut broke into a cold sweat and let out a sigh of relief. He finally decided to stop. The guy in the gray shirt ignored his phone, turned his head, and scratched his hair. Brother Kong, Xu Jingming must have cleared the 26th floor. So, what's waiting on the 27th? Tizyong sweated and stammered, "I'm not sure. The highest probability is a primary 5th tier or a dozen peak 4th tier monsters." The guy in the gray shirt's eyes widened, naively questioning, "A primary 5th tier beast? That shouldn't be possible, right?" Tizyong crossed his arms, acting like a profound, experienced senior. "Yeah, maybe it's just a few more peak 4th tier ones. I'm afraid Xu Jingming will have a hard time clearing this level, still trying to cling to the hope of dragging the protagonist down." The 3-minute break was over. The little Eva spread her arms wide and loudly activated the space. "Start." Jingming immediately lifted his head, his sharp eyes flashing with blinding electric sparks, signaling a massacre. He leaped into the air, his entire body erupting in a menacing suit of crackling lightning armor, his hands gripping a spear, filled with killing intent as he shouted a provocation, "Bring it on." Across from him, a massive, pitch-black wolf with blood-red, thirsty eyes bared its razor-sharp fangs, growling, radiating a terrifying, eerie purple-black aura. Not bothering with small talk, the black wolf stomped its feet, activating magic, and unleashed its talent, pulling up dozens of massive, jagged rocks that hovered above its head. The hailstorm of stones tore through the air like self-propelled artillery shells, aiming straight for Jingming's head without mercy. Peak skill right there. Jingming spun his spear, creating a circular lightning shield in front of him, shattering all the rocks as they scattered in sparks. He gritted his teeth, excited and praising. "That impact force is tough. It's been a long time since I felt this kind of rush." Fired up, the protagonist leaped high like a falcon diving for prey, aiming his brilliant, lightning-charged spear straight down at the center of the giant wolf's face. Realizing it was about to be finished, the 5th-tier wolf played its trump card, activating its talent to thrust up a massive, giant boulder from the ground as a shield against the lethal blow. But Jingming's lightning-infused spear collided violently with the solid rock, creating a terrifying, explosive shockwave that sent everything around them flying. Rubble and dust shattered, filling the air and obscuring the sky. When the dust finally settled, it revealed an empty space. Jingming's eyes widened, cold sweat dripping down as he let out an alarmed cry. "Oh no." Suddenly, the black wolf opened a maw as big as a platter and lunged down like a demon. The protagonist hurriedly crouched, raising his spear to block the lethal bite. But the wolf swiped, tearing his shoulder fabric, as fresh blood and green energy splattered everywhere from the beast's claws. He gritted his teeth against the bone-deep pain. The giant wolf somersaulted over his head with dizzying speed. Jingming clutched his bleeding shoulder, grimacing as he admitted the harsh reality. "As expected, I still can't withstand an attack from a level 5 beast, but giving up isn't in this VIP-level protagonist's dictionary." He endured the pain, raised 2 fingers to the sky, and frantically condensed all his lightning power to create a blinding, devastating streak of lightning. The enemy wasn't going to sit still. The black wolf kicked up the earth, lunging straight through the murky web of lightning, its red eyes locked onto Jingming to take his life. Jingming's face was taut as a bowstring, his eyes flashing with frustrated sparks as he calculated his retreat. It's so fast that my S-rank lightning god and thunder technique can't even touch its fur. Close quarters combat is my only option now. Without a second's hesitation, he swung his glowing, electrified spear, using all his might to deliver a critical strike to the beast's snapping, clawing head. The black wolf let out a roar that shook his eardrums, brazenly swinging its steel claws to meet the lightning-charged spear. The two terrifying forces collided, creating an explosion that blinded everyone, with a shockwave sweeping everything away. Overwhelmed by the level 5 power, Jingming was unfortunately sent flying backward, tumbling through the air. But the protagonist used an acrobatic move to regain his balance, then poured all his cyan lightning into the spear tip, turning it into a lightning drill as he slammed back to the ground. The spear tip pierced deep into the beast's massive claw. Sparks flew everywhere, brilliantly parrying the attack. Suddenly, Jingming roared, his lightning energy bursting to the limit, making his hair stand on end and turn a brilliant golden color like a super cyan, his eyes flashing with furious lightning. In this powered-up state, he swung his spear to shatter the wolf's dark, murderous intent, sending shattered rocks flying everywhere in the wind. Watching the intense combat on the screen, Lolly Eva put her hands behind her back, nodding in admiration, thinking this S-rank student is truly extraordinary. Only 19 years old and already reaching level 5 battle power. He really is the first in 100 years. Furthermore, with his tactical intelligence, his actual combat power is even higher than a normal Earth element black wolf. The screen fast-forwarded 20 minutes later. The giant wolf's corpse, drenched in blood, finally collapsed, while Jingming knelt on one knee, gripping his spear tightly to keep from falling. The rank-climbing machine was now panting like a fish out of water, his chest heaving, sweat pouring like rain after a life-or-death battle that drained every last drop of his strength. He trudged forward, dragging his spear. Jingming grumbled to himself, learning his lesson. It seems I still lack an S-rank spear technique. If I had one, this battle wouldn't have been so brutal. Soon, I'll head to the wilderness area to gather some energy points and learn a move as soon as possible. Little Eva immediately flew over with an ecstatic expression, opening her mouth wide to announce the shocking news. Congratulations to our S-rank student for excellently passing the challenge on the 27th floor. Your battle power has soared once again, reaching a record-breaking 1.01 million. Jingming staggered and turned around, sweating at his own absurd score. Did my battle power really soar that much? Well, a level 5 beast isn't something just anyone can easily take down. Eva blinked and tempted him. S-rank student, do you want to continue the challenge on the 28th floor? This time, it will be 5 beginner level 5 Earth element black wolves. Ignoring his tattered body, his competitive nature wouldn't let him stop, so he confidently waved his hand to accept. Of course I'll continue, but first I need to rest for a moment. At the same time, outside the campus, a group of students were running for their lives toward the tower, screaming, as if they had won the lottery. 1 million battle power. The Thunder Emperor is just too OP, it's a sure thing. This National University tournament is already in the bag. Hurry, let's head to the challenge tower to check it out. The scene shifted back to the VIP villa, where the guy with gray hair slammed his phone into the chest of the guy with a buzz cut. He looked shocked and speechless, barking at him. Someone at the peak of level 3 actually killed dozens of peak level 4 beasts. This battle power is simply too exaggerated. Just a moment ago, someone was bragging loudly about wanting to challenge Xu Jingming to see what he could actually do. Well, still want to try? The guy who was talking big was terrified, dropping his phone in surprise and hurriedly raising both hands to surrender. No way at all. 1 million battle power. He could crush me with a single finger. In another far-off place, the rugged teacher with a wild beard was staring at his phone, smiling smugly to himself. Killing beginner level 5 beasts as a peak level 3 student, even among those with SS rank abilities in this world, you can count the number of people who can do that on one hand. I never expected my least demanding student to become the strongest. Stroking his beard, the teacher muttered, planning his strategy. I'm the coach for the tournament this time, so it looks like I'll have to readjust our strategy based on Jingming's strength. Anyway, this is sure to take a huge weight off Vice Ling Chang's shoulders. Talk about being on the same wavelength. The elite Vice Ling Chang sat with his legs crossed on his regal chair, glancing at his phone screen with a satisfied smirk. That kid even went out of his way to climb the rankings just to prove his decision was absolutely correct. How thoughtful. Back in the arena, after the break, Xu Jingming transformed again into his dazzling blonde Super Saiyan mode, giving orders with authority. Eva, let's go. The little lowly waved her hand and opened the portal. Alright, level 28, here we go. The scenery shifted. The protagonist stood all alone, bracing himself amidst the murderous aura of 5 giant pitch-black wolves baring their fangs. Catching the scent of fresh prey, the pack roared and lunged to tear him apart, tossing a barrage of massive rocks toward him. Instantly, Xu Jingming gritted his teeth, spinning his spear to create a lightning barrier that deflected the stones flying at his face. He wiped his sweat and muttered, "Man, there's so much debris." Just as expected, this was getting to be too much to handle. Pushed to the edge, the protagonist desperately unleashed a brilliant flash of golden lightning, slamming it straight into the jagged jaws of the beast. But even a mighty tiger struggles against a pack of wolves. The wolf lunged forward with its massive maw, knocking Jingming into the air. Before he could even hit the ground, the pack swarmed him, using razor-sharp claws to rip through his lightning armor, forcing him to let out a cry of agony. Arg! Taking a critical hit, Jingming's avatar shattered into fragments of data, vanishing into the void. The wolves growled in frustration, clawing at empty air. Meanwhile, the gateway shaped like the lowly Eva slowly slammed shut, signaling game over. After his avatar restored in the waiting room, Eva covered her mouth and reported sadly, "Student S rank, you failed to clear the 28th floor." Jingming examined his virtual body, smoothed his hair, and calmly analyzed, failure was expected, but that death experience was honestly pretty bizarre. Little Eva pressed her face close to the screen, smiling as she explained, "Yang Zhentian, death in this VR challenge only strips away your sensory experiences. Your consciousness remains perfectly intact. Of course, I could let you experience the most realistic sensation of death, but that would very likely cause brain trauma." Shuddering at the thought, Jingming changed the subject, suddenly curious. "That reminds me, what exactly is the challenge on the 29th floor after the 28th? Lowly Eva hovered there, responding with a haughty air. "Technically speaking, I am not permitted to reveal it to you until you have cleared the 28th floor completely. But fine, I will make an exception this one time because you are an SP Pro rank student." Lowly Eva waved her arms, explaining the rules to the VIP spender. The challenge on the 29th floor consists of 1 intermediate level 5 black wolf, while the 30th floor has an entire pack of 5 intermediate level 5 monsters. Then, she dropped a brutal truth. Currently, this VR challenge system only goes up to a maximum of 30 floors. The protagonist widened his eyes in surprise, acting unimpressed. "It ends at 30? Is that really all there is?" Little Eva immediately crossed her arms, pouting and glaring at him sarcastically. "Do you think everyone is a game-breaking monster, like you? At a normal cultivation pace, even the best senior student only reaches intermediate level 4 upon graduation. 30 floors is already way more than enough, you know." Though mocked, Jingming tilted his chin up with a narcissistic smile, confidently firing back a bold remark. "Looks like you guys are gonna have to update this tower to add more floors later on." Little Eva held up a finger, smiling brightly as she waved goodbye. As Jingming's avatar began to dissolve, preparing to log out, she added, "I'll be waiting for you to clear the 30th floor. Oh, and you have a reward of 2,000 credits this quarter for topping the combat power leaderboard. The reward has already been transferred to your student account. See you next time." The pod hatch slowly opened. Jingming slowly opened his eyes, rising from the blue liquid solution. The protagonist climbed out and wiped the liquid off his body, nodding with a smile, marveling like a true scientist. Aside from the death sensation not feeling very realistic, this virtual space is almost exactly like the real world. Current technology is truly impressive. While lost in his own thoughts, he was suddenly startled, his eyes widening in shock. As he looked at the scene outside the pod's glass, he stood straight up, sweating bullets, and muttered, "Why are there so many people here?" He saw a swarm of students crowded around, craning their necks to look at him as if he were an alien. Seeing their idol appear, the crowd erupted. A guy with a buzz cut excitedly waved his arms, screaming like a fanatic. The one with 1 million combat power, sitting comfortably at the top of the Thunder Emperor ranking. He really is a monster. The student next to him joined in, shouting, "Thunder Emperor, you must take first place in the tournament." Someone even pushed through the crowd, sweating and pleading, "Thunder Emperor, can I please have your autograph?" Surrounded by overly enthusiastic fans, Jingming could only manage a sheepish smile, sweating as he muttered, "Everyone is truly way too enthusiastic." He struggled to squeeze through the crowd, soaked in sweat. The protagonist finally managed to escape, walking quickly and breathing a sigh of relief, thinking, "Finally, I got out." As he looked up, a beautiful, stylish young woman appeared, waving and smiling sweetly, calling out a greeting. "Jingming, congratulations on reaching the top spot on the combat power leaderboard." Jingming spread his hands in a display of false humility, really just a subtle flex. "It's just standard procedure, no need to be so surprised." The girl nodded with a smile and proposed a challenge. True. Didn't we agree back in the lightning secret realm that we'd have a martial arts duel once we returned? Are you free this afternoon? The protagonist smirked, teasingly asking her, haven't I beaten you up enough already? Far from being angry, she clenched her fists, confidently challenging him. Exactly, so keep beating me until I'm satisfied. If she had the guts, Jingming retorted, with a sarcastic wave of his hand. Beat you until you're satisfied? Tisk tisk, looks like you've forgotten the time I handled both you and that senior, right? He then changed his tone. But I have to go to intensive training soon. How about tonight? The girl pointed and locked in the time. Fine, then I'll come find you tonight. Watching the protagonist walk away, the beautiful girl bit her lip, blushing shyly. Her eyes shone with expectation as she muttered cryptically, Jingming is getting stronger and stronger. Hopefully, everything goes smoothly tonight. That sounded more like a date than a fight. The camera panned to the second floor of the teaching building. A circular meeting hall with a futuristic, high-tech style appeared. The former top-ranked Young was walking over with a friend. The friend in the green jacket walking beside him turned to ask him, Young, your top spot on the combat power leaderboard is gone. Any thoughts? Young maintained his calm, serious demeanor and replied, there's nothing really to say. Xu Jingming is very strong. He completely deserves the top spot. Suddenly, a crisp female voice rang out. Shen Dongling praised, as expected of Brother Xiong, your mindset is truly excellent. Accompanied by the appearance of his teammate, Shen Dongling, who approached in a stylish coat, smiling radiantly. A guy with blue hair, covering one eye, followed right behind. He suddenly smirked with a cold edge, lifting his chin as he signaled, he's here. The protagonist, Xu Jingming, had one hand in his pocket, walking toward his new teammates with a cool, relaxed demeanor. He raised a hand and smiled, greeting them, hello, seniors. As soon as they saw him, the group of seniors clamored to greet him enthusiastically. Greetings, Captain. Hello. Captain Xu. Xu Jingming walked over in a long trench coat, looking incredibly cool and imposing. Right then, the bearded instructor and the other team members were already waiting, eyes locked on the protagonist. Seeing everyone gathered, he cleared his throat and gave clear instructions. All right, everyone. First, let's enter the anonymous virtual reality pods. The group obediently followed suit. Each person's virtual body began to glow with a brilliant blue light before tearing through the air and teleporting straight into the system space. Standing in the bright virtual void, the old man clasped his hands behind his back and spoke loudly. The team match is a test of our coordination. And when it comes to coordination, you all need to get to know and understand your teammates. Let me give you a brief overview of the situation first. The camera zoomed in on his stern face. His tone was strictly professional. This time, we have a total of 8 members participating, 5 main members and 3 alternates. Then, he began the roll call. First, let me introduce our vice captain, Zhang Kongxi, who possesses an A-rank enhancement ability, Iron Rock Bear. After activating his ability, his physique will be greatly enhanced, and he can even possess the terrifying strength of a giant bear. His role is a tank and warrior. Tai Jiang raised his hand to salute with the serious expression of a tough guy. Hello, everyone. Next is Shen Lingling. Her ability is an A-rank enhancement, Moonlight Blood Fox, and she serves as an assassin. The brunette beauty waved her hand with a flirty wink. Hi. He pointed to the side and continued. And Yao Fang possesses an A-rank elemental ability, Extreme Cold Ice Soul. His role on the team is a long-range mage. The blue-haired guy immediately posed, flaunting a flashy blast of cold air. Next is another beauty, Gu Wan, who possesses a support-type ability, 10,000 Spirit Light. Her role on the team is support. She can heal wounds or buff stats. Gu Wan closed her eyes and gracefully placed her hands on her chest, emitting a gentle green glow. The old man gestured to the 3 extras who were showing off their fire and water skills, which looked super fancy. Next are the 3 alternates. Dao Guan possesses an A-rank enhancement ability, Brass Physique, and his role is a warrior. Lijiang Chaoyue Feng has an A-rank fire ability, Abyss Karma Fire, and his role is a mage. Next, Su Ruoyun possesses an A-rank support ability, Soft Water Spirit, and her role is support. Finished with the supporting cast, the instructor turned to the protagonist with expectant eyes. And finally, I will introduce some information about your captain, Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming still had his hands in his pockets, chin up, smiling with arrogant confidence. Before the old man could finish, the ice user Yao Fang impatiently raised his hand to interrupt. Principal, there's no need to talk about the captain's info. We all know he's an awakened one with a rare S-rank ability. Hearing this, he immediately waved his hand and shook his head to deny it. S-rank? No, no, no. What Xu Jingming possesses is an SS rank lightning ability, Do Tian Divine Lightning. Standing beside the old man, Xu Jingming radiated the brilliant aura of someone born for greatness. Upon hearing the words SS rank, the assassin and the ice user immediately widened their eyes, mouths agape, sweating nervously as they exclaimed, "An SS rank ability, Do Tian Divine Lightning?" The whole group huddled together, whispering like a marketplace. One person marveled, "An SS rank ability, no wonder he's so fierce." Another nodded, realizing the truth. "I was wondering why his lightning turned gold. So that's why." Then a curious guy asked, "Now that you mention it, how on earth can an S-rank ability evolve into an SS rank 1? The instructor raised a finger to shut it down, killing any useless curiosity. "You don't need to worry about how abilities evolve. You just need to know that Xu Jingming has an SS rank ability, and that's enough." Additionally, to ensure fairness in the National University Tournament, the combat armor level cannot exceed A rank, and weapons cannot exceed S rank. Instantly, a pile of high-end spears, shields, and magic books appeared. Floating in midair, the old man waved his hands to introduce them. "These are all A-rank armor and S-rank weapons. You can freely choose the styles you like. If you're not used to these, next time just upload the data for the weapons you usually use." Su Jingming reached out to grab a long spear, lifting it effortlessly with a cool expression, secretly scoffing at the rule. This rule must be to accommodate the other universities. After all, with the likes of Demon Capital University, and Jin Capital University, the three schools with solid foundations forging SSS rank armor and weapons is a piece of cake. He gently stroked the spear shaft, his eyes glinting with sharp calculation as he muttered, "During the next training session, I can upload the data for my Lu Yun spear." Back to the main point. The instructor cleared his throat and ordered, "Before starting cooperative training, everyone needs to show off the combat strength and skills you've mastered. Jingming, as the captain, you should demonstrate first." The protagonist raised an eyebrow, asking in surprise, "Do I need to show all of my attacking methods?" The instructor's bearded face looked solemn and firm. "That's right. This won't only help your teammates get a comprehensive understanding of you, but it will also help me outline combat strategies much easier." "Understood," Xu Jingming answered decisively. He planted his spear on the ground with one hand and casually began his brag-worthy display. "My attack methods are quite diverse. I'm skilled in spear techniques, martial arts, and even long-range magic spells. Next, I'll demonstrate each move for you all." True to his word, he stepped back, swung his spear with a piercing, masterful motion, exuding an incredibly dominating aura. His teammates watched with their jaws on the floor. The guy with the buzz cut wiped away sweat and stammered, "Is this what SS rank power looks like?" It was truly terrifying. Others were mesmerized, thinking the lightning was beautiful, dazzling, but deadly. The blue-haired guy stroked his chin in admiration, noting that while it looked special in the video, seeing it in person was absolutely extraordinary. On the stage, Jingming hovered in midair, golden lightning crackling violently around him. He manifested a barrage of lightning spears and roared, "This is the lightning spear chain." Not stopping there, he unleashed even more power, raising his hand to summon a scorching thunder cage, then instantly fired a golden bolt that pierced through the virtual space. Immediately after, he charged forward, delivering a powerful, lightning-wrapped punch with enough force to shatter the screen. Watching him, the team wait. I meant watching him show off his power. The substitute teammate cheered excitedly. "As expected of our captain, he's way too strong. The championship is definitely in the bag." The support mage, Gu Wan, broke into a cold sweat, muttering under the pressure, "I wonder how much of a buff my support abilities can actually give the captain." After a whirlwind of flashy skills that would tire anyone out, Jingming stood with his spear, panting, with electricity still crackling over his body. He smirked and dropped a bombshell that left everyone speechless. Those spear techniques and that combat were just a warm-up. "Next, I'll show you all the S-rank combat skills I've mastered." Hearing their captain's sheer dominance, the substitute and the support mage froze, eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to believe their ears. What? That was just a warm-up? As soon as he finished speaking, Jingming tensed up, his body radiating brilliant, dazzling lightning like a super scion, and confidently introduced, "First, the S-rank physical combat skill my master taught me, Immortal Thunder Body, and also my S-rank defensive skill, Hell Thunder Armor." Seeing the intimidating armor of lightning wrapped around him, the substitute wiped his brow, stuttering in extreme envy. "This defense is way stronger than my brass physique." Before anyone could pick their jaws up off the floor, Jingming waved his hand. launching a fiery magical explosion accompanied by rolling thunder, and shouted, "This is my S-rank long-range magical combat skill, Heaven Thunder Art." Behind him, his teammates could only stare in disbelief. Another S-rank skill? And it's magical too. With a flick of his wrist, Jingming casually condensed a blinding sphere of lightning energy on his fingertip, his eyes flashing as he muttered about how dangerous it was. Although Heaven Thunder Art has high single-target damage, it's still not the strongest combat skill I've mastered. The next second, the orb in his hand expanded and unleashed a massive surge of power, creating countless golden lightning bolts striking the ground like meteorites. The entire virtual space lit up as a massive energy fist, surging with fire and lightning, slammed down from the sky, carrying devastating power aimed straight at the arena floor. The impact created an earth-shattering explosion, and golden flames roared upward, ferociously swallowing everything in sight. Standing on a cliff looking down at the ruined battlefield, Shen Lingling and her companion wiped sweat from their brows. Shocked, they wondered, is this really an attack a high-level Grade 3 Awakener can pull off? Shi Xiong stroked his chin, frowned, and turned to the Dean. "Dean, what is the hardness rating for the ground in this virtual space?" The bearded old man replied, "This silver ground is built with C-grade alloy." Hearing that, Shi Xiong broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, "If even C-grade alloy is blown to bits like this, if it were real people, wouldn't they turn into dust?" The blue-haired guy, Li Zhongyue Feng, scratched his head and joked, "In the team matches, if the captain just drops a single Thunder God's finger like that, we won't even need to lift a finger, right?" Shen Lingling heard this, rubbed her temples, and closed her eyes, speechless. If the captain ends the match by himself, what's the point of us even being here? Suddenly realizing the truth, the blue-haired guy's jaw dropped as he waved his hands in a panic. Damn, he's right. Then he turned to beg the old man. "Dean, during the team matches, can you ask the captain to go easy on them?" The old man shrugged and retorted with a savage smirk. "Going easy is out of the question. If you lot moved faster, wouldn't Xu Jingming not have a chance to act?" Ignoring his complaining students, the dean stroked his beard, a sinister and triumphant smile creeping across his face as he thought, "Last year we lost to Jingdu University. This year, with Xu Jingming as our trump card, Modu University will never taste defeat again." After wrecking the virtual space, Jingming returned to his calm, collected self, and dryly announced, "All right, those are all the combat skills I've mastered." The dean nodded in satisfaction, turned to the others, and ordered, "The rest of you, please show off your skills, then we'll proceed with team coordination exercises." Overwhelmed by the captain's aura, the team immediately pulled themselves together and shouted in unison. Then they took turns unleashing their abilities, some channeling internal energy, others dancing with fire and water to show their stuff. The support mage, Gu Wan, shyly stepped up to the captain, hands behind her back, and asked bashfully, "Captain, I don't know if my buffs will work on SS rank powers, but can I try?" Jingming flashed a rare, friendly smile and politely gestured, "Sure, go ahead." Instantly, soothing green light from Gu Wan's magic circle enveloped the captain. He blinked in surprise, feeling the surge of power, and inwardly marveled, "I didn't expect it to boost combat strength by 30%. No wonder every team needs a support." After an exhausting practice session, the dean stepped into the middle of the crowd to wrap things up. "All right, today's training ends here. Jingming, you stay back. Everyone else is dismissed." His teammates happily waved goodbye. "See you later, Director." After saying goodbye to the captain, they all turned into streaks of light and logged out of the system. Once they were alone, the bearded old man changed to a serious tone. "Jingming, there's something I need to discuss with you. I hope you don't mind." Jingming put his hands in his pockets and replied casually, "What is it, sir? Please, go ahead." The academy director's face showed careful deliberation. He suggested, "For this team match, I hope you can be present on the field at all times. Can you agree to this? The team tournament is a round-robin format among the top 10 universities, so it's not just going to be 1 or 2 matches. Have you thought this through?" Thinking it was nothing major, Jingming clenched his fist and gave a cocky, incredibly cool smile. "No problem at all." The scene shifts to the real world. The protagonist is striding along the bustling campus path with his hands in his trench coat pockets when his phone suddenly vibrates, signaling an incoming call. On the other end is a familiar female voice. Sun Shuyun's face is flushed red, and her eyes are shy as she stammers an ambiguous invitation. "Jingming, are you done training yet? My current combat suit is a bit inconvenient for moving around, so if you're free, just come straight to my dorm." Hearing a beauty invite him to her private room, Jingming held the phone to his ear and replied quite naturally, "All right, I'll be there right away." But after hanging up, the protagonist held his phone, frowning and scratching his chin, puzzled like a true dense guy who doesn't understand the world. Inconvenient to move around? What does she mean by that? Carrying a massive amount of curiosity, Jingming walked to the gate of the fancy dormitory villa and reached out to ring the doorbell. The wooden gate opened, and a girl with glasses and braids smiled friendlily to greet him. "You're here? Come on up. Shu Yun is waiting for you in the training room on the second floor." Jingming nodded curtly and said, "Sure." However, as he stepped through the gate, he stole a glance back at the bespectacled girl's back, his gut feeling telling him something was off. Why did her smile feel so wrong? Or was it just his imagination? Filled with suspicion, Jingming walked to the training room door and pushed the door ajar, letting rays of light shine from within, preparing to face whatever inconvenient thing Sun Shuyun was talking about. As the door opened, Jingming was startled, his eyes widening. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead, and he gasped when he saw what was before him. It turned out the beauty Sun Shuyun was wearing a skin-tight combat suit that perfectly accentuated her fiery, curvaceous figure. She blushed and said in a sweet voice, "Jingming, you're here?" Visually bombarded, the dense Jingming turned beet red, sweat dripping down, and he stammered. Seeing this, she quickly explained, "This is a new combat suit model from Limit Technology, designed to reduce wind resistance. I bought it just yesterday. Do you think it looks a bit weird? Maybe I should go change into another one." The protagonist quickly raised a fist to his mouth and coughed to hide his embarrassment. While looking away, he still stole glances and nodded. No need. This is perfectly fine." Hearing his compliment, Sun Shuyun touched her lips and smiled radiantly. "That's great." But deep down, her scheme had been a complete success. "I intentionally bought it a size smaller, so it would be tighter to test Jingming's reaction. It seems it worked." My Dawn of Light can clearly feel his excitement. After the flirting was done, she immediately spun her spear, emitting a powerful aura. She struck a professional pose and set the rules. Same as before, suppress your power to the early second stage, and let's see if you can defeat me until I'm truly convinced. Seeing her fighting spirit, Jingming smirked with an indulgent confidence, firmly grabbing his collar to take off his trench coat. "Fine, I'll humor you." He tossed the coat aside, raised his fists in a cool stance, and dropped a line with excessive confidence. "I've improved a lot since last time. Now I can defeat you with just my fists." Sun Shuyun didn't flinch. She gripped the spear tightly, her sharp eyes full of challenge, and smiled back. "Very well, but I haven't been standing still either." Saying that, she used her strength to leap up to the ceiling and dove down like a bullet, pointing the sharp spear tip straight at the protagonist. But Jingming just tilted his body slightly, stepping back, and used the back of his hand to swat the powerful spear tip away, with effortless grace. Instantly, both of them lunged at each other, clashing fiercely. As the match intensified, Sun Shuyun suddenly used the spear handle as a pole, leaping and somersaulting in midair with great skill to avoid the protagonist's lightning-charged punch. Landing perfectly in a graceful, curvaceous pose, she heard Jingming's praise, "Nice dodge," which made the beauty giggle triumphantly. Hehe. Following that was a series of continuous attacks, with spears flashing and fists flying, showcasing their superior close-quarters combat skills. In a moment of locked attacks, Jingming grabbed the spear handle. They were face-to-face, their eyes meeting and sparking with provocative and ambiguous tension. After a while, exhausted and steaming, Sun Shuyun turned her back, gripping the spear tightly, panting heavily. "Ha ha." While Jingming still stood there with his hands in his pockets, he held out his hand and smiled triumphantly, teasing his girlfriend. "How about it? Ready to surrender?" Sun Shuyun glanced back. Even though she was exhausted, she still wore a mischievous smile and refused to give in. "Surrender? I might lose, but that doesn't mean I'll submit, unless you can actually make me feel pain." Provoked, Jingming's face turned dark and dangerous. His eyes flashed with blue light, and a brilliant golden aura exploded around him. He roared, "I don't believe that. I'll make you surrender." As soon as he finished, he lunged like a beast, covered in golden lightning, and swung a storm-like punch straight down from the air. Feeling the destructive pressure approaching, Sun Shuyun was terrified. Her eyes widened, and she let go with one hand to cover her face, screaming, "Ah!" But at that life-or-death moment, Jingming braked hard in midair, pulled back his force, and gently grabbed her spear handle. The protagonist quickly pulled his hand back, sweating and awkwardly apologizing for losing control. "Sorry, I lost control a bit there." Seeing him blame himself, she gently placed her hand on his chest, stroking him comfortingly. "No, it's okay. That's not your fault." You're probably just being affected by the power of the dragon-type monster bloodline inside you. Then, suddenly, Thuvanton's expression turned serious. She stood there, leaning in with a shy, expectant look. Jingming, can I ask you something? The protagonist scratched his head, confused. Without making him wait, she inched closer, lightly biting her finger with a seductive flair, her eyes fluttering as she whispered, You like me? This caught him off guard, eyes widening in shock. Looking deep into her eyes, Jingming stood his ground, letting go of any hesitation, and gave her a firm, decisive answer. He didn't hold back, and Sun Shuyun's face immediately flushed bright red with pure joy. She touched her lips gently, completely stunned. She even let her high-end spear clatter to the ground, stammering to confirm, Are you serious? Jumping for joy, Sun Shuyun threw her arms around Jingming, cheering. That's great. I don't dislike you either. Jingming smiled gently, wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, and gave her a heartwarming, one-word confirmation. Deal. Faster than a flash of lightning, the protagonist leaned in and planted a passionate kiss, leaving her eyes wide with shock and utter surprise. She stood on her tiptoes, her light blue heels clicking as she sank into that sweet moment. After a kiss that could have set the camera on fire, Sun Shuyun turned away, brushing her hand against her lips, playfully reproaching him. Why weren't you this bold before we started dating? Jingming stood behind her, shrugging. He raised his hands with a sheepish grin. If I'd done that before we were officially a couple, wouldn't I have just looked like a creep? That made sense. She glanced back at him, nodding in recognition of her new boyfriend's decency. He had a point. Sensing he was caught off guard, she suddenly lunged forward and planted a loud, resounding kiss on his cheek. Jingming touched his cheek, laughing awkwardly, while Sun Shuyun triumphantly claimed her territory, saying, Senior Su Quan already left her mark on your face, so I have to leave one too. The protagonist clicked his tongue, muttering, She even told you about that? You two are closer than I thought. Sun Shuyun walked away gracefully, smiling with a generosity that would shock anyone. Of course, Senior Su Quan is a wonderful person. If you like her too, Jingming, I really don't mind. Her words left Jingming looking blank and confused. Huh? With a mischievous look, Sun Shuyun sealed the deal, accepting the role of the first wife in his growing harem. You heard me right, Jingming. You're an SS rank awakener. You're bound to have more than one beauty by your side in the future. Better it be Senior Su Quan than anyone else. Faced with her bold suggestion, Jingming lowered his eyes, thinking things over, but spoke up to preserve at least a shred of dignity. I honestly didn't expect you to be so open-minded. But even if I did like her, who's to say Senior Jiang would be willing to step between us? To his surprise, Sun Shuyun leaned in close, batting her large, round eyes with a mysterious smile that put him on the spot. So, you mean if Senior Jiang agrees, you wouldn't mind two-timing, right? Jingming's secret desire was laid bare. The protagonist was stunned into one word. Huh? Seizing the moment while he was dazed, the young lady pulled at her combat collar, showing off her alluring curves, and winked triumphantly toward the corner, calling out for backup. Senior Su Quan, you heard everything, didn't you? It's all up to you now. As soon as she finished, a beautiful figure with flowing platinum hair appeared. Wearing a short military-style top that showed off her long legs, she stepped out from the shadows, making Jingming break into a cold sweat. He spun around in shock, blurting out, Senior Jiang is here too? Senior Su Quan stepped into the light, one hand on her hip, the other raising an index finger as she demanded an answer, accompanied by an incredibly charming wink. You have to keep your word, underclassman. Don't even think about taking it back. Faced with the devastating surprise attack from two gorgeous beauties, Jingming's brain practically short-circuited. Sweat poured down his face, his jaw dropping as he stammered, unable to find the words. Seeing him as flustered as a deer in headlights, the two girls stood close together, looking at him with mischievous eyes. Sun Shuyun laughed triumphantly. Hey, but very quickly, the protagonist regained his usual cool demeanor. He lowered his head slightly, hiding his smugness behind a sharp, wicked smirk. That works for me. If good things come in pairs, I'm certainly not one to refuse. The signal was received, and the situation was sealed. Sun Shuyun clung tightly to his arm, rubbing against him, while Senior Su Quan affectionately placed a hand on his back. Sun Shuyun happily announced, So, it's settled. From now on, the three of us will be together. And since you two just finished sparring, you must be hungry, right? Do you want to grab some late-night food? Saying that, Sun Shuyun let go and turned to tease the senior. But we'll have to wait a bit. I need to shower first. Senior Su Quan, do you want to shower with me? The silver-haired senior smiled, agreeing immediately. Sure, I've worked up quite a sweat anyway. This was a move Jingming didn't see coming. As the two muses walked away hand in hand, Sun Shuyun looked back and dropped a bombshell. Jing Ming, do you want to wait for us here, or would you like to join us for a shower? Teased to the point where his heart was racing and his legs were shaking, the protagonist frantically reached out, ready to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But before he could finish his sentence, Sun Shuyun had already pulled the senior away. Yufan already crushed my hopes. He's as strong as a monster. There's no way he could be sweating. We'll just go shower together by ourselves. Suddenly, left alone in the cold, the protagonist's silhouette darkened, with gloomy, dejected lines falling down his frame. He clenched his fists, his face looking comical as he wept in his heart, full of grievance. I wanted to shower with them too, actually, but that meaningless frustration was quickly replaced by satisfaction. The corners of Jing Ming's mouth curled into an incredibly gentle smile as he breathed a sigh of relief. He watched the backs of his two beautiful girlfriends as they happily walked away hand in hand under the brilliant sunlight, nodding to himself, impressed by his own explosive luck. I clearly came here just to spar and train. How on earth did I end up walking away with two girlfriends? The next day, at the water source in the wilderness, Jing Ming sat leisurely on the carcasses of the giant beasts he had just defeated, calculating in his head 5,000 skill points that should be enough to use for a while. After less than 6 months of training, the young man confidently stabbed his spear into the ground, a triumphant smirk on his face. Now, I can basically walk anywhere I want in this wilderness. Unless I'm unlucky enough to run into some mid-tier level 5 beasts, this increase in power is just too broken. While lost in his own arrogance, his eyes followed a cool breeze, looking toward a clearing in the forest filled with brilliant sunlight. What caught Jing Ming's eyes were some vibrant flowers shining brightly. He walked closer, muttering, "These are the 100-color flowers, a specialty of the water source wilderness. So, I'll pick 2 of them to take back." But as soon as my hand touched the stamen, a devious thought struck, and I quickly changed my mind. No, I'd better take 3 just to be safe. The scene suddenly shifts to the headmistress's majestic office, where a stunningly fit and powerful woman is busily handling documents when a series of knocks echoes through the room. She blinks her sharp, emerald green eyes and calmly says, "Come in." Jing Ming walks in effortlessly, greeting her with a bright smile. "Hello, headmistress." Seeing her favorite student, she asks in surprise, "Did you just get back from the water source wildlands?" He replies clearly, "Yes, I just returned. I went to the wildlands today to hunt beasts just to keep my combat edge." Hearing this, the headmistress smiles with satisfaction, resting her chin on her hand in approval. Although the virtual reality tests are very realistic, they aren't the real world after all. So having the initiative to go to the wildlands to maintain his combat edge, you did well. Unexpectedly praised, the protagonist feels a bit guilty, sweat beading on his cheek as he screams inwardly, "She actually bought that? I just made up a random excuse and still got praised?" But recovering his composure instantly, Jing Ming smiles radiantly, skillfully pulling out a sparkling flower. "Thank you for the praise, headmistress." "Oh, that's right. This is a 100-color flower I happened to pick in the wildlands. You simply must accept it, headmistress." Faced with this sweet move, the icy headmistress is briefly stunned, gently reaching out to take the glowing flower. A 100-color flower? Holding the flower, the powerful woman can't hide her confusion, looking down and thinking that as a level 8 grandmaster who has received countless gifts, even up to SSS rank, this is truly the first time she's ever been gifted a flower. The flower hides half her face, but it can't hide her feminine, gentle smile. "This feeling is actually pretty nice," she mutters to herself. Quickly setting aside personal thoughts, she returns to her proud demeanor, looking him over as she evaluates him. "I heard your team defeated one of the 2 strongest legendary teams in the history of U-Magic University in the virtual space. Their highest level was mid-4th rank." Jing Ming quickly waves his hand modestly. "Yes, but that was just the weaker of the 2. She immediately encourages him, saying that was already outstanding. "Seeing you have such strength gives me peace of mind." After saying this, she waves her hand, and a beautiful, glowing blue magic circle appears right on her palm. From the magic circle, she hands him a stack of bright red tickets. "These are VIP area tickets for the National University Tournament. I'll give you 10. Consider it a return gift for this flower." Holding the stack of tickets, Jing Ming's brain practically short-circuits from the shock. He breaks into a cold sweat, thinking, "I was just worried about how hard these tickets were to get and was planning to find some black market scalpers, since even nosebleed seats cost a fortune, and now I have VIP tickets." But on the outside, he still plays the part, bashfully rubbing the back of his neck with a harmless, gentle smile. "Headmistress, this return gift is too precious. I feel embarrassed accepting it. I've already received so much care from you. I really don't know how to repay you." The headmistress looked straight at him with deep, piercing eyes, her voice soft but filled with expectation. "Oh, just perform well on the battlefield. When the time comes, that would be the greatest repayment of all." Empowered, Jingming regains his composure, his gaze steady as he replies, "Understood." Leaving the office, Jingming leisurely strolls under the lush, green canopy of the street, walking while scrolling through his phone with earbuds in, looking extremely relaxed. He is on a video call with his family, wearing a smug smile. "Aunt, are you and my cousin planning to go see the National University tournament? I've got tickets right here." On the other end, his aunt responds joyfully, "That's amazing. My little Kiki was just worried about not having tickets to go." After settling the family matter, Jingming stuffs his hands in his pockets, walking past a familiar coffee shop, his mind beginning to race. Now, there's only Shu Yun and Su Xuan left. While lost in thought, he suddenly brakes hard and spins on his heels with a slick, practiced move in the middle of the street. No need to look far. Two stunning beauties, the white-haired senior Su Xuan and the black-haired beauty Shu Yun, are walking toward him hand in hand, happily calling out, "Jingming, you were looking for us, weren't you?" Seizing the moment, the protagonist immediately pulls out two vibrant 100-color flowers, flashing a killer smile as he gifts them. Caught off guard by such sudden romance, the two beauties don't hesitate to lean in, each rewarding him with a burning kiss on the cheek and a shy, "Thank you." Jingming stands in the middle, closing his eyes to soak in the doubled happiness with a look of pure bliss. While the mood is at its peak, Jingming conveniently pulls out the stack of red tickets and waves them around, smirking as he lands his finishing move. "Oh, right. I've got some VIP tickets for the tournament here. How many do you two want?" As soon as the tickets appear, Shu Yun immediately seizes the opportunity, beaming, "VIP area? That's amazing. I'll take two, one for me and one for little Jia." Meanwhile, the senior, Su Xuan, gently takes only one. "One is enough for me." After receiving the tickets, Shu Yun hugs her bouquet with a playful smile, starting to tease him in her adorable, blunt way. "Jingming, your airship flies so fast that I'm going to head out early. I won't even be there to send you off." Seeing her junior looking a bit disappointed, Su Xuan also gently adds, "I have to take the level 3 pharmacist exam later, so I won't be able to see you off either." Without missing a beat, Jingming immediately reaches out to pat the senior's head indulgently, laughing as he replies, "It's okay. We'll see each other again in Qingshu City. Good luck with your exam." The white-haired beauty bows her head shyly. Yeah, parting ways with the two beauties, Jingming doesn't waste any time and heads straight to the school's massive combat skill library, secretly calculating, "I still have time. I need to pocket one more S-rank spear combat skill to guarantee nothing goes wrong." Just as he enters the archives, he clearly commands the AI orb, "Butler Eva, list all S-rank lightning-type spear combat skills for me." The mechanical orb obediently replies, "Very well." Instantly, a series of 3D holographic screens appear brilliantly before him. The protagonist strokes his chin, looking a bit picky. "Only 5? Let's see which one is worthy of my level." Scanning the list, Jingming confidently taps on one of the information panels. "I'll choose this one." The holographic screen instantly displays full text. S-rank thunder-piercing demonic spear, which uses one's own lightning-type ability to create a special electric net covering the spear tip, maximizing attack speed. When the spear tip hits the enemy, it simultaneously releases a piercing, compressed bolt of lightning damage. Note: only for ability users level 3 and above. When the spear tip strikes the enemy, it releases a concentrated piercing bolt of lightning damage. Note: only for Esper abilities at level 3 or above, and possessing A-rank power to cultivate this technique. Spotting a good deal, he immediately waved his hand and signaled, "Eva, send me the instruction manual for the thunder-shattering spear technique right away." The AI orb blinked, clearly signaling compliance. "Please wait a moment." Within a flash, a mechanical arm brought out a thick manual and placed it heavily in front of the young man sitting at table number 10. Without hesitation, Jingming flipped the book open, his eyes turning sharp as he entered a focused study mode to grind it out. The whole room fell into silence, with only the male protagonist visible, meditating over the book with a thoughtful expression. Thud, Jingming slammed the book shut, the corner of his lips curling into a smug, triumphant smile. Faster damage output, more explosive force, it completely met his requirements. At the same time, the system notified him that he had just burned 3,200 skill points to successfully master the technique. Having learned the ultimate move, he leaned back in his chair, exhaling a long breath. Deep down, he was thrilled. 3,200 skill points. Having the deep blue system to cheat and boost him really is convenient. The skill points required for this move were actually even higher than for the Thunder God finger. When I have some free time, I have to find a chance to test its power. Before he could even rest for 3 seconds, his hunger for strength flared up again. He looked up at the AI orb. Eva, I want to see the latest A-rank lightning-style combat skills that have just been added to the database. Eva responded obediently. Understood. Pinkish-purple holographic panels popped up simultaneously. Jingming scrolled through them, nodding in approval. There are actually a few quite good ones. I'll pick one more. Thunder Shadow Clone. The holographic skill info sheet appeared, extremely detailed and clear. A-rank Thunder Shadow Clone. Uses the user's own lightning-style power to create a lightning manifestation that always stays right behind them. The clone will immediately attack right after the main body attacks. With a maximum damage output equal to 30% of the main body's damage, it is capable of creating multi-layered strike damage. Note: only those who have reached level 2 or higher and possess lightning-style power, of B rank or higher, can learn this technique. After reading the description, the smile on Jingming's face became even more wicked. He secretly evaluated that, although this skill might not have high raw damage, it was perfect for filling the gaps between attacks. If used well, it is absolutely a god-tier technique, no less inferior to an S-rank skill. Having set his target, Jingming held his hand up in a cool finger gun gesture toward the AI orb. I'm locking this one in. Eva responded mechanically and clearly. Command received. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. At the school stadium, a massive spacecraft with the registration number NCC-1701 was starting up, causing gusts of wind to swirl wildly. Standing in front of the ship's bow, a female student with red hair and a hot physique was stroking her hair, confidently commenting that the team uniform's design really wasn't bad at all. Behind her, Jingming appeared, wearing the team uniform as well, looking incredibly dashing. Around the spacecraft, a crowd of students was screaming until their voices went hoarse. Go, you Magic University team. Victory will surely be ours. Thunder Emperor, take all 3 first-place prizes. Don't leave them a shred of dignity. Go, Thunder Emperor. Go. You Magic University. In the face of the fans' fanatical cheering, the Thunder Emperor Jingming looked absolutely imposing, gently raising one hand to wave like a true superstar, leaving the crowd below in silent admiration because he was just too cool. Carrying the hopes of the entire school, the giant spacecraft tore through the wind and took off, soaring into the sky. On the ground, ordinary students looked up, following the shadow of the ship as it entered the clouds, their eyes filled with longing. At the same time, in Qingshu City, where the tournament was being held, the modern and bustling urban landscape appeared under the brilliant sunlight. At the welcoming plaza, a well-organized team of students was standing in neat lines. The leader spoke loudly, emphasizing, Qingshu City is located near Demon Cave number 5 and borders Qingjing City, so security work must be done perfectly. We absolutely must not lose face. Another person continued. The reception must also be grand. Show them our hospitality as hosts. The Qingjing Ability University team shouted in unison. Understood. Amidst the surging morale, a man in a white trench coat with long, romantic hair looked up slightly, his sharp eyes fixed on the massive spacecraft casting a shadow over the city. He smirked, speaking with authority to the AI orb beside him. You Magic University has arrived. Turn on the landing guidance lights. Following the guidance, the NCC-1701 spacecraft landed on the pad with a powerful jolt, blowing away the gale around it. The ship's door opened, and the most elite representatives stepped out confidently. The crowd of host students immediately began to whisper and gossip. Look, that's Iron Bear Kongxi. He really has reached the mid-level of level 4. Another male voice shouted excitedly. And Blood Hand Shendongling too. A hot girl with a physique like that, I'm really interested. Right at that moment, a pair of eyes was silently observing from afar, thinking, the one walking last is the recently famous S-rank Thunder Emperor, Xu Jingming. Meanwhile, our male protagonist was walking with an imposing aura, his coattails fluttering in the wind, thinking smugly, the tournament is finally about to start. I don't need to hide my SS rank ability anymore. Just as they stepped off the ship, the tournament organizer's representative rushed over to welcome them. Please follow this way. Ling Chang. We have already arranged a lavish lunch for everyone. Standing next to Jingming, the cold yet authoritative Ling Chang nodded curtly. Very well. The whole group was led to a restaurant with an extremely luxurious greenhouse design, a soaring dome, and an abundance of sunlight. As they strode into the dining hall, The powerful aura of the U-Magic University team immediately drew every gaze, forcing the waitress to bow low in respect. While other diners curiously turned to look, the crowd around them began to murmur. "The U-Magic University team is here," one person spoke up. "The one leading them is their S-rank team captain. Right? He's quite handsome, isn't he?" Another person pouted in jealousy. "What's the point of being handsome? He's only at level 3. Clearly, he's just a media stunt that U-Magic University is trying to hype up." Hearing those unpleasant remarks, Bloodhand Shen Dongling put her hands on her hips, tilted her chin, and said to Jingming, "Captain, they're looking down on you." Contrary to his teammates' annoyance, Jingming just smirked faintly. "I think it's actually fine. Wouldn't that make things a lot more interesting?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jingming's sharp eyes glanced to one side as he detected an energy signature actively moving toward him. A young man with slicked-back blue hair walked up, spreading his arms in an incredibly friendly manner. "You must be Xu Jingming, the captain of the U-Magic University team. I am Wang Qi, captain of the Jing University team. It's a pleasure to meet you." Maintaining his elegant composure, Jingming reached out to shake the other man's hand, smiling politely. "Nice to meet you." The handshake seemed friendly, but Qi Wang quickly let out a subtle provocation. "Captain Jingming, I've heard a lot about you. See you at the opening ceremony tomorrow." Finishing his sentence, the captain slicked back his hair and turned away coldly, leaving Jingming standing there with his hands in his pockets, watching the man's back thoughtfully, without saying a word. Seeing this, Dantri Tham Donglin crossed her arms, assessing the situation. "That guy is so arrogant, acting like he's already got us figured out." Jingming calmly analyzed the situation. Recalling the intel, Qi Wang possesses an S-rank Esper ability, Meteor Earth, which is extremely close to a true S-rank. Plus, he's at a high level 4. He certainly has the right to be arrogant. As for Qi Wang, the moment he turned away, his face twisted with bitterness. He clenched his fist, thinking to himself, "Just because you lot won once, you think you can win again? How naive." "Once the match starts, I'll show you who the real boss is." Ignoring the petty drama, Jingming turned to his teammates and waved. "Right, you guys go ahead and eat. I still have to pick someone up at the high-speed rail station." The scene shifted to the bustling station, the PA system echoing steadily. Train K312 is arriving at the final stop, Thon Hu City. Passengers, please gather your belongings, watch your step, and disembark in an orderly fashion. In the magnificent terminal, Jingming's aunt, along with her cousin Kai Duong and a friend, stood looking around, lost. The aunt exclaimed, "So this is Thon Hu City? It's beautiful." Her cousin Kai chirped in excitedly. "It really is. This is the most beautiful train station I've ever seen. The service is great too. There are guides everywhere." But after looking around for a long time without seeing her cousin, Kai Duong frowned in frustration. Why isn't Jingming here yet? Spotting the distracted young woman, a blonde guy with messy hair, dressed like a spoiled rich brat, approached her, placing a hand on his chest and speaking in a cringy, mocking tone. "Hey, beautiful. Interested in exchanging contact info?" Facing such cheap flirting, Kai looked at him with disdain, responding sharply and decisively. "Sorry. I don't give my contact info to strangers." Rejected flatly, the blonde guy's gang behind him burst into laughter, mocking him. "Haha, what a confident answer. Who would have thought our handsome Ka would get rejected one day? This is hilarious. I have to tell our captain later." Feeling humiliated in front of his friends, Ka immediately turned hostile, veins bulging on his forehead as he glared and cursed, acting all high and mighty. "I only asked for your number because I liked you, damn it. What a mood killer." Hearing the insults, the tall friend with Kai Duong immediately stepped forward to shield her. Wind-based energy began to swirl around his clenched fist. "What did you just say?" Seeing someone try to act tough, Ka spread his arms, and a whirlwind of energy erupted around him, laughing coldly. "Oh, so someone actually dares to stand up to me? Do you even know who I am? Talking to me like that?" The friend broke into a cold sweat as he realized the terrifying pressure. This power, he's at the peak of level 3, just like our instructor. Surrounding passengers scrambled back, forming a murmuring circle. "Wait, they look like students from Boksun Ability University, right?" "Yeah, the guy in the white jacket leading them is definitely their vice captain, Ka Luong." Is this about to turn into a brawl? Realizing the opponent was on a completely different level, Kai Duong hurriedly pulled her friend back, advising, "Let's go. Don't lower yourself to their level." One of Ka Luong's teammates also stepped up and patted his shoulder, lowering his voice. "Ka, we're here for the competition. Don't make a scene. It'll reflect poorly on the school." Even so, Ka Luong arrogantly pointed his finger at the friend and threatened, "If I didn't have this match, I wouldn't let you off so easily. And you, just a weak level 1 scrub, and you dare stand up for someone? You're not even worth the effort." After spitting out a string of insults, the vice captain turned his head and spat on the ground, clicking his tongue in disdain. But life has a way of paying back arrogance quickly. Suddenly, a tall figure stood right in front of him. Ka Luong turned his head in a panic, his eyes wide with shock, not yet understanding what was happening. Standing tall before him was Jingming. His deep blue eyes radiated an intense, murderous aura. He spoke in a low, heavy voice that completely overwhelmed his opponent. "If he isn't worth the effort, then what about me?" The pressure of a powerhouse left Ka Luong speechless, sweat pouring down his face. Jingming casually raised his hand. Golden lightning bolts hissed and danced in his palm, saying nothing more. "Good." As the verdict fell, Jingming swung his hand, delivering a blinding strike of lightning straight into the blonde guy's face. The blast erupted, lighting up the corner of the station, leaving the arrogant guy only enough time to roll his eyes back in terror. The massive impact deformed Ka Luong's face, blood spraying in long arcs through the air as several teeth flew out. Without stopping, Jingming reached out with a cold, ruthless expression, grabbing the top of the head of the man who had dared to insult his sister. With a movement fast as lightning and utterly violent, the protagonist forced the guy's head down while delivering a lethal knee strike to his stomach, creating a shockwave that rattled the air around them. Ka Luong collapsed like a pile of mud, sprawled on the slippery ground, his hands clutching his stomach as he gasped for air, completely broken. Jingming stood, looking down from above, his eyes ice cold, without a shred of pity. Witnessing this satisfying display of power to protect his family, Kai Duong and her friend happily rushed over, calling out, "Jingming!" Ka Luong's teammates finally regained their senses, rushing over to help their vice captain up, whispering in fear, "Don't make a move. That's Xu Jingming, the captain of U Magic University. Yeah, wait for our captain to arrive and settle this." The entire station erupted in noise. A young man excitedly held up his phone to selfie with the scene behind him, live streaming fervently. "Everyone, look. That S-rank Esper from U Magic University has completely lost it." As soon as he appeared, he took down the vice captain of Baichan Academy. He caught his teammate, who was wincing in pain. The Baichan Academy student glared at Jingming, shouting in fury, "Xu Jingming from U Magic University. We didn't do anything to you. Why would you attack our vice captain?" Facing the defiant question, Jingming just calmly brushed off his jacket, his sharp gaze cutting toward his opponent. His tone was casual, yet filled with a chilling warning. "It's true you didn't mess with me, but unfortunately, you messed with my younger cousin and my friend." Lying flat on the ground, the vice captain, Kei Liang, stared in complete shock after hearing that. They were left speechless, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. Just then, an authoritative voice boomed from afar, scattering the gossiping crowd. "Clear the way. What is going on here?" The one who had arrived was none other than the captain of the White Mountain team, Ji Hui. Upon seeing the wreckage, Ji Hui barked angrily. "I was only gone for a moment to settle the bill, and you guys have already caused all this trouble?" One of his teammates cried out in relief upon seeing their savior. "Captain, you're finally here." Ji Hui immediately marched toward Xu Jingming, his eyes scanning him from head to toe. "Xu Jingming, of Magic University. I know who you are. We were definitely in the wrong here, but we are all teams participating in the tournament. Don't you think you've gone too far?" Responding to the challenge, Jingming simply tilted his head. With an innocent and devilish expression, he retorted with a devastating question. "Oh, you guys are also a team in the tournament? Which university do you represent?" Jingming's question was like a lethal dagger aimed straight at Ji Hui's pride. He gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his temples as he screamed internally. He didn't even know who we were, yet he attacked without a hint of hesitation. It was pure, utter contempt. Fighting back his anger, Ji Hui pointed directly at Jingming and threatened him. "I'm Ji Hui, captain of the Baishan University of Ability team. According to the tournament rules, private fighting will lead to immediate disqualification. If you don't apologize to my vice captain, don't blame me for reporting this to the Education Bureau." Hearing the threat, Jingming didn't look scared at all. Instead, he flashed a defiant, lopsided smirk. "Reporting him? Sure, go right ahead." Jingming's calm, almost unbelievable attitude left Ji Hui speechless. Gritting his teeth until his jaw ached and veins bulged on his face, he spat out, "You Su Jingming from Magic University U. Fine, you win this round." With that, Ji Hui turned around, gesturing for his team to follow, his voice full of frustration. "Let's go." The entire Baishan team left, huddling together like a bunch of defeated chickens. Seeing the opponents gone, Tang Qi anxiously tugged on her cousin's sleeve. Jingming, will this cause any trouble for you? The protagonist just ruffled her hair, smiling to reassure her. Don't worry, we're in the right. Besides, the tournament won't disqualify me over such a trivial matter. Meanwhile, in another corner, a member of the Baishan team timidly asked their captain, Captain, are we just going to let this go? Shouldn't we report him? Ji Hui whipped around and glared at him with scorching intensity. Report him? Don't be an idiot. I was just trying to scare him. Magic University U is a seeded team. They won't be eliminated that easily. Ji Hui rubbed his forehead, looking exhausted and anxious. And this isn't over yet. Xu Jingming isn't going to let us off the hook that easily. Hearing this, Ke Liang, who was being helped along, turned pale, his voice trembling. Damn it. I've already been beaten to a pulp, and he still won't let it go? Could he be planning to get personal revenge? Ji Hui glanced at his useless vice captain, his voice dropping low. No, what I'm more worried about is him taking revenge on us right there on the arena floor. The captain's words hit the team like a bucket of ice water. One member jolted awake, clenching his fists as he shouted, Damn it, you're right. Others wore visible panic on their faces. We're doomed. Magic University U is going to crush us. By now, Ke Liang was sobbing, his bruised face looking both pathetic and ridiculous as he clasped his hands together in prayer. Damn it, old K. You really dragged the whole team into this mess. Dear heavens, please don't let us get matched against Magic University U. Ji Hui coldly looked at his subordinates and made a ruthless decision. It wasn't easy for us to make it into the top 10. Wang Ming, you're Ke Liang's reserve. If Ke Liang ends up crippled tomorrow, you'll be the one entering the arena. Wang Ming immediately stood at attention. Understood, Captain. Seeing Ke Liang kneeling on the ground, white as a sheet, Ji Hui just sighed in annoyance. You're only scared now? Cut that act out. I just hope Magic University U doesn't go too hard on us. Returning to Jingming, after dealing with the lackeys, Tang Qi urged, Jingming, let's go. However, the protagonist smiled mischievously, holding up his phone. Wait a second, there's one more person I need to pick up. Tang Qi was surprised. Oh? Who is it? Jingming glanced at his cousin, smirking as he dropped a sweet bomb. My girlfriend. The answer left Tang Qi and her friends stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape. While they were still dazed, Jingming calmly strode toward the gate. Tang Qi curiously asked her friend, I wonder what Jingming's girlfriend looks like. Her friend was just as eager to know. I bet she's a total beauty with legs for days. In the distance, a vibrant, lovely figure was practically flying toward them, waving her hand high in the air. As the girl approached, Jingming smiled and introduced her. She's here. This is my girlfriend, Song Chu-yun, and her roommate, with the glasses next to her. As Qi Dongxia stood face to face with her boyfriend's family, Chu-yun waved happily. Jingming, who are these people? Jingming smiled and introduced them one by one. This is my cousin, Tang Qi, and her friends from Jiang City, Zhou Mingyang, and Meng Di. The group greeted them in unison. Nice to meet you. Tang Qi stared at Chu-yun, unable to look away, and exclaimed in admiration, Miss Song, you are so beautiful. The friend beside her immediately nudged her teasingly. See? I told you she'd be a long-legged beauty, didn't I? Hearing the compliment, Chu-yun giggled, and with a sleight of hand, produced 3 shimmering bottles of medicinal herbs. Haha, you're a real beauty too. These are grade B cultivation resources. They aren't too expensive. They should be useful to you, so you must accept them. Holding the glowing medicinal bottles, Zhou Mingyang stammered, sweat beading on his forehead as he was shocked by his future sister-in-law's extravagance. This is a grade B cultivation resource, and she says it's not expensive? That's worth at least 5 or 6 million. Seeing everyone was gathered, Jingming spoke up, taking charge with the air of a CEO handling the big picture. All right, now that everyone is here, let's head back to the hotel to drop off our stuff. Sister Qi, where are you all staying? It's not far from the high-speed rail station, only about 1 kilometer away, Tang Qi replied softly. Jingming frowned slightly, clearly not satisfied with the location. Near the high-speed rail station? That's a bit far from the stadium. Tang Qi sighed helplessly. There was nothing they could do. The tournament is so popular this year that the hotels near the stadium have been fully booked for a long time. Seizing the opportunity, Song Chu-yun smirked and played her "My family is loaded" card. The high-speed rail is way too far. As it happens, I have a few villas right by the stadium. If you don't mind, Sister Qi, you can stay there. It will be much more convenient. Hearing the word villa, her 2 friends' jaws dropped yet again. Zhou Mingyang broke out into a cold sweat, screaming internally. Qingsu City isn't just any ordinary city. The villas here don't just cost hundreds of millions, you can't even buy them with money alone. Her friend Meng Di swallowed hard, thinking, just who is brother Jingming's girlfriend, anyway? It feels like her background is insane. Though a bit hesitant, Tang Chi saw their kindness and smiled, agreeing. Then, we'll have to trouble you two. The lovely Song Chu-yun waved her hand generously, her sweet smile the image of a perfect wife-to-be. Jingming's cousin is my cousin too, so it's no trouble at all. With that, the wealthy young lady pulled out a bright red phone, closed her eyes, and spoke with the authority of a true heiress. Uncle Hua, come pick us up. As soon as she finished speaking, a smooth braking sound echoed, and a line of sleek, luxurious black supercars exuding the scent of money rolled up and parked right in front of the group on the busy street. The car door opened, and a group of bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses, looking incredibly rugged and professional, stepped out. The leader, sporting a sophisticated beard, bowed respectfully. Young mistress. Overwhelmed by the aura of the bodyguards, the two friends from the countryside fell back into a state of extreme bewilderment. Zhou Mingyang's jaw dropped. Even the driver is at least a peak Tier 3 Esper? That's too terrifying. Meng Di was sweating bullets, lost in thought. Wouldn't any one of these 4 Espers be an absolute overlord if they were in Jiang City? Seeing everyone standing there in a daze, Song Chi-yun gracefully extended her hand, breaking the silence. Everyone, stop standing there. Sister Chi, hurry up and get in the car, they'll take us straight there. Tang Chi, still overwhelmed, could only nod in obedience. With the black-suited bodyguard opening the door, Tang Chi gingerly stepped into the spacious and luxurious back seat of the expensive supercar. As the car began to roll smoothly, Song Chi-yun snuggled up to her boyfriend, blinking her eyes like a little cat. How was it? My performance just now was pretty good, right? Jingming smiled and replied, acting cool. Not bad, but bringing people all the way from Sichuan province is too much trouble. You don't have to do that next time. Unexpectedly, the beauty from the Song family giggled, smugly revealing her domineering power. These are the family's people. They were already stationed in Qingshu City. I just called them over temporarily to pick us up. Hearing that, Jingming's genius brain skipped a beat. With a blank expression, he asked, isn't the family's main base at Devil's Den number 7? Song Chi-yun obediently rested her head on Jingming's sturdy shoulder and calmly explained, Devil's Den number 7 is just where our family's primary influence lies. The Song family has connections to all the other major Devil's Dens as well. At this point, young Jingming could only smile bitterly, inwardly marveling. All right, the sphere of influence of a Grandmaster family is truly terrifying. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the first day of the National University Tournament arrived. In the central area, a massive stadium with cutting-edge design shone brilliantly under the sun, while media helicopters swarmed the sky, creating a magnificent atmosphere. Inside the VIP stand, Tang Chi's eyes widened in amazement. I never expected the Lightning Martial Arts Hall, Fierce Bear Martial Arts Hall, Radiant Legion, and Extreme Sun Guild, the top powers of the Great Xia Nation, have all sent Tier 7 Grandmasters here to lead their teams. Song Chi-yun, sitting beside her, smiled and analyzed keenly. This is a wonderful opportunity to recruit geniuses. None of them want to miss out on this. Just then, clusters of brilliant, multicolored fireworks shot into the air, exploding and lighting up the deep blue sky, officially marking the moment the most anticipated tournament of the year began. Under the central stage lights, a dapper MC in a black suit held the microphone, heating up the atmosphere until it was boiling. Welcome, everyone, to the National University Tournament. I am your MC, Feng Yue. Before we officially begin, allow me to introduce the 10 universities that will participate in the team battles. The crowd erupted as the MC called out the names. First, the defending champion, Qingjing University of Abilities. Down in the tunnel, their arrogant captain, Wang Qi, led the team out, waving to the thunderous cheers. Qingjing University. Qingjing University. Not letting the energy dip, the MC continued, drawing out his voice dramatically. Next, the runner-up from last year's tournament. In second place, Magic University U. The MC's arm swung toward the tunnel entrance, signaling the arrival of true stars. Amidst the screams of Magic University U, that shook the entire stadium, Xu Jingming led his team out into the light. His coat fluttered as he walked, his face projecting a cold, confident, and incredibly cool demeanor, completely overshadowing the defending champion's aura from before. The fervent atmosphere continued as the MC pointed toward the other side, and the third team entered the main stage, but awkward silences began to emerge as the crowd waited for the next team to step out of the dark tunnel. In stark contrast to the grandeur of the first two teams, the appearance of the White Mountain University team was absolutely hilarious. The MC awkwardly salvaged the moment. Finally, the rising dark horse, the team representing White Mountain University. The entire White Mountain team trudged out, their faces as gray as a funeral procession, especially the vice captain, Kei Liang, whose face was still covered in bandages, walking timidly, sweat pouring down his face from the psychological trauma of the beating he received yesterday. Once all the teams were on the field, the dashing MC clearly explained the rules. The National University Tournament has 3 categories: team battles, individual battles, and survival battles. The team and individual battles will take place first. Next, I would like to announce the prizes for each category. As soon as he finished, the giant holographic screen immediately illuminated the top-tier treasures. The MC shouted excitedly. For the team battles, each member of the winning team will receive a Tier S combat suit. The winner of the individual battles will pocket a spatial ring with a capacity of up to 30 cubic meters. And finally, the champion of the survival battles will take home a Tier 6 protective amulet, excavated from an ancient civilization's ruins, possessing peerless defensive power. The organizers' generosity made the whole arena explode. The audience held their heads, screaming, unable to believe their eyes. Are you kidding me? A Tier S combat suit? And they're giving one to everyone? That's too ridiculous. The organizers are really generous this year. With such top-tier rewards, this year's tournament is sure to be 100 times more brutal. Amidst the jealous gasps of the crowd, Xu Jingming stood with his hands behind his back, straight as a statue. A familiar, lopsided smirk curled on the male lead's lips. As expected, these were all the high-quality items he had been needing. Seizing the moment now that all teams had gathered, the MC, Feng Yue, continued to hype up the arena. Up next was the very first event. The format for the team battles would be a round-robin. Each university would have to face off against the other 9. The schedule was extremely intense, 5 matches per day, lasting for 9 consecutive days. He pointed at the big screen and announced clearly, "And now, let the opening match begin." Instantly, the giant screen flashed with bright text, signaling a fated encounter: Magic U versus Baishan Ability University. To prepare for the battle, a massive blue energy barrier was quickly activated by the system, covering the glass cage surrounding the ring. The MC's face appears on the screen, solemnly explaining the safety rules. Once any contestant faces a life-threatening danger, the AI system will automatically activate an energy defensive grid to preserve their lives. However, that also means that contestant will be immediately eliminated. Next, we invite the contestants from both teams to step onto the arena. Below the stands, the crowd begins to buzz with excitement. Zhou Mingyang exclaims excitedly, "Damn, the first match is already against Magic University U? This is really something to look forward to." The person sitting next to him chimes in, "Magic U has an S-rank ability user this year. I wonder how strong he really is." Another guy pouts and criticizes, "I bet he's not that strong. After all, he's only at the high-level Tier 3. Ignoring the gossip, Jing Ming, holding a long spear, strides up the steps and enters the arena with the back profile of a powerful warrior. He smirks slightly. "Is the first match already against the Baishan representative team? Looks like our luck isn't bad at all." On the other side of the battlefront, Vice Captain Ka Luong is sweating profusely, his legs trembling as he begs Captain Ji Hui, "Captain, can I ask to withdraw and let someone else take my place?" Ji Hui frowns and firmly refuses. "No way. We've practiced this formation so many times. Even if we lose, we must show them our overwhelming spirit." Hearing the captain's rallying cry, the other members of the Baishan team also pull themselves together, clenching their fists and shouting, "That's right, even if we lose, we must show our style." The only girl on the team adds, "Exactly, Captain. Let's head to the ring." Her eyes flash with tragic determination. Ji Hui decisively draws his sword from its sheath and shouts, "Then, let's go." Both teams officially step into the vast middle of the arena, strong winds blowing through, creating a suffocating tension before the fight. In complete contrast to his opponent's posturing, Jingming stands with his hands in his pockets, silent, his blue eyes exuding a calmness, as if he were taking a walk in the park instead of stepping into the arena. In the stands, the audience begins to analyze the balance of power. Wow, Yao Fang from Magic U has already reached mid-level Tier 4 now. That means they have 2 mid-level Tier 4S, 2 low-level Tier 4S, and only 1 high-level Tier 3. Another person sighs in pity. This Baishan fanbase is miserable, right? Only 1 mid-level, Tier 4 and 4 peak-level Tier 3S. Their friend, Zhou Mingyang, claps and concludes, "Truly a case of one god carrying a whole team of dead weight." Shrugging off all the chatter, the members of both teams stand in their positions, ready for battle. The electronic countdown echoes throughout the stadium. 3, 2, 1. Start. As soon as the match begins, the teammate holding a scepter next to Jingming excitedly asks, "Captain, what combat formation should we use for this match?" Bright golden lightning begins to dance and flash across Jingming's eyes. He smirks, with a hint of dark intent. To deal with them? As soon as the words fall, Jingming lets out a dominant roar. "We don't need any formation." In an instant, thunder and lightning erupt and envelop his entire body. The protagonist transforms into a destructive bolt of lightning, charging alone with his spear violently into the heart of the enemy formation, leaving his 4 teammates standing dazed behind him. Jingming's lone wolf move causes the entire stadium to erupt in chaos. There is loud booing. What kind of crazy situation is this? The S rank from Magic U is breaking his own formation? Is he always this reckless? Charging alone into the enemy formation. Isn't that just seeking death? That's right, he's definitely done for this time. Seeing their opponent acting like a fool and offering his life on a platter, Captain Ji Hui of Baishan is as happy as if he'd found gold, swinging his sword and shouting, "Xu Jingming is out of rhythm. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ka Luong, Ma Long, charge with me." At the same time, he turns back to direct the rear line, Old Li, Wang Yan, hurry and provide long-range magic skill support. He throws in support with an intense momentum, wanting to crush them with sheer numbers. The whole Baishan team shouts, "Charge!" A series of wind blades tear through space and fly forward. They look spectacular, but they don't seem to have much effect. The audience in the stands begins to talk big. An S-rank wind element combat skill. That's the Dimension Windblade, isn't it? Is the Baishan representative team planning to land a finishing blow right from the start? Someone immediately retorts, "Nonsense. Xu Jingming separated from his team himself, so of course they have to give it their all to deal with him." An annoyed voice interjects, "Such arrogance." Ignoring the world, our protagonist just slightly rotates his spear, creating a dazzling lightning vortex that sweeps everything away. The crowd below immediately clutches their heads in shock. "Damn, he blocked that so easily?" A young man stammers. "Holy cow." The person next to him also breaks into a cold sweat. This is an S-rank lightning ability. I didn't expect it to be this strong. In another development high above, some experts begin to show off their knowledge. It looks like a normal elemental defensive grid, but in reality, it has blocked the damage of an S-rank combat skill. The long-haired uncle strokes his chin and analyzes. That's because his proficiency has reached the liquid realm. Someone else stares wide-eyed. The liquid realm? But he's only a freshman. The uncle clicks his tongue, praising him with eyes glowing with excitement. Both the level and the proficiency of his ability are that high. The future of this kid is truly limitless. Back in the arena, the captain of Baishan, Ji Hui, is still delusional as he roars, "Xu Jingming, if you had charged with your team, I wouldn't have known how to handle you." He confidently tilts his chin. "What a pity. You separated from your team yourself, so don't blame me." As soon as he finishes speaking, he swings his sword hard, shouting the name of his technique to make it sound dangerous, Fury Slash. Replying to that enthusiasm, Jingming just keeps a lazy attitude, lifting the tip of his spear, which is covered in sparks of electricity, to block it. 2 streams of power collide, creating a brilliant explosion of light right in the middle of the arena. And of course, how can cheap goods compare to the real thing? The Baishan captain's sword flies straight into the air. Losing his favorite weapon, the captain falls to his knees, his face pale as a sheet, trembling as he mutters, "How could this be?" At the same time, the opponent charges at Jingming's exposed position. Thunder and lightning envelop him. Jingming flashes a radiant smile, but one that is more than enough to make his opponents cry. A terrifying bolt of lightning descends, blasting the Baishan group into the air, accompanied by miserable screams. The air reeks of burnt hair. The remaining members of Baishan are blown away by the shockwave, tumbling like straw scarecrows. He doesn't stop there. Jingming raises his hand and coldly unleashes his final move to clear the battlefield. Thunder Purgatory. A fiery electric grid surrounds the 2 rear-line support players, zapping them so hard they dance wildly without the need for music. Poor guys, the ones standing far away who thought they were safe, all they could do was scream in horror before meeting their charred fate. The audience finally realized they were watching a joke, and facepalmed. I actually thought Xu Jingming was just looking for a way to die. Turns out, I'm the real clown here. A young man scratched his head and began to analyze the scene. Jingming had struck down Captain Baishan's weapon with a single normal blow, and the explosive energy intensity knocked both of the others away too. What kind of monstrous power is that? The guy sitting below sighed in disbelief. Good heavens, could there be any more absurd move than that? Standing tall amidst a pile of defeated, smoking opponents, Jingming rested his spear and sighed heavily, thinking to himself that those peak Tier 3 experts were still too weak. Seeing their captain hogging all the action, his teammates from Mo University walked over, shield in hand, to complain. "Captain, take it easy, will you? We haven't even had a chance to show what we can do yet." If the Baishan team heard that, they'd probably cough up blood from pure rage. The final shockwave swept across the arena, forcing the safety system to activate immediately. A glowing protective shield appeared, saving the lives of the unlucky losers who were groaning in pain. His figure collapsed completely, eyes rolling back, as the system officially disqualified him from the match. The male announcer finally picked his jaw up off the floor and hurriedly waved his hands to announce the results. All members of Baishan University of Ability have lost the capacity to fight. The winners of this team match are Mo University of Ability. The entire stadium erupted in stunned murmurs. "That was just too easy," one person muttered. Another clicked their tongue. "Right. The gap in power is just way too huge." Some people were even checking their watches in shock. The whole match hadn't even taken 30 seconds. What a joke. Up in the VIP area, the experts continued to knit their brows in analysis. Can an S-tier ability really be this strong? A sharp-eyed expert suddenly noticed something strange. That's true, but isn't Xu Jingming's ability Purple Cloud Divine Lightning? Why doesn't the color of the lightning match up? The long-haired man gritted his teeth, his gaze sharp and assertive. S-tier, you say? No, this power absolutely cannot be just an S-tier ability. Dean Liu, have you had someone evaluate Xu Jingming's rank yet? The dean calmly swiped his hand across the virtual screen and replied, "Yes, the gathering of lightning element info and explosive energy intensity data is complete. The ability analysis is currently underway." On the parameter board, a 3D hologram of Jingming appeared, accompanied by streams of data running continuously, with analysis signals flashing, waiting for the final result. Dean Liu held the virtual results in his hand, his tone mixed with undeniable shock. The results are in. Xu Jingming's ability is confirmed to be Heaven Divine Lightning, and it is rated as SS tier. Hearing this, the long-haired man's eyes bulged, and he started mumbling like he'd lost his soul, breaking out in a cold sweat. Oh, for heaven's sake, is it actually, truly an SS tier ability? He continued to ramble in extreme bewilderment. Across the entire Blue Star, with a population of nearly 10 billion people, it takes 1, maybe 2 decades for even one SS tier to appear. How on earth did Xu Jingming evolve it like that? This is just too irrational. Of course, with news this shocking, the man didn't forget to turn and butter up the powerful woman beside him. No wonder even the council members are stirred up. "President Ling, your security work is truly excellent." But the president only narrowed her eyes slightly, answering modestly, "It's nothing special. Doing this is just to protect Xu Jingming." Regaining his domineering air, the man smoothed his hair and smiled smugly. "That's right. At this rate, those old geezers overseas must be scrambling like crazy." In his excitement, he turned to ask, "Dean Liu, when does our next match start?" Dean Liu replied coldly, "We don't have a match scheduled for today. The first match will take place tomorrow." President Ling crossed her arms over her chest, exuding an overwhelming queenly aura as she gave orders. "Very well. Call Wang Qi and the others to the villa. I have something to tell them." She cast a fleeting glance into the distance, her eyes flashing with absolute confidence. Capital University will likely change their strategy to deal with Xu Jingming, but it's a shame no matter what strategy they come up with, they won't be able to win. Meanwhile, back in the lounge, the teacher smiled and praised the Protagonist's team. "You all did great. That first match was handled cleanly and efficiently." The blue-haired girl on the team scratched her head and gave a forced, flattering smile to their domineering captain. "We didn't even get to warm up. The captain already cleaned everything up." The teacher stroked his beard and analyzed. Baishan University of Ability was indeed a bit weak, but tomorrow's opponent, Suhong University of Ability, used to be ranked 4th. "Come to my villa tonight. I'll tell you guys all about them." Jingming replied nonchalantly, "Sure." Remembering something important, the teacher raised a finger to remind them. "Oh, right. Registration for the individual tournament has begun. Which of you wants to participate in which individual category?" Immediately, the 3 most energetic guys on the team raised their hands like children asking for candy, shouting, "Me! Me! Me too!" Seeing his eager children, the man nodded in satisfaction. All right, I'll submit the list later. Just then, President Ling suddenly appeared, waving her hand to summon the protagonist with an irresistible gravity. Xu Jingming, come here for a moment. She stood with arms crossed, solemnly warning her star student. Capital University has discovered you have an SS-tier ability, and other factions will catch the scent soon enough. Before long, the entire Blue Star will know about this. If you need anything, just say the word. Jingming was slightly startled. He didn't expect his cover to be blown even after hiding his strength so carefully. That fast? Seeing his expression, President Ling smiled gently, her eyes filled with protective warmth. Don't worry, I will keep you safe. In the distance, the gossiping teammates were peeking at the scene, and their jaws hit the floor. No way. President Ling just smiled. The guy holding the scepter rubbed his temples, his face full of confusion. Why do I get the feeling that President Ling is being especially gentle with the captain? The girl beside him pouted and threw cold water on him, saying nonsense. If you had an SS-tier ability, President Ling would be just as gentle with you. The big guy broke out in a cold sweat and turned to warn his friends who loved to play the fool. Are you guys crazy for saying things like that? At this distance, do you really think President Ling can't hear you? The whole group froze instantly. Oh crap, you're right. Ha, sure enough, the president's hearing was nothing to scoff at. She glared at them slightly and thought to herself, so, you dare to gossip behind people's backs, do you? It seems that after the competition, I'll have to ask young Gentian to arrange some extra special training for this bunch. As good as her word, a murderous aura erupted from President Ling, turning the hallway a deep, fiery red, making the students behind her shiver and cling to each other like quails. At the same time, the camera shifted to Xu Ping's luxurious villa. The long-haired man from earlier, standing before the elite group from Jingdu University, he asked sternly, "What do you all think of Xu Jingming's strength?" The captain, with his hair perfectly gelled, waved his hand. He confidently analyzed that Xu Jingming was clearly talented and truly strong. However, he insisted that the core of it all was his S-rank ability. The older man smirked dismissively. Exactly. Wang Qi has grasped the key point. The level is secondary. The ability is the true key. But after further verification, Xu Jingming doesn't possess an S-rank ability, but an SS rank 1. The entire Jingdu team was stunned, as if struck by lightning, their mouths hanging open. An SS rank ability, that's impossible, right? One member questioned, wasn't Xu Jingming's ability evaluated a long time ago? How could there be a mistake? Another argued, could it be that our equipment is malfunctioning? To quell the rising panic, their mentor furrowed his brows and said thoughtfully, the equipment is fine. Although we don't know the reason, Xu Jingming's ability has evolved. It's very likely this happened during last year's field trip. The students were still in shock. The field trip where we were attacked by the Heavenly Destiny sect? The captain muttered, sweating profusely. I've only heard that life or death crises can increase strength, but I've never heard of it causing an ability to evolve. Another member shouted, and not just evolve, but from S rank to SS rank. This is just ridiculous. Dean Liu, standing nearby, frowned and analyzed it logically. If that was the case, then Xu Jingming's combat records at Magic City University were undoubtedly real. He tapped his hand and muttered. In other words, he likely took down dozens of peak Tier 4 monsters all by himself. The gel-haired captain clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he accepted the harsh reality. He truly is a monster. If he had another year to grow, I definitely wouldn't be able to defeat him. But then, he flashed a confident, face-saving smile. Unfortunately for him, he's only a freshman this year. I can still go out there and crush him. Dean Liu patted his favorite student on the shoulder comfortingly. Exactly. It's fortunate that our Jingdu has you this year. However, the young man looked regretful. But I'll be graduating next year anyway. He shrugged and suggested, I'll just have to crush him while I still can. Dean Liu, please adjust our tactical arrangements. The older man nodded briefly. Understood. Meanwhile, at intelligence hubs across the nation, the information systems were on the verge of exploding. Holy hell. Xu Jingming's ability isn't S rank, it's SS rank. An elderly man with white hair wiped his sweat and shouted, hurry and establish a response strategy. The scene shifted to the Thunder God Dojo, where a blonde man frantically directed his staff to run around. Hurry, inform the headquarters immediately, and ask if we need to change our recruitment strategy. Things were no better at the Fierce Bear Dojo. A burly man grabbed his subordinate and roared, we must recruit Xu Jingming to our side at any cost. The subordinate stammered in terror. Yes, boss. Even the military was shaken. An officer in a crisp uniform rushed in to report. Commander, an SS rank awakened individual has truly appeared in Great Xia this year. The commander stroked his majestic mustache, his sharp eyes narrowing as he ordered, "Notify the media. I want every other nation on Earth to know that Great Shia has produced an SS rank monster." Immediately, headlines scrambled to break the shocking news. After 23 years, another SS rank awakened individual has appeared in Great Shia, along with a series of high-quality images. Xu Jingming of Magic City University, SS rank ability, Heavenly Divine Thunder. Online experts were also chiming in. With the emergence of an SS rank ability, Great Shia is certain to reach new heights on the global stage. The scene shifted to a more peaceful setting at a luxurious, ancient-style mansion. A beautiful secretary adjusted her glasses and reported to two elders calmly playing chess. Counselor Wang, the news that Xu Jingming possesses an SS rank ability has climbed to the top of all internet search trends. She frowned anxiously. There are signs that foreign powers are fanning the flames. Should we intervene to cool things down? The white-haired elder with a long beard waved his hand with utter disdain. Humph. Those foreign pests only know how to play dirty tricks in the shadows. Ignore them. This was Counselor Azure Dragon, Wang Jun. He slammed a chess piece onto the board. With Great Shia's solid foundation, it's not like we can't protect one SS-rank talent. The counselor, wearing a fedora, who sat opposite him, asked leisurely, "Liu, you met Xu Jingming when you went to Tunnel 7 last time. Who is currently responsible for protecting that kid?" The old man replied, "It's the vice principal of Magic City University, Ling Chang." The man in the fedora raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Is that the girl from the Thunder God Dojo who has an S-rank space-type ability? Is she still stuck at Magic City University?" "That's right. She couldn't afford to offend the Li family, so she had to hide out at Magic City University." He stroked his chin, admiring her. Reaching mid-tier 8 inches just 3 years without relying on the Thunder God Dojo's resources, that girl is truly formidable. The old man stroked his beard and chuckled. "That girl certainly has a stubborn temperament." He clicked his tongue. For an ordinary ability user, that would be a God-given marriage they'd only dare to dream of, yet she avoids it like the plague. Even so, the elder nodded in satisfaction. "However, with her strength as a bodyguard, I am very relieved." He suddenly moved his chess piece to deliver a decisive checkmate. The clock struck 2:00 p.m., and the skyscraper-like arena was buzzing with excitement for the new developments. On the stage, the male MC waved his arms to stir up the atmosphere. Next is the individual competition event. A total of 64 contestants from 10 universities have registered. He pointed down at the audience. "This afternoon, we will select the top 32 most outstanding contestants." With a professional, industry-standard smile, the MC shouted, "Now, let's have our AI system randomly generate the matchups for these 32 death matches." A giant electronic board instantly displayed the brackets in a professional, flashing display. Jingming's teammates began looking up the schedule. "I'm in the 6th match. My opponent is from the Suzhou Hangzhou Ability University. This is the perfect chance to scout them before tomorrow's team match." The red-haired girl standing next to him laughed mischievously. "I'm in the 12th match. Heh heh, my opponent is just a substitute from 100 University." At this moment, Jingming turned to look at the electronic board and smirked. "I'm competing earliest, in the 3rd match. My opponent is Chu Hu from Jin City University." The MC on stage shouted the new rules again. The individual matches will take place with 4 bouts happening simultaneously each round. Now, the first round may begin. Not letting the audience wait, Xu Jingming held his spear in one hand, his cloak fluttering behind him, as he coolly walked up the steps to the arena. The crowd in the stands began screaming wildly, as if they had won the lottery. Xu Jingming is competing in the very first round. The first round was officially underway. Not wanting to keep the audience waiting, Xu Jingming stepped onto the arena stairs, one hand holding his spear, his cloak fluttering behind him with an effortlessly cool aura. The crowd in the stands started screaming wildly as if they'd won the lottery. Xu Jingming was fighting in the very first round. Zhou Mingyang jumped up, waving his hands like a true fanboy. "Incredible! Go get him, Thunder Emperor." The people around him joined in. "Go, Magic U." The Thunder Emperor stepped forward. In sharp contrast to the cheering, the unlucky guy named Chu Hu was standing on the opposite side, sweat pouring down his face like a waterfall, his complexion pale. He bit his lip, trembling, thinking to himself, "Xu Jingming from Magic U, I never thought my luck would be this pathetic." But his self-suggestion kicked in, and he started dreaming. But who knows? What if I win? Defeating an SS ranker would definitely make me famous. The system began its ruthless countdown. 3, 2, 1, the blinding text appeared, signaling that the life-or-death battle had begun. Immediately, the guy Chu Hu pulled his cheapest trick, using his wind-type ability to create a vortex, lifting himself high into the blue sky to run away. Standing on the ground, Jingming looked up, arching an eyebrow with interest. Oh? So he already possesses the ability to fly? He mentally chided himself. He really couldn't underestimate any ability user. High up in the sky, Chu Hu laughed triumphantly. Shu Jingming, I bet you didn't expect this trick, did you? I can fly, he boasted loudly. Until my ability runs dry, you won't even be able to touch a single hair on my head. He hovered in midair, launching attacks from afar. Wind blade slashes. A barrage of wind blades tore through the space, raining down like a storm, forcing Jingming to constantly dodge and roll, leaving him exhausted. While dodging, Jingming used his brain to analyze. My maximum jumping height is 32 meters. Since he's at an altitude of over 70 meters, I won't be able to reach him even if I jump with everything I've got. He frowned, looking at his spear. At this distance, it was tough to land a lightning spear throw. Jingming dodged a wind blade that grazed his face, thinking to himself, if only I had some kind of gravitational pull to slow his movement down, that would be great. The audience below started booing and cursing, saying that being able to fly was clearly cheating, but one student calmly analyzed, he's still going to lose. In 20 minutes, the energy defense grid will shrink. The person next to him nodded in agreement. Exactly, this trick only stalls for time. But does our male lead have that kind of patience? Jingming lunged forward, his eyes flashing with danger. Being on the defensive while having to stall for time like this was absolutely not his style. As soon as he finished that thought, Jingming gathered a massive, deep red lightning orb in his palm, striking a cool pose, preparing to unleash his move. Chu Hu looked down smugly. Shu Jingming, it's useless. I'm flying at an altitude of 75 meters. Your lightning can't reach me. Jingming smirked, squeezing the electric orb tightly. Oh? You think flying makes you untouchable? In the face of natural lightning, even if you were a fighter jet, I'd still drag you down. With that, a massive pillar of lightning shot straight into the sky as if to tear the blue clouds apart. Seeing that sight, the students from the capital gaped in terror, their eyes wide as they stuttered, unable to speak. The guy Chu Hu, who was hovering, was suddenly struck by the lightning, turning charcoal black, twitching uncontrollably like a fish out of water. Feeling the burning smell of his own body, he panicked and tried to flee for his life. Damn it, I have to get out of here. Jingming conjured a lightning spear, coldly declaring, your flying ability isn't bad at all, but it's just your bad luck to run into me. The guy broke out in a cold sweat, his face twisting as he realized he was about to be logged out of Earth. Without wasting words, Jingming pivoted to build momentum and threw the lightning spear straight into the sky with terrifying force. Seeing the weapon streak toward him like a long-range missile, he panicked and unleashed his final defensive trump card, the Wind God Barrier. However, that wind shield was as flimsy as paper against Jingming's lightning spear. In the blink of an eye, it was shattered to pieces. The lightning spear pierced straight through Chu Hu's chest, sparking with blinding electric light throughout the space. He only had enough time to let out a miserable scream before falling freely toward the arena, landing headfirst like a bird with clipped wings. He lay sprawled on the ground, beaten and groaning. He was officially disqualified by the MC. Arena number 3. Chu Hu has lost consciousness. Shu Jingming wins. Below the stands, the crowd had another chance to scream uncontrollably. Holy cow, that was so cool. He took him down in one hit. A guy excitedly pounded his seat, creating a sound wave himself. That was genuinely insane. The girl sitting next to him clapped in admiration. As expected, this is the true dominant aura of the Thunder Emperor. On the Capital Team's side, the long-haired uncle stroked his chin and lamented, I thought if Chu Hu could fly, he'd be able to stall for a while longer. I didn't expect him to be taken down in a heartbeat. He analyzed further. However, this also shows that Shu Jingming's ability control has reached absolute perfection. The captain of the team, the brawny Wang Qi, suddenly smirked manically, his spiked, armored hands glowing. Next, it's my turn. Heh. He focused his power into his giant stone arm, preparing to unleash a brutal attack. With just one uppercut packed with brute force, Wang Qi sent his poor opponent flying high into the air. He stood tall in the middle of the dust-filled arena. The MC's voice immediately rang out. Wang Qi wins. The audience started chanting his name incessantly. Wang Qi, Wang Qi, Wang Qi, and he just smirked, admiring his hands with arrogance. Back in the waiting area, the red-haired girl nudged Jingming, reminding him, Wang Qi is provoking you, you know. But our Thunder Emperor just gave a faint smile. Don't worry, he's no match for me. Just then, their teacher walked over and patted the male lead Jingming on the shoulder. Thunder Sage, Guangxiong Martial Arts Hall, the Guangmong Legion, the Polar Sun Guild, and many other factions have approached me to send you an invitation, he asked tentatively. I wanted to see if you'd be interested in speaking with them privately. Xu Jingming walked straight ahead with his hands in his pockets, not even bothering to look back. Just turn them all down for me, sir. The older man just chuckled and nodded. All right, I knew you'd say that. The young man holding a scepter followed him curiously. Captain, why don't you try learning about them first? Xu Jingming replied bluntly, because he didn't need them right now. Leaving his teammate behind with a face full of question marks, he narrowed his eyes, confidently calculating in his head. With the system's points-based ability enhancement, plus the school's resources, he really didn't need any of those resources from the other factions at the moment. As night fell, Xu Jingming and his beautiful female classmate were taking a leisurely stroll down the quiet street, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Suddenly, a dark figure blocked their path, forcing them both to stop. A gorgeous blonde woman with long, slender legs appeared and winked flirtatiously. Hello, Mr. Xu. On behalf of the William family from the United States, I would like to extend my sincerest greetings to you. An information panel appeared. Irene, William family of the U.S., sends greetings. Xu Jingming frowned suspiciously. The blonde foreign woman smiled confidently. I won't beat around the bush. As long as you are willing to renounce your great Xia citizenship and join our William family, anything you desire, we can provide. Xu Jingming narrowed his deep blue eyes and replied coldly, That's a bold claim, isn't it? Irene ran a hand through her hair and began her sales pitch, which reeked of a pyramid scheme. Perhaps Mr. Xu is unaware of our William family. We have 3 complete rank 9 martial saints, control 10 ancient civilization relics, and a third of the parliament members are our people. Xu Jingming's expression remained unchanged, but inside, he was slightly startled. 3 martial saints were indeed formidable. Seeing her prey looking wavered, Irene continued to entice him with material wealth. Once you join, whether it's SS grade or SSS grade resources, we can even provide you with things beyond SSS grade. Xu Jingming raised an eyebrow. Beyond SSS grade? She leaned in closer, dropping a lethal, seductive line. When your level increases a bit more, you'll learn about a world even greater than SSS grade. As for young, beautiful girls, we can find as many as you want for you. Standing right beside him, Zuosong Qiyun, who was walking with Xu Jingming, had a face dark as a pot, her eyes glinting like bullets as she gritted her teeth in silence. Seeing that she was being a bit too self-assured, he stepped forward and bowed slightly. I'll be blunt. I hope you'll forgive me, madam. He delivered the final blow, cutting off all hope. I appreciate the William family's good intentions. However, I have no interest in betraying my homeland. And in the future, you don't need to come looking for me again. Having been shut down by Liu, the foreign woman had to turn away in frustration, leaving the protagonist and his friend to continue their walk together. As soon as she was out of sight, the blonde spy let out a breath and muttered angrily, I failed. At that moment, a man's voice came through her earpiece. Irene, did the target agree? Irene cursed in frustration. Damn it, these great Xia people are so stubborn. Should we use mental control on him? The man replied calmly. No, he has the mental aura of a rank 9 martial saint on him. The man on the other end of the line asked coldly. Then can we proceed with plan B? Irene looked up at the roof, sweating as she reported the harsh reality. No, the target is being protected 24/7 by a rank 8 grandmaster. There's no way to assassinate him. Under the full moon, Ling Chang floated in midair with an air of absolute authority, coldly monitoring every movement to extinguish any dark intentions. Realizing this was a lost cause, the boss ordered a retreat. It seemed there was no opportunity for now. You should come back. Irene obediently confirmed. Understood. The next day, at the bustling stadium, the MC's voice rang out, stirring the crowd. Next up is the 4th match of the team rounds. Give a round of applause for Magic Ability University and Suhong Ability University. Both teams marched onto the arena, promising a fiery collision. The audience began analyzing like online coaches. Suhong University ranked 4th last year. Surely they have enough to test Xu Jingming's real strength, right? Another agreed. That's right. Only behind the top 3. They are still very strong. A girl pointed excitedly. Look, it's about to start. The MC pointed forward and shouted, 3, 2, 1. Start. As soon as the match began, Xu Jingming repeated his old trick, turning into a bolt of lightning, dashing into the center of the enemy formation with lightning speed. The stands immediately broke into an uproar. No way. Isn't this exactly what the Thunder Emperor did yesterday? Is he planning to repeat that today? Someone else gritted their teeth in frustration. Is he completely looking down on Suhong University? Isn't he being a bit too arrogant? Seeing his opponent's intention to take them all on alone, the Suhong captain roared in anger. Xu Jingming, you're too arrogant. We aren't as weak as Baishan University. To prove their strength, he waved his hand, summoning a giant purple electric serpent. Its fangs bared as it lunged forward with crackling lightning. Xu Jingming gripped his spear, his mouth curling into his familiar contemptuous smile. Both of us are lightning attributability users, but unfortunately, your ability doesn't measure up to mine. He swung his spear, slashing directly at the purple electric serpent, creating a thunderous impact that shook the entire arena. Xu Jingming's overwhelming lightning power easily tore the purple snake to pieces, as if it were paper. The brilliant golden lightning pierced through the attack, rushing forward at high speed and crushing everything in its path. The audience gasped in horror, witnessing the absolute domination. The lightning serpent was swallowed up. The young man beside him was sweating bullets. They couldn't even break through the lightning storm surrounding Xu Jingming. How are we supposed to fight this? Another was completely bewildered. Is this an SS-grade ability? Is it really this terrifying? On the field, the Suhong formation began to crumble. A teammate asked frantically, "Captain, what do we do?" The captain gritted his teeth, clutched his sword, and roared, "There's no other choice. We have to charge. We must take out Xu Jingming first. Once Bushi and the others advance, we won't have another chance." Seeing the tension rising, the leader hurriedly turned to shout at the teammate wearing glasses, hoping to salvage the situation. "Sun Fang, provide lightning defense. Charge." The whole group steeled themselves, heroically charging with swords and shields like moths to a flame, screaming with burning spirit. But Xu Jingming glided effortlessly through the air, his sparkling lightning weaving together to create a magical display, easily dodging all of his opponent's team attacks. Striking only air, the captain widened his eyes in shock, blurting out a line from the bottom of his heart. Damn, that was smooth. Slipping past his opponent with incredible finesse, Xu Jingming smirked with arrogant disdain. Using my full power against you lot is basically bullying. Come on, let me see what you've actually got. Humiliated, the team captain felt his blood boil. With a vein-popping roar, he signaled his team to attack all at once. The 4 members of the Tohong team immediately shifted into formation, surrounding Xu Jingming in a tight circle, trying to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. However, Xu Jingming simply pivoted on his heel and swung his spear in a violent 360-degree sweep, sending all 4 of them flying instantly, sparks literally flying on impact. Up in the stands, the students were buzzing with gossip. Seriously? 5 against 1? Are they trying to take down a raid boss or something? A young guy asked, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. The kicker is, they still can't take him down, another added with a dismissive click of the tongue. Is Tohong University really this pathetic this year? It's a joke. Completely unfazed by the crowd's chatter, Xu Jingming casually swung the butt of his spear, slamming it into the face of one unlucky guy and knocking him flat on his back. Right at that moment, the guy with the staff and the ice-wielding girl from the Magic University ran up, striking a superhero pose as they shouted, "Captain, we're here!" Seeing the opponent's reinforcements arrive, the Tohong captain broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth in despair as he thought, "It's over. There's no chance left." Watching from the stands, that guy Pan from Jingdu University crossed his arms and huffed coldly. What a bunch of trash. They couldn't even force Xu Jingming to use a single S-rank combat skill. And just 3 minutes later, with the arena littered with moaning opponents, the announcer's voice boomed clearly, ending the torture. The 4th match goes to Magic University. The crowd below was still in shock. "It's already over? That was fast," one guy sighed regretfully. "For real, I didn't even get to enjoy the show yet." Others nodded in admiration, stunned by the sheer power of the Thunder Emperor. It felt like he didn't even need a team, he was a one-man army. At that moment, Ke Liang from the Baishan team sat in the stands, smiling smugly as if vindicated. "See? Now you know. It's not that our Baishan team is weak. It's just that Magic University... No, it's just that Xu Jingming is way too strong." Time flew by, and the massive screen displayed the title, signaling a new chapter for the National University Tournament. On the 8th day, the crowd flooded the stadium, buzzing with excitement. Magic University versus Jincheng University. "We've finally waited for this moment," a girl shouted as she pushed through the crowd. "I know, right? And it's the first match, too. I'm so hyped," a young man with red hair confidently declared. "But I think Jincheng University is going to lose for sure." In the preparation room, their coach was busy laying out tactics for his students. "Only 2 matches left. We'll be using Formation 1 to take them on," He didn't forget to give a special warning to the guy who usually played the jungler role and carried the team. Jingming, this time, you absolutely cannot look down on your opponents and rush into their formation alone. The protagonist nodded obediently. Understood. Outside the arena, the announcer started his usual, hype-filled introduction. Please welcome Magic University and Jincheng University to the arena. Both teams marched firmly, slowly emerging from the dark tunnel. As soon as they faced off, Han Shan, the captain of Jincheng University, dropped a dangerous threat. Xu Jingming of Magic University, an SS rank awakened one. I admit you're strong, but that's only in individual matches. In a team fight, you guys don't even have a 10% chance of winning. The red-haired girl on Jingming's team scoffed in disgust. Are they crazy? Where on earth are they getting all that confidence? Jingming kept his face calm and confident. We'll see if they have a chance to win once we get on the battlefield. The two teams lined up opposite each other, the air thick with tension and the smell of gunpowder. The screen above flashed in neon letters, Magic U vs Jincheng U. The audience immediately started a roundtable debate on tactics. Huh? What's going on? Did Jincheng University really bench 3 of their starters for 3 substitutes? A guy stroked his chin, looking mysterious. 2 supports, 3 long-range attackers. Is Jincheng University pulling some cheap trick because they know they can't win? No way, they'd get absolutely roasted for that. Meanwhile, in the VIP area, the old man with the slicked-back silver hair tried to hustle Ling Chang. Ling Chang, interested in a small wager on the upcoming match? The elegant woman raised an eyebrow. A wager? The old man held up a finger, smiling slyly. An S-rank cultivation resource. Let's see who comes out on top. Ling Chang tapped her chin, considering it for a split second, while the old fox with long hair standing behind her chuckled to himself. I can't believe Jincheng University is actually betting. This is going to be a good show. No holds barred. Ling Chang flipped her hair, gave a boss-like smile, and slapped the table. An S-rank resource is too low. Let's bet at least an SS rank resource. Hearing the price, the old man's face went pale, and he broke into a cold sweat. Isn't betting an SS rank resource a bit much? The long-haired old fox smirked in admiration. Ling Shuang of Magic University is as ruthless as ever. An SS rank resource, even an 8th-tier grandmaster, would feel the sting of losing that. The principal refused to back down. If you're betting, we're betting an SS rank resource. If not, forget it. Pushed to the edge, the old man clenched his fist, determined. Since Ling Chang is so eager, I'll bet an SS rank resource on Jincheng University's victory. The long-haired man continued his internal monologue, acting like a live-stream camera. Jiang Chuan is definitely a crafty old fox. He doesn't play games he isn't sure he can win. It seems he's got an ace up his sleeve. Lucky for us, our match against Jincheng University is tomorrow. Perfect timing to sit on the mountain and watch the Tigers fight. Back in the arena, the countdown reached its end. 3, 2, 1, start. As soon as the match began, the Jincheng team members started chanting, linking up, to create a massive, defensive light barrier that enveloped their entire squad. Inside the shield, Han Shan smirked triumphantly. Xu Jingming, do you see this? This is an SS rank combat skill. Life resonance. Something I spent 2 years to master. Any attack is weakened by 60% and then shared across the team. Plus, we have a healer. This is the definition of an absolute defense. The nerds in the stands immediately started nodding, their eyes lighting up. Shared damage and healing. That's the whole point of those 2 support roles. The guy next to him scoffed, adding, they're just hiding their snipers inside that turtle shell to stall the opponent to death. The guy next to him shook his head in awe. Honestly, I never expected this strategy. Standing before that impenetrable shell, hiding inside a turtle shell and stalling the opponent until they die. The guy next to him shook his head in awe, truly not expecting that strategy. Standing before the solid turtle shell, the teammate holding the staff clicked his tongue, stunned. He never expected him to actually master an SS-grade battle technique, something even a Tier 5 or Tier 6 combatant would struggle to learn. It was just absurd. Xu Jingming remained indifferent. He gave the command, Senior Yao, you go first. You got it, the young man replied confidently, winding up his signature move. Channeling his A-grade ice ability, Glacial Soul, thousands of razor-sharp ice shards erupted like a violent storm, howling as they tore straight toward the opponent's barrier. Instantly, a massive ice spear shot forward, slamming into the shimmering energy shield. The wall barely rippled, while Han Shan stood safely inside, grinning smugly. He brushed some imaginary dust off his sleeve and sneered. Are these elemental attacks all you've got? Is this supposed to be a back scratch? I didn't think you'd be this pathetic. Come on, keep going. We'll even let you attack us freely for a whole minute. Seeing this, the red-haired girl furrowed her brow in worry and turned to her team. I didn't expect them to have 3 more S-grade elemental defense techniques. This is getting tricky. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Their defense is absolute. Should I try rushing in? But the burly man with the shield immediately held her back. Don't. They have 3 long-range attackers. The damage would be too great. Just as the tension peaked, Xu Jingming smirked and stepped forward, his body exploding with brilliant, crackling lightning. Since our teacher told us to use Formation 1, let's give them a surprise. The audience in the stands gasped in shock. No way! Isn't Thunder Emperor a lightning user? Can he transform too? A well-informed spectator analyzed. This must be some kind of specialized physical training technique. His neighbor gulped. He looks absolutely berserk. Oblivious, Han Shan kept hiding in his turtle shell, continuing to run his mouth. Xu Jingming, your extreme thunder state definitely boosts your physical power, but it's still not enough to break our defense. You'd be better off just giving up. Watching his opponent's taunting smile, Jingming replied coldly, You're far too confident. Senior Gu, buff me, the red-haired girl shouted instantly. You got it! Faster than a flash, she channeled her inner energy, a burning red light gathering in her hands, a spiritual power boost. Receiving the power-up, Jingming raised a single finger toward the sky. Lightning from everywhere surged toward his fingertip, forming a single, devastating point of destruction. The sky seemed to tear open as Jingming coldly uttered, Thunder God's finger. The moment they felt the terrifying pressure descending from above, the smile vanished from Han Shan's face, his features twisting in sheer panic. The underling beside him stuttered in terror. Captain, isn't the energy radiating from that finger just a bit too terrifying? Han Shan scrambled to reassure his shivering squad. Don't panic. Everyone, push your energy output to the max. We can definitely block this. The group roared together to bolster their courage. But the moment the words left his lips, a colossal lightning construct shaped like a divine finger smashed directly onto their heads. In that split second of life and death, Han Shan desperately shoved both hands toward the sky, screaming with every ounce of his strength, Tidal life force. An explosion rocked the entire arena. Flames and raging lightning erupted, completely swallowing the stage. The resulting shockwave slammed into the stands, leaving the audience petrified. What kind of insane technique is that? The energy fluctuations were absolutely monstrous. A man sitting nearby clasped his hands together as if praying for his life. I can feel the aura of a god radiating from it. A bookish man clutched his head and screamed, A miracle! This is truly a miracle. The dust began to settle on the stage. Everyone held their breath, whispering, Did the defense break? A voice replied in desperation, I'm not sure. The entire Changchuan Moon Academy fell into an eerie, suffocating silence. As the smoke cleared, the sight left everyone speechless. The entire 5-man lineup from Jincheng University lay sprawled on the ground like smoked fish, while Jingming stood there, silent and imposing, like a deity. Golden lightning still danced brilliantly around him, his glowing eyes exuding an undeniable, overwhelming dominance. Han Shan lay flattened on the floor, spitting blood in bitter resentment. The male announcer's voice rang out, breaking the atmosphere with excitement. All members of Jincheng Energy University have been eliminated. The winner of this match is Magic U Energy University. In the VIP area, old man Jiang Chuan was sweating buckets, muttering bitterly. I can't believe Han Shan and the others lost so miserably. He swallowed hard, fearful. He's only a high-level Tier 3, and he's already this aggressive. I don't dare imagine how terrifying he'll be when he hits Tier 4. Seizing the chance to rub salt in the wound, Ling Chang smirked and teased. Principal Jiang, it seems our Magic U is one step ahead. Not only did you lose face, but your wallet must be hurting too. Old man Jiang grimaced, bowing his head as he swallowed his pride. I accept the defeat, and will honor our bet. With that, he raised his hand, and a brilliant red fireball containing terrifying power drifted out. This is the SS-grade natural treasure, the Crimson Flame Spirit Fruit. It's yours now. Ling Chang happily reached out to accept the lucrative prize. A treasure with a high chance of causing a fire-type ability mutation? Then I won't be polite and will gladly accept it. Behind him, a silver-haired elder clicked his tongue, lost in his own thoughts. Teesk. Teesk. Jiang Quan's heart must be bleeding right now. He narrowed his eyes in assessment. However, Xu Jingming's Thunder God's finger is truly too powerful. I must remind Wang Qi and the others to be extra careful against that move. Then, he smirked deviously, as if he'd just hit the jackpot. It seems even the heavens are favoring us this year. Having us compete in the final round has given us a massive advantage in gathering intelligence. Back in the Magic U Lounge, the teacher beamed, patting Jingming on the shoulder. Great job. If you guys win against Jingdu University in the finals tomorrow, I'll file for double the credit rewards for you all. The teammates erupted in cheers. The burly man grinned from ear to ear. With these credits, we'll be able to buy quite a few resources before graduation. Just as they were about to leave, the female principal, with the stunning physique, turned back and called out to Xu Jingming. She beckoned him over with a confident, powerful gesture. Come here for a second. Without a word, she tossed him a glowing, shimmering Spirit Origin pill, a Tier 6 S-grade cultivation resource. Take it. Jingming caught it, bewildered. Principal, what is this for? Jiala, the lady had just made a killing. The female principal smirked cunningly. Earlier, I used an SS-grade resource to bet against Jincheng University on who would win. Since you helped me win the bet, this is your cut of the winnings. Xu Jingming broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, using SS-grade gear just for a bet? Do all these bored 8th-level grandmasters play so big? Even so, he kept a bright smile on his face. Then thank you very much, Ling Chang. His teammates behind him stared with envy and greed. That's S-grade training resources. The principal really favors our captain. Getting S-grade gear is as easy as eating candy. Exactly. Seeing that makes me drool. I want one too. Pushing his luck, the young man surnamed Shu scratched his head and coaxed. By the way, if there are any more good deals like this in the future, Ling Chang, please remember to place a bet for me too. It doesn't have to be anything too rare. S-grade resources are enough. Hearing that closing statement, his teammate's jaw dropped in horror. Are you kidding? He dares to ask the principal to bet on his behalf? Has our captain grown guts of steel? The female principal not only didn't get angry, but smiled and agreed. Very well. Xu Jingming cupped his hands with flair. Then I'll trouble you, Ling Chang. The vice captain clapped in admiration at the boss's thick skin, truly worthy of being such a cool captain. In the blink of an eye, it was the afternoon, and the individual tournament officially went live. Moving on to the second round of the top 8 advancement, let us begin. Will contestant Sun Ji from Suzhou University of Abilities please step onto the arena? The stands exploded as if the stadium were collapsing, and the person he had to face was the biggest favorite for the championship. The cheering was deafening. Thunder Emperor! Thunder Emperor! Thunder Emperor! Xu Jingming of Magic University. On the other side of the battle line, Sun Jie broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth and muttering, Xu Jingming, I never expected to run into you. Knowing he was facing a god of war, he immediately drew his great sword, shouting to boost his morale. This time, I won't run away. Xu Jingming smirked, his demeanor as relaxed as if he were taking a stroll. Oh, that's a decent fighting spirit. I hope you can keep this attitude when the match starts. The electronic board flashed a countdown, giving no one time to breathe. 3, 2, start. Immediately, Xu Jingming transformed into a furious golden bolt of lightning, swinging his lightning spear and charging forward like a vengeful deity. Sun Ji's pupils contracted in fear, drenched in sweat. He was too fast, he couldn't hesitate any longer. He let out a roar that tore through the arena, transforming instantly into a massive beast. The ability scanner immediately swept over him. A-grade enhancement ability, saber-toothed tiger. The Tiger Man crazily swung his flaming sword, unleashing a brutal tiger's critical strike. Facing the lethal blow, Xu Jingming didn't even bother to dodge. His devilish face wore a cunning smile, revealing sharp fangs. The lightning spear and the flaming sword clashed violently, creating a vortex of energy that swept across the arena floor. Blinding light exploded at the point of impact, like a bomb detonating, but the massive power difference caused the great sword to be knocked back mercilessly. Sun Jie screamed in pain as he took the full force of the countershock, which hit like a giant sledgehammer. The massive beast was blown away like a dry leaf, rolling several times across the arena floor. He didn't stop until he slammed his face into the arena's defensive barrier. Seeing stars. Sun Ji knelt down, exhausted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he still comforted his bruised ego. Xu Jingming's attack really can't be blocked head-on, but at least this time, I didn't run away. At that same moment, the PA system sounded coldly, ending the brief match. Congratulations to Xu Jingming of Magic University for advancing to the top 8. The audience was stunned, falling backward. He finished the game with just one strike? A one-hit KO. It's been a long time since we've seen such a fierce knockout in the top 8, right? Thunder Emperor is invincible. Top tier. Look at Sun Jie's sword. It's bent like a shrimp. Taking that hit directly definitely meant destruction. The male MC's voice echoed again, lively. The third match of the individual tournament is about to begin. Will Yao Fang from Magic University and Wang Qi from Capital University please step onto the arena? In the waiting hall, Xu Jingming patted his teammate's shoulder in encouragement. Good luck, brother. Try to make it to the top 4. Yao Fang smiled bitterly, as if he were about to cry. Facing that monster Wang Qi, I might as well say goodbye to my top 4 dream. But the young man still puffed out his chest to motivate himself. However, even if I get beaten to a pulp, I have to display the full spirit of our Magic University. Just as they stepped onto the floor, the crowd screamed their names, enough to shatter eardrums. Stone Venerable! Stone Venerable! Stone Venerable! Ice Mountain! Ice Mountain! Wang Qi's eyes were sharp, smirking as he thought. Finally, I've found an opponent worth looking at. The electronic board flashed start, and Wang Qi immediately tensed his body, petrifying both arms, while taking a dig at the VIP audience. Xu Jingming, don't think you're the only one who knows how to use physical training techniques. I have them too. Hearing this, Xu Jingming stroked his chin, intrigued. Oh, so he's a brute force type like me? On the arena, Wang Qi spread his feet and unleashed an area of effect move to show off his power. Absolute Earth Storm. A whirlwind of yellow sand rolled forward, swallowing the fragile ice defenses of the Ice Mountain youth. Looking at the wall of sand approaching like a road roller, Yao Fang's face went pale, breaking out in a cold sweat. Before he could recover, he saw Wang Qi rushing out from the clouds of dust like a demon. The stone man swung his jagged arm in a lethal strike. Earth-shattering slash. Knowing he couldn't dodge, Yao Fang gritted his teeth and raised his final shield. Clear water armor, of course. Such a paper-thin layer of armor couldn't withstand it. A collision that shook the heavens and earth erupted, sending rocks and water flying everywhere. As the dust settled, Wang Qi stood tall, brushing his hands with a cool air, while Yao Fang knelt, conceding defeat. The speakers blared loudly. Congratulations to Wang Qi of Jingcheng University of Abilities for successfully advancing to the top 8. The stands buzzed with whispers again. Stone Venerable took this match clean. That's surreal. He flattened the top school's Ice Mountain in an instant. A Stone Venerable and a Thunder Emperor is the tournament raising 2 monster-level beasts this year? I have to admit, their fighting styles are identical. After finishing his opponent, Wang Qi looked up at the stands and bragged loudly. Xu Jingming won in 1 hit. I can do it too. I'm looking forward to our combat in the finals tomorrow. Make sure you show up. Xu Jingming was speechless. The younger team members behind him were furious at that arrogant tone, as if the championship trophy were already in his pocket. The red-haired girl patted his shoulder to reassure him. Let him brag for today. After we secure the top 4, our captain will teach him a lesson on how to behave tomorrow. An hour later, the male MC grabbed the mic and shouted with passion. Warm congratulations to Xu Jingming and Kong Shi of Magic University, along with Wang Qi and Zhou Taiji of Jingcheng University, for advancing to the semifinals. The next day, the the individual semifinal arena officially opened its gates to the public. The students gathered outside, buzzing like a chaotic market. Holy cow, is that Deputy Director of the National Education Bureau, No Uyen? Even a big shot like him came all the way here just to watch a brawl? That's not all. That guy over there is the Deputy Commander of the Fire Dragon Legion. It's strange. Last year's tournament invited VIPs too, but none of them were this high profile. The red-haired girl tilted her chin, guessing proudly that it must be because our cool team captain is competing this year. The silver-haired girl next to her nodded and muttered, "A real big boss has graced us with his presence, and that's not even all." Suddenly, from afar, a long-legged beauty in a sexy slit-thigh black cheongsam glided over. Her aura made everything around her seem to bow in submission. The men in black suits standing with hands clasped bowed respectfully to the beauty in the cheongsam. "Greetings, Manager 2. Xu Jingming poked his head out, curiously asking who that woman was. The red-haired girl next to him eagerly switched to Wikipedia mode. That's Tithon Li, the famous manager of the Lightning Martial Arts Hall. The beauty's sharp eyes swept across the room, while the red-haired girl kept chattering about her impressive profile. She possesses the S-rank lightning ability, Ngok Thon Divine Lightning, and is a Tier 9 martial saint. Hearing this, Xu Jingming scratched his head in confusion. Isn't the manager of the Lightning Martial Arts Hall a middle-aged man? The girl sighed and explained, "Captain, you're thinking of the previous manager, Tu Kwang. He went missing 4 years ago. After that, Tu Thon Li took over the management position. This was all over the news. The guy surnamed Hua broke into a cold sweat and gave an awkward, sheepish smile. Oh, I see. Back then, I was only in 9th grade, so I didn't pay attention to that kind of news. The red-haired girl could only hold her head in speechlessness. Ninth grade? Wow. I guess this is what they call the generation gap. Back at the VIP seating, Toothon Lai stood silently with her arms crossed, sweeping her gaze across the vast arena. A gray-haired man respectfully approached and asked in a low voice, "Supervisor Ton, have you contacted Magic University U yet? Have you had a chance to speak with Xu Jingming privately?" The beauty only replied softly, "I've tried, but Xu Jingming has rejected every meeting request from all factions." The gray-haired man hurriedly offered a plan. "I'll try to contact him again later." The kid would surely say yes if she showed up in person, but she waved her hand in refusal. "No need. I will meet him in person after the individual matches end." Hearing that, the henchman's jaw dropped in terror as he broke out in a sweat, thinking to himself, she's going to go see him herself? Manager 2 is a Tier 9 martial saint. Who would have thought she'd personally seek out a Tier 3 punk like Xu Jingming? Tithon Li's gaze remained fixed on Xu Jingming's back in the distance, silently assessing that his physique was extremely robust, far exceeding that of a normal Tier 3 power user. He even radiated a faint, beastly aura. The aura was solid and profound, without any signs of instability from taking too many performance enhancers. Not bad. Right at that moment, the male MC's voice boomed through the stadium. Next up is the first match of the semifinals. Based on the lottery results, let us warmly welcome Hua Xu Jingming from Magic Ability University U and Xiao Tai Chi from Thonkin Ability University to the stage. Below, the two opponents stepped out amidst the deafening cheers of fans split into two factions. Go! Lightning Emperor. Power King is the best. Lightning Emperor. Power King. As soon as they faced each other, Xiao Tai Chi cracked his knuckles and laughed, trying to lure him in. "Xu Jingming, I've read your profile. Besides your spear techniques, your fist techniques seem pretty decent too. Why don't we try a fist fighting match in today's semi-finals?" The audience started buzzing. Fist fighting? What the heck is Xiao Tai Chi thinking? There's no way the Lightning Emperor would agree to that. Another young man scoffed. Exactly. That's such a clumsy, amateur attempt at flattery and provocation. He knows he's going to lose for sure in a regular fight. Unexpectedly, young Xu Jingming wiped his nose and gave a sly, cunning smile. "My fist techniques? Sure, I'll humor you." This sudden acceptance shocked the entire stadium. Jaws hit the floor. Holy crap, the Lightning Emperor actually agreed. What on earth is happening? Someone broke into a cold sweat. Is he being too arrogant? It's over. My head is going to explode. Even Xiao Tai Chi was stunned, unable to believe his ears. "You agree? You're not trying to trick me, are you?" Xu Jingming just curled his lip into a dangerous smile. "Believe it or not, that's up to you." Fearing his opponent would change his mind, the guy immediately wiped his hands on his shirt, smirking internally. "Fine, I'll take your word for it. I've been practicing fist fighting since I was 7. 15 years have passed, and I'm on the verge of becoming a grandmaster. Challenging me to a fist fight? Isn't that like asking a fish to learn how to swim?" In the faculty section, a professor stroked his beard with a smug smile. "Dean Duong, Xu Jingming seems quite confident in his fist fighting, doesn't he? But if that arrogance makes him stumble in the final, then both the champion and runner-up titles will belong to our Thon Kin University. You don't need to worry about that, Dean Liu." Unexpectedly, the bearded Dean Liu just laughed confidently in response. "Xu Jingming won't lose." Just then, the referee's voice rang out, coldly cutting off the conversation. 3, 2, 1, start. Instantly, Xiao Tai Chi let out a thunderous roar. His muscles bulged and expanded, his eyes turned bloodshot, and coarse fur sprouted as he transformed into a beast, the great demon ape. The giant gorilla lunged like a cannonball, swinging a fist the size of a barrel directly at the calm youth. Not giving his opponent a moment to breathe, he relentlessly unleashed a rain of glowing red fists, the Violent Fist. Amidst the flurry of aggressive punches, Xu Jingming nimbly dodged with fluid movements, casually remarking, "Good explosive power, but it lacks speed." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped back, his entire body erupting with a series of dazzling, surging lightning bolts. Xu Jingming's eyes flashed with arrogance as he concentrated all his electricity into his fist, forming a red lightning orb with terrifying power. "Let me show you what a truly powerful punch looks like." The lightning fist tore through the air, carrying destructive power, aiming straight at the gorilla's massive fist. In the moment of impact, Xiao Tai Chi's eyes widened in furious shock. "He actually dares to challenge me in fist fighting? Xu Jingming, you asked for this." But before he could gloat, the violent lightning surge exploded outward. Xu Jingming pressed his fist forward, crushing the opponent's power completely in a blinding explosion of light that swallowed the entire stage. At that very moment, a massive, brilliant, lightning avatar, suddenly before of masses, rose from behind Xu Jingming, leaving Chao Tai-Chi stunned and frozen. Before he could blink, the lightning phantom swung an uppercut directly into the gorilla's face. Taking the full force of the devastating blow, Xiao Tai-Chi spat blood, tilting his head back in pain. The powerful punch forced the giant to collapse to his knees. The crowd was absolutely bewildered. What on earth just happened? Leaving his opponent staggering and flat on his face, Xu Jingming stood there with his hands in his pockets, looking incredibly cool. Behind him, the majestic silhouette of the Thunder God shone brilliantly. Zhou Taichi clutched his chest, gasping for air, sweat pouring down his body as he felt completely panicked. Was that really Xu Jingming's shadow that punched him? The VIP area was in an uproar as well, one teacher with his jaw dropped. Holy crap, what is that thing behind the Thunder Emperor? A clone? A shadow made of lightning that can move in sync with his real body? The principal wondered. What on earth is that? Dean Lu Woso smiled proudly and explained, that is an A-grade combat technique, the Thunder Phantom Bone. It's formed from lightning energy and can attack alongside the user's main body. Judging by his proficiency, he's probably at the beginner level. One punch can inflict about 30% of the damage of his main body. Hearing this, the teacher standing next to him covered her mouth in shock and exclaimed, only 30% damage, and it was enough to make Zhou Taichi vomit blood? Down in the stands, the students were buzzing with discussion. Is the Thunder Emperor's physique really that strong? I thought he was an elemental user. Another young man speculated immediately. Xu Jingming must have trained in a physical strengthening technique. Back to Zhou Taichi on the stage. He struggled to get up, gritting his teeth as he muttered, an A-grade combat technique, the Thunder Phantom Bone. So that's what it is. Seeing his opponent still being stubborn, Xu Jingming smirked mockingly. So what if you figured it out? Do you really think you can block it? Provoked, the gorilla-like man furiously pounded his chest like a drum and roared. I was just caught off guard because I didn't know about it. In a fair fight, I'm not afraid of you. He activated a combat technique, the Thunder Strike Bone, which boosted his physique by 20%. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Taichi leaped into the air, throwing a massive, red aura-coated fist downward, while Xu Jingming gathered brilliant lightning in his hand, ready to engage. Their fists collided, creating a shockwave that swept everything away and split the arena into two halves of turbulent wind. Even though he used his full strength, the guy named Zhou still stared with wide, shocked eyes, sweat pouring down. How can this be? Is his fist technique also at the high-level mastery stage? But looking into the cold, sharp gaze of the young man named Xu, he suddenly realized a terrifying truth. No, that's not right. This is Grandmaster level. Responding to that horror, Xu Jingming gave a bright, ruthless smile. Congratulations, you guessed right. As a reward, I'll send you flying out of this match. Saying that, Xu Jingming delivered a fatal finishing blow, transforming all his lightning into a massive, roaring electric dragon that lunged straight forward. Thunder Dragon Fist. The overwhelming power of the attack completely engulfed Zhou Taichi, creating a blinding light that blasted him away. The match was over. The giant lay unconscious and spread-eagled on the floor. The male announcer shouted excitedly, "Contestant Zhou Taichi has lost consciousness. Congratulations to Xu Jingming for winning the individual semi-final match." The stands immediately erupted like a disturbed hornet's nest. The students raised their hands and cheered wildly. The Thunder Emperor! Long live the Thunder Emperor! Amidst the thunderous applause, Xu Jingming slowly dissipated his lightning, clicking his tongue in disappointment. His fist techniques are a bit weak. I got my hopes up, only to be let down. Up in the VIP stands, the teachers were also sweating bullets. One of them stroked his hair and exclaimed, "Doesn't Xu Jingming always use a spear? I never expected him to be so proficient in Grandmaster-level fist techniques. This is insane. Furthermore, if Zhou Taichi hadn't challenged him to a fist fight, we wouldn't even know about this. Just how many more trump cards is he hiding?" Dean Lu stroked his beard, glancing smugly at his colleague, whose face had turned dark. Yang Zhentian, it seems the arrogant one isn't Xu Jingming, but your boy, Zhou Taichi. Stung by the sarcasm, Yang Zhentian turned away, looking annoyed. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Don't celebrate too early. There's still the final. With Wang Qi there, you lot won't be getting your hands on the championship." Leaving that arrogant remark behind, the old dean turned and stormed off, leaving behind a trail of frustrated dark energy. Down in the waiting lounge, seeing his prized student Zhou Taichi clutching his chest while being helped by Wang Qi, Yang Zhentian walked over and asked with a frown, "How are your injuries?" Zhou Taichi grimaced and forced a smile. "I'm fine. They're just superficial wounds. Yang Zentian rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment before instructing his remaining student. It seemed this Xu Jingming was still holding back. Wang Qi, in the upcoming final, try not to cause him any permanent injuries, as long as you can still defeat him. Hearing his teacher's advice, Wang Qi reached out confidently and gave his usual arrogant, cocky smile. Understood, I won't be that ruthless. In the shadows, Wang Qi smirked to himself, trying to reassure his own ego. After all, this is just a competition, not a life or death grudge. Besides, he's an SS-grade ability user. If I do something stupid and kill him, the big bosses up there will skin me alive. Before the reminder could even finish, the male announcer's voice rang out excitedly in front of the virtual screen, showing the names of the two contestants. Next is the second match of the semi-final round. Please give a warm welcome to Wang Qi from Jingqing University and Kong Shi from Magic University U. Quick and easy. Just 5 minutes later, Kong Shi was on his knees, clutching his shattered shield and surrendering, while the system announced, "Congratulations to Wang Qi of Jingqing for winning and advancing straight to the final. The final will take place in 1 hour." Standing in the dark tunnel, looking out at Wang Qi's victorious back, Xu Jingming whispered with a slight smile, "Wang Qi, I hope you won't disappoint me." At the same time, Ling Chang, with her voluptuous figure, rested her chin in her hand, staring intently at the match profiles. She analyzed internally. One is a top-tier rank 4 with a near S-grade ability, facing an SS-grade rank 3 top tier. This match is definitely going to attract a lot of attention. Just as expected, the media immediately ran sensational headlines. I can't wait. Will Magic University U reclaim their glory, or will Jingqing continue to crush them again? Top-tier rank 3 versus top-tier rank 4, who will be crowned the individual champion? At the studio, the female news anchor excitedly went on air. Let's see if an SS-grade Awakener can defeat an opponent who is an entire rank higher than them. Netizens were also frantically typing their comments. 19 years old and already a top-tier rank 3? That's insane. This is the first time in my life I've seen an SS-grade Awakener. Absolutely unmissable. Wang Qi is truly the biggest dark horse of this year's tournament. In a laboratory far away, the beautiful Chu Xuan smiled and cheered him on through the live broadcast screen. Jingming, you've made it to the finals. Give it your all. Exactly 1 hour later, the 3D hologram of the male MC floats in midair, shouting to make an announcement. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Welcome back to the 8th day of the National University Tournament. The individual finals are officially underway. The MC tosses his microphone aside, pointing excitedly down at the arena. Let's give a huge round of applause for the champion of Qingjing University of Abilities, Wang Qi, and Xu Jingming from the Magic University of Abilities as they take the stage. The tunnel doors slide open. Wang Qi marches out, carrying a massive greatsword with an arrogant expression, as the fans scream themselves hoarse. Shizun, Shizun, Shizun. On the opposite side, Jingming saunters out with his hands in his pockets, his overwhelming aura drawing thunderous cheers of Thunder Emperor, Thunder Emperor, Thunder Emperor. The two monsters of the tournament stand, with their hands behind their backs, facing off in the center of the vast arena. The surrounding air instantly thickens with tension. Wang Qi tilts his head, trash-talking early. Xu Jingming, with me in this year's tournament, you're guaranteed to taste defeat. Glory belongs to Qingjing University. Hearing his opponent's loud-mouthed taunts, Jingming flicks his spear forward, a brilliant spark of lightning flashing in one eye as he fires back. Let's see if your strength matches that big mouth of yours. The electronic screen above blinks a countdown as two explosive auras clash. 3, 2, 1, begin. The moment it starts, Jingming transforms into a bolt of golden lightning, lunging forward with his spear and unleashing a storm of thunder. Thunder Extreme Slash. Facing the onslaught, Wang Qi bares his teeth in a wide grin, instantly bracing himself to activate his defensive Earth Guardian armor. His body erupts in orange energy, shifting and wrapping in a layer of hardened, razor-sharp rocks, looking like a giant hedgehog. An earth-shattering collision erupts as the lightning-infused spear slams into the rock armor, gouging the arena floor and sending sparks and stone fragments flying everywhere. The audience gasps, catching their breath. Are you kidding me? Is this really a national university tournament? Why does it feel like I'm watching 5th-tier gods fighting? These seniors are way too overpowered. A friend nearby wipes sweat from his brow to correct him. You're wrong. One of them is actually a freshman. Back on the arena floor, Jingming uses the momentum to leap into the air, twisting his body to deliver a powerful kick, followed by a thrusting spear strike. Wang Qi looks up, laughing maniacally as he takes the hit head-on. Thunder Spear? Useless. Your lightning ability is hard countered by my earth ability from the start. With that, he growls, channeling power into his spiked arm and slamming it into the floor, creating a wall of sharp stone that erupts toward the sky. Another blinding explosion rocks the arena, blowing tons of debris into the air. Before the dust settles, Wang Qi stomps forward, tearing up the ground. My turn. He uses an explosive burst to launch his heavy body forward. Explosive steps. While charging, he swings his stone-encased arm in a blistering, wind-tearing strike, Earth Guardian slash. Without retreating, Jingming channels all his brilliant lightning into his spear, spinning to unleash a radiant counterattack, Thunder Windbreak. The spearhead pierces through the massive wave of earth and stone with terrifying power, creating a brutal shockwave. The blast forces both of them to stumble backward, sliding across the shattered arena floor. Wang Qi plants his hands on the ground to steady himself, knitting his brows in confusion. I can't believe his D-rank combat technique could actually block my A-rank combat technique. Something isn't right here. This is really strange. Seeing his opponent's deep confusion, Jingming flashes a sly grin, lightning dancing around him as he baits him. Scared already? Where did that arrogance go? Did a dog eat it? Not giving his opponent a moment to think, Jingming points his spear and launches himself forward like a lightning bolt. Thunder Flash. They crash into each other again, trading wild, frenzied blows at close range, pushing the pace of the match to a suffocating level. Deflecting every lethal spear strike, Wang Qi grits his teeth, beads of sweat dripping down. That strike strength is insane. Giving it everything he has, he lets out a roar to parry the attack, then drifts to the edge of the stage to regroup. Catching his breath, Wang Qi glares with bright eyes and sneers. Xu Jingming, I admit, you're truly strong. But immediately after, he clenches his fists, his muscles bulging as he radiates an overwhelming, crushing earthstone energy to prepare for an all-out assault. Then let me show you my full, true power. Earth Guardian Dharma. Right after the roar, Wang Qi's spiked armor flares with fiery energy, leaping high into the air like a falling star, aiming a tyrannical strike at the defensive, spear-wielding Xu Jingming. Without flinching, the young man named Xu calmly holds his glowing lightning spear horizontally, successfully blocking the giant stone claws raining down from the sky. The moment they collide, both of them use the force to spring backward before lunging at each other again like artillery shells, repeatedly clashing and creating shockwaves that tear through the air. In close quarters, Wang Qi relentlessly presses the attack with savage strikes. Meanwhile, Jingming holds his ground, skillfully wielding his spear to neutralize every lethal blow. The audience watches in stunned silence. One male student wipes his sweat and exclaims, Xu Jingming's spearmanship has truly reached the Grandmaster level. The person next to him stammers in response. Both his fist techniques and spearmanship are at the Grandmaster level. Xu Jingming's comprehension ability is genuinely terrifying, absolutely terrifying. This chaotic scene captures the attention of the beautiful, mature woman, Su Qingli. She blinks her sharp, phoenix-like eyes, silently evaluating. I never expected Xu Jingming's close-quarters combat ability to be this destructive. Back on the arena, Wang Qi wildly swings his claws while gritting his teeth, sweating as he calculates. My Earth Guardian Dharma can only last another 5 minutes at most. I need to finish him quickly. Meanwhile, Jingming's heart begins to ripple with anxiety. I've already used more than half of my energy, and even my stamina is dropping rapidly, yet I still haven't been able to take him down. Deciding to go all out, Wang Qi gathers all his remaining strength to create a massive, swirling tornado of earth and stone, his roar tearing at his throat. Xu Jingming, if I gave you another year, I definitely wouldn't be able to defeat you. But right here, right now, don't you dare think you can block this. Responding to that arrogant taunt, Jingming raises his spear, lightning erupting violently around him. He flashes a sly grin. What a coincidence. I also have a combat technique I haven't bothered to show off yet. If you can block this, you win. No more talk. Wang Qi delivers the massive lethal blow from the air, mountain-crushing slash. At the same moment, Jingming unleashes his ultimate move, piercing the sky from below, lightning-piercing love slash. The two destructive energies collide, creating a massive, blinding explosion. A massive shockwave blew everything away. A colossal pillar of energy erupted, punching through the arena's dome and exploding all the way up into the clouds.